Outside the main gate of Jiangcheng University, Ling Lu held his phone to his ear, chatting with a broad carefree smile. "Miss Sume, let me share some good news with you. I graduated from university ahead of schedule." On the other end of the line, the woman fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out angrily, "What happened? Explain it to me clearly right now." Ling Lu replied with indifference, "Basically, I was expelled by the university." The moment she heard that, the woman flew into a panic. "Ling Lu, what trouble have you caused this time? Do you have any idea how much effort I've poured into your schooling? Can't you spare me even a little worry?" Feeling his heart soften, Ling Lu sighed and said, "Honestly, it wasn't my fault from the start. Today I played the hero, saving a pretty girl named Lu Ruyan. But instead she accused me of molesting her. What's even more absurd is that both my classmates and the teachers believed her. You know my temper, I can't swallow that kind of humiliation. After a few sharp words, things escalated and I ended up beating them up." At that moment, the woman on the phone completely exploded, her fury erupting like a volcano. "Ling Lu, can you show even a hint of progress? Can you stop being so reckless all the time?" Then came a relentless barrage of criticism. "Are you deliberately trying to drive me to my grave? Have you ever thought about what will become of you in the future? Are you really going to destroy your own life like this? How many times have you promised me you wouldn't cause trouble, yet you never? Why do you always have to act on impulse and charge ahead without thinking? Who taught you to settle everything with your fists? Do you really think fighting can solve problems? All it does is make everything worse. Do you even understand that?" Her voice grew sharper and louder, nearly deafening Ling Lu through the phone. Ling Lu, however, brushed it off, inwardly convinced he was not at fault and that they were the ones ignoring right and wrong. Still with Ms. Ling so furious he knew he had to coax her a little. "Miss Sume, please don't be angry. If you ruin your health over this, I'll feel terribly heartbroken." The woman was already beyond furious and shouted directly, "Ling Lu, shut up. From now on you are not allowed to call me Miss Sume anymore, I am your mother. Do you think I'm playing some kind of game with you? Expelled from school, are you actually proud of that? Honestly, you're already a freshman in university, how can you still be so immature? I work myself to the bone every day hoping you'll become at least a little outstanding, and this is how you repay me? Is this really how you repay me? If I had known you'd be this disobedient, I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first." In Ling Li's memory, his father had been absent since he was very young. Ling Sume on the phone was the only person from whom he had ever truly felt a mother's love. Hearing his mother, with whom he had relied on each other for years, say such things now made his heart ache unbearably. He felt wronged by the university, yet instead of understanding him, Ms. Ling kept scolding him relentlessly. For a moment resentment surged in his chest. As his temper flared and his mind went hot, he snapped back viciously, "Since you despise me so much, you shouldn't have given birth to me either. Honestly, I don't see much meaning in this family anymore." The instant the words left his mouth, he knew how cutting they were. Yet caught up in rage, his mind understood, but his tongue, as if fueled by gunpowder, insisted on hurling a few more vicious lines to hurt her as deeply as possible. In the end, Ling Lu hung up on her in a fit of temper, refusing to give his mother any chance for explanation or comfort. Ling Sume grew as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, calling him several times in a row, but he refused to pick up. At that moment, in the first ring district of Jiangcheng, a particularly tall skyscraper pierced the sky. On one of its floors lay the office of the company's general manager of human resources. In a spacious office chair sat a beautiful woman in a blue professional OL outfit, gently massaging her brow. This was Ling Sume, 39 years old, sensual yet gentle, with an excellent figure and a boundless tolerance and indulgence toward Ling Lu. Her bearing was exceptionally refined and her features strikingly pretty. She looked to be around 30, though she was in fact 13. Exhaustion written across her face, she dialed the familiar number once more, only to be met with silence again. Disheartened, she lowered her gaze as a few tears slipped from her beautiful eyes. A few minutes later, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, picked up her phone and called the president of Jiangcheng University, determined to find out what had truly happened. The president of Jiangcheng University was both shocked and furious when he heard the situation. He explained that the disciplinary decision had been made by the vice president without his knowledge and that he could immediately revoke this absurd punishment and allow Ling Lu to return to school. Ling Sume was the general manager of human resources at the largest listed company in Jiangcheng. Years ago, she had graduated from Jiangcheng University as an outstanding student and had continued to give back to her alma mater, prioritizing cooperation with it in all personnel matters. Thus, every graduation season she would, in her capacity as HR general manager, provide many excellent job opportunities to the outstanding graduates of Jiangcheng University. This had given Jiangcheng University great confidence. Studying there meant hundreds of guaranteed positions in Fortune 500 companies upon graduation, far surpassing the other universities in the city. "President Li, I'm troubling you this time," she said. "President Ling, it's our university that owes you an apology," he replied. "You know that Vice President only just transferred here and has no idea about your contributions to the school. But rest assured, I will handle this matter properly." After listening, Ling Sume simply said she appreciated his help, then ended the call. She hurried to send a message to Ling Lu informing him that the university had withdrawn its punishment and that he could return to class. She waited for half an hour but still received no reply from Ling Lu. As she calmed down, crushing guilt settled in. She felt she should never have lost her temper at him and certainly should not have uttered those hurtful words. With that thought she quickly sent another message to comfort him. Ling Lu, if you don't want to go back to school then come home tonight. Mom will leave work early and cook something delicious for you. My precious son, be good, okay? Remember to come home early for dinner. Walking along the street, Ling Lu looked at the messages his mother had sent to soothe him, and warmth spread through his heart. Though he had made her angry, she was always the one to bow her head first and coax him. As he thought about this, Ling Li's eyes grew misty. Once again he silently swore to himself that he would behave from now on and stop acting impulsively and causing trouble. Yet at that very moment it was as if heaven decided to play a monumental joke on him. Ding! That act without word system, shortened to the Hansenly system, has detected a suitable host. Initiating binding. Ding! Binding successful. Ling Lu froze in place. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, introducing itself as the Hansenly system. Ling Lu was baffled. Had one of those systems from web novels actually attached itself to him? Are you really a system? He asked aloud, but no one answered. Fine, I'm probably just imagining things, he muttered. Open personal panel. Ling Lu suddenly threw out the command while the system seemed unresponsive. At that moment something miraculous happened. A system panel actually appeared before his eyes. Personal panel. Name Ling Lu. Age 18. Height 180 centimeters. Status first year student at Jiangcheng University. Bound system Hansenly system. Current wealth 5360 yuan. Monthly allowance 10000 yuan. Special abilities none. Damn, it really is a system, he breathed. Ling Lu couldn't help complaining, this is ridiculous. I just decided to turn over a new leaf and be a decent person, why won't heaven give me a chance? In truth, Ling Lu was secretly thrilled. Anyone who has ever read web novels would understand, those blessed with a system can practically do whatever they desire. In such an exuberant mood, Ling Lu had no intention of returning to school. All he wanted was to hurry home and share this bubbling happiness with Ms. Ling. Although he could not tell her about awakening the system, he had angered her earlier that day. Now that his mood had lifted, he wanted to apologize to her face, to say a sincere, I am sorry. After a half-hour taxi ride, Ling Lu arrived home. His family was well off. Since his birth he had lived in a small villa worth several million with 2 cars parked at home. One was Ms. Ling's Mercedes, provided by her company. The other was a Bentley she had given him as an 18th birthday gift, though Ling Lu had never driven it to school and kept it at home. Ling Lu had grown up without a father. Because of this, Ms. Ling doted on him excessively, giving him the best of everything and spoiling him beyond measure. They did not employ a housekeeper. After returning home, Ling Lu took a shower, changed into clean clothes and lay on the sofa to study the system, but the system remained silent, merely presenting a panel. After playing with it for more than half an hour, the novelty wore off. It was just so-so. Glancing at the time and seeing it was after 5 in the afternoon, the suddenly conscientious Ling Lu went to the kitchen on his own to cook rice, waiting for Ms. Ling to come home and make the dishes. A little after 5:40, Ms. Ling drove back. Hearing the sound, Ling Lu dashed over to open the door and brought out the pair of cool slippers she liked. Ms. Ling stepped in wearing an office lady uniform and high heels, her figure exquisite with black stockings on. Her beauty was striking. A handbag dangled from her left hand while her right carried a pile of groceries, like a queen returning to her domain. Miss Sume, welcome home. You must be exhausted after a long day's work. Please change your shoes, I'll take your groceries to the kitchen, Ling Lu said with exaggerated attentiveness as he set the pink slippers by her feet and took her bag and the vegetables from her hands. Seeing her son not only home but also so attentive, Ling Sume was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be angry with her? How had he suddenly become so cheerful and dutiful? Could he have caused trouble again? The thought made Ling Sume anxious. She dared not dwell on it, afraid that Ling Lu had stirred up some new disaster. All she could do was pray silently that nothing had happened, for she no longer knew how to discipline him if it had. Ling Sume knew she herself had spoiled Ling Lu into his current state, yet whenever she thought of him growing up without a father, her heart ached. She only wanted to give him the very best to fill the void left by the absence of paternal love. Stop calling me Miss Sume. From now on you have to call me Mom, do you hear? Ling Sume bent down to take off her high heels, letting out a stern little hum. Carrying the things into the kitchen, Ling Lu replied, all right, Ms. Ling. Ms. Ling. You still refuse to call me Mom. It's not that I refuse. I just feel like switching it up a bit. Ling Lu explained with a grin, calling her Mom again now that he was grown really did feel a little awkward. Hee hee, that's more like it, she chuckled. Smiling as she glanced toward him in the kitchen, Ling Sume continued, don't do any of the cooking. Just put everything down and wait on the sofa. Mom will change clothes and then make dinner for you. I've already cooked the rice, Ling Lu said as he stepped out of the kitchen, smiling. Mom, go change, I'll lay out your shoes. Ms. Ling laughed happily. Once you've set out the shoes, remember to wash your hands. I've worn those heels all day, they're dirty. I know, Ling Lu replied helplessly. In her eyes he felt he would forever be a child. Smiling, Ling Sume shook her head and went to the bedroom. A few minutes later she emerged in home clothes, hair tied up, apron around her waist, and headed into the kitchen to start cooking. Ling Lu stood at the kitchen doorway and asked, "Mom, shall I help you wash the vegetables?" "No need. You're the precious immortal ancestor of this family, how could I let you do chores? Just sit and wait to eat. Besides, you've just finished half a month of military training, you must be exhausted and need plenty of rest." "Mom, you truly are the best and most beautiful person in the world," Ling Lu said, deeply moved. Warmth spread through his chest. No one would ever treat him better than Ms. Ling. Since term began he had endured half a month of military training, sweltering and exhausting. Only Ms. Ling truly cared about how hard it had been. After a little more than 40 minutes Ling Sume finished 3 dishes and a soup, braised pork kung pao, chicken steamed sea bass, and a 3-delicacy soup. Several pots worked in tandem and dinner was ready in no time. "Mom, your cooking is still the best, I just can't get used to school food," Ling Lu said, eating greedily, savoring every bite. Gently placing vegetables into his bowl, Ling Sume said softly, "Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is fighting you for the food." Laughing, Ling Lu nodded. All right. It's just that your cooking suits my taste too perfectly. I've eaten it for over 10 years and never grown tired of it." Her son's praise filled Ling Sume with joy. Feeling her culinary skills were truly recognized, her heart softened completely and she began to apologize. "Son, I shouldn't have yelled at you on the phone today or said such hurtful things. Don't take them to heart. I won't do that again." Setting his chopsticks down, Ling Lu said with guilt, "Mom, I came back today precisely to admit my mistakes and apologize. Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you angry. I promise I'll do my best to keep my temper under control from now on." By the end of his words his heart felt a little hollow as he remembered the system that advocated using force and unpredictable time bomb. "Lele, be honest with Mom. Did something else happen today that you're hiding from me?" Ms. Ling could not help asking. To her, Ling Li's behavior today was far too abnormal. She found it hard to accept such a sudden change. "Mom, I'm your son, you have to trust me." Other than being expelled from school, nothing else happened today, Ling Lu vowed. He caused trouble so often that his mother no longer fully trusted him. "Really nothing else?" Ms. Ling asked again. Really nothing," Ling Lu replied patiently. "All right then, eat more," Ms. Ling said. Although his answers were firm, she still felt he was hiding something. After all, she had raised him herself, how could she not know him? Yet since Ling Lu was unwilling to talk, she did not want to press too hard, afraid of making him feel annoyed. After dinner, Ling Lu lay on the sofa playing with his phone while Ms. Ling tidied the kitchen. She showered, dried her hair and went back to the bedroom, not coming out again. From the living room he heard her talking on the phone, seemingly distressed over his situation. "Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Mom still doesn't feel at ease about me," Ling Lu murmured. After about an hour he was getting ready to sleep. Then Ms. Ling emerged wearing an elegant silk nightdress, gliding out like a peacock and sitting down on the sofa. "Xiao Lu, Mom has something to tell you," she said. "What is it?" "I'm listening." "Mom has a good friend in Tokyo, you know about her." "Is it Aunt Maisie?" "Yes. We used to live in Tokyo for a while, remember? That's when you picked up your Tokyo dialect." "That I remember." "So then what?" Ling Lu asked, confused about why Aunt Maisie had suddenly been brought up. "Your Aunt Maisie has a daughter who wants to come here to study, but she can only do it as an exchange student." "You mean the girl Aunt Maisie adopted, Chiyu Daisy, right?" She's the same age as you, also starting university this year." "I just finished discussing things with your Aunt Maisie," Ms. Ling said. "You would go to Tokyo and live at Aunt Maisie's house studying at Chiyu's university, while Chiyu would come here, stay with us and attend your school. What do you think?" Ling Lu froze. So she had been on the phone with Aunt Maisie in the bedroom. What he couldn't understand was how she could suddenly feel at ease letting him go to Tokyo alone. He did not know that while Ms. Ling fretted over his problems, Aunt Maisie had suggested the idea of an exchange program to help. Maisie said she had time, and if Ling Lu came to study in Tokyo she would be able to help keep an eye on him. Ms. Ling found the suggestion reasonable. Her own work left her too busy to supervise Ling Lu, and university meant he would be living on campus. Maisie added that Tokyo University was only a 10-minute distance from her home, so Ling Lu could come back every day to eat and sleep, letting her manage him more closely. When it came to raising children, Ms. Ling believed she was not as capable as Maisie. Chiyu Daisy also had no father yet. Under Maisie's care she was obedient and sensible. "Mom, you're really willing to let me go just like that?" Ling Lu asked instinctively. Don't forget the promise you made at dinner, to change your bad habits. I believe you can do it. Besides, once you're there Aunt Maisie will be looking after you," she replied. "Alright then, I'm fine with going to Tokyo to study," Ling Lu nodded. He remembered Aunt Maisie as strict yet gentle and Chiyu Daisy as well behaved. Studying there might actually help him temper his personality. "Good, it's settled." Ms. Ling brightened. "I'll contact your school's principal right away and give Maisie a definite answer so you and Chiyu can complete the exchange student procedures as soon as possible." She had not expected Ling Lu to agree so readily. He had never liked Tokyo, and her mood lifted at his unexpected compliance. "Mom, does that mean I don't have to go to school over the next few days?" he asked. "You don't have to, but you must stay home and behave yourself. No wandering around. It's scorching outside. I don't want to go anywhere anyway. I just want to stay home." For Ling Lu, not having to return to school was enough. Besides, he had clashed with both teachers and classmates earlier, becoming a laughingstock on campus. He had no desire to go back and embarrass himself. Yet at that very moment neither Ling Sume nor Ling Lu realized that the gears of fate had begun to turn silently. After he left for Tokyo, far from reforming under Aunt Maisie's guidance, Ling Lu would stride ever further down the path of a scoundrel. After receiving Lin Lu's consent, Ms. Ling went back to her bedroom to make a phone call. Upon listening closely, she was chatting with Aunt Maisie in Tokyo. Lin Lu was filled with anticipation for the trip to Tokyo. He played a couple of rounds of a game but lost both, which immediately dampened his spirits. After freshening up, he returned to his room to sleep. The next day Lin Lu woke up naturally and as usual opened the door to check the note on it. Even when Ms. Ling went to work, she would prepare breakfast for him. The note read, "2 fried eggs are next to the microwave in the kitchen. Remember to heat them for 10 seconds. Fresh milk and bread are in the refrigerator." Ms. Ling also left a message saying that at 12:30 Aunt Maise's daughter Qian Yudaisi would be landing at Zhang'er Airport, reminding him to go pick her up early and to drive carefully. Tisk, Ms. Ling and Aunt Maisie are moving too fast, right? We just talked about it last night and Daisy is coming to Jiang City today. Lin Lu felt helpless, unable to shake the suspicion that Ms. Ling was eager to send him to Tokyo to avoid seeing him. However, just thinking about Qian Yudaisi, that elegant and beautiful girl he hadn't seen in years, made him feel excited. He really wanted to see her. After finishing breakfast, Lin Lu had nothing to do and played a few games to pass the time. Around 11 o'clock he changed into clean shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, glanced in the mirror feeling sunny and handsome, quite satisfied, then drove his Bentley to Zhang'er Airport. On the way, Ms. Ling called Lin Lu, "Don't forget to pick up Qian Yu." "Don't worry, I'm already on my way to the airport." "Drive slowly and take Qian Yu to eat something after picking her up. When I get off work tonight I'll take you both out for Western food." "No problem. By the way, Lin Lu, don't bully Qian Yu. I won't. I'm not a child anymore. I know how to treat her well," Lin Lu said seriously. "Alright, Mom is busy, I'll hang up first." Ms. Ling ended the call in her office, thought for a moment and sent a message to Qian Yudaisi saying Lin Lu was already on his way. "Okay, and I'll call brother Lin Lu as soon as I get off the plane." While on the plane, Qian Yudaisi, dressed in a pink cherry blossom long dress with white stockings and white shoes, had a perfectly beautiful oval face and her long hair flowed gracefully. Qian Yudaisi, 18 years old, is well behaved and sensible and has liked Lin Lu since she was little. This year she is 18, youthful and beautiful like a little fairy, pure and charming, making others feel captivated. A handsome young man sitting next to her kept stealing glances at her. When caught, he boldly asked, "Hey beautiful, where are you from? Hey beautiful, what's your name? Hey beautiful, can we get to know each other?" Qian Yudaisi politely smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't want to talk." Though Qian Yudaisi is from Tokyo, she learned the dragon language as a child, so communication was not a problem. The guy next to her was relentless, smiling and saying, "Hey beautiful, your dragon language doesn't sound fluent, you must be from Sakura country, right? But honestly, I've seen many girls from Sakura country and you are the most beautiful." Qian Yudaisi didn't want to engage with him, lowered her head, holding her phone, flipping through her contacts to find Lin Lu's number noted as Anakin, and hesitated for a long time before finally sending a message. "Brother Lin Lu, the guy next to me keeps trying to chat with me. I don't want to talk to him and he's being persistent. It's so annoying." After a few minutes Lin Lu saw the message and replied, "Just make sure to protect yourself and ignore him. He looks like a rogue." "Okay, Qian Yu understands. So, is brother Lin Lu waiting for me at the airport?" "Of course. Mom said you land at 12:30 and I didn't dare to delay. I'm so happy, thank you Anakin. I'll call you as soon as I come out. Don't forget to pick up your luggage. If you don't know where to go out, just ask the staff." "Got it." Lin Lu was already waiting in the lounge. Aunt Maisie and Ms. Ling have been good friends for many years. Lin Lu had visited Tokyo several times over the past decade. Every time Aunt Maisie warmly hosted him. Especially when he lived in Tokyo for a few years during his childhood, as Ms. Ling's company was expanding its business there. She took him along to stay for a few years. At that time their families were neighbors and he often played with Qian Yudaisi, who was the same age. At 12:30 people began to disembark from the plane. Lin Lu saw Qian Yudaisi in a pink cherry blossom long dress around 12:40 with a guy clinging to her. As they exited the passage the guy blocked her way. Standing at 1.68 m, Qian Yudaisi tiptoed to look around and finally spotted Lin Lu in the crowd. "Brother Lin Lu, I'm over here." Qian Yudaisi waved happily as if she had found her savior. Her eyes were slightly red, clearly frightened by the persistent guy. A girl traveling alone in a strange place would inevitably feel scared and helpless when being pursued. Lin Lu quickly walked over, noticing Qian Yudaisi's red eyes and feeling displeased with the guy bothering her. He wanted to kick him but remembered his promise to Ms. Ling not to act impulsively, so he suppressed his anger and decided to just scold him. At that moment the system's voice sounded. Ding, you have triggered the opportunity for the reward of never use words, only use your hands. Completing this reward will grant you the ability to see through due to certain reasons specifics cannot be written. Lin Lu was taken aback. Just by taking action he could gain the ability to see through. He had never felt this nervous before. The system was indeed real, not fake. As long as he taught that guy a lesson, he would gain the amazing ability to see through. That sounded fantastic. In the next moment Lin Lu clenched his fists, quickened his pace. He was determined to acquire the eye technique and regretted bothering his mother again, hoping it wouldn't escalate too much. The boy blocking Xian Yudaisi, about 1.75 meters tall, panicked when he saw a beautiful girl being picked up and turned to run. At that moment Lin Lu had already stepped forward, saying nothing, and punched him in the face, then kicked him. The boy covered his face, being kicked back several meters until he collided with an ant before stopping. Ouch, young man, don't fight. The ant complained. The boy who was hit quickly said, "Ant, this guy is crazy. I didn't provoke him, he just came and hit me." Many people around turned to look, their strange gazes fixated on Lin Lu, only seeing him hitting someone. Lin Lu glared fiercely at the opponent. Because of the system, he didn't know if speaking would ruin his chance to gain the ability to see through, so he didn't dare to speak easily, feeling frustrated as he continued to strike. "Ant, look, this guy is coming again, he's gone mad." The beaten boy shouted loudly, trying to draw more attention. After all, hitting someone is wrong, and continuously hitting is even more unjustifiable. Xian Yudaisi came back to her senses from her emotions, surprised that Lin Lu was protecting her so fiercely, coming in to hit someone. She felt delighted. She already had feelings for Lin Lu, and now it felt like a hero saving a damsel in distress. But she also knew that fighting was wrong, and this time she came as an exchange student just to help Lin Lu improve his temper, so she couldn't let him be so impulsive. Xian Yudaisi ran up and tightly hugged Lin Lu's arm, saying, "Brother Lin Lu, let it go, don't hit him." She then explained to the people around him, "Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. My brother suddenly acted impulsively because that guy kept harassing me. I don't know him, you can verify it with the surveillance." At that moment the security guard arrived. "What's going on? Who needs help?" "Little sister, do you want to check the surveillance?" The beaten boy, seeing the security guard coming, thought checking the surveillance was too embarrassing, so he turned and ran outside the airport. The onlookers thought the girl must be telling the truth. Normal people all dislike behaviors of harassment towards beautiful girls. "Good job, young man. Yes, protect your sister, thumbs up. Security, that bastard who just ran harassed this girl, you have to take care of it." Some people supported Lin Lu and many spoke up for justice. The security guard asked Xian Yudaisi, "Little sister, did that guy really harass you?" "Yes, he really did." Upon hearing this, the two security guards chased after him. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first task of never use words, only use your hands, gaining the ability to see through. Seeing through, the ability to perceive and predict the enemy's movements, enhancing visual perception and seeing through everything, etc. Lin Lu was stunned. He didn't expect the reward to come so quickly, and the task was so simple. A punch and a kick completed it. It wasn't hard at all. "Brother Lin Lu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you hit someone again." Xian Yudaisi tugged at Lin Lu's arm, feeling particularly guilty, her eyes red, not knowing whether it was from being touched or feeling wronged. Lin Lu came back to his senses, feeling the touch on his arm, and looked down at Xian Yudaisi, startled. This eye technique was really powerful. Xian Yudaisi's skin was fair and delicate. After years apart, her figure had improved. Then Lin Lu felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Brother Lin Lu, why are you blushing?" Xian Yudaisi, not understanding, looked down at herself, thinking she wasn't revealing anything. Her collar was at her neck and she wasn't even exposing her neck. Could it be because she hugged his arm? Thinking of this, Xian Yudaisi shyly said, "I didn't mean to hug your arm, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold you, so I held on a bit tighter." Lin Lu suppressed his thoughts, shifted his gaze, blinked, closed his ability, and calmly said, "Don't worry, it's not because of that. It's just that after not seeing you for 2 years, Xian Yu has become more beautiful and I was lost in thought." Xian Yudaisi's face turned red, shyly lowering her head, feeling both nervous and happy, softly saying, "Thank you, Brother Lin Lu, after not seeing you for a few years you've become more handsome too." "Haha, thanks for the compliment. Let's go, Mom asked me to take you to eat first. You'll carry your luggage." "Okay." Xian Yudaisi nodded, lifting her beautiful eyes to sneak a glance at Lin Lu, thinking that after 2 years her brother Lin Lu had grown so much, he had really become an adult. She wondered if the words they said in childhood still counted and if he still remembered them. Driving with Xian Yudaisi, they casually had some Chinese food before returning home early. The heat was unbearable, with temperatures soaring to 37 or 38 degrees, resembling a large oven. Moreover, in Jiang City the weather changes dramatically. A rain in October could drop the temperature from 37 or 38 degrees today to 15 or 16 degrees tomorrow. After helping Xian Yudaisi with her luggage, Ling Li took a refreshing shower in the bathroom, changed into cool clothes, and then sat on the sofa to watch videos. At that moment Xian Yudaisi came out. Wrapped in a thin bath towel, she shyly said, "Ling Luggage, I also want to take a shower." Go ahead. You'll feel more comfortable after showering." Ling Li's throat moved as his gaze fixated on Xian Yudaisi. Her figure was stunning with skin that was fair tender and smooth, her curves were alluring and her long straight legs were accentuated by the crystal sandals she wore, making her little feet even more adorable and enticing, rosy and so tender it seemed they could drip with water. In the heat of summer, seeing such a beautiful sight, Ling Le's mind was flooded with related thoughts. However, reason ultimately prevailed. Ling Le took a deep breath to calm himself. To divert his attention and suppress the stirrings in his heart, he went back to his room and started playing with his phone. After a few minutes, Qian Yudaisi finished her shower and called out from outside, "Ling Le Gij, could you help me find a hairdryer? I want to dry my hair." There wasn't a hairdryer in Qian Yudaisi's room. She felt that it would be impolite to rummage through other rooms without the owner's consent, even in a friend's house. "Alright, wait a moment. I have one in my room, I'll get it for you right away." Ling Lu busied himself in his room and after several minutes he finally put down his phone and brought the hairdryer out. At that moment Qian Yudaisi was waiting patiently at the door, having changed into a white short skirt, looking pure and beautiful. Her legs were clad in white stockings with lace, making her particularly cute and charming. "Daisy, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I rarely use a hairdryer in summer and I spent a while trying to remember where I put it." "It's okay, I didn't wait long. Ling Le Gij, I'm going to dry my hair now." Qian Yudaisi's voice was sweet and soft as she turned towards her room, leaving a charming figure behind. Before long Qian Yudaisi came out with her hair dried. Her hair was black and silky, exuding a faint fragrance, adorned with a beautiful hairpiece that revealed her fair forehead. Her skin was like sheep fat jade, making her resemble a pure white lotus, both pristine and lovely. Qian Yudaisi tiptoed into the living room, blushing as she sat on the sofa and curiously asked Ling Le Gij, "What fun game are you playing?" "I'm playing Honor of Kings." Ling Le looked up and smiled. "Wow, I heard about this game in Tokyo. I saw boys from Long Country playing it. It seems like you can team up together, right?" Qian Yudaisi's eyes lit up, showing a keen interest in the game. She moved closer to Ling Lu as she spoke, making them sit very close to each other. Ling Lu could smell the faint fragrance on her, a scent unique to young girls, delightful enough to make his heart race. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Lu gently pinched Qian Yudaisi's tender face, soft as if he could squeeze out water. His heart fluttered as he whispered, "Do you want to play? If you want to play, let's team up together." Qian Yudaisi looked up at Ling Lu, her big eyes blinking as she smiled, "I want to play, but Ling Le Gij, you have to teach me step by step." "Step by step?" Ling Le's heart skipped a beat. Qian Yudaisi was simply too enchanting. Her pitiful gaze was like a helpless little lamb, making one want to protect her. Who could resist such temptation? However, Ling Le pondered, perhaps Daisy was interested in him. Her actions seemed to indicate she wanted to play together. But what if he was overthinking it? If only he could read minds, he would know what Daisy was really thinking without having to. At that moment Ling Le suppressed his impulses and smiled. "Then I'll download Honor of Kings for you first. I'll teach you how to play once we get into the game." "Okay." Qian Yudaisi obediently handed her phone to Ling Lu, her eyes full of anticipation. Before long the game was downloaded. They entered the game together, and seeing the training camp, Ling Le said, "You practice here first." I'll be super obedient, but Ling Le Gij, you have to teach me so I can learn quickly." Qian Yudaisi blinked her watery big eyes, shyly smiling as she lowered her head and then looked up at Ling Lu again, her eyes filled with expectation. She held her phone with both hands, cautiously extending her hand as if waiting for Ling Le to teach her. Ling Le looked at this innocent girl and felt a special sensation, but he was too shy to directly ask if she liked him, fearing he'd be seen as overly sentimental. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "Okay, I'll teach you." Ling Le reached out gently and placed his hand over Qian Yudaisi's delicate hand. Daisa's hands were fair and tender, making one want to touch them more. Perhaps this was the charm of girls, their hands were soft and comfortable, so different from boys. Next, after playing a few matches, they teamed up for a ranked match. Ling Le gradually calmed down and patiently accompanied her. However, after 2 matches, Qian Yudaisi grew tired and leaned against Ling Le, dozing off. Her head rested lightly on Ling Le's shoulder, her breathing gradually steady. Ling Le felt warmth wash over him from her closeness. He looked at Daisa's peaceful sleeping face, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. Noticing Daisa's fatigued expression, Ling Le softly said, "If you're tired, go sleep in your room. I'll call you when it's time to go out for dinner." "Sorry Ling Le Gij, I woke up too early this morning and now I'm really a bit tired. I'll head back to my room to sleep now," Daisy said, getting up and rubbing her eyes that were barely opening. "Alright, go quickly." Watching Daisy prepare to leave, Ling Lu also stood up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Daisy stood, her body swayed weakly to the side. Ling Le quickly reached out to steady her, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Are you alright?" "Ling Le Gij, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I might have sat too long on the sofa and my legs went numb." Daisy looked apologetic, trying to endure the tingling sensation in her legs. "It's fine, don't worry. I'll give you a massage, it might help a bit," Ling Lu said. Thank you Ling Le Gij." Daisy smiled sweetly, full of gratitude. As Ling Lu massaged her, he asked, "Is this area numb?" Daisy nodded. Yes, it's here, it's sore and numb, but it feels much better after you press it, Ling Le Gij." Her face was filled with satisfaction, as if her legs felt less uncomfortable. My calves feel hot and prickly," Daisy murmured softly, frowning. "Don't worry, I've experienced this too, just give it a moment." Ling Le comforted her gently. After a few minutes he asked, "Is it better now?" Much better. Dai's voice was a bit more relaxed. Watching her soothing expression, Lingla felt a surge of protectiveness and couldn't resist taking a step further, saying, "How about I carry you back to your room?" Unexpectedly, Daisy nodded without hesitation, her face blooming with joy as she eagerly extended her hands as if she had been waiting for Lingla to embrace her. Lingla's heart raced as he carefully held Daisy in his arms, feeling how light and soft she was. Because she was so light, like a well-behaved little bird nestled in his embrace. To be honest, the intimacy was even more than he had imagined, leaving Lingla's heart in a bit of chaos. But Daisy suddenly blushed and asked Lingla, "Gidge, do you have a girlfriend now?" Lingla was taken aback by the question but answered honestly no. He hadn't even processed the question when Daisy seemed unsatisfied with the simple answer and continued, "Then Lingla, Gidge, do you want a girl?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and shyness, further stirring Lingla's heart. "Of course I want one, but I have high standards. I like girls who are well-behaved, sensible, pretty, especially those with beautiful legs. That's why I haven't found anyone yet. Lingla, Gidge, what do you think about me being your girlfriend? I'm quite obedient and should look good, and I have nice legs too." Daisy stared anxiously at Lingla, her eyes wide open, filled with nervousness and expectation. Lingla's breathing quickened, yet he tried to keep calm. "Daisy, you aren't just teasing me, are you?" "No. I'm serious. Didn't we promise as kids? You said you would make me your girlfriend when I grew up, and we even made a pinky swear. I have remembered this since then. I have never forgotten." Dai's voice trembled slightly, clearly very excited. At that moment, Lingla could clearly feel Dai's heartbeat in his arms, knowing she was serious. To be honest, he certainly hoped to have such a beautiful and cute girlfriend like Daisy, and she had always been obedient and sensible, which was a sure thing. He could already envision the warm scene of Daisy kneeling at the door to hand him his shoes every time he returned home. However, what made Lingla a bit guilty was that he truly couldn't recall whether he had made that promise to Daisy when they were young. But with Daisy being so sincere, how could he refuse? "Alright Daisy, then you can be my girlfriend," Lingla replied with a smile, gently stroking Dai's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lingla could no longer hold back his breath, becoming increasingly rapid, his voice trembling, thinking that since he now knew Daisy liked him so much, it gave him the courage to pursue dreams he had previously dared not to imagine. Daisy was also very happy inside. However, she noticed that Lingla's gaze suddenly became fiery and she panicked. After all, if things progressed further, she wasn't quite ready yet, but she didn't know how to stop it, only her heart raced even faster. Lingla couldn't suppress that urge, his hands and feet began to tremble. He had never experienced anything like this and he was extremely excited. "Lingla, Mom is back." Who could have imagined that just as the atmosphere was so charged, feeling as if something was about to happen, Ms. Ling actually pushed the door open and walked in. Both Lingla and Daisy were startled by this sudden turn of events. Lingla hurriedly put Daisy down from his arms, quickly adjusting his breathing, secretly relieved that he hadn't gone any further, otherwise he would definitely have been caught by his mother. Dai's face turned bright red, shyly covering her face with her hands. At that moment, Lingla knew he had to be like a man and take responsibility. He gently comforted her, "Don't worry, it's fine. We haven't done anything wrong, right?" Daisy nodded lightly and replied him. "Alright, let's go out together. As long as we have no guilty conscience, Mom won't be able to tell anything." After saying that, he walked out first, with Daisy following behind, her blush still lingering. As soon as he stepped outside, Lingla met his mother's gaze and asked, "Mom, it's only 4:30, why are you back early?" "Ms. Ling smiled and said, "You have a flight to Tokyo at 10 tonight. I took a few hours off from work to come back early and help you pack your luggage. Is that alright?" Lingla was a bit surprised, so soon?" "Ms. Ling nodded and said earnestly, "Of course. Tomorrow is the enrollment day for Tokyo University and you need to arrive at school on time. Besides, Aunt Maisie will have everything arranged for you." Suddenly Ms. Ling seemed to remember something, looked around and then asked, "By the way, where is Daisy?" Just as she finished speaking, Daisy peeked out from behind Linglu and cautiously replied, "Auntie, I'm here." "Ms. Ling smiled and said, "Daisy, why is your face so red?" "She just dried her hair without turning on the air conditioning, it's no wonder her face is red." Linglu helped to answer. I forgot." Daisy nodded. With Linglu helping to lie, she felt less flustered. "That's alright, just remember to turn on the air conditioning next time, otherwise you'll overheat while drying your hair. It's 38 degrees today." Got it, Auntie." Daisy nodded earnestly. "Mom, shall we go eat now?" Linglu changed the subject. "Wait a moment, let me pack your luggage first. Come over and take a look at what clothes you need to bring." Linglu said the temperature in Tokyo at this time should only be around 15 or 16 degrees. "I'll just bring a few autumn coats and buy more when I get there because I don't want to carry a heavy suitcase." "Alright, anyway, you have Aunt Maisie taking care of you over there, so I'm relieved." Ms. Ling went into Ling's room, simply packed a few sets of clothes for him and said, "You take a look and see if there's anything else you need to pack. I'll go back to my room to take a shower, change my clothes, and then take you and Daisy to eat Western food." I'll think about it." Ling Lu nodded. Soon they heard the sound of the shower from the bedroom. Lingla held Dai's hand and said, "Daisy, we just confirmed our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and now I'm leaving for Tokyo tonight. It's really frustrating." Ling Lu, don't worry, I will always think of you and I only like you as a boy. Daisy said gently. Just saying it isn't enough. Ling Lu suddenly grinned mischievously. What should I do then? Daisy asked seriously. Ling Lu leaned closer to Daisy's ear and whispered. Daisy's face instantly turned beet red, shaking her head repeatedly, lowering her voice to say, I can't, there definitely won't be enough time. Fine, let's skip this one. Ling Lu thought for a moment and then whispered to Daisy again. This time Daisy's face was still as red as an apple, but she didn't immediately shake her head to refuse. Don't keep rejecting me. Think of it as a beautiful memory for me before I go to Tokyo, how about it? Ling Lu looked at Daisy with anticipation. Well. Okay. Daisy struggled internally for a few seconds but ultimately agreed to Ling Li's request, deciding to fulfill his little wish and leave him with a good memory. Not long after Qian Yu, Daisy, blushing like a startled fawn, hurriedly ran back to her room from Ling Li's room. Ling Lu was filled with confusion. Although he was clearly happy and satisfied, he was also overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, feeling deeply remorseful towards Daisy. He suddenly had a particularly zen thought, realizing that for his selfish motives he had shown no concern for her and had even made her cry. When Daisy ran out, Ling Lu clearly saw her beautiful eyes were red, as if holding back tears, yet she was trying hard not to let them fall. At that moment, hearing the sound of the shower in Ms. Ling's room stopped. Ling Li's heart tightened and he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and emotions. This matter must not show any signs to his mother. After the sound of the hairdryer finished, Ms. Ling walked out of the bedroom dressed in an elegant black dress, carrying a simple white handbag, and gracefully walked into the living room saying, Shall I have you packed everything you need? It's all set, Ling Lu replied, pretending to be calm. Where's Daisy? Ms. Ling looked around. She's in her room, should I go call her? Ling Lu asked as he stood up. Thinking about Daisy made him feel even guiltier, realizing he was too selfish, as she had been in her room for so long without checking on her. I'll go call her. Boys shouldn't just enter a girl's room, you know. Ms. Ling patiently instructed. I know, if I call, I'll do it from outside the door. Ling Lu casually responded. Ms. Ling walked to Daisy's room door, gently knocked and said, Daisy, are you ready to come out? Auntie is taking you and Ling Lu out for dinner. Auntie, you'll be ready soon. Daisy's clear voice came from inside, and Ling Lu couldn't help but hold his breath to listen carefully, feeling that her voice sounded quite normal, so she must not have cried. In less than a minute, Daisy appeared in a long yellow and white patterned dress, slowly opening the door. She wore blue and white sandals, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, looking particularly gentle and beautiful. Auntie. Daisy tucked her fair hands behind her back, slightly lowered her head and sweetly called out to Ling Li's mother. Thinking that she was now Ling Li's girlfriend and that Ling Li's mother would be her mother in the future, her face turned red. However, she felt shy to meet Ms. Ling Sumai's gaze, as it was the first time she interacted in this role, inevitably feeling bashful and anxious. Hee, let's go, Auntie will take you to eat Western food. Ms. Ling smiled gently, placing her hand on Daisy's back. Inside, she secretly marveled at Daisy's beauty, wishing she could become her son's girlfriend. But then she thought again, considering her son's bad temper, Daisy probably wouldn't like it. Never mind, let her son find his own fate for his lifelong matters, and besides, he was still in his first year of college. It was indeed a bit early for romance. Ling Lu smiled at Daisy as she came out, causing her to blush immediately, and she shyly lowered her head. Ling Lu, take your suitcase, we'll put it in the car, and after dinner Daisy and I will take you straight to the airport. Okay. Ling Lu returned to his room, pushing his suitcase out, holding a bag filled with trash crammed full of used tissues. Seeing this, Daisy quickly walked over and said, Ling Lu, Gidge, let me help you with that. No need, I can carry it myself, let's go. Then Ms. Ling drove out of the villa area. Ling Lu and Daisy sat in the back, and for a moment neither of them spoke. After about 20 minutes, Ms. Ling took them to a high-end Western restaurant, ordering steak, pasta, Brazilian ham and some sweet pastries. During the meal, Ms. Ling kept reminding Ling Lu to listen to Auntie Maisie's words in Tokyo, study hard, avoid getting into trouble, and visit him whenever she could. Daisy also chimed in occasionally, but she was hesitant to say anything too concerned, only mentioning the weather. Ling Lu, Gidge, in Tokyo during October the temperature difference between morning and evening is significant. You need to pay attention to keep warm. In October, Tokyo is in the season of blooming red flowers. You can see the most beautiful red flowers in Hanwha Park. Alright, I will definitely go see it. If you want photos, I can take them for you. Ling Lu replied. After finishing the Western meal, it was still early, and Ms. Ling suggested taking them out for ice cream. Daisy went to the bathroom in the middle and Ling Lu followed. Daisy, I'll miss you when I get to Tokyo. I'll miss you too, Ling Lu, Gidge. Daisy stopped looking around to ensure no one was watching and bravely said shyly. Ling Lu, Gidge, can you hug me? Of course. Ling Lu opened his arms and gently embraced the soft Daisy, who happily leaned against his chest. After a while, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Lu, laughing shyly. Alright, I'm going to the bathroom now. After enjoying the delicious ice cream, the time unknowingly passed to after 8 in the evening. Ms. Ling thought for a moment and decided to take Ling Lu to Jiang'er Airport early to avoid any last-minute rush. The flight was set to take off at 10 o'clock and they needed to start lining up for boarding by 9:30, so they arrived at the airport waiting area half an hour early. Ms. Ling hurriedly took the ticket and handed it to Ling Lu, softly saying the flight leaves at 10 with a layover along the way. It will take about 5 hours to reach Tokyo. Don't worry, Aunt Maisie will be at the airport to pick you up in advance. Don't forget to call her after you get off the plane. I'm afraid you might forget what Aunt Maisie looks like since it's been years since you last went to Tokyo. How could I forget? I'm good with faces. Aunt Maisie is as beautiful as you. I would recognize her at a glance in a crowd. Hearing this, Ms. Ling laughed happily, saying, haha, my dear son knows how to charm people. But I like hearing it, so say more in the future. Soon it was time for Ling Lu to line up for the security check. Ms. Ling and Daisy stood outside, their eyes glued to him. Ling Lu turned and said, all right, no need to see me off. You should go back and rest early. While I'm not here, take care of yourselves and stay safe. If anything happens, be sure to call me. After all, I'm the only man in the family. It wouldn't do for you to be without me for too long. Upon finishing, Ling Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Ms. Ling, amused yet exasperated, replied, you little brat, always showing off. If I find out you're causing trouble over there, I will fly over at night to deal with you. Take care, brother Ling Lu. Make sure to look after yourself over there. I'll have Kassan take good care of you, Daisy said reluctantly. All right, I'm off now. Ling Lu nodded and waved goodbye to them. He wanted to change his environment during this trip to Tokyo and shake off his bad habits. After all, being at home is different from being somewhere else. Ling Lu felt that his temper was not so bad that he would need to be controlled by others in their home. If Aunt Maisie had to clean up his mess like she would for her own son, he would be too embarrassed. That would be so awkward. After the inspection, he boarded the plane, which took off promptly at 10 o'clock. Ling Lu was touched. He thought to himself that only a caring mother would treat him so well. Moreover, there was a little surprise as Ling Lu discovered that the girl sitting across from him was a stunning beauty, so attractive that he couldn't help but look again, his heart racing. This girl was very quiet, wearing little jewelry and dressing modestly, yet her dress was obviously of high quality and expensive. Next to her sat a woman in black framed glasses, exuding a mature and aloof aura, probably around 27 or 28, elegant and beautiful, making people hesitant to approach. The woman noticed Ling Lu staring at them and shot him an unwelcoming glare, clearly irritated by his gaze. However, Ling Lu was stubborn to Ms. Ling. He was just a headstrong child. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Ling Lu was determined to keep looking. He thought, we're all VIPs, you're sitting right across from me. What's wrong with a glance? Besides, looking once won't cost me anything. What's wrong with people these days glaring at me? Ling Lu felt annoyed and insisted on continuing to look at them. They were indeed both stunning, one a mature beauty and the other a youthful fairy. Do you find them attractive? The aloof woman in the black uniform with a white shirt underneath looked like either a secretary or a cold CEO. She glared at Ling Lu with a chilling demeanor. Ling Lu awkwardly covered his nose and defiantly replied, of course they are beautiful. Suddenly feeling flushed and agitated, he found himself with a nosebleed, possibly from holding back too much. If you keep staring, do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes? The beautiful woman in the OL uniform said coldly, clearly infuriated. Seeing that Ling Lu's gaze was so intense, she knew this rogue had no good intentions. TCH, did your period come or something? Why are you so irritable? Ling Lu rolled his eyes at the aloof beauty in the uniform. You're the one who's on her period. The uniformed bowtie's face turned slightly red. Whether it has or not is for me to know. Ling Lu smiled faintly, not wanting to waste time arguing with this agitated woman. You're just talking nonsense. The beauty in the uniform was both embarrassed and angry, her face flushed, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. However, the beauty in the uniform felt somewhat uneasy. She wondered how he could be so certain. Was he a dog with a keen sense of smell? What mainly made her uneasy was whether she really smelled like blood. If she did, that would be so embarrassing and awkward. If this guy could smell it, perhaps others could too. The beauty in the uniform certainly wouldn't admit it. She bit her pretty teeth and stubbornly argued, what nonsense. It's your own nosebleed. Don't you know the cabin smells of your blood? Disgusting. It's all blood smell. Do you still have the face to talk? Bulge, yeah, forget it, cool off, I need to take a rest. The girl in the white dress next to her spoke softly, her voice particularly pleasant. It's all right, miss, I apologize for disturbing you just now. No problem, you should rest too. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. All right, I'll listen to you, miss. After saying this, the beauty in the uniform shot Ling Lu a cold glance and then closed her eyes, clearly not wanting to see him. Everyone fell silent and Ling Lu also stopped talking. Time passed little by little and there was a layover midway. At 3:10 in the morning the plane landed at Tokyo International Airport on time. Once off the plane, Ling Lu called Aunt Maisie. Lelicon, have you arrived? Yes, I've landed. Good, head towards the exit, Auntie is waiting for you on the left side of the exit. When Ling Lu reached the exit, he immediately spotted Aunt Maisie. Tianji Maisie. Aunt Maisie, 38 years old, still charming with a melancholic gaze and still unblemished. Aunt Maisie had beautiful blonde hair and wore black framed glasses, graceful and lovely. Her face was attractive with fair skin that had a rosy glow, well maintained, making her look around 31 or 32, and with light pink lipstick that would make anyone's heart flutter. Moreover, she was dressed very formally today in a black and white ensemble with a small white shirt inside and a fitted kippa-style dress outside. Below she wore black trousers made of smooth material beautifully tailored with no excess fabric, her figure absolutely stunning. Lingla thought Aunt Maisie was becoming increasingly mature and attractive, possessing both charm and an air of nobility. Aunt Maisie, thank you for picking me up. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lingla walked up to Aunt Maisie and said politely, yet he couldn't help but feel his heart race. It had been years since they last met and now she made him both excited and nervous. What's going on? Aunt Maisie smiled, her beautiful eyes assessing Lingla's height gently, saying, Lelikan, it's been nearly 4 years since we last met and you've grown so tall. Your mother said you are 180, I didn't believe it at first. Aunt Maisie recalled that 4 years ago when Lingla graduated middle school, Sume brought him to Tokyo for a visit. Back then he was only about 150-something. Now not only had he grown taller but he had also become more handsome. The main growth spurt happened during high school. The scent of the perfume on Aunt Maisie wafted into Lingla's nose, making him feel a bit disoriented. Thinking about how he would be living in Aunt Maise's home for the next few years of university, Lingla felt both excited and a bit awkward. Lelikan, don't be shy here, I watched you grow up when you were little. Being here is just like being at home, you know. Yeah, I understand, Lingla nodded. Let's go, Auntie will take you home. You must be hungry, Auntie will cook you some ramen. Auntie, it's too late, cooking ramen is too much trouble, I'm not hungry. Don't worry, the noodles are ready, I can't let you go hungry even if it's late. If your mother finds out I didn't take care of you, she'll come after me. Aunt Maisie said with a smile. Truly, when she smiled she was so beautiful that Lingla suddenly understood. Alright then, I'll trouble you, Auntie. Lingla thanked her politely. He grabbed his suitcase and followed Aunt Maisie out of Tokyo International Airport, getting into her red Lexus LS sedan. The car was spacious and comfortable, clean and tidy, especially with the pleasant scent of Aunt Maisie filling the air. Lingla sat in the passenger seat, not daring to look at Aunt Maisie, instead gazing out at the bustling city lights. Half an hour later they drove from the international airport to the eastern district of Tokyo. Aunt Maisie lived in a wealthy area here in a villa estate with a particularly good environment. The yard was filled with various flowers and grasses, and there were several cherry blossom trees, though many of them had not bloomed yet this season. Primarily the red flowering trees looked beautiful. The red flowering trees in Tokyo were like maple trees back home, and Aunt Maisie had a maple tree in her yard that was thick enough to be hugged with both arms. Now it was September and the maple tree had turned a large portion red. It would be fully red by the end of October. The exterior of the villa was brick while the interior was mostly wood, with a total of 3 floors. The first floor included the living room, kitchen, public bathroom and shower. The second floor contained bedrooms, guest rooms, a living room and a study, while the third floor was simpler, mainly for leisure and fitness. Lelikan, your suitcase can go in the room you used to sleep in. Auntie has cleaned it up and hasn't let anyone stay there. Okay, I'll go upstairs to put my luggage away first. Go on, Auntie will make you ramen shortly and call you down when it's ready. Thank you, Auntie. Linglu said politely. He didn't feel strange, it was just a bit awkward, as this detached villa was just him and the charming Aunt Maisie. What was the big deal? Moreover, Lingla remembered that Aunt Maisie couldn't have children due to a congenital condition, which was why she remained unmarried and had a certain distance from men. Qianyu Daisy was legally adopted by Aunt Maisie from the hospital. Strictly speaking, Daisy was not Aunt Maisie's biological daughter, they had no blood relation, just a bond of nurturing. Thinking of these things, Lingla put away his luggage and sat on the made bed, pondering how to interact with Aunt Maisie in the future. His phone rang, and when he saw it was his mom, he answered. Mom, it's so late, aren't you asleep? I've already had a nap and set my alarm to wake up early to see if you've arrived. I'm here, Aunt Maisie came to pick me up. She's worried I might be hungry and went to make me a midnight snack. Alright, listen to Aunt Maisie while you're in Tokyo. I'll hang up now. Ms. Ling ended the call and Lingla soon heard Aunt Maisie calling him downstairs to eat. Linglu went downstairs. On the dining table was a bowl of 3-flavor ramen, steaming hot and looking delicious, with a pair of chopsticks neatly placed on top. Aunt Maisie sat across from him, picked up the chopsticks from the bowl and urged him with a smile, come on Lelikan, eat quickly and see if Auntie's cooking has improved. You haven't had Auntie's cooking for 4 years now. Aunt Maisie, you remembered it wrong. It was not 4 years but 3 years. Lelikan, this year marks exactly 4 years, so Aunt did not remember incorrectly. Then she gently rested her hand on the table, supporting her chin with her palm, gazing at Linglu eating noodles with focused and affectionate eyes, making her appear particularly charming. Linglu, enjoying the delicious noodles, felt a bit uncomfortable under Aunt Maise's gaze and asked curiously, and why are you staring at me like that? At that moment a thought popped into his mind. Could this be one of the 3 great illusions of life? Does Aunt Maisie have feelings for me? Lingla's mind began to wander, feeling that it might not be entirely impossible. Standing at 1 meter 80 in the prime of youth, full of vitality, with a handsome and clean haircut, he appeared quite attractive. In this scenario of a lone man and woman, especially since Aunt Maisie had been single for 38 years, it seemed reasonable for her to have some special feelings towards him. Aunt Maisie continued to smile charmingly, her laughter filled with endless charm, elegance and allure, gently saying, Lelikan, Aunt is thinking that since you came to Tokyo for school you'll certainly listen to Aunt's words, right? Or will you promise, Aunt, that you won't cause any trouble here and will be a good obedient child, right? Lingla felt his heart race as he was gazed at so alluringly by Aunt Maisie he couldn't even meet her eyes, blushing as he said, and don't worry, I absolutely won't cause you any trouble while I'm here. Really? Can you promise Aunt and give her a serious guarantee? Aunt Maisie looked at Ling Lu with her charming and gentle gaze. Her approach was truly masterful, easily captivating him. Ah yes, I promise, and I guarantee that I won't cause trouble casually. Are you serious? Yes, serious. Sincerely and wholeheartedly serious. Of course I came here to change my bad habits and temper, so I will definitely work hard. Ling Lu quickly replied. He was truly feeling guilty being gazed at by such a captivating woman with her enchanting smile and eyes fixed on him, leaving him unable to retaliate, only able to be led by her rhythm. As your aunt, I suddenly feel that I can manage you well. At least for now it seems you were listening to Aunt's words, or rather you seem to really be taken by Aunt's charm. Aunt Maisie smiled in satisfaction, suddenly reaching out to gently ruffle Ling Lu's hair a few times, then stood up and stretched lazily, saying, "Alright Lelicon, Aunt is sleepy now, going to bed first. Can you wash your bowl by yourself after you finish eating?" "No problem, that's what I should do." Ling Lu was eager for Aunt Maisie to leave quickly. She was practically playing with fire, which was way too much. "Aunt believes in you. Good night Lelicon. After you finish and clean up, go to bed early. Tomorrow Aunt will take you to school for registration." Good night Aunt." Ling Lu hurriedly replied. Then he tried not to let his mind wander anymore. He quickly finished the noodles, washed the bowl in the kitchen, and tidied himself up in the public restroom before returning to his bedroom. Lying in bed, Ling Lu tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, his mind involuntarily filled with Aunt Maisie's image. The more he thought, the more. Sigh, this life is tough. If my mom knew I was feeling guilty, she would surely be furious. As for Chiyu Daisy, Ling Lu didn't even dare to think about letting her find out. After all, Chiyu Daisy is currently his girlfriend. The next day, early in the morning, Aunt Maisie gently knocked on the door. "Lele Lelicon, it's time to get up. After breakfast we have to go to school." Aunt Maisie's gentle voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Lu jolted awake from his dream, feeling as if he had just had a terrible yet wonderful dream. He looked at the door, realizing it was locked from the inside, feeling a surge of disappointment. So it really was a dream. However, I feel like I don't need to lock the door. Ling Lu inexplicably muttered this to comfort himself, then heard Aunt Maisie knocking again and quickly responded, "Okay, I'm getting up. Hurry down for breakfast once you're ready." After Aunt Maisie finished speaking, the sound of her slippers on the wooden floor faded as she slowly went downstairs. Ling Lu quickly got dressed, neatly folded his blanket, cleaned up the paper balls in the room, changed into jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, and sat cross-legged at the dining table. Breakfast was quite simple. There were golden fried eggs, rich milk, and the homemade sourdough bread baked by Aunt Maisie, which tasted wonderfully milky. "Lelicon, you know Aunt doesn't really manage the company's affairs, so she has more time. Aunt was just thinking, I have decided to cook for you during your school time in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. For lunch Aunt will prepare it in the morning and pack it in a lunchbox. For dinner you must come back to eat. If you eat out with friends, just let Aunt know in advance, alright?" "Understood." Staying at Aunt Maisie's place and being cared for so attentively was also to keep an eye on him. Ling Lu thought about it and found it hard to refuse. "Great. Then tonight after school I'll come pick you up and take you to eat barbecue. I've already made plans with you, so don't agree to eat with other classmates, okay? Aunt, I just came here to study. On the first day of school, how can I make friends to eat with? I'll leave it all to Aunt's arrangements. Barbecue for dinner." Ling Lu's heart raced again. Aunt Maisie said she had made arrangements with him first. One might think it was a date if they didn't know. Ling Lu felt particularly ashamed. Aunt was so good to him, yet he had bad thoughts about her because of her kindness. That was too wrong. He might as well go to school early. Once he gets to know more beautiful female classmates, he might stop overthinking. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Aunt Maisie tidied up the kitchen and returned upstairs, changing into a long dress. Ling Lu thought to himself that Maisie looked good in anything, likely attracting many suitors, yet she remained without a partner. Although Ling Lu had only spent a few years in Tokyo during his childhood and had only visited occasionally with Ms. Ling in recent years, he understood that Aunt Maisie was not someone to be taken lightly. From a conversation between Aunt Maisie and Ms. Ling, he learned that Aunt Maisie had no interest in any man, which meant that any suitor would be swiftly and decisively rejected by her. This was actually Ling Lu's greatest confusion at the moment. If Aunt Maisie truly had no interest in men, why did she torment herself this way? Could it be that Aunt Maisie was simply being kind to him without being attracted to his charm, and he was just overthinking it? However, Ling Lu felt that a woman in her 30s like Aunt Maisie would not be oblivious to the impact her actions might have on herself, which could lead to misunderstandings. Or perhaps Aunt Maisie was certain that he would never dare to act on his feelings, believing that he could only harbor desire without the courage to act, and thus she easily manipulated him to ensure he obeyed her guidance. Upon deeper reflection, Ling Lu found this line of thinking to be somewhat reasonable. Since conventional methods of education could no longer restrain him, perhaps Aunt Maisie thought the same way, opting for an alternative approach to control and supervise him. Yet Ling Lu also realized that this was merely his speculation. Unless he could hear her true thoughts, he could not know what Aunt Maisie truly thought of. "I wonder when I will acquire the ability to read minds." Ling Lu, who now had a system, had recently gained a miraculous ability, so obtaining mind-reading skills was not out of the question. Sitting in the passenger seat beside Aunt Maisie, Ling Lu was lost in thought while Maisie occasionally glanced at him and suddenly smiled, saying, "What's wrong, Lelicon? You look so troubled. Is it because you're about to start at a new school and meet new classmates and friends making you nervous?" "I wouldn't be nervous over something like that," Ling Lu replied calmly. Then what is it? Maisie asked with interest. I was just thinking about what I would do if I can't correct my personality here and instead end up going astray. Lingla fabricated an excuse. Aunt Maisie responded earnestly, trust me dear. It won't be like that. With me around you will surely become a good child. Thank you Aunt. Lingla felt a twinge of unease. Could he really become a good child? Before he had the system he might have had confidence, but now with the system granting him the ability of techniques he found himself harboring wicked thoughts, constantly wanting to pry into the secrets of others. Maisie drove into the parking lot of Tokyo University and helped him complete some necessary paperwork. The enrollment process went very smoothly and she soon handed him over to Daisa's former responsible teacher. Teacher Keiko, I entrust Ling Leakin to your guidance while he is at school. Don't worry Miss Maisie. Since he is an exchange student he is also my student. As his advisor I will naturally impartially guide each student. Keiko, a woman in her 40s, treated Maisie with great respect, which made Lingla suspect that Maisie held some status at this national university. Ling Leakin, Aunt is leaving now. Don't forget your lunch is in the lunchbox. Take care Aunt. Lingla carried his bag which contained a laptop and his lunch. Maisie walked downstairs towards the parking lot chatting on the phone with a cheerful smile. Lingla was led by the teacher to the classroom and the teacher said, Ling Leakin, don't be nervous. That's good to hear. Then let's go. I will take you to the classroom. The new classmates are waiting for my arrangements. Arriving on the second floor of a 6-story teaching building he entered class 1 of the freshman year, which was Lingla's class. Entering the classroom there weren't many students. Counting him there were 30 students in total, with a majority being girls and only a little over half being boys. His handsome appearance drew exclamations from several girls. Wow, so cute, meaning they were praising his looks. Lingla felt a bit proud but did not show it. Ling Leakin, please find an empty seat to sit down, Teacher Keiko instructed. Lingla looked around. There were several empty seats and some girls eagerly said, classmate, sit here with me. Don't go there, I will move for you right away. Lingla pretended not to hear and instead looked towards the last row by the window where there happened to be an empty seat. As the saying goes, the window side is the king's resting place. However, there was a pretty blonde girl sitting against the wall who appeared rather carefree. As Lingla sat down, several girls in the class looked on with envy. The beautiful girl at the same table leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and smiled at Lingla, saying, hey handsome, what's your name? The moment I saw you I felt a flutter in my heart. Before Lingla could respond, Teacher Keiko at the podium announced, everyone please quiet down. Next we will have each student introduce themselves in turn, allowing us to get to know each other. The students quieted down. Their manners were indeed quite good and Lingla felt it inappropriate to chat below. The first student from the first row started their self-introduction. My name is Konikita Yuki, I am from Shinjuku, Tokyo. There is a magical cherry blossom tree in our Shinjuku which blooms all year round. It's very beautiful. If you have the time you should go see it. My name is Hanano, I am from Shibuya. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lingla listened attentively. One must say that the names of people in this country are often melodious, such as Suzuki Chika, Sakai Midai and Shigami Kyoka. In contrast, the boys' names tend to be amusing, like Kishimoto Shuta Inoue Daikuma and Takahashi Masan. Although funny, Lingla naturally did not laugh out loud. Hello everyone, I am from the Dragon Country, my name is Suchue. The boys and girls below suddenly began to discuss among themselves. Wow, so beautiful. Is she really a girl from the Dragon Country? Are all girls from the Dragon Country this beautiful? Like fairies from the heavens? Lingla was taken aback. Wasn't this the beautiful young lady who sat next to him in first class yesterday? What kind of fate is this? Sharing the same plane, the same school, and now the same class. Fortunately she's a girl. If it were a boy from the Dragon Country I would have hated him immediately. The blonde girl at Lingla's table said this for some unknown reason, even frowning. Did boys from the Dragon Country eat your family's rice? What's with the strong opinions? I didn't eat, but I just hate boys from the Dragon Country, she said dismissively. Lingla was speechless. If she knew he was from the Dragon Country it would mean he would be immediately disliked by his deskmate. What kind of start is this? Soon it was Lingla's turn to go up. Hello everyone, my name is Lingla, I am an exchange student from the Dragon Country. As he spoke, Lingla's gaze gently landed on Suchue in the second row. It seemed to say, didn't expect this, what a coincidence that we are in the same class. However, Suchue quietly sat there, merely glancing at him before looking away. Lingla was unfazed, thinking to himself, what are you pretending to be aloof for? I saw all of you yesterday, you are truly stunning. As Lingla walked down, his blonde deskmate changed her previously friendly demeanor and huffed in front of him. I dislike boys from the Dragon Country the most. Walking to the podium she introduced herself, hello everyone, my name is Ayaka, I am from Hokkaido, I enjoy making friends but I do not like boys from the Dragon Country. It was clear that she disliked Linglu and the classmates could not help but start gossiping. Could it be that these two had some unspoken relationship but were now at odds? On the stage, teacher Huizi also believed that classmate Saishia seemed to be intentionally targeting classmate Linglu. However, she was already clear about Lingla's identity, which was a student exchange completed with classmate Qian Yudai from Madame Mice family. Thus Lingla should have no causal connection with classmate Saishia from Hokkaido. There shouldn't be any notion of intentionally targeting Ling Lu. Therefore the only possibility for such a situation to arise is that something happened in Kexia's past life. If one were to delve deeper, it would inevitably involve her private life. Although she is a university teacher, to be honest, university teachers usually do not proactively interfere in the private lives of students. University students are already adults possessing a series of rights to live freely and to take responsibility for themselves. Unless a student actively seeks her help to resolve some life trouble, she would not intervene and would provide assistance to the best of her ability. After all, someone her age is fully capable of drawing from past experiences, whether in life or in emotional matters. Saixia, having said her piece, was completely unconcerned about the discussions and misunderstandings among her classmates. She stepped down from the podium, returned to her seat, and no longer showed the same enthusiasm towards Ling Lu as before, adopting an expression as if someone owed her money. Ling Lu suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Which scoundrel had he taken the blame for? It was clear without much thought that this blonde beauty sitting next to him must have been deeply hurt by some previous male student from Dragon Country. Yet to despise all males from Dragon Country just because she had been hurt was indeed her fault. It was too narrow-minded and petty. Ling Lu even wanted to question whether she had a problem with her head. Even if her ex was a male from Dragon Country, what did that male represent? Could he possibly stand for the countless other excellent males from Dragon Country? The outstanding males from Dragon Country are all free treasures, some not only handsome but also eloquent, each a unique talent. Tisk, look at your inexplicable anger, it's quite considerable. Could it be that your relative came to visit? Or perhaps you've already entered menopause? Ling Lu clicked his tongue, unrelenting, trying to provoke her. He was not the type to let things slide easily, nor was he someone who could remain quiet when he was unhappy. He wanted to express some reckless thoughts. Surely he couldn't just endure because she was a girl from Sakura Country. What a joke. Back in Dragon Country he had always been straightforward, not knowing how many beautiful girls he had made cry. Now he naturally didn't care about gaining or losing one more. Humph, you're the one who's just arrived, you're the one who's going through menopause. Kexia's lips, tinted with color, pouted, her expression extremely displeased as she glared at Ling Lu. Ling Lu was unfazed. A guy like him, if there were truly any entanglements, would always be one to take a soft approach rather than a hard one. The more you came at him aggressively, the less he would care. If it didn't kill you, consider it a long life. Of course, if the other party were a boy, he would have acted long ago. Oh, you haven't come yet. Can I take that to mean you were just targeting me and trying to undermine me? Humph, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you either. Kexia's eyes were red as if she were about to cry, clearly looking lively and carefree, yet at this moment she appeared wronged and on the verge of tears. Seeing her about to cry, Ling Lu's heart softened and he chuckled. Look at you girls, so typical, extremely fickle. Just a moment ago you said that when you saw me for the first time you couldn't help but be moved and wanted me to be your boyfriend. And now, out of nowhere you suddenly changed your attitude. If it weren't for the fact that I never hit girls, you would have been crying your eyes out by now. I won't listen, I won't listen. Don't talk to me, I don't want to know you anymore. Saixia covered her ears. Even though Ling Lu was provoking her repeatedly at that moment, she surprisingly managed to hold back from making a scene. This was indeed strange. Perhaps deep down she was a good girl who knew it was wrong to blame all males from Dragon Country for her dislike of one, yet she had to outwardly express her contradictions. Well, if you don't want to listen, then don't. Anyway, after I've said my piece and seen you like this, I already feel quite satisfied. Ling Lu gave a cold laugh and turned his head away. As for seriously studying at that moment, that was impossible. With a system in place, why bother studying? In this day and age, who hasn't read a few novels about systems? Who doesn't know that with a system by your side you can reach the pinnacle of life even if you just lay flat? Now Ling Lu was destined to be extraordinary. There was no need to work hard to improve himself. In the future he could eat, drink and play as he pleased. If any system task appeared, he would complete it at the first opportunity to receive rewards. Ling Lu then rested his arms on the table, preparing to sleep. However, he was tall with long arms and a broad chest, naturally taking up more space. Classmate Saixia was not pleased and seemed to have found a reason to retaliate. She reached out and pushed him away forcefully, coldly saying, "If you're going to sleep over a bit, don't come over to my side." After saying this, Saixia took out a watercolor pen and drew a line in the middle. Ling Lu frowned and asked, "What does this mean?" "It's the line of demarcation, don't you understand?" "What the heck, are you a primary school student? You even brought out a line of demarcation. You need to know that you're already a university student, alright. Tisk, you're really childish." Ling Lu couldn't help but scoff. But it almost made Ling Lu laugh. He had never encountered a line of demarcation in his childhood, and here he was encountering it in university. Childish is childish, what does it matter to you? I'm happy anyway. Saixia placed her hands on the table, sat up straight and occupied all the space on her desk. Ling Lu began to feel a bit annoyed by this inexplicably proud classmate Saixia, but soon realized he shouldn't be angry. After all, it wasn't worth getting upset over her. But when it came to dealing with this girl Saixia, Ling Lu believed he had many ways. Wasn't she lively and bold? One would think her thoughts should be quite open. Ling Lu silently recited his ability in his heart, successfully activating it with a blink, and then began to subtly appreciate the beauty of his classmate Saixia. Unexpectedly, it was surprisingly good. This was not just a basic appearance, she had a good figure. Ling Lu didn't dare to use his ability for too long, mainly because this ability could easily affect one's temperament and harm the body. He had to consider that they were in a classroom. How difficult would it be to endure until class was over? After closing his ability, Ling Lu continued to lean on the table and with a teasing smile said, "I just calculated with my fingers and you are wearing pink underwear today, right? And there's even Peppa Pig. How old are you? Tsk tisk, truly childish." Sitting straight, Caxia's face turned bright red upon hearing Ling Lu's words, as if she was about to bleed. But she was unwilling to give in. Suddenly she stood up, her eyes red and extremely aggrieved, as she loudly declared, "Teacher, my deskmate is being a pervert towards me." Everything in the classroom instantly came to a halt. The students quieted for a moment and many even turned to stare at Ling Lu and Saixia motionless. Ling Lu was immediately stunned. Caxia's retort exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought this deskmate truly had a primary school mentality, standing up to report to the teacher and not caring at all about letting the classmates know. Ling Lu also stood up abruptly and calmly said, "Teacher, don't listen to her. She's really very inexplicable. I didn't even know her before today, yet now it feels like she's deliberately targeting me. Sai, really, what kind of enmity or grudge is this? I'm completely being wrong, just lying here and getting shot. A big boy like Ling Lu could not be bullied by a little girl. Did she think she was like Mei Zi, a charming lady?" Many male and female classmates in the classroom began to discuss. Classmate Saixia from Hokkaido indeed seems a bit inexplicable. She said such things upon just arriving, clearly targeting Ling Lu from Dragon Country. Yeah, it really is quite inexplicable. At first I thought she and Ling Lu knew each other before, but now Ling Lu has clearly stated that they do not know each other, giving a public denial. It can only mean that classmate Saixia is venting her unpleasant emotions on Ling Lu from Dragon Country. Woo, I suddenly feel that Ling Lu is so unfortunate. Exactly, classmate Saixia is now wrongfully accusing Ling Lu of being a pervert. I really want to know what kind of perversion can happen while sitting in the classroom with everyone present. To put it plainly, she's just wrongfully accusing Ling Lu. Look at the tattoos peeking from classmate Caxia's shoulders. She looks like the kind of girl who can't be tamed. Should keep your voice down. I heard that the underworld is thriving in Hokkaido. If she happens to be someone from a certain big brother or sister and she doesn't like you, you might get blocked at the school gate after class. A cute little girl was so frightened that her face turned pale, and the next moment she dared not say a word. Teacher Huizi on the podium took a deep breath and said, "After class you two come to my office. For now just sit down." "Okay, teacher." Ling Lu sat down with satisfaction, clearly feeling victorious this time. However, Saixia couldn't help but shed tears. She felt too embarrassed to explain how Ling Lu had been a pervert towards her and could only wipe her tears, sadly appearing fragile and wronged. Because she had become the target of everyone's criticism, the classmates were all discussing her. Saixia suddenly laid her head on the table, burying her face, and quietly began to sob. Although Ling Lu felt a bit guilty, after all he couldn't bear to see a girl cry. He believed it was all her own doing, otherwise why would he bully her? As he calmed down, Ling Lu realized, damn it, he had focused too much on feeling good and seemed to have forgotten to hold back. Sai, wanting to be a kind and tolerant person, felt too difficult. After a moment of quietly sobbing alone, Caixia stopped crying and began to listen attentively to the class, taking some notes. Ling Lu pretended to listen for a while in his seat but found it utterly boring, not even wanting to touch the computer. Anything related to studying felt dull and tedious to him, as if he were completely insulated from it. Fortunately, it was indeed as many seniors had said during high school, once in college life became easy and pleasant if you didn't pay attention in class. The teachers wouldn't say much, which was certainly true at the moment. However, if he behaved so carelessly in a high school classroom, he would either get a flying chalk or a board eraser thrown at him. Of course, this was only true for teachers with violent tendencies. Generally, gentler teachers would simply say, "Please have your parents come in." Ling Lu and Caixia went to teacher Huizi's office. There were two other female teachers in the office, both in their 40s, and they were very busy on the first day of school. Teacher Huizi said, "Caixia, Ling Lu, regarding the conflict between you two, I don't want to investigate who is right or wrong, but I want to tell you that being placed in the same class and becoming deskmates is a kind of fate. You should enjoy your college life in the days to come, so I hope you can shake hands and make amends." Caixia clearly was not interested in teacher Huizi's heartwarming words, frowning as she spoke. "Teacher, he really made a pass at me." Ling Lu said nonchalantly, "I made a pass? Then why don't you tell me how I did that? There are several teachers in the office, let's see if it makes sense for everyone to hear this." He truly did not believe this girl could be so shameless as to bring this up, telling the teachers that she was just guessing. He thought her pink shorts with little Peppa Pig designs were cute. "You are shameless. Hoof boys from Long Country are indeed annoying." Caixia was somewhat angered and ashamed. Clearly she did not expect Ling Lu to be so brazen. She thought that since she was a girl she should be embarrassed to say it, which made her feel cornered. Ling Lu smiled and said, "Look teacher, she is just that kind of person. I am truly an innocent victim." Teacher Huizi felt quite irritated and said, "All right, let's all calm down. I think it would be better for you to change seats. This situation cannot continue." "Caixia, did you hear that? If you don't want to sit with me, find another seat. There are still several vacant spots in the classroom," Ling Lu said with a smile. "Only Wang can sit in Wang's seat. As for Caixia, she obviously cannot become his queen. The window seat can only be enjoyed by him alone." Later the teacher asked Caixia why she disliked boys from Long Country so much, telling her that it was wrong and unfair as there were kind-hearted and helpful boys among them. However, Kai Xia did not respond at all after the teacher finished asking. She simply said, "Teacher, since there's nothing else, I'll head back to the classroom now." "Go ahead." Teacher Wheezy nodded, feeling a bit sighing in her heart. This girl was too stubborn and she didn't know what she had been through. "Teacher, I'll head back to the classroom too," Ling Lu said. "Ling Lu, your Aunt Maisie has advised me to keep a closer eye on you, so if you cause any trouble at school I will inform Aunt Maisie immediately. Understand?" Understood, but today's matter clearly isn't my fault, right? But you, at least she is a beautiful classmate, you should accommodate her a bit. In any case, you need to think of a way to build a good relationship with her rather than stubbornly insisting on right and wrong." Teacher Wheezy truly did not want to judge who was right or wrong. She felt it was merely a verbal quarrel. Moreover, she was not a witness to what conflict transpired between Ling Lu and Kai Xia at their seats, making it difficult for her to determine. "Don't worry, teacher, I understand this." Ling Lu nodded and left Teacher Wheezy's office. Returning to the classroom, Ling Lu sat back in his original seat and saw that Kai Xia hadn't moved to another spot, so he couldn't help but speak. "I will not sit anywhere else, so don't expect me to leave. If you don't want to be my deskmate, you'll have to find another seat yourself." "Humph, why should I change seats? Who do you think you are?" "I claim this spot first," Kai Xia said with a flat expression, looking rather proud. Ling Lu chuckled. "Well, it seems we'll have to continue being deskmates." "Don't get ahead of yourself, that's just what you think. To be precise, I don't regard you as a deskmate at all. I already consider you non-existent, treating you like air." "Tisk, I didn't expect you to have such a level of detachment. Impressive." Ling Lu complimented with a laugh. He was not primarily here for studying but for self-cultivation, so since the teacher hoped he would accommodate the girl a bit, he decided to do so. Ling Lu intended to build a good relationship with this beautiful deskmate, hoping she wouldn't be ungrateful. "What I do or don't do has nothing to do with you. Don't talk to me, understood? Otherwise it will make me feel disgusted and mistake you for that kind of lowly sycophant." Ling Lu took a deep breath. This girl was simply ungrateful and he no longer saw the need to build a good relationship with her. Crazy. Ling Lu merely cursed at her and didn't even look at her again. Kai Xia was quite furious, feeling insulted by being called crazy. She couldn't help but clench her fists and said, "You will regret your words. Hey, if you have the skills, come and try. I will let you know who will regret it." Ling Lu sneered. This woman was truly pitiful, not realizing she was facing a transcendent master. Soon the bell for the last class of the morning rang and Teacher Wheezy came back to the classroom saying, "Students, for this class I hope you can chat freely and prepare for the afternoon's election for class officers. I hope each of you will actively participate. Remember that holding some positions in college, if done sincerely, can effectively enhance your skills and also add credits for your graduation. Now I will write down some positions we need on the blackboard, after which you can chat freely and move around the classroom for campaigning and other activities. Class monitor, discipline committee member, study committee member, organization committee member, publicity committee member, sports committee member, arts committee member, life committee member, psychology committee member, safety committee member." Ling Lu chuckled internally. There were only 30 people in the class, yet so many positions appeared. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with him, as he had no intentions whatsoever. However, other classmates were quite active and soon began chatting among themselves. "I want to be the class monitor. I was the class monitor in high school, so I have experience. I want to be the organization committee member. I'm good at organizing various activities. I want to be the arts committee member. I can dance, sing, and do karaoke. I want to be the life committee member. I'll organize everyone to go out for dinners, outings, summer camps, skiing, and so on." Ling Lu found it boring and took out his phone to play games. Before long, several boys and girls came to solicit his vote and Ling Lu said directly, "Sorry, there are too many people I can't remember, so I'll abstain from voting. I won't vote for anyone." However, soon two beautiful girls came to Ling Lu at the same time. One was Su Chuwei and the other was Shigong Haika. They both exuded the aura of young ladies. It felt incredible to have two young ladies in one class both vying for the position of class monitor, claiming they didn't want to be controlled by others and thus had to choose to become class monitor themselves. "Classmate Ling Lu, my name is Shigong Xiang. This time I want to run for the position of class monitor. Could you cast your precious vote for me?" Shigong Xiang's long slender legs were adorned with smooth and delicate black stockings, while her flowing long hair casually draped behind her. Every strand was perfectly styled, making her look exceptionally beautiful, complemented by her charming bangs that grazed her eyebrows. At this moment she gazed seriously at Ling Lu, her eyes clear and earnest. But before Ling Lu could respond, Su Chuwei, who had come with her, immediately said, "Classmate Ling Lu, this is already our second meeting. It truly feels like fate. But I must not hide something from you. Shigong Xiang and I have known each other since childhood and are particularly close friends. Just now we made a bet. Whoever can successfully secure your vote will have the opportunity to advance in the class monitor election, otherwise they will be eliminated and lose their qualification to run for class monitor. Now I genuinely hope to obtain your crucial vote, so please consider it carefully. Thank you." Su Chuwei was also exceptionally beautiful, with a sweet appearance and fair skin embodying the typical fairy-like charm of Long Country, exuding an extraordinary beauty. In terms of figure she was flawless, especially her long straight legs that were both slender and graceful. Her proportions were just right, neither too fat nor too thin, making her appear exceptionally comfortable to look at. In contrast, Shigong Xiang's figure was slightly leaner, lacking the rounded comfort that Su Chuwei's figure exuded. Both of them approached Ling Lu with utmost sincerity, neither submissive nor arrogant, devoid of any haughty or condescending tone. However, to Ling Lu it felt slightly uncomfortable that their bet involved dragging him into their plans, treating him as a mere tool to achieve their goal. This point made Ling Lu feel somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, facing such beautiful girls, wouldn't it be a pity not to flirt a little? What if he succeeded? Alright, I can vote for one of you, but I have a small request. Ling Lu said with a faint smile as he looked at them. He understood that with two stunning girls approaching him, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away, so he wouldn't feel guilty about taking advantage of the situation. What request? Su Chuwei and Si Gong Xiang asked in unison. Actually, it's quite simple. Whichever of you is willing to be my girlfriend, I will vote for her. As soon as Ling Lu said this, countless eyes in the room instantly focused on him. Everyone thought, is this guy serious? Is he really starting to make advances on the two most beautiful girls in class? This is no small request, it's simply a daydream, pure fantasy. Even so, the surrounding male classmates were nervously watching Su Chuwei and Si Gong Xiang's reactions. If either of them agreed, they would surely be envious. Su Chuwei and Si Gong Xiang's cheeks instantly flushed red, utterly taken aback by Ling Lu's unexpected condition. To be honest, this had a somewhat opportunistic feel to it, making one think that Ling Lu was indeed a bit lecherous. It seems that during the last class, classmate Kai Xia reported to the teacher that Ling Lu had acted lewdly towards her, which was likely true. Si Gong Xiang felt a wave of panic, thinking, what should I do? This request was too unexpected and truly embarrassing. But for the sake of running for class monitor, should I pretend to agree? No, that would be too undignified. Finally, Si Gong Xiang awkwardly said, a classmate Ling Lu, could we change the condition? No changing. If you can't meet this small request, don't treat me as a mere tool, or you'll only embarrass yourselves, right? Ling Lu replied calmly, still smiling. Okay, I'm sorry to disturb you. Si Gong Xiang's face was still flushed. At that moment it was hard to tell if it was due to shyness or embarrassment. Classmate Ling Lu, I also disturbed you. However, I must admit I'm somewhat disappointed. Su Chuwei actually had a bit of a crush on Ling Lu. When on the plane, Ling Lu's bold behavior made her find him particularly interesting. Because if it were any other boy, they would have lost their confidence and stuttered in front of her. But Ling Lu, despite revealing his lecherous side in front of her and sister Bao Lu, still appeared nonchalant. Thus he attracted her attention. You see, why would you say that? You're not someone special to me, so why should I feel disappointed? Could it be that you had a crush on me? Ling Lu casually questioned. Su Chuwei's heart jolted. Did she have a crush on him? No way, how could that be? She only had a slight liking for him, feeling that he was different from other boys. But that was just her previous thought, now it seemed best to forget about it. Su Chuwei appeared extremely calm on the surface and replied, I think you might be overthinking it. Yet inside she felt regret, this guy is too full of himself. If she had known he was this kind of person, she shouldn't have had any expectations. Su Chuwei smiled lightly before turning back to her seat. Ling Lu didn't think much of it. Though he considered himself somewhat handsome, he had never had a beautiful girl take the initiative to like him during his 3 years of high school. It was normal not to be favored by beautiful girls now. Moreover, he already had a girlfriend. Dai Zi from his family was also a very beautiful girl, not inferior to Si Gong Xiang and Su Chuwei. Dai Zi had sacrificed so much for him and had helped him wholeheartedly, he absolutely could not betray her. Ling Lu thought firmly in his heart. However, just thinking of Dai Zi, he couldn't help but recall Aunt Mei's alluring figure and captivating charm, feeling as if he were truly in. At this moment Ling Lu silently scolded himself, how could I think such thoughts? It's absolutely wrong. I must not betray Dai Zi, and I cannot be swayed by such inappropriate ideas. The classmates in the class, upon seeing Ling Lu ruthlessly reject two stunning beauties, no longer approached him for votes. After playing a class of King of Glory, Ling Lu took out the bento box he had in his bag at lunchtime and heated it in the microwave at the back of the classroom for 2 minutes. The bento was honey-glazed char siu, delicious and very juicy, reminiscent of Aunt Mei's cooking. Many classmates also brought their own meals, with few going to the cafeteria or outside to eat. During lunch everyone was quiet, but some classmates gathered around a table to eat together. Ling Lu's deskmate Kai Xia disappeared from the classroom as soon as it was lunchtime, presumably to go to the cafeteria or outside to eat. After finishing his meal, Ling Lu stood up to wash his bento box, but unexpectedly collided with a girl with short hair who seemed dazed and appeared to prefer looking down while walking. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl was dressed in a black school uniform jacket over a white shirt, her outfit looking very neat. With her round bright eyes and slightly chubby face, she appeared to be quite a cute girl. I'm Ling Lu said with a faint smile. Encountering such a cute girl who seemed easy to get along with, he couldn't help but become more familiar. I'm sorry, I understand now, Ling Lu. Classmate, the cute girl said, her face slightly flushed, looking down at her own feet, appearing quite nervous in it. Holding the bento box in her arms, she stood upright, but at that moment she looked like she was being punished. What about you, what's your name? I'm Sakai Mafuyu, she replied, looking a bit dazed. So you are Mafuyu, are you going to wash your box too? Yes, I am, she replied. Then could you wash mine too? Ling Lu looked at Sakai Mafuyu with a smile, thinking that a cute girl like her would likely not refuse such a small request. Sure, I can do that, Sakai Mafuyu said, not daring to look up at Ling Lu, unsure how to refuse, knowing that she had bumped into Ling Lu and it was her fault. Helping him wash the box felt like the right thing to do. What a kind child you are. Here, I'll trouble you with my box, Ling Lu said without hesitation, handing the box to her. Got it. Sakai Mafuyu was not very tall, probably only around 1.6 meters, but she was cute and well-behaved with delicate smooth black stockings that enhanced her appearance. She extended her beautifully slender hand, carefully taking Ling Lu's bento box, mustering the courage to look up at Ling Lu for a moment and nervously asked. Should I go wash the bento box now? Yes, go ahead, Ling Lu said with a slight smile, seeing that Sakai Mafuyu was a gentle and kind girl. If someone were to marry her, she would likely be a lovely and understanding wife. Sakai Mafuyu seemed to be liberated, quickly stepping out while still keeping her head lowered as if she were distracted, lost in her thoughts. Ling Lu recalled that this kind of demeanor reminded him of a study committee member from his high school, the top student in the class who always walked like that. He had once curiously asked her why she always walked with her head down. If he had such good grades, he would be looking high up. She replied that looking down made it easier to think about problems, as looking up would make her distracted and slow down her thinking speed. Ling Lu, classmate, you're impressive. You've already interacted with several pretty girls in the class so quickly. A boy wearing glasses about 1.75 meters tall and slightly chubby friendly smiled as he approached Ling Lu. This interaction is different from that. It's not worth mentioning. Ling Lu chuckled, feeling that it wasn't a deep interaction, so what was the difficult? Perhaps these boys really lacked the courage to talk to girls. It's quite strange that they were in college but still felt shy about talking freely with female classmates, making it hard for them to find a girlfriend after graduation. Let alone the skill of flirting with beautiful classmates. Ling Lu, classmate, is really humorous, he added. By the way, Ling Lu, classmate, my name is Takahashi Masanobu. Nice to meet you. Yes, me too, Ling Lu replied. He didn't reject friendly interactions as long as he found someone pleasing to the eye. He wouldn't even want to deal with those he found displeasing. At this moment, Sakai Mafuyu returned from washing the bento box and Takahashi Masanobu smiled. Ling Lu, classmate, I need to go busy myself now. Okay. Ling Lu nodded. Sakai Mafuyu instantly felt awkward and flushed, worried that the other classmates might misunderstand and think she was dating Ling Lu. Thinking this, Sakai Mafuyu just wanted to quickly keep her distance from Ling Lu and return to her seat. Ling Lu, classmate, I've cleaned your bento box. Here you go. Thank you, Mafuyu, classmate. If all goes well, you will definitely be my first friend in Tokyo, Ling Lu said sincerely as he took the bento box. Sakai Mafuyu was taken aback, feeling a sudden sense of honor, wondering if she had really become friends with a boy from the Dragon Nation. Moreover, since he wanted to be her friend, she felt she shouldn't let him down, otherwise it would seem disrespectful. After thinking about this, Sakai Mafuyu took a deep breath in her heart, deciding not to rush to keep her distance but to let things unfold naturally. However, when it came to her lips, Sakai Mafuyu felt flustered and said 3M2. Haha, no need to be so nervous, I won't eat you. Look, I'm speaking very gently, right? Ling Lu felt a bit awkward saying this, thinking to himself how cheeky he sounded. Gentle. Sakai Mafuyu looked at him in confusion. She thought to herself that she couldn't see the gentleness. He seemed like a person with social anxiety. However, she truly admired his courage and couldn't help but feel a bit envious, thinking that it must be easy for him to chat with anyone. Not gentle? Ling Lu asked with a smile. Sakai Mafuyu snapped back to reality, apologizing, gentle. Thinking to herself that since he was so socially adept she surely couldn't outdo him, so she would just flatter him, agreeing with whatever he said. Mafuyu, classmate, I suddenly find you really cute. Ling Lu smiled with interest, thinking that if he were the Dragon King he would want to add, you have successfully captured my attention. Sakai Mafuyu's cheeks flushed, almost boiling, yet she felt quite happy that he called her cute. Did boys from the Dragon Nation really speak so straightforwardly and pleasantly? In Sakura country it was rare for boys to openly tell a girl she was cute, and sometimes there were boys stammering even more than her. When two people were nervous together, if one said you were cute, the other would feel embarrassed and just want to escape. But Ling Lu was calm and collected. If she felt embarrassed or tried to avoid him, it would make her seem guilty, and that would be truly awkward. Sakai Mafuyu felt her face get hot, but she remained where she was, not rushing to leave, instead smiling shyly. Thank you, your study should be good, right? Ling Lu suddenly changed the subject. They're okay, I guess, Sakai Mafuyu said, puzzled as to why Ling Lu was asking about this. I knew it, I could tell you are a top student, Ling Lu remarked. Sakai Mafuyu immediately became flustered, shaking her head. No, anyone who can get into Tokyo University is impressive, they are all top students. Ling Lu understood her meaning. Who among them wasn't a top student? He knew there were countless top students hidden in this class. If Sakai Mafuyu admitted to being a top student, she would certainly be laughed at by her classmates as who wasn't a top student. Alright, but do you want to be the study committee member? You should be able to earn extra credits. That way. Ling Lu had no ill intentions. But did they think he just wanted someone to help him wash his bento boxes during his college years? How naive. With the system in place, why would he bother studying seriously? Yet even so, he still needed to give Miss Ling an explanation, so he would need someone to help him with his assignments. Ling Lu thought that as long as he got Sakai Mafuyu to owe him a favor, she would be the one washing boxes and doing homework for him later. He had just rejected two beautiful girls, Shigong Haxiang and Su Chuwei, in front of their classmates, making it clear that no one could expect help from him if they didn't want to be his girlfriend. When it came to studies, Sakai Mafuyu appeared particularly serious, saying, yes, I want to be a study committee member, it would help me develop my skills and earn extra credits, and I heard it's also easy to get a scholarship. Sincerely, I like girls like you, Ling Lu said. What do you like? Sakai Mafuyu blushed, instantly becoming nervous. Don't panic, keep calm. What I mean is I like your character. Do you think I like you as a girlfriend? To be honest, I already have a girlfriend, so. You understand I can't just fall for every girl I meet, Ling Lu boasted shamelessly. Oh. I see. Sakai Mafuyu sighed in relief. Yet she felt a bit disappointed. Mr. Ling Lu actually had a girlfriend, but she couldn't understand why she felt this way. Why would she feel disappointed? Did she like boys like Ling Lu? No way, that couldn't be possible. She definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of dating during her studies. She was very serious about it. So did you ask for votes? Yes, I did. How many votes? 2 from my deskmates. That's a bit few. I see many good girls in the class are eager to get that position right. At this point Sakai Mafuyu felt helpless because she didn't know how to ask for votes. She was too shy to approach anyone, worried about being rejected. How about this? Do you want my vote? Are you going to vote for me? But you rejected the other classmates this morning, including Shigong Hashang and even Suchue, who is from the Dragon Nation too. They are all great beauties. Sakai Mafuyu was puzzled. I'm planning to vote for you since you helped me wash the dishes, so do you want my vote? I do want it. Alright, I'll vote for you this afternoon and help you get votes among the boys, but I have a small request. What request? Sakai Mafuyu became anxious. She hadn't forgotten that Shigong Hashang and Su Chuwei had approached Ling Lu for votes this morning, and he had made a small request which sounded quite frightening. Don't worry, it's really just a small request this time. Okay, go ahead. As more people returned to the classroom, Sakai Mafuyu wanted to go back to her seat. Chatting with Ling Lu too long would easily lead to misunderstandings. From now on, could you help me wash my bento boxes at noon? What do you think? Ling Lu looked at her with some anticipation, eager to know if she would agree. He had heard that girls from Sakura country were very good, so he wanted to experience just how good they were. Sakai Mafuyu breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't a scary request, and replied, sure, I can wash my own box and help you with yours, it won't be a bother. Great, it's settled then. There was still a long time before the afternoon class began. Some students took a nap in the classroom after lunch, while others who had accommodation at the school gradually returned to their dormitories for a rest. At this moment Takahashi Masahiro introduced 3 other male classmates to Ling Lu enthusiastically. Ling Lu, these 3 are my roommates Akimoto, Shota, Inoue Daikyu and Oda Itaro. Hello Ling Lu, nice to meet you, the 3 of them said in unison. Among them Inoue Daikyu was quite robust, while the other 2 were refined in demeanor, but all were very friendly towards him. I feel the same way, Ling Lu nodded. He found them pleasant to look at. Their attire was quite elegant, suggesting they were likely children from wealthy families in Sakura country. One of them had the surname Oda and the other Akimoto, which prompted Ling Lu to ask, are Oda Itaro and Akimoto Kazushi your relatives? Akimoto Shota replied, indeed, Akimoto Kazushi is my father. Oda Itaro followed up, Oda Itaro is my father, but I am the 3rd child in my family, so my father named me Oda Itaro. Takahashi Masahiro added, the 2 families have been friends since our father's generation. Ling Lu thought to himself that it was impressive. Anyone who has seen One Piece and Naruto knows who these 2 influential figures are. He didn't expect to be classmates with the descendants of these 2 greats. But wasn't it rumored that Oda only had a wife and no children? Who would have thought that the children had grown up so much? Being the 3rd child in the family suggests that Oda had kept his children well hidden in the past. I see, I was being presumptuous, Ling Lu said apologetically. No worries, it was just a question. That's right, besides we've been asked this before, so we're used to it. Ling Lu nodded in agreement. Takahashi Masahiro spoke up, Ling Lu, we are going back to the dormitory to take a nap. Would you like to join us? I don't live on campus. Oh, I thought you lived on campus. I was just thinking we could all go back to the dorm together. I live just outside the school, it only takes about 10 minutes to walk. So close. There's really no need to live on campus. Well Ling Lu, we will head back to the dorm for a nap now, Takahashi Masahiro said. Alright. By the way, I just met a nice girl named Sakai Mida. She wants to run for the student committee and I want to help her gather some votes from us boys. But right now I only know you guys. Do you think you can help me with this? Ling Lu took this opportunity to ask. No problem, none of us are running for any positions. Akimoto Shota said, Ling Lu, it seems you have a crush on Sakai Mida. However, she is indeed very pretty, and when she shyly smiled at you she was quite adorable. When it came to beautiful girls, Akimoto Shota, Inoue Daikyu and Oda Itaro all looked at Ling Lu with admiration as if they considered him a role model. Ling Lu frowned slightly. Could these guys be looking to him for advice on how to flirt with girls? Are you guys honestly hoping to learn some techniques from me on how to attract girls? Yeah, we are, they admitted. You are truly our role model. I really envy your courage. When we see beautiful girls we can't help but blush, let alone approach them, they all chimed in. Ling Lu could tell they were speaking sincerely, so he smiled and said, how about this? Since we are fortunate to be classmates, it shows destiny. If you like a girl but are too shy to pursue her, I will help you chase her. If there is a girl you are too shy to like, I will also help you pursue her. What do you think? After saying this, Ling Lu felt that his words might sound a bit off, but then again it didn't seem wrong either. Forget it, as long as his intentions were good. Ling Lu, are you serious? But won't that be inappropriate? What if some girls just laugh at you? Yeah, some girls can be terrifying. Akimoto, Oda, Inoue and Takahashi all expressed their excitement while also filled with worry as if they all had similar shadows in their hearts. Ling Lu dismissed their concern, saying, in my dictionary there is no such word as what if. Impressive, impressive. No wonder you are Ling Lu, they said. Ling Lu is amazing, I need to follow you closely to learn. Me too. When I came to study, my mom gave me a huge task to successfully find a girlfriend in 4 years of college, or I should leave home on my own. No problem, just learn and observe more from me in the future. Ling Lu smiled, feeling like an older brother leading a few flattering younger ones, which seemed quite nice. That's great, Ling Lu. You can rest assured that for Sakai Maida's student committee election we will cast all our votes for her, and we will also help her gather votes from other students. Akimoto Shota said, sincerely thank you for your help. Ling Lu politely replied, thank you for your support. In that case I should be the one thanking you. That's right. I think I will soon need Ling Lu, no Master Ling Lu's help. Just ask me whenever you need help. As long as I have the time and mood I will definitely help you pursue beautiful girls. Alright, we will head back to the dorm for a nap now. Go ahead. After Takahashi, Masahiro and the others left excitedly, Ling Lu felt that his performance in class today had indeed filled these boys with admiration. Class was to start at 2:30 in the afternoon. However, it was only past 12:30 now and Ling Lu did not plan to stay in the classroom for hours as it would be really boring. Ling Lu decided to return home for a bit. It took only 10 minutes to walk, and riding a bike would be even faster, just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. I wonder if Aunt Miko is home. If Aunt Miko was home it would give him something to look forward to. Not being at home would feel somewhat boring. Upon arriving outside the school gate, Ling Lu unexpectedly ran into his deskmate Ayaka, who was accompanied by a blonde boy. Ling Lu, stop right there. Sister Aya, is he the one who was harassing you and calling you a neurotic and an elementary student? Yes, it's him, the boy from Long Country. Siaj, yeah, the reason I brought you here is that you are both boys. You should use your boy's way to challenge him and teach him a good lesson, but you can't hurt him too badly. Ayaka was very upset about what happened this morning and unable to hold back her anger brought a blonde boy to trouble Ling Lu. Don't worry, Sister Aya, I'm already a pro at teaching lessons in my gang. Ling Lu frowned. This woman really knows how to stir up trouble, but so what? He wasn't someone to be intimidated, so he chuckled. Haha, his classmate Ayaka bringing a blonde boy to fight me. Ling Lu, don't say I bullied you as an exchange student, you only have yourself to blame for making me angry. He is a little brother under my mom. I asked him to help me challenge you, Onion. I just want to know if you're brave enough to— That's right, you little brat, have some nerve to bully my sister Aya. Not only did you harass her, but you also called her neurotic. How can you bear to bully such a beautiful girl? Ling Lu was too lazy to waste words and said, just tell me how we are going to duel. Wow, you have some personality, I like this. If I win the duel I won't feel burdened at all. The blonde boy sneered. A duel between men should be fought to determine the victor, but this isn't a place for fighting. Are you brave enough to find a deserted place to settle it? Ling Lu activated his transparent eye ability and saw that the blonde boy wasn't carrying any weapons. Since it would be a bare-handed fight, why would a Long Country person be afraid of him, a little blonde? Alright, it's indeed better to solve things with a fight. I see a small forest nearby that would be perfect. Are you coming? Ling Lu asked disdainfully. Let's go, you little brat, you're quite straightforward. The blonde boy threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, walking with Ling Lu toward the nearby small forest. Ayaka followed behind and deliberately emphasized, Ling Lu, if you lose you have to apologize to me. Haha, if I win will you call me dad? I won't call anyone dad, I will at most apologize to you. I don't want your apology, I want you to call me dad. I hate that kind of thing. Don't think about— Fine, I won't make you call me dad, but you have to agree to one of my requests. Ling Lu thought this girl was quite pretty. If he could get her to help him vent some anger it would be nice. Now that he was in Sakura Country, Ling Lu wanted to make some waves with the local girls, especially those who opposed him. He felt no sympathy or leniency for them and would bully them as much as he could. Ayaka immediately hesitated, knowing that this was Ling Lu's trap and the request he proposed might be unreasonable. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Tisk, I thought you were tough, but it seems you don't even have the courage to negotiate equal terms. What am I afraid of? But I want to change my mind. If you lose you also have to agree to one of my requests. Equal terms of course is no problem. You little brat, you really are fearless. Do you know what I'm capable of? Back when I was in Hokkaido I fought from East Street to West Street with few opponents. I really don't know how you little brats have such confidence. Haha, is it wrong to have trained? Oh, so you have trained Taekwondo, or is it your Long Country's martial arts? But so what if you have trained? Have you ever fought? The ability to fight is what makes a real boss, you know. Ling Lu sneered. He was very confident in fighting, having often gotten into brawls back in Long Country. Before coming to Tokyo he had even fought 4 against 1 with teachers and classmates at school, ultimately winning and turning them into punch-drunk fools. At this moment the system's voice echoed, ding. Congratulations master for triggering the condition of never resorting to words, only using fists. After completion you can be rewarded with the ability of invisibility. Ling Lu's heart tightened. What the hell, the ability of invisibility? He immediately looked around to ensure no one was watching. They had already arrived at the edge of the small forest. Without saying another word, Ling Lu took the opportunity while the other party was unprepared and kicked out. The blonde boy hadn't reacted yet when Ling Lu kicked again. Damn it, you sneak attack bastard. The blonde boy yelped in pain, but he seemed to have some skills as he didn't fall despite being kicked twice by Ling Lu. Ayaka finally regained her senses, her face looking very ugly as she said, Ling Lu, you are too shameless. You promised a fair duel yet you directly resorted to a sneak attack. Oomph, naive. Does a battle between men need to be fair? Ayaka was furious knowing that reasoning with Ling Lu was impossible. The blonde boy's face turned darker than Ayaka's after being kicked. He became even angrier and said, Sister Aya, this kid is not following the rules. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. You asked me not to hurt him too badly, but I definitely can't do that now. I must teach him a good lesson today. The blonde boy squeezed his leg, which was numb from the kick, and immediately charged at Ling Lu. Ling Lu smirked. He discovered that once his ability was activated, the opponent's movements and techniques appeared in his sight ahead of time, making it incredibly easy to deal with. Faced with the blonde boy's swift and fierce punch, Ling Lu surprisingly dodged it at close range. What? Ayaka was astonished you could dodge that. Oomph, not bad, you little brat. You do have some skills. It seems you haven't lacked practical experience, the blonde boy said as he missed one punch and immediately followed up with another, but Ling Lu still managed to see through any movements and techniques of his. As Ling Lu successfully dodged a dozen attacks, he became increasingly adept at using his abilities and began to focus on counterattacks. He kicked at a sensitive spot on the opponent's waist where there was a scar. It was unclear whether it was a surgical scar or a result of being stabbed. Yet to Ling Lu, even though the wound had healed, any place that had been injured would never be completely fine. Ah, damn it, that hurts like hell. The blonde boy curled up on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and unable to stand up. Ding! At that moment the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, master, for completing the task. You have acquired the ability of invisibility, allowing you to become invisible at will with no time limits and no side effects on your body. Ling Lu felt a surge of joy in his heart. This incredible ability had truly arrived. The system was quite generous, unlike some systems in novels that impose various restrictions or side effects on abilities, making them frustrating to use. With newfound confidence, Ling Lu stepped on the yellow-haired boy's body and said coldly, Do you want to continue, you little brat? The yellow-haired boy curled up on the ground revealed a fierce expression, clearly unwilling to concede. Ling Lu coldly laughed without a hint of expression. Just as he was about to continue his assault on the yellow-haired boy, Kaixia took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Ling Lu, that's enough. We lost, you won. Hey, you are nothing. Ling Lu sneered, thinking about how everyone was so deluded in battling a loser. Kaixia, don't forget to agree to one of my requests. If you want to go back on your word, the consequences could be serious. Now that Ling Lu possessed the ability of invisibility, he had all sorts of means to take revenge on Kaixia. Kaixia clenched her delicate fists, biting her beautiful silver teeth. After a few deep breaths, she finally said expressionlessly, I accept the bet and will admit defeat, but as long as your request is not excessive and within my capabilities, I can agree. Of course I won't ask you to kill or set fires. I will definitely make my requests within your ability. Ling Lu looked Kaixia up and down, his malicious thoughts growing stronger. He was eager to explore just how high the psychological defenses of a girl from Sakura country could be. Kaixia's beautiful brows furrowed slightly and she started to feel anxious. Ling Lu's gaze towards her was not only teasing but also somewhat heated, making it hard for her not to think that he might be coveting her beauty. If he was indeed coveting her body, Kaixia thought it was absolutely impossible. She would rather die than submit, and she forced herself to suppress her anger, saying, What request do you want to make? Ling Lu noticed the slight panic in Kaixia's tone and lightly chuckled, I haven't thought of it yet. When I do, or when I need something from you, I will naturally come to ask. Kaixia's heart raced even more, her fists tightening with anger. Ling Lu was indeed coveting her body and she continued to hold back her fury, saying, Let me make this clear, I will never agree to any excessive requests. You'd better give up on any crooked thoughts early on. Hey, don't worry, it won't be too excessive. Ling Lu smiled slyly. In the end, it would just be asking Kaixia to do something similar to what Daisy had done for her. Having experienced being helped by Daisy a few days ago, Ling Lu felt it was truly wonderful. Now recalling it made his breath quicken slightly, and he couldn't help but start to miss that wonderful feeling. If it better be like that. Kaixia cast a disdainful glance at Ling Lu. She hated having boys covet her beauty, especially boys from Long Country who were all scum, ungrateful and irresponsible after taking advantage. It wasn't that Kaixia had been mistreated by boys from Long Country. To be precise, she had never been in a relationship and had never liked any boy since childhood. The root of the problem lay in her mother being deceived and toyed with by a man from Long Country, only to be heartlessly abandoned with no sense of responsibility for her and her mother. She grew up following her mother, who often instilled in her how irresponsible her father was, causing them to be lonely and their family to be dysfunctional. Kaixia thus never received any care from her father. Naturally, Kaixia began to despise boys from Long Country since childhood, even developing a hatred towards them. Previously she mentioned Ling Lu was innocent and had no faults. However, it must be said, If Kaixia's irresponsible father initially acted out of a desire for revenge against Sakura country women, he could indeed be seen as a model for our generation, having done many things that others wished to do but dared not. After finishing his words, Ling Lu checked the time. It was still early. He had only spent about 10 minutes and still had over an hour of break time left, enough to return home. Ling Lu didn't know what was wrong with him. He only knew that since arriving in Tokyo after seeing Auntie Maisie, his mind was filled with her lingering charm and every smile and frown. He couldn't help but want to go back and see if Auntie Maisie was around, otherwise he felt bored and uninterested in anything. That little bastard, does he know that I've had surgery on my kidney? After a while the yellow-haired boy finally stood up from the ground, feeling angry yet frustrated and unwilling. He said, I can't let this little bastard get away with it. I'm a native of Sakura country, can I really be bullied on my own turf? Kaixia, standing nearby, suddenly frowned and said coldly. Little Huang, the fair duel has ended and you lost. I won't blame you for anything this time, besides I have already admitted defeat in front of him. We must maintain some integrity in this regard, do you understand what I mean? After thinking for a moment, the yellow-haired boy sighed and suppressed his anger. Well, since the young lady has said so, what can I do? My kidney was installed with money from the lady, and since I took a heavy blow for the young lady, I can accept it. Little Huang at a young age lost a kidney due to illness, even being abandoned by his family. Later he became a reckless little gangster in Hokkaido, always the first to charge into fights. Until one day he caught the attention of Kaixia's mother, who saw him as a talent. Despite having one kidney less, he could still fight fiercely. Hearing that he had been abandoned due to illness, she felt a sense of sympathy for him. She paid to have a kidney installed for him, and from then on he was completely loyal to Kaixia's family, respecting them like his own parents. Alright little Huang, don't act so pitiful. I'm even more pitiful than you. I still don't know what request he will make. Xiajia, if that guy makes any bad requests you mustn't agree to them, the yellow-haired boy warned seriously. I know that. In any case, this has nothing to do with you now. You should go to the hospital to check your kidney just in case something goes wrong. Kaixia said somewhat impatiently. Fine Xiajia, I'll head back first. The lady has added a few more bars here that I need to keep an eye on. Holding his left side where his kidney was, the yellow-haired boy limped away from Tokyo University. Kaixia glanced in the direction Ling Lu had left, wanting to chase after him to ask what request he intended to make. Otherwise it felt quite bothersome to be left in suspense. As the saying goes, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. If she completed his request early, she wouldn't have to think about this matter continuously. However, Ling Lu had already disappeared without a trace. Kaixia could only return to school, planning to find out the truth during afternoon classes. In less than 10 minutes Ling Lu quickly returned to Aunt Maisa's villa using the route she had driven him to school that morning. After swiping the access card to enter the villa area, he looked at the yard where the maple leaves had turned a beautiful shade of red. The gate to the yard was closed. Ling Lu frowned. Could it be that Aunt Maisie was not at home? Perhaps she had gone to the office. Ling Lu felt a bit disappointed, as he had specifically come back to catch a glimpse of Aunt Maisa's grace. He immediately glanced towards the parking garage and was delighted to see her car there, which meant Aunt Maisie was indeed home. He just wondered what Aunt Maisie was doing at home right now. Is she sleeping? Or watching TV? Or perhaps exercising on the third floor? Ling Lu, filled with curiosity and anticipation, entered the password for the lock, feeling a bit like a thief as he tiptoed inside. Splashing sounds. As soon as Ling Lu entered the house, he heard the sound of someone showering in the public bathroom, along with Aunt Maisa's beautiful singing voice. One must admit that Aunt Maisa's singing was very captivating. Just then she unexpectedly walked out from inside. Ling Lu. Aunt Maisie did not immediately notice Ling Lu, who was standing by the entrance of the living room. She went to the kitchen first, and only upon returning did she notice Ling Lu across the hallway. Aunt, you. Ling Lu said, dumbfounded. Aunt Maisie was startled and turned her back. Ling Lu, you, why are you back? Ling Lu said sheepishly, I saw you walk out of the kitchen as soon as I came in. Oh, I just came out to turn on the water heater. The water temperature was a bit cold. Aunt Maisie responded, a bit flustered. Aunt, if it's inconvenient for you, I'll head back to school first. Ling Lu wisely chose to leave. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Aunt Maisie finally breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that Ling Lu had gone to school. Sigh, if I had caused Ling Lu trouble, I would truly be a sinner. In Aunt Maisa's view, she had just tempted Ling Lu. And young as he was, he might well have some chaotic thoughts in his mind because of it. If he were unable to perceive things correctly, he could easily end up doing something bad outside at school. It's all because today's weather is a bit too hot and I adjusted the temperature a bit too high, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to the kitchen to adjust the water temperature halfway through. Sigh, I truly am embarrassing myself. Aunt Maisie wasn't sure how to explain things to Ling Lu later, but after thinking about it she decided to let it go, treating it as if it had never happened, otherwise it would be perpetually awkward. What worried Aunt Maisie even more was that Ling Lu had chosen to leave immediately. She wondered if he was scared or if he was also feeling shy. If it was because she scared him, Aunt Maisie felt she would be the most awkward person. She didn't want Ling Lu to misunderstand her as a bad woman. She also worried whether Ling Lu would mention this to Ling Sumei. If Ling Sumei found out, she truly wouldn't know how to explain it and would feel completely embarrassed in front of Sumei. Sigh, I hope Ling Lu quickly forgets about this. Aunt Maisie sighed again, and with things as they were could only pray for a positive outcome as she continued with her tasks. Lingla left Aunt Misa's villa with his mind wandering, certain thoughts lingering stubbornly in his mind. He knew he had to find a way to calm down, otherwise it would be too unbearable. He then thought of Kaixia. She still owed him a favor and he really needed her help right now, hoping she would keep her word. Lingla quickly returned to school, eager to find Kaixia in the classroom. Fortunately, she was indeed there, asleep on her desk. Lingla didn't think too much and pulled the still resting Kaixia up, breathing rapidly. Come follow me to a place. Kaixia opened her eyes and frowned, asking, where are we going? Why should I go with you? Lingla said seriously, don't forget you promised me a favor. Kaixia noticed the madness and fervor in Lingla's eyes and she immediately became a bit nervous, stammering in fear, what do you want to do to me? What are you afraid of? I want to eat you. Lingla said impatiently. He was currently harboring an irrepressible anger and his intentions were quite clear. He wanted to take advantage of Kaixia, who owed him a favor. After this thought crossed his mind, Lingla was almost overwhelmed with excitement, not considering the consequences, and forcefully pulled Kaixia, speaking in a very domineering manner. Lingla's grip was very strong. Kaixia couldn't break free. Moreover, she admitted that she had lost the bet and indeed owed Lingla a favor. Kaixia hesitated for a moment but could only agree under tension and fear as Lingla pulled her out of the classroom. Lingla activated his ability and led her through the corridor, quickly finding an empty locker room. Fortune was on his side as the locker room door was conveniently open. Lingla brought Kaixia inside and locked the door. Seeing Lingla's obvious intentions, Kaixia was completely flustered and stammered, You can't be planning to bully me, can you? I'll tell you this, I will definitely resist to the death. You can't expect me to agree to such shameless demands. I am definitely not an easy girl, nor am I someone that a boy like you from Longwa can easily take advantage of. Linglu was very angry at this moment and had no intention of listening to her resistance. With a cold expression he replied, That's not a reason you can't afford to lose. I already told you at noon that if you dare to go back on your word the consequences will be severe. Linglu, I've also said that if your demands are too outrageous I simply won't agree. Hee, so you mean you must refuse my request? Linglu asked with a cold smile. Kaixia bit her beautiful silver teeth, suddenly feeling very angry. Linglu was indeed coveting her beauty. It was utterly shameless and despicable to think he could take advantage of her. Realizing this, Kaixia's expression turned very grim as she looked at Linglu with disdain. That's right, I refuse to be bullied by you. Linglu covered his eyes and sneered coldly, Are you sure you want to go back on your word? It's not that I want to go back on my word, it's just that your demands have crossed my bottom line. I definitely won't agree. Kaixia's attitude was very resolute. She thought to herself, what kind of joke is this? How could she give her 18 years of innocence to a boy she despises? Even though she admitted to being willing to gamble and accept the loss, the choice of whether or not to agree to such demands was still in her hands. How could she possibly agree to such an absurd request that would ruin her? Then you'd better think carefully. I still hold many of your secrets. Linglu chuckled confidently. He needed to make Kaixia feel fear guiding her to understand that he was someone who could threaten her. Kaixia suppressed her anger and said, I don't believe you. Did you install surveillance in my house or something? Although she said this, she suddenly felt that Linglu was quite terrifying. It might very well be the case. I really don't want to entertain your nonsensical questions right now. I'm very angry and my demands are quite clear and straightforward. So I still maintain my request as long as you don't provoke me again. I won't bully you. Do you understand? Linglu had indeed employed a strategy of starting high and going low. He proposed a request that Kaixia was likely unable to agree to, knowing that the chances were slim, so he had a fallback plan. Kaixia took a deep breath and chose to refuse expressionlessly. Linglu, let me tell you, I am not someone who is easily intimidated. If you insist on forcing me to agree to such an outrageous demand, we might as well both suffer the consequences. After saying this, Kaixia prepared to leave the locker room directly. Linglu took a deep breath. How could he let such a cooked phoenix fly away from him? Alright, you go ahead, but I don't think you would want your many secrets to be revealed by me, right? Linglu knew nothing about her secrets, he was just playing a bluff. However, from Kaixia's perspective it was a different story. For Linglu to accurately mention her secret about her clothing, it couldn't possibly be supernatural, could it? Haha, how could such supernatural abilities possibly exist in this world? Kaixia thought that there could only be other possibilities. Either Linglu had found out her secrets or he had installed surveillance in her house and learned many of her secrets during this time. Seeing Kaixia stop, Linglu knew he had to appropriately lower some of his demands, allowing Kaixia to adapt to the situation. As long as you can help me resolve this trouble right now, we will be even. How about that? Linglu, I really didn't expect you to be even more detestable and disgusting than I imagined. How could you have the audacity to say such things in front of a girl? Kaixia looked at Linglu and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She felt a shock but soon blushed with anger. She thought Linglu was shameless, utterly shameless. Linglu also knew that he was being very shameless and despicable, but he couldn't help it, his evil desires had overwhelmed his rationality. Moreover, being in Sakura country, once he developed a mindset of revenge, he felt that what he did was justified, it was the punishment they deserved. He had also been deeply influenced by the manga of Sakura country along with the system he now possessed. When all of this converged, it undoubtedly bolstered his boldness. It doesn't matter, I have already lowered myself to this extent to confront you. If you still refuse my request and humiliate me, resulting in me becoming very angry and retaliating against you, then don't blame me for not considering our friendship as deskmates. Ling Lu pretended to threaten her. However, this tactic of Ling Lu was still quite effective, or rather this strategy of starting high and going low was indeed good. Kai Xia bit her beautiful silver teeth, suppressing her anger, clenched her delicate fists and ultimately relaxed her grip as if she had persuaded herself in her heart. Okay, I can agree to your request, but if you threaten me like this again in the future, I will definitely retaliate fiercely. Don't worry, I am always principled. As long as you don't actively provoke me, I won't cause you any trouble. If there's blame to be placed today, it should be on you for provoking me first. You lost the bet and owe me a favor, so what I am asking for is not unreasonable, is it? Ling Lu wore a smirk of triumph. Kai Xia looked furious and didn't want to say another word to Ling Lu. A few minutes later, Kai Xia rushed out of the locker room, her beautiful eyes reddened. Although she was crying, she made no sound. Ling Lu walked out, taking a deep breath. Indeed, as long as one's thoughts do not decline, there are still many solutions to the problem. Ling Lu returned to the classroom with satisfaction, where many students were already seated. Before long, Kai Xia returned to the classroom as well, casting a very gloomy glance at Ling Lu. Seeing this, Ling Lu smiled in satisfaction. Kai Xia's eyes suddenly showed a hint of shyness, but it came quickly and disappeared just as fast. She hurriedly looked away, not knowing why she felt guilty. Kai Xia coldly returned to her seat, picked up her belongings and went to sit in an empty spot directly avoiding sitting with Ling Lu. Ling Lu felt a bit disappointed, but after all, the good-hearted Kai Xia was a beautiful deskmate who had genuinely helped him. However, it didn't matter, he was too lazy to appease such a willful girl. This chapter has been revised. The original text and extras are. In the afternoon, as class was about to start, the students gradually gathered and teacher Huizi arrived punctually to preside over the election for class committee positions. Ling Lu was only focused on the candidacies of 3 individuals in the class: Sakai Midai, Shirkong Haxiang and Su Chuwei. The final results were Sakai Midai received a total of 17 votes, becoming the class academic representative. Shirkong Haxiang garnered 24 votes, becoming the class monitor. Naturally, Su Chuwei could not compete with the renowned young lady of the Shirkong group, Shirkong Haxiang, and ultimately only received 15 votes, failing to secure the monitor position. As for who else filled the remaining positions, Ling Lu was not concerned and did not wish to know. The entire afternoon had no classes, and the next day would officially start with classes in the morning and none in the afternoon. In university life, as long as there is no military training in the early stages, it seems one has a lot of free time to arrange as they please. After a class ended, Takahashi Maju and Akamoto, Shota, Oda Aitaro and Inoue Daikuma walked together to the last row where Ling Lu. Look, we did pretty well, right? Among the boys in our class, apart from a couple who didn't vote for Sakai Midai, the rest all cast their votes for her. Takahashi Maju said with a smile. To them, Ling Lu appeared to be 1.8 meters tall, while only Inoue Daikuma was a bit bulkier. The other 3 were just over 1.7 meters. They all admired Ling Lu's charm with girls and felt that calling him Lu Gu was quite appropriate, otherwise just addressing him as classmate would feel. Ling Lu thought that since they were already calling him brother, it seemed they genuinely wanted to learn from him, so he smiled and said, "You guys really did well. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." That sounds great. The boys showed no signs of restraint in front of him. It was just a normal way to strengthen relationships, with one treating today and another tomorrow. No need to decline politely. Lu Gu, your deskmate is called Saixia, right? Why did she move? She seems to be a pretty good-looking girl. Did you mess up this time? Akimoto Shota suddenly said with a smile, seeming a bit fond of gossip. Ling Lu casually replied, "When you guys were resting in the dorm, I took advantage of her a bit and she probably couldn't stand it, so she just moved out." You took advantage of her a bit? Hiss Lu Gu, hurry up and spill. Is it the kind of advantage in terms of beauty? Oda Aitaro also couldn't help but join the gossip, laughing in a rather lewd manner. He was clearly a shy boy who could talk big but struggled to utter a word in front of girls. It must have been in terms of beauty, Ling Lu said calmly. If they knew that he had already successfully claimed some territory with Saixia, wouldn't they be in awe of him? Awesome. As expected of Master Lu, someone who can take advantage of a beauty and still retreat unscathed is truly my model to follow. Akimoto Shota admired Ling Lu the most. Haha, enough about me, what about you guys? Tell me, do you have any pretty girls you like? Or how far has it gone? As soon as Ling Lu asked, the others suddenly appeared awkward, either scratching their heads or looking filled with guilt. Majuan, let's start with you. Since you're calling me Lu Gu, I should know your relationship status so I can help you charm girls. Lu Gu is right. Majuan, quickly tell us who you like. Are they in Tokyo? Oda urged. Well, to be honest, my girlfriend was taken by another guy. Sigh, the more I say, the more tears I shed. Haha bro, you're really failing. You had a girlfriend and yet another guy took her away. Akimoto Shota couldn't help but tease. Sigh, that's why I say, the more I say, the more tears I shed. Takahashi Majuan continued to sigh. Shota, you're still laughing at him. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Ling Lu looked at Akimoto Shota with a light chuckle. I don't think I have a girlfriend, but I feel like I'm going to soon. The girl I've liked since 6th grade wants me to accompany her shopping tomorrow. She wants to buy some clothes. Shota, so you're saying you're still in the game? A girl is inviting you to shop.
Takahashi Maju and Inoue Daikuma and Oda Itaro all looked at Akimoto Shota with envy.
Ling Lu remained silent withholding his comments but thought to himself that if he had someone he liked since 6th grade let alone being his girlfriend he probably would have messed around long ago. If he had a girl he liked since elementary school he wouldn't just have her as a girlfriend he would have probably exhausted all means to have her. I don't know why but it feels like my luck has turned since the first day of school. So I wanted to ask Lagu Master Lu to teach me a few tricks to charm her hoping to easily win her over tomorrow. Shota said with great enthusiasm. Ling Lu replied just walk up and take her hand. If she doesn't resist then confess right after that. Even if you say that just hearing you talk makes me nervous let alone actually taking her hand. Shota said helpless. You're too timid aren't you? Ling Lu couldn't help but disdain. Lagu why don't you teach us how to build up our courage? We're all the same just shy in front of girls afraid to confess let alone hold hands. Oda Itaro said with a distressed expression. Are you worried about being rejected and afraid of being laughed at by the girls around you or are you afraid that you won't even be able to be ordinary friends with her? Ling Lu asked them. Yeah the three replied in unison. You three seriously lack confidence and dare not face reality and secondly you're not enough of a rogue. But I want to say even if your confession fails it's really not a big deal. Lugu why don't you give us a demonstration? Takahashi Majuan suggested I just love watching you charm girls it feels like all the essence is there. Alright I'll give you a little demonstration today but I'll make the difficulty a bit higher. I'm going to confess to Shirkong Hashion. Although she will definitely reject me as long as I'm not awkward it will be them who are awkward. Lugu is amazing. Lugu hurry up. I want to see your performance. I'm going to record it to watch Leji's series of moves repeatedly hoping to learn a thing or two from it. The boys eagerly anticipated while Ling Lu remained calm yet they became extremely nervous. You guys watch carefully and learn well. I want you to know that even if your confession fails it won't cost you anything. Ling Lu stood up and walked toward the middle of the front row soon arriving in front of Shirkong Hashian saying Shirkong Hashian I must confess that I have liked you for 6 hours now and hope you can be my girlfriend. His sudden declaration was not quiet instantly plunging the entire classroom into silence. Both boys and girls looked at Ling Lu in astonishment. Sitting next to Shirkong Hashian Su Chuwei looked at Ling Lu in surprise wondering if this guy was out of his mind. If he liked Shirkong Hashian why did he refuse to support her during the voting this morning? But could this guy actually be serious? This morning he claimed he would vote for whoever became his girlfriend. But that didn't seem right she had been with Shirkong Hashian trying to gain votes earlier so in a way she had also become his target. Tisk tisk a typical scumbag. Clearly he was shamelessly spreading his net this morning and now he was retracting it abandoning the pursuit of her to chase after Shirkong Hashian. Sakai Midai in the front row to the left was equally surprised even confused. Strange didn't Ling Lu claim he had a girlfriend? Why is he suddenly pursuing Shirkong Hashian? So confusing I can't understand Ling Li's moves at all. Saixia on the far right looked at Ling Lu confessing to Shirkong Hashian and was filled with disdain. This scumbag really is a shameless guy. However how could Shirkong Hashian the young lady of the Shirkong group possibly like someone so despicable and disgusting? He just wait to be ruthlessly rejected. I'll be watching to see if you feel awkward when your classmates ridicule. Saixia leaned against the wall arms crossed waiting to watch the show. But remembering how Ling Lu had bullied her today she couldn't help but feel furious. How could he so easily pursue other beauties after having done such shameless things to her? Does he not feel any guilt at all? The boys and girls in the class were essentially all eager for Shirkong Hashian's response. Takahashi Maju and Akimoto Shota Inoue Daikuma and Oda Itaro watched Ling Li's actions unable to help but feel extremely nervous even sweating awkwardly. But they were also waiting for Shirkong Hashian's response. Ling Lu on the other hand felt nothing after all if he wasn't awkward it would be the others who felt awkward. What's so embarrassing about confessing to a beauty anyway? If she were to reject him he could just say a frog dreaming of a swan and retreat without any hesitation. Alright since I'm in college now I find you very sincere. We can try dating for a bit. But since this is my first time having a boyfriend I hope you can be more patient with me as I have a lot to learn. Shirkong Hashian suddenly smiled slightly as she spoke. She was truly beautiful appearing very aloof and distant at first glance but at this moment she was being extremely polite giving Ling Lu face and even speaking seriously not like she was just stringing him along. What? Ling Lu was stunned in disbelief. We can try dating. Did I hear that wrong? I just casually confessed to give the other guys a demonstration and to boost my own courage how did I succeed? At this moment the students in the classroom were all equally stunned. In the back Takahashi Maju and Akimoto Shota Inoue Daikuma and Oda Itaro were all dumbfounded. Did he just win her over? Of course they weren't the only ones who were stunned. Saixia and Su Chuwei were also equally Ling Lu found himself unprepared for the other party's agreement momentarily at a loss about what to do. Mainly he already had a girlfriend. Flirting casually could be acceptable but if he were to pursue someone as serious as Si Gong Hsiang it would truly be a betrayal of Qianyu Daisy. Si Gong Hsiang have you lost your mind? Do you even know what kind of guy he is? You just agreed without a second thought. Su Chuwei Si Gong Hsiang's deskmate snapped back to reality touching Si Gong Hsiang's forehead. You're not even feverish are you? Besides you've never dated anyone before. Now someone is confessing to you and you just agreed without a moment's consideration.
Are you serious? In fact, once Su Chuwei snapped back to attention, she couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy and anger.
After all, Ling Lu was the first boy she had met. On the flight to Tokyo, she and Ling Lu were in the same cabin and Ling Lu had been staring at her body the whole time. On the surface, Su Chuwei didn't say anything, but inside she was becoming increasingly nervous under Ling Lu's gaze, though she didn't show it out. It was precisely because Ling Lu was making her anxious that she felt he was a very special guy. So special that he could affect her heartbeat, leading her to feel curious about Ling Lu or perhaps even have some subtle affection for him. To be clear, she was the daughter of the Su family conglomerate worth billions. What kind of scene had she not witnessed? Over the years countless boys had pursued her, yet she had never felt her emotions flustered by any of them, nor had she ever felt even a hint of nervousness. It wasn't until she met Ling Lu that she encountered an exception. She couldn't fathom why Ling Lu had been staring at her. She couldn't help but grow increasingly nervous. However, if she knew that Ling Lu was using his ability to perceive to admire her exquisite body, would she perhaps understand why she was so tense? At the very least, the emotions reflected in Ling Lu's gaze, covetousness, appreciation, were not something other boys could conjure up. Su Chuwei's body must have been very sensitive. Even she didn't know why she felt nervous, but her instincts were set off by Ling Lu's gaze. "I've thought it through," she said. "So I am serious, and I just mentioned that he is very sincere." Si Gong Hexiang smiled slightly. At that moment her face flushed a bit. She hadn't expected her classmates to be looking at her and Ling Lu. But maybe that was a good thing. At least when she got a boyfriend she had the validation of many people. With such a wonderful beginning, her future interactions and relationship with Ling Lu should certainly go smoothly. Know what I mean? Is he? Ling Lu is quite a rogue. You don't know, he stares unashamedly at beautiful girls, not caring about manners at all. Su Chuwei felt anxious, increasingly realizing she had lost someone very important. Yet being as outstanding as she was, she wouldn't allow herself to show her eagerness. She could only point out that Ling Lu was a bad and rogue boy, hoping Si Gong Hexiang would regain her rationality and back off. The male and female classmates in the classroom watched as Su Chuwei showed such concern for her good friend Si Gong Hexiang, thinking that Su Chuwei was truly a wonderful girl. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also kind-hearted, even willing to offend Ling Lu in front of everyone to keep her friend from being hurt. She was simply too good. It was touching enough to bring tears to one's eyes. At least from their perspective, Ling Lu was overly flamboyant, making confessions so casually, making him seem utterly unreliable. If Ling Lu knew what these guys were thinking, he would instantly see that they were simply envious and resentful of him, unable to bear the sight of such fortune falling into his lap. That's just how reality is. No matter where people are from, they are selfish to the core, unable to stand beautiful things being easily acquired by others. It's normal for boys to like looking at beautiful girls. I think most normal boys would act like that, but staring continuously is a bit rude. It comes off as quite rogue. But it's not a big issue, although it's a flaw. I will make an effort to help him correct this bad habit in the future. Si Gong Hexiang appeared very gentle, broad-minded, and understanding, shocking the surrounding male and female classmates, making them feel that Si Gong Hexiang was just too good. She was practically the goddess that every boy dreamed of. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by tenderness and happiness if they had Si Gong Hexiang? Moreover, Si Gong Hexiang was the only daughter of the Si Gong group, destined to inherit the family business and possess immeasurable wealth. But such a kind, gentle, understanding, and wealthy girl was being pursued by a boy from the Dragon Kingdom. They felt like crying at that moment. If they had known it would be so easy, they felt they could have tried their luck as well. Alas, how unpredictable life is, missing out on this immense wealth and such a wonderful partner. Not just these classmates, even Takahashi, Masaki Akimoto, Shota Inoue, Daikuma, and Oda Itaru couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. They felt a pang of jealousy. They thought if only they had advised Ling Lu against confessing to Si Gong Hexiang, then she would still be everyone's dream girl. But now, faced with such reality, they could only harbor envy and resentment. Because Si Gong Hexiang was indeed beautiful, exceptional, gentle, and kind, with such a great opportunity, Ling Lu would surely seize the moment. In truth, Ling Lu was captivated by Si Gong Hexiang's understanding nature. He had thought that daughters from rich families were usually self-important, proud, and temperamental, yet unexpectedly Si Gong Hexiang was a gentle girl, naively filled with fantasies about a beautiful future. Ling Lu had a moment of conscience, deciding that such a wonderful girl was best left alone. He didn't want to hurt her. He already had Xianyu Daisy, and if he agreed to Si Gong Hexiang, it would be a cruel blow to both her and Xianyu Daisy. Si Gong Hexiang, I didn't expect you to be so gentle. You're nothing like the spoiled and proud daughters I imagined. To be honest, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. I've thought it over. I believe we're quite incompatible. I'm truly sorry for confessing to you just now. I was only trying to have a little fun testing the waters. You should remember that you and Su Chuwei treated me as a tool earlier today. I just wanted to get back at you both, Ling Lu said, sincerely, appearing very serious, definitely not joking anymore. The atmosphere in the room became awkward and still. She never expected that Ling Lu would take the initiative to confess to her, and after she seriously accepted, he would later go back on his word. His reason for rejecting her was simply that she was different from the willful and proud young ladies he had imagined. Alas, Ling Lu was indeed taking revenge on her, treating her as a source of amusement. But how could Ling Lu do this? It was quite petty of him to hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. However, Ling Lu was truly special. He felt different from other boys, even capable of rejecting and hurting a girl like her. Though Shirkong Hashan felt very upset and didn't know what to say, she was on the verge of shedding crystalline tears from her beautiful eyes.
Yet she didn't want her classmates to see her vulnerability, especially not Ling Lu to witness her disgrace. She immediately lay down on the desk, burying her head tightly, silently crying without daring to make any sound. Su Chuwei was surprised that Shirkong Hashan was rejected by Ling Lu, and she felt not an ounce of joy but rather anger towards Ling Lu. How could he joke around with a girl like this? Ling Lu, what do you mean? Do you think this is funny? You confessed in front of the entire class and Shirkong Hashan naively accepted, but now you dismiss her so casually. Are you even a man? Is it acceptable for you to toy with innocent and kind-hearted girls? Su Chuwei looked like a beautiful fairy with a warm, sweet and noble aura. But at that moment she stood up coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife as she glared at Ling Lu, shouting at him. Although Ling Lu felt he had been a bit harsh on Shirkong Hashan, he was still annoyed by Su Chuwei's loud reprimand. Who do you think you are? Are you teaching me how to behave? You all treated me as a bet earlier, using me as a tool in your class president election. Am I not allowed to mess with you a little? You have no sense of manliness at all. Su Chuwei was at a loss for words, feeling that Ling Lu had a point, but his fault lay in being a bit too petty. If I lack grace, so be it. Besides, I was honest with Shirkong Hashan, she's beautiful and it's only natural that I like her. But who said I couldn't tease her? And you, Su Chuwei, you're also very beautiful. In fact, I've liked you for dozens of hours now. Can't I playfully confess to you? Or should I say, if I like both of you, will you both agree to be my girlfriends? Ling Lu asked seriously. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. As long as he didn't feel shameless, he wouldn't be. What do you mean? Su Chuwei was taken aback, her face unconsciously flushing. Was Ling Lu serious? Did he really like her? Was it possible he noticed her earlier jealousy? So did he reject Shirkong Hashan just for her? No. She was really overthinking it. How could she come up with such a foolish idea? I said, Su Chuwei, I've liked you for dozens of hours now. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Ling Lu smiled lightly, simply playing around, being willful. After all, he had a thick skin while Su Chuwei was more shy. With one sentence he could make her feel all sorts of embarrassment. And the surrounding classmates, what was there to look down upon? Didn't they see that he was much better than them? Could they dare to handle two stunning beauties with scores above 95 like him? Su Chuwei felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Although she knew Ling Lu was joking, it was still off-putting. Yet she couldn't help feeling nervous as the special feeling Ling Lu gave her lingered. Right now Su Chuwei was genuinely angry. Even though this boy had made her feel tense before, after less than a day of contact she felt deeply disappointed. To completely extinguish her special feeling for Ling Lu, she thought it might be better to let him reject her once. If so, perhaps she could completely hate him and the previous special fondness would vanish. Alright, like Shirkong Hashan, I also agree to be your girlfriend. After all, I'm already in college and have never disliked a boy this much. I want to see just how much I can dislike you. In fact, this statement was reverse psychology. The original sentiment should have been that she had never felt this tense about a boy before. She wanted to see just how much he could attract her. But still, Su Chuwei was both excellent and proud. She wouldn't allow her true feelings to be exposed like that, at least not until she was certain of the other's sincerity. She wouldn't confess her innermost thoughts. Of course, at this moment Su Chuwei was going with the intention of being rejected by Ling Lu, believing that only by being rejected would her remaining special feelings for him cease to exist. At this moment the classmates were even more shocked. Was Ling Lu toxic? How could he successfully confess to a beauty once? This was simply outrageous. Could it be that beauties nowadays are this easy to confess to? Or is it true that sincerity is irresistible? I like this proud beauty of yours. Since you want to see how much I can make you dislike me, I won't hold back. From now on, you, Su Chuwei, are my girlfriend. Classmates, you must bear witness. Su Chuwei is now my girlfriend, but she wants to know how bad I can be. As her boyfriend, I obviously can't let her down, right? You probably don't know that in our Longwa, being a girlfriend means doing many things for your boyfriend. Eating together, watching movies together, walking hand in hand, and even spending the night outside is quite common. Of course, as a good girl and a girlfriend, you should also cook for your boyfriend every day and be utterly devoted to him, among other things. Ling Lu said this nonchalantly, then turned serious, looking at the already flushed and cold-eyed Su Chuwei, continuing. I wonder if you're a good girl or a bad girl. But I think since you're willing to be the girlfriend of a guy like me, it shows your feelings for me are sincere, so you must be a silly good girl. Su Chuwei, remember that as a good girl you have to obediently listen to me. From now on I am your boyfriend, and so many classmates can witness this. I bet there are others recording the entire process of you agreeing to be my girlfriend, so I don't think a young lady like you would go back on your word and suddenly say you're not my girlfriend, right? Ling Lu sealed Su Chuwei's fate with a single breath, leaving her at a loss for words. Su Chuwei took a deep breath, not expecting Ling Lu to diverge from the script. She clearly wanted him to reject her so she could erase the remaining special feelings she had for him. But now he actually accepted her as his girlfriend, and to be honest, she felt both angry and unexpectedly hopeful. Ling Lu, I don't want to talk to you now. Just go away. Your shamelessness really annoys me. Su Chuwei truly disliked Ling Lu at this moment. But it was also true that she couldn't help but feel a strange special feeling for him. Just now Ling Lu managed to quicken her heartbeat again, a sensation she had never experienced before, leading her to have more complex feelings. After speaking, Su Chuwei ignored Ling Lu directly lying on the desk like Shirkong Hashang burying her head. This seemed like an expression of anger, but it was actually a reaction to cover her own inner turmoil. Silence often strikes back the hardest. Ling Lu felt speechless, having answered just a couple of questions, and now she wouldn't speak to him, making him feel quite embarrassed. However, Ling Lu didn't dwell on it. After all, it was just a game, and he returned to his own seat. You've been watching for so long, did you learn anything? Yes, we learned something. But the most crucial part seems to be to work hard on becoming shameless. Takahashi-masan and the others said, looking thoroughly impressed. Just being shameless, we feel we can't be as composed and pure as you. So what should we do? Akiyama Shota scratched his head. That's simple. Before being shameless, think about what your advantages are. Advantages? Yes. Well, my family is wealthy and I'm handsome. Does that count as an advantage? Definitely. Just being wealthy alone means you should be a bit more confident, understand? During class, Takahashi Majuan sent a recorded video over and Ling Lu watched it twice. Although he felt a bit shameless, he couldn't help but admire his own performance, looking increasingly handsome with each viewing. After class, Aunt Maisie sent a message right on time. Lele Aunt is waiting for you in the parking lot of the school. Remember, we agreed to go eat barbecue together. Ling Lu glanced at the message from Aunt Maisie on his communication app and couldn't help but feel intrigued. He felt quite ashamed, to be honest. He could refuse a pure beauty like Shirgong Hashang, yet he couldn't help but harbor all sorts of intense desires towards Aunt Maisie, and these thoughts grew stronger in his mind. Even knowing that such actions could lead to terrible consequences, not only hurting Qian Yudai but also leaving Miss Ling speechless and plunging himself into an abyss. But just the thought of having the ability to become invisible made him wonder if it was possible to further offend Aunt Maisie. Of course, such terrifying and bizarre evil thoughts made Ling Lu struggle internally, for although he had the heart of a thief, his current courage was far from sufficient. Or rather, he hadn't had much close interaction with Aunt Maisie, resulting in fewer opportunities to take things further. However, thinking about going out for barbecue tonight, Ling Lu couldn't help but imagine drinking some wine while eating barbecue, hoping that Aunt Maisie would get drunk, which would give him something to look forward to. However, since one shouldn't drink and drive and Aunt Maisie would be driving, the chance of drinking seemed slim, leaving Ling Lu somewhat melancholy. At that moment, his classmate Sakai Midai suddenly approached him nervously, her cute face slightly flushed as she spoke. Ling Liken, thank you for helping me get so many votes. I've successfully been elected as the class representative. Sakai Midai stood upright and gave a bow to Ling Lu, who smiled in response. Don't mention it, this is mutual assistance. You can count on me to wash your dishes every day at lunchtime from now on. Alright, but do you think I'm a shameless person? Ling Lu said with a half smile, as many classmates had developed a bias against him after the incident with Shirgong Hashang and Su Chuwei in the last class. They thought he was a thick-skinned and shameless person. Not at all. I think Ling Liken is a person with principles. The reason you acted that way towards them is that they treated you as a tool first. You merely retaliated a bit more harshly. Sakai Midai shook her head nervously. Indeed, Midai is quite promising. To be honest, I really like you. You like me. Sakai Midai seemed to freeze up, her cheeks turning so red it looked like they might smoke. Ling Lu thought that Sakai Midai was really entertaining, her reaction was too cute. But if this continued, Midai might get overwhelmed. What I mean is that we get along well and we will definitely become great friends in the future, Ling Lu chuckled. Sakai Midai's face was still red, but she was no longer blankhead, feeling nervous. To be able to become good friends with Ling Liken is truly my honor. Thank you for your recognition. School is over, I have to go home and then go to my part-time job. Sakai Midai said honestly. Go ahead, I'll leave soon too. After saying that, Ling Lu grabbed his bag and walked towards the school parking lot. He didn't notice that Su Chuwei and Shirgong Hashang were still packing up in the classroom and hadn't left. Su Chuwei saw Ling Lu chatting and laughing with the cute girl and couldn't help but feel jealous again. She felt somewhat disappointed and unhappy that Ling Lu didn't even look at her when he left. That guy didn't even say goodbye to her after class. It seemed that his confession last class really had no feelings for her and was purely for revenge, just to tease her and Shirgong Hashang. After thinking of this, Su Chuwei felt anger rising within her, frustrated that such a guy could affect her mood. Su Chuwei, you've really lost your mind. How could you have such strange feelings for this kind of guy? Chuwei, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble. Shirgong Hashang naturally noticed that Ling Lu didn't even look at them as he left. She felt that Su Chuwei must have agreed to Ling Li's confession to avoid the awkwardness of being rejected, wanting to spare herself from embarrassment. Su Chuwei, having known her since childhood, would always share both hardships and joys with her. But she didn't expect Ling Lu to go off script and not take back his words, forcing Su Chuwei to temporarily become his girlfriend. Su Chuwei was slightly taken aback and felt a bit guilty, as she had a bit of selfishness, but she certainly couldn't let Shirgong Hashang know, saying in a typical tsundere manner. I'll propose breaking up with him in a few days. He thinks he can have me as his girlfriend forever. He's really dreaming. But Hashang, don't feel so guilty. Liking someone isn't your fault, it just means Ling Lu is really. Before she could finish, Shirgong Hashang couldn't help but smile slightly. Very special, right? What? Su Chuwei was taken aback. I mean Ling Lu is a very special boy, Shigong Huxiang said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Huxiang, you don't really like him, do you? Su Chuwei felt her true rival had appeared and her heart couldn't help but tighten. Not really, but he's the first boy I want to like. Shigong Huxiang lowered her gaze, shyly whispering. But he coldly rejected you. That's fine, if he doesn't like me then so be it. But I will still like him. If he continues to not like me, then when I find someone else I like I'll just stop liking him. Shigong Huxiang said softly. Huxiang, you're such a fool. Don't forget you're a young lady, how can you demean yourself like this? Su Chuwei was indeed stunned by Shigong Huxiang's words. She didn't expect her to take liking someone so seriously. But Su Chuwei couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy, wanting to say, Ling Lu is my boyfriend now. Is it appropriate for you to say these things in front of me? Though we are good friends, matters concerning boyfriends are definitely not to be shared. However, Su Chuwei didn't dare to say it outright and could only think in her heart that she wasn't the only one serious, she was very serious too. Furthermore, she knew Ling Lu before Huxiang, so there was no reason for her to let Huxiang take him away. If Ling Lu could know their thoughts, he would likely be astonished, wondering when he had become so exceptional to be genuinely liked by two beautiful girls. He would also be surprised by the reasons these young ladies liked someone. It was indeed unique. They simply thought he was very special, which seemed quite extravagant. However, what was even more bizarre was that Ling Lu didn't even know how much they liked him, while these two beauties seemed to have already started an internal struggle. At least Shigong Huxiang said this in front of Su Chuwei, and who could deny that she wasn't deliberately expressing her stance. Even though Chuwei, you're currently his non-rejected girlfriend, I won't give up on making him accept me either. Upon arriving at the school parking lot, Ling Lu immediately spotted Aunt Mei's Lexus SUV, particularly because Aunt Mei stood outside the car exceptionally eye-catching. Today Aunt Mei wore a short purple dress adorned with flowers, looking refreshingly beautiful, her exposed skin enticingly fair and her long lustrous golden hair casually draped over her fragrant shoulders. After taking a steady glance, Ling Lu felt an inexplicable surge of warmth within him. He couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, not knowing why, but whenever faced with Aunt Mei's enchanting beauty he found it hard to resist the temptation. Ling Lu contemplated that it was likely due to living with Aunt Mei, combined with the fact that she had never had a man in her life, which emboldened him in his heart. Lu Liken, over here. Aunt Mei smiled and waved to Ling Lu with calmness. Regarding the events that transpired at noon, it was as if nothing had happened. From her outward demeanor there was no sign of tension or awkwardness. It must be said that Mei's self-regulation ability was incredibly strong. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Auntie. Ling Lu appeared somewhat shy. The closer he got to Aunt Mei, the more nervous he became, especially when he caught a whiff of her delightful fragrance, intensifying his feelings for her. Although Aunt Mei was 38 years old, she looked no older than 30, with a voluptuous figure that was extremely alluring. Ling Lu felt that every smile and frown from her was filled with charm directed at him. Lilikin, there's no need to be so polite or it will seem too distant. Let's go get in the car, Auntie will take you for some barbecue. You can also check the food outside. If it doesn't suit your taste, Auntie will personally make barbecue for you at home next time. Aunt Mei was exceedingly warm and friendly to Ling Lu. Yet he couldn't help but be moved. It was precisely because Aunt Mei treated him so well that his mind wandered into thoughts. Did Aunt Mei have feelings for me, and that's why she cared for me so much? Life often presents three major illusions. She has feelings for me, she likes me, and she surely wants to develop a different kind of relationship with me. Ling Lu even thought that if they had barbecue at home he could drink. Imagining Aunt Mei getting drunk while he remained sober sent a thrilling shiver down his spine, filling him with infinite anticipation. Once in the car, Aunt Mei drove them to a Gyukoku barbecue restaurant and said, Lilikin, do you like beef barbecue? This place is quite famous in Tokyo and the ingredients they provide are all of high quality. The flavor of the grilled food is also quite good in my opinion. I do like it, Ling Lu nodded. Let's go in. Aunt Mei parked the car and led Ling Lu ahead into the Gyukoku barbecue restaurant. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was quite elegant, with partitions separating each area, making it suitable for family and friend gatherings. The welcoming server, dressed in a beautiful red cherry blossom style kimono, arranged a private room for him and Aunt Mei, as the main hall was already fully occupied. Waiting in the hall would take more than half an hour for a table to become available. Lilikin, here's the menu, take a look and see if there's anything you want to eat. Aunt Mei received the menu from the server and handed it to Ling Lu. Ling Lu, unfamiliar with the food culture here, smiled and said, Auntie, why don't you recommend some dishes? I like everything you order anyway. Aunt Mei's beautifully mature face blushed slightly. Ling Lu's words sounded somewhat like sweet nothings, especially with the server nearby, leaving her uncertain about how the other party would interpret them. As for Lilikin, he probably didn't mean anything by it, merely showing politeness and courtesy. After realizing this, Mei felt relaxed and nodded. She was just afraid that Ling Lu would develop some strange thoughts about her due to what happened at noon that would truly be too troubling for her. After all, she was Ling Lu's aunt, viewing him as a still-growing child. Moreover, Ling Lu had come to this foreign land with no family or friends, knowing only this one aunt, so as the host she surely had to treat him better. Lilikin, would you like a drink? Aunt Mei suddenly asked. Ling Lu felt an opportunity had arrived. If he got drunk, Aunt Mei would definitely take care of him. Can I have some alcohol? You can, but you have school tomorrow, she replied. Don't worry, Auntie, I have a good tolerance. If I drink, a night's sleep will have me fine by the next day. Then do you want to drink white wine? Aunt Mei hesitated. Yes, I prefer white wine. Beer makes me feel bloated and uncomfortable. Alright, we have some excellent famous wines here. The first is Shikita, the second is Yamanaka, the third is Shinchukame, and the fourth is Arakawa. Let's have Arakawa, I think I've heard of it.
It's said to be pure rice sake, but when tasted it bursts with fruity flavors and has a refreshing sweetness.
That's right, this sake is quite good. But Auntie has to drive today, so I can't drink with you.
It's fine, besides it's better for a woman to drink less for her health, Ling Lu expressed concern. Aunt May's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought to herself that she was already an older woman yet could still be referred to as a girl.
Although a bit shy, she couldn't help but feel happy, smiling gently as she spoke.
I didn't expect Lo Likan to be so caring. It seems Sume hasn't told me the truth. She said you don't know how to care for others at all, which is simply slander against you.
Exactly, I actually care a lot about her.
I always refer to her as Miss Sume. You see, I never call her mom, which makes her seem younger and more beautiful.
However, she doesn't understand my concern at all.
Ling Lu said helplessly. Aunt May chuckled softly, her charm captivating as she remarked, Lo Likan, you really are something. It's obvious that you have a good relationship with your mother.
Of course, Auntie, you know that my mother and I have always relied on each other.
Although my personality may be lacking a bit, I still willingly listen to her every time. After chatting for a while, the grilled meat and Arakawa wine Aunt May ordered arrived with the server politely knocking on the door.
Hello, guests.
The grilled meat ingredients you ordered are ready. Is it convenient for us to bring them in now?
Yes, thank you, you can bring them in.
Aunt May's voice had a magnetic quality, sounding soft and pleasant, particularly captivating. The door to the private room was pushed open, revealing a long-haired girl in a red cherry blossom kimono looking adorable, pushing in a cart filled with grilled meat ingredients and others. Ling Lu immediately recognized her and exclaimed, Miyu, what a coincidence.
I didn't expect to see you here working part-time.
Miyu Sakurai's pretty face turned bright red, surprised to encounter Ling Lu here without any mental preparation, making her unable to help but feel nervous as she said.
Yes, Lo Likan, what a coincidence. We meet again and I indeed work part-time here.
I see, I didn't expect you to be so diligent and hardworking.
Thank you, she replied. Lo Likan, is this your classmate?
Miyu asked curiously.
Aunt May gently inquired, wearing a smile full of charm.
Yes, I just met this beautiful classmate today.
She's our class study committee member named Miyu Sakurai.
By the way, Miyu, this is my Aunt May. She and my mom are good friends, and I've known her since I was very young, Ling Lu introduced politely.
Hello, Auntie. Miyu blushed and bowed. Hello, Miss Miyu, Aunt May responded. You are truly beautiful and adorable. I hope you and Lo Likan can get along well and possibly become good friends. Yes, Auntie, don't worry, Ling Likan is a really nice person.
Miyu blushed and felt nervous, unsure of what to say, and was led along feeling pressure in front of such a beautiful and graceful aunt.
Miyu, let me help you with that, Ling Lu said as he stood up to assist Miyu in placing the ingredients on the table.
Thank you, she expressed, her face flushed. Once everything was arranged, she stood up and said, Auntie Ling Likan, I'll step out for a bit. If you need anything, just call me anytime.
Alright, go ahead and be busy, Ling Lu replied with a faint smile while Aunt May nodded warmly.
Miyu stepped out, closed the door to the private room, took a deep breath to calm her nervous emotions, and continued to work diligently. Lo Likan, that girl is quite nice. Do you have any thoughts of pursuing her as a girlfriend?
Aunt May said while grilling meat, chuckling lightly. Auntie, I see her as just a classmate and friend. I haven't thought about a girlfriend yet.
Ling Lu said shyly. He was worried that if Miyu told Aunt May that she was indeed his girlfriend, then what he just said would sound hypocritical. However, Ling Lu's statement was also meant to prevent Aunt May from misunderstanding, indicating that he was currently single.
This way, if Aunt May liked him, she wouldn't overthink it. Alright, then we won't interfere too much with the emotions of you young people. We just can't help but want to remind you when we encounter good girls.
Aunt May smiled lightly, her beautiful charm captivating. Ling Lu felt an overwhelming urge in his heart, yet he shyly dared not stare too long, pouring himself some Arakawa. Seeing Ling Lu pour wine to drink, Aunt May said, it's not good to drink on an empty stomach. Auntie has ordered some zero cold noodles, which are also quite famous in Tokyo.
Have some to fill your stomach first.
Okay, thank you, Auntie. Ling Lu was willing to accept Aunt May's care and immediately complied. The taste of the zero cold noodles was exceptionally good, featuring a rich broth made from beef bone soup rich in collagen, complemented by refreshing and tangy kimchi.
The noodles, while thin, had excellent resilience and a smooth texture.
The portion was not large and Ling Lu finished it in just 2 bites as he planned to eat grilled meat later.
Lo Likan, have some more tuna sushi.
Aunt May carefully rolled the tuna sushi for him and handed it over.
Alright, Auntie, you should have some too. I'll grill the meat for a while. Auntie, you can just grill here. It's popular for girls to do these things. Alright then.
Ling Lu was deeply captivated by Aunt May's tenderness, unconsciously imagining that if she could become his, he would surely have great fortune in the future. Ling Lu knew that such matters could not be rushed. He had to create opportunities for himself, ensuring that he would be somewhat tipsy tonight, pretending to be very drunk. Then Aunt May would definitely come to support and take care of him. He had heard that many relationships in life, and those deepened by misunderstandings, often start from the dynamics of caring and being cared for.
Thank you for your gifts and tips.
Aunt Maisie expressed her concern. Lelikon, when drinking you must know your limits. Overindulging can harm your health.
Ling Lu nodded.
However, despite this, after enjoying a barbecue, he still drank an entire bottle by himself. To be honest, after downing a bottle, almost a pound of alcohol, Ling Lu felt he was not merely tipsy but rather thoroughly intoxicated, his consciousness gradually becoming muddled. Yet Ling Lu continued to feign calmness, putting on a brave face. "Lelikan, are you alright? I just told you to drink less, but I didn't expect you'd still finish a bottle after saying you understood." Aunt Maisie helplessly sighed. She initially wanted to stop him further, but seeing Ling Lu enjoying himself so much, she decided not to spoil them. Moreover, even if Ling Lu got drunk, she was still there to help take care of him, so she tacitly allowed him to drink another cup. "Aunt, don't worry, I'm fine," Ling Lu insisted. Although he was getting more and more drunk, he was still struggling to keep himself awake, not wanting to succumb completely, as he knew that if he did, he wouldn't be able to appreciate any beauty around him. "Sai, I really can't do anything with you. You say you're fine, yet your voice has unconsciously become much louder when you talk. Aunt won't blame you, people usually act this way when they're drunk. However, Lelikan, you should drink less in the future, or else when you're with friends they might mistakenly think you're shouting at them." Aunt Maisie smiled helplessly, getting up to support Ling Lu. "Now that you still have some awareness, Aunt should quickly help you into the car to get you home. Otherwise, if you fall asleep, I won't know how to get you into the car." Ling Lu, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, was not small at all, while Aunt Maisie at 1.68 meters only reached his chin. Ling Lu nodded in agreement, actually looking forward to this long-anticipated scenario, saying, "Thank you, Aunt. I might really be drunk, but I absolutely didn't mean to shout at you." Aunt naturally knows. "However, Lelikan, you're really heavy. Aunt is almost struggling to support you." Aunt Maisie struggled to steady Ling Lu with one arm, using great effort to keep him from swaying unsteadily. "Aunt, I really don't need your support, I feel fine. I can still walk by myself, see." Ling Lu was not satisfied with just being supported by her hand. He wanted Aunt Maisie to support him with her whole body. For instance, if he draped one arm over her shoulder, he hoped she would hold his other arm, creating more close contact. Ling Lu broke free from Aunt Maisie's grasp and took a few steps on his own. However, within 2 steps he stumbled and nearly crashed into a wall. Fortunately, Aunt Maisie reacted quickly and rushed forward to support him again. While supporting Ling Lu, Aunt Maisie felt a bit nervous. After all, Ling Lu was truly handsome and exuded masculine charm. Even she could sense that his handsomeness was distinct from any boy in Sakura country. While she could face the charm of boys from Sakura country with composure, Ling Lu was from Long country. Thus the different regional aesthetics affected her more than she expected. "Aunt Maisie, I apologize. I just realized I'm really drunk now. But don't worry, with my arm around your shoulder I should be able to avoid stumbling and won't have to worry about bumping into others when we go out. But it's going to be a bit hard on you, Aunt. I must be heavy leaning against you like this, it must tire you out." Aunt Maisie snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting her emotions, saying, "It's fine. Our car is just outside, it's only a short way. I should be able to make it without any issues. Thank you for taking care of me, Aunt. I promise I won't drink this much next time," Ling Lu said, feeling moved. "Alright, Lelikan, remember what you said. This is a promise to Aunt, don't forget it next time." Yes, no problem. I won't forget," Ling Lu whispered in Aunt Maisie's ear. He felt it was best to get him back to the car quickly, since he was drunk and it wasn't appropriate for her to support him the entire time. Aunt Maisie was clearly confident in her allure, thinking that any man in a drunken state would likely be captivated by her charm at such close proximity. "Aunt, is Ling Likan really drunk?" Aunt Maisie, supporting Ling Lu out from the private room, encountered Sakai Midai coming towards them. "Yeah, he's drunk, he finished an entire bottle," Aunt Maisie replied. "Is he alright?" Sakai Midai asked worriedly, feeling there was a huge contrast between the lively Ling Lu and his current condition. He should be fine. Just earlier he wanted to walk on his own, but he was stumbling. "But please don't worry, Miss Midai. I'll definitely take good care of him. I'll take him home right away. If he feels nauseous later, I have some hangover tea at home for him." Aunt Maisie smiled slightly at Sakai Midai, sensing this adorable girl seemed to have feelings for Ling Lu, otherwise she wouldn't be this anxious about him. Sakai Midai blushed shyly, feeling embarrassed yet realizing that Aunt Maisie might misunderstand her feelings towards Ling Lu. However, she knew that further explanations would only lead to more misunderstandings, so she politely smiled. "Thank you, Aunt, for taking care of Ling Likan. I'll see you off." "Alright, let's go," Aunt Maisie said. "But Miss Midai, please rest assured that when Ling Lu wakes up I'll tell him you care about him. Next time I'll have Ling Lu bring you over to play and I'll make delicious food for you." Aunt Maisie felt that Ling Lu and Sakai Midai were a good match, as she found this girl to be quite a nice person. Sakai Midai's face turned bright red, feeling that Aunt Maisie's misunderstanding had deepened. She sighed, realizing she should have clarified things earlier, otherwise when Ling Lu found out he would think she liked him. If she were rejected, she would be embarrassed to death. Feeling pitiful inside, Sakai Midai ultimately decided against explaining anything, sensing it was futile to clarify with Aunt Maisie. Moreover, the priority now was to get Ling Lu back home as soon as possible. After they reached the car, Sakai Midai politely reminded Aunt, "Drive safely and pay attention to the road." "Yes, thank you, Miss Midai," Aunt Maisie replied courteously before driving Ling Lu home. As soon as Ling Lu sat in the car, he completely succumbed to sleep, finding the seat too comfortable to resist the urge to relax and rest. After Maisie brought Ling Lu home and woke him up from the passenger seat, he found that after nearly half an hour of sleep he felt less intoxicated than before, and at least his consciousness was clearer.
Having learned from the earlier experience, Aunt Maisie proactively placed one of Ling Le's hands on her shoulder, which indeed helped support him as they walked. Ling Le naturally wrapped his arm around Aunt Maisie, thus being assisted into the house by her. To maintain appearances, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. As Aunt Maisie helped him upstairs, she exerted great effort to get him to the second floor, and just a few dozen steps left her sweating profusely. After escorting Ling Le back to his room just when he thought there would be no more intimate moments, Aunt Maisie unexpectedly collapsed onto the floor, pulling him down with her. Even more exaggerated and coincidental was the fact that Ling Le could hardly believe such good fortune had descended upon him. Events like these usually only occur in novels and dramas. However, he never expected it to happen to him today, and he felt an irresistible thrill in his heart lingering on the experience. Ling Lu almost couldn't help but move his lips, wanting to go a bit wild, but Aunt Maisie hurriedly pushed him away, quickly explaining. "Lalikan, I'm so sorry, it was my fault for not standing firmly and falling down. Nothing happened just now, really, please don't think too much about it." Aunt Maisa's breath trembled, feeling hot and her heart racing. She had never been so close to a man, and she could say that her first kiss was still intact until today, but Ling Le had taken it from her. If Ling Le's mother Su Mei found out, she wouldn't have the face to explain that it was a misunderstanding. Though pushed away, Ling Le felt quite pleased and proud in his heart, and of course he wouldn't let Aunt Maisie feel awkward pretending to still be in a drunken sleep, remaining motionless on her. Phew, so it turns out Lulu was still in a drunken sleep, but fortunately he wasn't awake, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing for me. As Aunt Maisie thought to herself, she instinctively raised her hand to touch her lips that had just been kissed. Indeed, that feeling of their lips meeting was wonderfully strange, almost melting her heart. To prevent any further mistakes, Maisie quickly moved Ling Lu off her and laid him on the bed, covering him with a silk blanket. After finishing, Maisie glanced at Ling Le to see if he was still asleep. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at his face and the lips that had unexpectedly kissed her. She gently covered her face with her hands, fanning herself, feeling very hot, and realized she needed to cool down physically, so she hurriedly left Ling Le's room. After taking a cool shower downstairs, she returned to her room dressed in comfortable home pajamas made of purple silk, which felt smooth and luxurious. Lying in bed preparing to rest, she found that the earlier embarrassing scene kept popping into her mind unexpectedly, leaving her feeling quite nostalgic. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone, which was placed by the bed, suddenly rang. Seeing it was a call from Ling Su Mei, she was startled. Phew. Taking a deep breath to relax her body and mind, she answered the call. "Hi Su Mei, good evening." "Maisie, why did it take you so long to answer my call?" Ling Su Mei's voice sounded somewhat displeased. "I was just finishing my shower and drying my hair, I didn't hear it before." "Alright, I just want to check if Ling Le had a smooth first day of school. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" Maisie thought to herself that the start of school went smoothly, but since Ling Lu began boarding at her home, so many unbelievable things had happened in just one day. She was caught during her bath at noon and then kissed while returning from barbecue in the evening. Sai, even though she was a woman who believed in not marrying, her heart was quite disturbed by him. However, she certainly wouldn't dare to say such things to Ling Su Mei. Instead, she smiled lightly. "Aren't you worried about my efficiency? With Lila staying here for school, I will definitely take good care of everything. And Lalikan is a pretty good kid. His first day of school went smoothly and he didn't cause any trouble at all." "Alright, anyway, you will have to work hard for a while longer, Maisie. As for me, let's see, during the National Day holiday on October 1st, we'll bring Daisy to Tokyo for a few days of fun." "Sounds good. If you're coming to have fun, I'll arrange things for you in advance. Well, find a weekend to go to Shikawa City for a hot spring together." "That's fine, but the hot spring place must ensure privacy and safety." "Yes, of course. As women, we must protect ourselves well when going out." "Oh, come on, we're almost 40. Ling Su Mei chuckled. "Why can't we be considered women? We're still young and beautiful, all right." Maisie argued. She thought to herself, "Your son still considers me a woman, perhaps even a little girl." Yes, I won't deny that we are still women, huh?" Su Mei replied happily. Who wouldn't want to be a woman forever? After all, there were no men around them. Maisie changed the subject. "Is Daisy adjusting well over there?" "So far she's been adjusting well, but the school is a bit far from here, so she chose to live at school. If she can't get used to it, I'm planning to buy a place near the school so we can live there together for support." "That's fine, but I didn't expect that she would have better treatment than Lolikan." Maisie knew that Ling Le was living at school because it was a bit far from home, but she hadn't heard Su Mei say anything about buying a place for Ling Le's convenience. Of course. Girls need to be well taken care of. That troublesome Ling Le wouldn't get such treatment. If Lolikan knew what his mother said, it would break his heart. "Oh, come on, if you don't say it, he won't know." "Who told him to annoy me so much?" "I can't say anything behind his back, and you certainly can't say it in front of him, otherwise I would be in big trouble because of you." "Got it." After chatting for a while longer, they hung up the phone. At that moment, Maisie saw a message from Daisy. "Daisy, oh Kazan, are you there?" "Daisy, why isn't anyone answering Ling Likan's phone?" Maisie thought about calling Daisy, but remembered it was late and Daisy living at school might not be convenient to answer, so she texted back. "Ling Likan drank a bit tonight and is a little drunk. He has probably fallen asleep." Daisy quickly replied, "Okay, but Kazan, please prepare some water for Ling Likan. I heard that when you wake up after drinking you can easily get thirsty." "Good point. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten." Alright Kazan, I'm going to rest now. You should also go to bed early." "Okay, good night, Daisy." After replying to the message, Maisie got up to prepare some water for Ling Lu. As she poured a glass of cool water and brought it into Ling Le's bedroom, she was so embarrassed by the sight before her that her face turned red and she couldn't help but look away. In the room, Ling Le felt hot and took off his clothes as Aunt Maisie left. After indulging in some roasted meat, he found himself in a predicament, and upon a moment's reflection his anger surged to a level that was difficult to quell. Fortunately, after several conspicuous paper balls appeared in the room, Ling Le was able to drift into a somewhat comfortable sleep. Aunt Maisie entered the room quietly, not sensing anything unusual about the suddenly appearing paper balls, which only indicated that Ling Le had woken up at some point. The reason for her averted gaze was that Ling Le was suddenly looking quite handsome, and upon seeing him even she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, Ling Le was no longer the little boy in her eyes, he was now a young man, and seeing him made her feel awkward and shy. This is why people often say there is a difference between men and women, and it stems from this very principle. Aunt Maisie dared not make too much noise. Holding her breath, she quietly walked in and carefully placed the prepared cool boiled water aside. Yet she couldn't help but steal another glance at Ling Le's well-built body, noticing the chiseled 8-pack abs on his abdomen, which seemed overwhelmingly attractive. Feeling guilty, Aunt Maisie did not linger, worried that if Ling Le woke up suddenly misunderstandings might arise. After unconsciously swallowing hard, she staggered out and gently closed the door behind her. A deep breath escaped Aunt Maisie as she felt her heart racing throughout the day. She had to try hard not to let her mind wander and quickly returned to her room to count sheep and fall asleep. The next morning, Ling Le was awakened by Aunt Maisie knocking on the door from outside. Lele Lelicon, wake up for breakfast. You're going to be late for school. Aunt Maisie now hesitated to enter Ling Le's room, easily fearing that another incident like last night would occur, which would truly leave her feeling embarrassed and flustered. Although she was not in favor of marriage, she was still a girl, and especially after experiencing so many misunderstandings with Ling Lu in a single day, her emotions were like a roller coaster. Now even facing Ling Lu made her feel guilty, let alone after secretly witnessing those events. To adjust her feelings would likely take some time to return to normal. Alright, I'm getting up now, Ling Lu replied groggily. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, feeling a little dizzy. After a few seconds the dizziness subsided, but his mouth felt extremely dry, making him uncomfortable, a common aftereffect of drinking too much and sleeping. Seeing a cup of water beside him, Ling Le grabbed it without thinking and took several large gulps, savoring the sweet taste of the life-giving water. However, after finishing, Ling Le noticed the crumpled paper balls on the floor and suddenly recalled that something was amiss. Last night after finishing, he habitually wanted to drink some water to quench his thirst, but after searching the room for a long time he found no water to drink. Ultimately too lazy to get up and go to the living room for water, he lay down and went to sleep, and to be comfortable he had also taken off his clothes. Ling Lu immediately realized that Aunt Maisie had come to his bedroom last night to bring him water. His breathing quickened slightly at the thought. She must have seen everything right. But more than that, Ling Lu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Those wrinkled paper balls on the wooden floor were too conspicuous. He didn't need to think hard to know what they were and what he had done. Ah, forget it. If she saw it, she saw it. After all, I'm not the one at a loss here. Ling Lu exhaled, releasing a breath of relief. After self-comforting, he took out a set of clean clothes and pants. As he left the room, he deliberately picked up the paper balls from the floor and tossed them into the bathroom. He quickly took a refreshing shower as he smelled strongly of the fermented alcohol. After changing into a simple outfit of white jeans and a blue casual shirt, he appeared tall, slim, and incredibly handsome. After blow-drying his short hair, Ling Lu looked even more sunny, handsome, and neat. Generally, boys with long hair find it difficult to show off their sunny and handsome side. Lelicon, hurry up and come eat breakfast. The clothes and pants you changed out of can go in the basket beside you. Auntie will wash them later. As she was preparing Ling Le's lunch in the kitchen, hearing the sound of him finishing blow-drying his hair, she couldn't help but urge again, okay, I'm coming to eat breakfast now. Ling Le did not feel embarrassed about letting Aunt Maisie wash his clothes and pants because he liked to hang out without any undergarments, so there was nothing to feel awkward about. Arriving at the dining table, Aunt Maisie had prepared 7-grain porridge for breakfast. It was actually just a simple stomach-nourishing porridge similar to plain rice porridge from the Dragon Kingdom, with the only difference being that it contains 7 different types of green vegetable leaves, hence the name 7-grain porridge. The name indeed sounded quite pleasant. Auntie, you should come eat breakfast too, Ling Le called out. Alright, I'm coming right now. Soon Aunt Maisie came out with the packed bento box and placed it in Ling Le's bag, immediately noticing the significant difference in his attire compared to yesterday. Today he appeared markedly more formal and handsome, which momentarily stirred her emotions, causing her to sigh inwardly. Ah, my heart still hasn't settled down. I really am overstepping. After all, I am Lelicon's aunt. How can I have such flustered reactions towards him? No, having these flustered reactions is truly dangerous. It seems I must see a psychologist later to get some guidance. Aunt Maisie thought quickly to herself. Ling Lu, however, was unaware of Aunt Maisie's mental state and couldn't help but glance at the beautiful Aunt Maisie, feeling that she was still as charming as ever. Wearing a finely made blue floral kimono at home, even though it was wrapped tightly, it still had an undeniable allure. For instance, her fit figure, curvaceous silhouette, slender waist, and strong curves. The atmosphere was awkward and neither spoke as they sat at the dining table. Ling Lu did not want to see such a cold atmosphere. He understood that it was likely due to last night's incident that Aunt Maisie felt somewhat awkward today and didn't know what to say. Auntie, I didn't do anything inappropriate to you last night after getting drunk, did I? Ling Lu suddenly asked. Aunt Maisie's heart skipped a beat. Why did Lelicon suddenly bring this up? Did he see through her guilty demeanor? Or did he still have some awareness when he accidentally kissed her last night? Aunt Maisie quickly steadied her emotions, smiled slightly and said you didn't do anything inappropriate. Don't worry, just enjoy your 7-grain porridge. That's good to hear. I just felt like I might have accidentally touched Auntie last night and it startled me a bit. But if I didn't then I can relax, maybe I was just dreaming. Aunt Maisa's face turned red. She revealed a melancholic expression, feeling troubled inside. It seemed that Lelikan indeed had some awareness back then, but thankfully his drunken consciousness was somewhat muddled, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. However, making Lelikan believe that he kissed her in a dream was not a good direction to take, as it might leave him with some strange psychological impression. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. What a lovely thought. What do you mean he kissed Auntie in a dream? Don't think such absurd things. I'm your proper aunt, you know. Lingla thought to himself that it was precisely because she was his aunt that he couldn't help but indulge in such stimulating fantasies. However, the misunderstandings had only just begun and he needed to nurture them carefully, allowing her to let her guard down around him and to relax in her own demeanor. In any case, he would not actively burden her with psychological pressure. Yes, I know you're my aunt after all. Actually, I can't even remember who I might have kissed in the dream. Lingla smiled faintly. Aunt Maisie let out a breath of relief and smiled back. You probably didn't dream of anything either. I think it was because you threw up last night and Auntie helped wipe your mouth with a tissue. That's most likely the reason. Oh, okay. The more I think about it, the more I feel it should be like that. Lingla feigned disappointment, then took a deep breath and said, Auntie, thank you for taking such meticulous care of me. Don't mention it, you've grown up under my watch, so taking care of you is only natural. But Lelikan, you seem to have promised me yesterday that you wouldn't drink so much alcohol anymore. Did I? Lingla feigned ignorance. After all, getting drunk could lead to so many opportunities, he couldn't admit it lest he missed the chance to get drunk again to create more opportunities. Lelikan's memory is so poor. Auntie, I really don't remember. I still feel a bit dizzy now and I can't recall anything from yesterday at all. Enough of this. I'm going to be late for school. Auntie, I'm heading to school now, Lingla said with a smile, grabbing his bag with the bento inside and heading out. Lelikan, do you want Auntie to drive you? Aunt Maisie asked as she chased him to the door. No need, Auntie should just stay home and have her meals, Lingla blurted out, immediately realizing he had misspoken, and hurried out faster. Aunt Maisa's heart tightened and she couldn't help but feel flustered again. Stay home and have meals. After confirming that Lingla had indeed said that, her face turned slightly red, but ultimately she couldn't help but smile slightly, appearing very charming. It seems that when boys compliment girls, whether they are young girls, mature women or even aunts like her, there is always some effect, and it's clear they cannot resist this kind of charm. Lingla walked toward the school in high spirits, but after devouring too much premium beef barbecue the night before, a surging inner heat now burned fiercely within him. Even a fleeting hint of temptation from Aunt Maisie had left him helpless. As he walked, he deliberately held his bag before him so no one would notice his embarrassment. 8 minutes later, Lingla arrived at the school gate where classmates were streaming in one after another. Just as he prepared to step through, 2 men came up behind him, pinning his shoulders and pressing a dagger to his back. Boy, come quietly with us. If you refuse, don't blame us for putting a knife into your kidneys. Their tone was brazen. From their composed manner of violence, Lingla knew at once they were no ordinary law-abiding youths. Lingla dared not make a rash move. They held knives, and even though a 9,000 risk of a knife through his kidneys was unacceptable. Fine, I will go with you. But tell me who you are. I do not believe I have offended anyone, at least let me understand why you are doing this, Lingla asked calmly. Though uneasy about the situation, he felt slightly reassured that they had not struck immediately, suggesting the likelihood of a fatal stab was lower. If you want to extract answers. Not impossible. We simply do not like you. Teaching you a lesson is only fair, isn't it? Exactly. We meant to put you in your place. A mere upstart from Longwa dares swagger around our school. Who do you think you are? Do you not know that if you run your mouth on another's turf you will have to pay for it? Threatening him, the 2 men led Lingla toward a nearby warehouse. Lingla busied his thoughts the whole way, trying to deduce who would want to target him. Could it be Saixia? After all, he had made that demand of her and even threatened her afterward. Yet it seemed unlikely, since she had accepted the bet and suffered the consequences. Especially as a girl, she would have no face to make a public unless she did not fear the scandal that would follow, that many would learn what Lingla had done to her and what grievances she had borne. Could it be Sigong Hushion? Or Su Chuwei? Or perhaps some classmates who objected to his arrogance and hired people to take revenge? After turning the possibilities over and over, Lingla could not pinpoint who had sent them. Whoever it was, he swore he would not let the mastermind go unpunished. Inside the abandoned warehouse, he found a dozen men waiting, each holding a baseball bat and rhythmically tapping it in their hands. As soon as he entered, someone rolled down the shutter. Lingla realized they intended to teach him a severe lesson. Everything was prepared in advance. While he was still thinking, one of the 2 who had brought him suddenly drove a boot into his back with all his might, sending him stumbling 3 meters before he regained his balance. If not for his robust physique and steady stance, he would have collapsed in shame. He inhaled sharply, his face darkened. These bastards had thoroughly angered him. He activated his ability and turned, walking icily toward the man who had kicked him from behind. Oof, what a temper. You dare resist with so many of us. I thought you'd kneel and beg. But your stubbornness is all the more entertaining, the man sneered. The kicker gripped a bat. Watching Ling Lu advance, he approached with disdain and a predator's delight. When the man was within striking range, he raised the bat to smash Ling Lu's skull. After Ling Lu engaged his clear-sighted gaze, the attack unfolded like a forewarning in his eyes. He slipped aside, seized the bat and struck the assailant savagely. Ah! The man screamed, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground. Blood sprang from his forehead like a fountain, instantly staining his entire face. The dozen men who had expected to see him humiliated now flew into a rage, snatching up their weapons and surging at Ling Lu. Ling Lu remained wary. Though fights were common for him back in Longwei, he had never faced a dozen ruthless men at once. Relying on his ability, he dodged several blows, but the weight of numbers soon became overwhelming. He took several heavy strikes, his back burned and throbbed, and he wanted to curse their ancestors. To break free of the hopeless numbers. He noticed the warehouse lights. If he could extinguish them, no matter how many they were, he could deal with them all. Trading blows and taking more hits, he returned every blow without mercy. He had no intention of holding back. Even if someone died, he would at most be accused of excessive self-defense. They, however, were not willing to cause death. They avoided hitting his head and seemed to deliberately hold back their full strength. Faced with Ling Lu's ferocity, their restraint made them falter, and he quickly forced them aside. Seizing his chance, Ling Lu cut the lights. In the blackness, his X-ray-like sight revealed their skeleton-like silhouette. He clenched a baseball and in the dark knocked them down one by one. Their cries and groans rose and fell in a grim chorus. After the beating, Ling Lu activated his invisibility and melted into the shadows. He had no intention of leaving just yet. He wanted to learn who had set him up. With the gift of invisibility, he vowed to exact a ruthless revenge on whoever it was. After a long while hidden, Ling Lu watched one of the men writhe and fumble a phone from his pocket. The man dialed and spoke it. After a few rings, a man's voice answered. A bing, is the job done? Brother Huang, come quickly, we have been utterly routed. What? The man on the other end was stunned. After several seconds, he drew a deep breath. Hold on, I'm on my way. Ling Lu's expression darkened in the shadows. Called Brother Huang. Humph, he hoped it was not the little Huang Saixia had mentioned. If it was, he would not spare him. Less than 2 minutes later, the warehouse shutter opened and a yellow-haired man stepped inside. Ling Lu saw him and recognized him as the very Huang Mao Saixia had described. Anger surged within him. A chime rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have triggered the act never speak task. Completing it grants the Vajra invulnerability of... Ling Lu asked inwardly, what is Vajra invulnerability? A reply came, Vajra invulnerability renders your flesh impervious, no force can damage your body. Moreover, with such a defensive body, subsequent training will multiply gains in your pure physical strength. Understanding the stakes, he would not risk losing the reward. Remaining invisible, he crept forward and struck the yellow-haired man on the head, felling him unconscious. Another chime, congratulations on acquiring Vajra invulnerability. The pain in Ling Lu's body faded, replaced by a warm suffusing vigor. His strength seemed to swell. It seemed the earlier brawl had been a form of conditioning. His pure corporeal strength had indeed increased. Yet as his power grew, his inner heat burned all the more fiercely, and his thoughts turned immediately to the first person who might resolve his problem, Saixia. Humph, to dare retaliate, he'll make you pay dearly, Ling Lu vowed. He did not revert to invisibility. His bag lay ruined and he did not bother to retrieve it. Seething, he strode toward the school. Outside the classroom at school. At this time, classes are already in session. He desperately wants to rush in and force Kai Xia out, but he chooses to calm down a bit and calls out to Kai Xia from the window. Kai Xia, come out for a moment. Kai Xia hears someone calling her from outside and turns to look out the window, but sees no one. Feeling puzzled about who is calling her. After thinking carefully, she feels that the voice resembles Ling Lu, so she instinctively looks towards the seat by the window opposite her, only to find that Ling Lu hasn't come to class yet. Strange, could it really have been Ling Lu calling me just now? But why would he call me for no reason? Kai Xia feels a bit anxious. She thinks Ling Lu is a very bad and shameless guy, and after doing such things to her, who knows if he would become addicted to it and continue to threaten her into doing such things. After taking a deep breath, Kai Xia thinks it over and decides not to go out. It could have been an auditory hallucination. But just as she decides not to go out, the voice comes again. Kai Xia, didn't you hear me calling you out? Otherwise you will face the consequences. This time even the students in front and behind Kai Xia heard the voice and instinctively looked toward the window but saw no one. Still, they couldn't help but remind Kai Xia. Kai Xia, it seems like someone outside is looking for you. Kai Xia takes a deep breath and just nods, indicating that someone is indeed looking for her. Actually, after discerning the voice again, she is quite sure it is Ling Lu. Humph, if he wants me to come out, then he'll go. I don't believe he can keep threatening me to do those things. Kai Xia is a bit angry. How could Ling Lu dare to threaten her again? Does he really think she is too easygoing to resist? She stands up from her seat and leaves through the back door, looking left and right in the corridor. Strangely, there is no one around. Did we all hear wrong? How is that possible? Kai Xia feels like she has encountered something supernatural and she suddenly feels a bit panicked. Just as Kai Xia is about to hurry back to the classroom, the invisible Ling Lu grabs her arm with one hand and covers her mouth with the other to prevent her from screaming. Kai Xia is startled by this sudden action, her face turning pale. She didn't see anyone at all, so she is terrified about what is controlling her. Even Kaixia, a usually carefree girl, is so scared that her legs feel weak, experiencing an unprecedented sense of inexplicable come with me obediently or don't blame me for being rude. Ling Le's voice rings in her ear. Kaixia hears it more clearly now. The voice is indeed Ling Lu, and the unique body fragrance around her seems to belong to him as well. But Kaixia cannot understand how Ling Lu made himself invisible. Could it be that he is turned into a ghost? Or is Ling Lu himself a ghost? Kaixia has never believed in ghosts, but at this moment experiencing such a supernatural event firsthand, she really feels like her previously held scientific worldview is being overturned. Kaixia feels like crying. But she is so scared that she cannot cry, only being taken away by the invisible Ling Lu, not knowing if he is a person or a ghost. Ling Lu activates his eye technique again and looks at the gym from that day, only to find that there is still no one there. The door outside remains open. Ling Lu then brings Kaixia back inside again. Kaixia feels a sense of despair. This place is simply her nightmare. Ling Lu locks the door and tries to calm Kaixia down. Kaixia, I initially didn't want to continue tormenting you, but all of this is your own doing. Today I will show you a bit of my strength. Now what I say goes, or don't blame me for being even ruder. Kaixia does not dare to shout loudly, she just looks pale and fearfully asks, are you a person or a ghost? Do you need to know all of that? Ling Lu unceremoniously grips her neck, feeling furious that she dared to invite so many people to retaliate against him. If it weren't for the abilities granted by the system today, he would probably either die or end up severely injured. This anger is hard for Ling Lu to swallow. Kaixia should be grateful that he never hits women, otherwise she would have been beaten up by him long ago. I warn you, if you don't want to die, just cooperate obediently and do whatever I say. Ling Lu is extremely angry and his current goal is very clear: to take revenge on Kaixia. Kaixia is so scared that tears start flowing. She has no idea why Ling Lu wants to retaliate against her. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that she is likely talking to a ghost. So she has lost all thoughts of resistance, but if the person in front of her were a living visible person, she might still have the courage to resist, even at the cost of her life. But at this moment the fear of the unknown ghost-like figure makes her lose the courage to resist, instinctively complying with the other party's demands. You better not scream or the consequences will be severe. An hour later. Ling Lu calms down and says, get ready, let's go back to class. I understand. Kaixia feels like she has escaped death, unable to stop the tears from flowing again. Besides, her heart is filled with obstacles. Now has she become someone possessed by a ghost? But what does such a feeling truly mean? It feels more like an ability to become invisible. But does such an ability really exist in this world? If not, could it be that ghosts actually exist in this world? So she feels conflicted and troubled, unable to make sense of it. Kaixia's inner strength is relatively strong. She is not fragile enough to consider suicide or anything like that. She just feels very tired, mentally and physically exhausted, more than ever, lacking any spirit, walking back to the classroom with her head down. The teacher calls her and her classmates call her, but she pays no attention, quietly returning to her seat, burying her head and unable to stop the silent tears. The more she thinks, the more she feels wronged. What on earth is happening? What kind of sin has she committed? Regardless of whether Ling Lu is a person or a ghost, she has been bullied by him. After Ling Lu has finished his misdeeds against Kaixia, his impulsive mindset has calmed down quite a bit. After all, there is a saying that one becomes like a Buddha after the fact. But although his impulsive emotions have subsided, Ling Lu cannot help but feel anxious. This is the first time he has done something so bad. Not only does his conscience trouble him, but he also feels very scared. He invisibly went to the bathroom to calm down for over 10 minutes before coming out and exiting his invisibility. Now he doesn't want to go back to class. He feels a bit afraid to face Kaixia. He aimlessly wanders to the school store, and although he doesn't smoke, he can't help but buy a pack of cigarettes. The shopkeeper asks him what brand of cigarettes he wants. There are 7 stars, Marlboro, Captain and Bismarck. Ling Lu has no energy to choose, so he just tells him to give him any pack. The shopkeeper hands him a pack of chocolate-flavored Captain cigarettes. Ling Lu also asks him to get a lighter. After paying, Ling Lu aimlessly smokes one cigarette after another on the playground. During this time the class bell rings. Many students gradually begin to move around the campus, especially going back and forth to the store. Suddenly a clear and pleasant voice sounds almost like a celestial melody. Ling Lu. Ling Lu's heart skips a beat as he looks up. Because he did something bad, he feels guilty, and when he sees that it is the class monitor Shigong Hexiang, his discomfort grows. Shigong Hexiang is wearing a sweet floral long dress, and on her fair and beautiful feet are a pair of short-heeled crystal sandals that look very delicate and alluring. Of course she is inherently beautiful, making him feel that she is a very pure and beautiful young lady with an absolutely stunning temperament. What do you want? Shigong Hexiang boldly stepped forward, unexpectedly taking the half-finished cigarette from Ling Lu's mouth and extinguishing it under her exquisite crystal sandals, saying, "You shouldn't smoke at school, right?" Ling Lu furrowed his brows in surprise. The beautiful Shigong Hexiang was actually so concerned about him. Could it be that she really liked him? But he had already rejected her. How could she still have the courage to face him? Ling Lu, don't overthink it. I'm here because a classmate saw you smoking alone on the playground through the window. And you didn't attend the entire class. The subject teacher even asked me if you were absent. As your class monitor, shouldn't I find out your situation immediately?
Si Gongyi Xiang looked at Ling Lu calmly, her aura suddenly strong. It was clear she felt she had a legitimate reason to confront him.
So Ling Lu, did you ask the counselor for leave?
Si Gongyi Xiang's clear eyes fixed on Ling Lu seriously, as if vowing not to give up until she received a satisfactory answer. Ling Lu felt increasingly guilty under her gaze, diverting his eyes to the side as he replied, I didn't ask for leave, I just simply didn't want to attend class.
Is that okay? If you want to tell the teacher, go ahead, I really don't care.
Ling Lu, why are you so impatient?
I didn't say I would tell the counselor. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known my attitude towards you would be better.
Ling Lu suddenly felt a bit more at ease. He was already troubled and didn't want to add to his worries. All he knew was that if Aunt Maisie found out he skipped class today, then by tonight Ms. Ling would surely know he had skipped school, and she would definitely be worried and angry.
And he didn't want to see Ms.
Ling worry and be angry over him.
But I'm only covering for you this time.
If you skip class again without asking for leave as your class monitor, I will definitely report to the counselor. Si Gongyi Xiang said with a slight snort, but as she spoke she couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was extremely beautiful and Ling Lu couldn't help but feel moved.
But to be honest, he was not in the mood to feel moved right now. Having just committed such an egregious act, he was still feeling guilty and fearful. Alright, I got it. There's nothing else, I'm heading back to class now.
Ling Lu said impatiently before walking toward the teaching building. Si Gongyi Xiang impatiently caught up with Ling Lu, asking, Ling Lu, I can see you're in a bad mood.
Is there something troubling you? Actually, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you.
Sure, help me. I feel bad every time I attend class, can you let me skip classes instead? Si Gongyi Xiang felt a bit troubled but soon had a bright idea, saying, next class we need to distribute textbooks.
How about Ling Lu goes to help move the books for the classmates? That way you won't have to stay in the classroom and can get some fresh air outside.
Move books. I'd rather sleep in class.
Ling Lu muttered. What? Nothing, find someone else.
Ling Lu, do you really dislike me that much? If you think I'm annoying, but you were the one who approached me, I just wanted to. Si Gongyi Xiang said, feeling somewhat hurt and humble. She thought even if rejected as classmates there was no need to be so impatient with her. She felt as if Ling Lu disliked her in various ways, a feeling she had never experienced before, and only Ling Lu could make her feel this way, making him truly a unique boy. If Ling Lu knew some of her thoughts, he would surely think Si Gongyi Xiang had awakened some strange attribute because of this.
Ling Lu took a deep breath.
Facing such a beautiful girl, he had no reason to make her unhappy, saying, I'm not impatient with you, nor do I dislike you.
You're beautiful and wonderful, it's all my fault. I just want some peace and quiet right now.
Si Gongyi Xiang's face turned slightly red.
Am I really beautiful and wonderful?
Being told this by Ling Lu made her feel inexplicably happy, but who is Jingjing?
Ling Lu, who is Jingjing? Ling Lu was puzzled but didn't respond to Si Gongyi Xiang. Back in the classroom,
Ling Lu couldn't help but glance at Kai Xiao's position, finding her lying on the desk with her head. As he passed by Su Chuwei, he suddenly heard her say, where were you last class?
Why didn't you come to class? Ling Lu frowned.
Today is strange, are these guys really concerned about him or do they just want to control him?
What does it matter to you?
Ling Lu replied in frustration.
How can it not matter to me?
Because of you, not only our class but even many people on the campus forum now know I'm your girlfriend.
Since I'm still your girlfriend, is it a problem for me to ask you a question?
What if you're out skipping classes and causing trouble?
That would affect me too, right?
Su Chuwei said somewhat arrogantly. Yet she seemed timid and lacking in confidence, wanting to care for Ling Lu but afraid to express it directly. Ling Lu was very angry, but seeing how beautiful Su Chuwei looked when she acted proud, his troubles suddenly felt healed.
It was truly magical.
Thus he wanted to be angry but couldn't find a reason to do so in front of her. Ling Lu could only take a deep breath and sniff.
Haha, sure, I can always remember you as my girlfriend. By the way, I didn't have lunch today, can you share your lunch with me? If you can't even do this, then don't meddle in my affairs. If you really want to help, come back when I need you.
You.
Su Chuwei's cheeks instantly flushed, feeling insulted by Ling Lu.
She thought, who does he take her for? Is she that kind of casual girl? Even if you are my boyfriend, you can't touch me without my permission.
Alright, you two stop arguing.
Xiang, Ling Lu seems to be in a bad mood today, can you be a little more tolerant?
Si Gongyi Xiang couldn't help but say. Su Chuwei felt sour and angry inside.
What does Si Gongyi Xiang mean? She's even more concerned about my boyfriend than I am.
She didn't even help herself but spoke up for Ling Lu.
After years of friendship, is it really that easy to turn against each other because of his appearance? However, this also made Su Chuwei feel the pressure of competition. It seemed Si Gongyi Xiang really liked Ling Lu and was constantly looking for opportunities to take him away from her. At that moment, Kai Xia, who had been lying on the desk with her head buried, suddenly stood up, grabbed her bag and walked in front of Ling Lu, glaring at him with a mix of anger and grievance. Kai Xia looked somewhat disheveled, but more than that, she appeared pitiful. Her eyes were already red and swollen from crying and her complexion was pale, having lost her previous vitality.
To be honest, not only did Ling Lu find her appearance somewhat frightening, but the surrounding classmates also felt the same way. They had no idea what had happened to Kai Xia, why she looked so sad. And why was Kai Xia glaring at Ling Lu? Did he block her way? Or was it that Ling Lu had bullied Kai Xia? Ling Lu felt a pang of guilt and wanted to say something to comfort her. But Kai Xia dashed out the door, and Ling Lu, feeling guilty, didn't dare to say anything in front of so many people. Instead, in an attempt to cover up his sins, Ling Lu put on a perplexed and indifferent expression, returning to his seat and burying his head in. However, women's intuition is often very accurate, especially for Si Gong Xiang and Su Chuwei, who both felt that things were not so simple. It felt as if Ling Lu had bullied Kai Xia. And it seemed like Kai Xia had become jealous of them talking to Ling Lu. Su Chuwei thought to get up and find Ling Lu to inquire about Kai Xia's specific situation, but just then the class bell rang. Taking a deep breath, she could only sit down, heavily burdened with thoughts. If Ling Lu really bullied Kai Xia, judging by Kai Xia's angry demeanor, it must have been quite severe bullying, not just ordinary. Not only was Su Chuwei troubled, but Shigong Hashan was also silently weighed down by her own thoughts. However, as the class monitor, she quickly regained her composure and ran out to catch up with Kai Xia, cautiously expressing her concern. Kai Xia, are you okay? At first Kai Xia did not respond, and Shigong Hashan continued to ask Kai Xia, please don't be upset. If something unhappy has happened, you must try to look at it from a brighter perspective, okay? Are you planning to leave school? But could you please not leave? Otherwise I won't know how to explain to the counselor, because I don't want to say you skipped class yet. As the class monitor, I have to take responsibility for you. Kai Xia coldly replied, don't worry, I will ask the counselor for leave. Oh, do you have the counselor's phone number? No. Well, I think I have it. Should I call them and you can talk to the counselor? Kai Xia did not respond. I called them. Kai Xia still remained silent. Shigong Hashan decided to call anyway. This matter could not be taken lightly. Soon Counselor Huizi answered the phone. Teacher Kai Xia encountered some unhappiness and would like to request leave. That's fine, but she needs to tell me herself. Oh, Kai Xia is right next to me, I will let her talk to you. Okay. Shigong Hashan handed the phone to Kai Xia. Kai Xia hesitated for 3 seconds before taking Shigong Hexiang's phone and said, Teacher, I really need to take leave. What is the reason? Counselor Huizi asked calmly. Because my mood is extremely terrible, I want to go home and be alone for a bit. Kai Xia responded sadly and decisively. Counselor Huizi paused for several seconds before agreeing, that's fine, but no matter what unhappy things you encounter, you must try to see things more positively, otherwise everything will seem meaningless. Ahu, I understand. I won't do anything foolish because of this. Kai Xia took a deep breath and nodded, trying to keep her emotions stable. She wouldn't blame the teacher or her classmates for not understanding her, as they knew nothing and would naturally not comprehend how deeply she had been hurt and wronged. That's good, but I will still inform your mother about your situation. Is that okay? Sure. Kai Xia was quite cooperative, not unreasonable toward her classmates and the teacher. Alright, I believe you are a good child and will not make unwise decisions because of some confusing, unhappy events. Just make sure to come back to school and attend classes soon. Thank you, teacher. Kai Xia felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what, when a person is sad and helpless, receiving even a small amount of comfort and understanding can easily touch them. Okay, go home and rest, but don't wander around. After Counselor Huizi finished her advice, she hung up the phone. Without hesitation, she called Kai Xia's mother to inform her of the reason for Kai Xia's leave. Thank you for taking the time to call Teacher Huizi to discuss my daughter's situation. But don't worry, I will take good care. Kai Xia's mother, no need to be polite. Since Kai Xia is my student, I will certainly take responsibility for her, so this is what I should do. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Huizi. Ahu, and make sure to help her with her emotional support afterward. Don't worry, Teacher Huizi, I will. After the two exchanged polite remarks, they ended the call. Kai Xia returned the phone to Shigong Hashan and said thank you. No need to thank me, but Kai Xia, you must take care of yourself and not remain this sad any longer. Shigong Hashan couldn't help but express her concern. Kai Xia felt a bit touched by Shigong Hexiang's concern. As she looked at Shigong Hashan, wanting to tell her that Ling Lu was a terrible guy, she found there were some things she couldn't explain. Ultimately, she hesitated and simply said, I know I'm going home now. Watching Kai Xia's departing figure, Shigong Hashan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Kai Xia's mood seemed to have improved, hoping she would fully recover after getting home. Returning to the classroom, Shigong Hashan began arranging for someone to move the new textbooks. Since Ling Lu had previously said he didn't want to help, she didn't call him but instead asked other boys in the class. A total of 10 or so was enough. The other boys were naturally thrilled, thinking moving books was much more enjoyable than sitting in the classroom. A class period quickly passed. There were no classes in the afternoon. Ling Lu planned to go to Aunt Maisa's house for a long nap, but Su Chuwei came to the back row and said to Ling Lu, you slept through a class. I know. So are you feeling guilty for skipping class? What do you mean? Did you bully Kai Xia? Yes, I bullied Kai Xia. To be precise, I harassed her. Ling Lu felt annoyed since the truth could not be hidden. He simply admitted it. Why did you harass her? Su Chuwei was very angry, feeling uncomfortable, suddenly regretting how she could have developed a special affection for such a guy. Haha, why did I harass her? Ling Lu sneered. Recalling this incident made him furious, though he had calmed down quite a bit. Regardless, it was Kai Xia who provoked him first, so her being bullied was not entirely unjustified. He merely went a bit too far. At the same time, seeing Su Chuwei so angry for the first time, Ling Lu couldn't help but not want her to be completely disappointed in him, fearing that he might lose such a beautiful girlfriend. Ling Lu thought of himself as a real jerk, clearly having a girlfriend, yet he fantasized about Aunt Maisie every day and now had possessive thoughts about Su Chuwei as well. Ling Lu understood deep down that he was being a scumbag but found it hard to let go. He followed his selfish instincts and said, "Isn't it simple? As my girlfriend you aren't responsible for me, don't even think about dating me, and I assume even touching you is not allowed, right?" Su Chuwei's face flushed like snow as she heard this. How dare this rogue think about dating her, even wanting to touch her, simply too audacious. At this moment Su Chuwei couldn't help but feel nervous and flustered, even though she was angry that Ling Lu had sought satisfaction for his desires by harassing another girl. But now she was also unsure what to do. It was impossible to tell Ling Lu, "You are not allowed to harass other girls in the future. I might as well agree to date you and occasionally let you hold my hand or even hug me." But how could she say such words? Even just thinking about it made her feel extremely nervous, to the point her mind went blank. However, what puzzled and perplexed Su Chuwei was that after hearing Ling Lu's strange words, a part of her heart felt a bit happy and she was no longer so angry with him. But being that tsundere she was, how could she easily show it? With a slightly flushed face she coldly said, "If you think too highly of yourself, I won't easily go on a date with you. And you better apologize to Kai Xia, telling her you will never bully her again." "Is that all?" Ling Lu looked at Su Chuwei's tsundere attributes, unable to suppress a smile. This beauty clearly liked him but wouldn't admit it easily. Ling Lu didn't call her out on it. After all, that tsundere Su Chuwei was very cute, making him want to see more. "Well, there's not just that. Also, I didn't bring lunch today, and since I have no classes in the afternoon, I will go home to eat. If you're hungry you can go eat outside yourself." After Su Chuwei said this a bit shyly, she turned and ran away quickly, her face flushed. There are only about 20 people reading this. Why are they urging updates so little? Ling Lu felt a stir in his heart. This is quite something. Su Chuwei is a classic example of saying one thing while meaning another. She clearly cares about me so much. Ling Lu recalled casually mentioning that he had no lunch today and would have to eat the food she brought. He didn't expect her to come and explain that she hadn't brought any food. For a moment Ling Lu forgot his guilt and annoyance, unable to suppress a slight smile as he watched Su Chuwei's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "Su Chuwei, do you realize that you've already fallen for me in front of me?" Waiting outside for Su Chuwei to go home together, Shigong Hashang wanted to greet Ling Lu, but seeing Su Chuwei approaching him she had to hold back and quietly wait on the balcony. After seeing Su Chuwei come out, Shigong Hashang smiled slightly and asked Chuwei, "What did you talk about with Ling Lu?" "We didn't talk about much," Su Chuwei said somewhat nervously, trying to appear calm. Shigong Hashang raised her beautiful brows slightly and smiled lightly. "I don't believe you, your face is unusually flushed, you know." "Is it? But even if it is, it's not because of any embarrassment, rather it's because I was angered by him." "Alright, but regarding the matter between Ling Lu and Kai Xia, I believe there are definitely some misunderstandings. We don't know the reasons behind it, so we shouldn't judge who is right or wrong. I know no need for you to teach me humph. Do you think you can teach me how to do things?" Suddenly Su Chuwei smiled and reached out to grab Shigong Hexiang's slender waist. Caught off guard, Shigong Hashang squealed and ran ahead giggling. Su Chuwei chased after her. The scene of two astonishingly beautiful girls running and chasing each other was truly captivating, drawing the attention of many. Especially the boys, who were all captivated. Some couldn't help but compliment them. "Kawaii. Daisuki." Shigong Hashang and Su Chuwei noticed many people staring at them and immediately stopped their playful antics, returning to a cold and aloof demeanor as they quickly walked outside the school. The two clearly did not want to give the other boys any chance, not even for misunderstandings. Inside the classroom, Takahashi Masanori Akimoto, Shuda Inoue Daikuma and Oda Izabura, after seeing the beautiful Su Chuwei leave, dared to approach Ling Lu. "Lu Gu, there are no classes this entire afternoon. Do you have any good plans?" Ling Lu thought for a moment. In an unfamiliar place, what good plans could he have? Moreover, he wasn't a child anymore. Aside from beautiful women, he had little interest or curiosity about other things, so he replied, "I plan to go back for lunch, then play some games and perhaps take a nap afterward." "Ah, what? You aren't going out to flirt with girls?" Akimoto Shoyuta exclaimed in surprise. "Flirt with who?" "Of course you go flirt with whoever is pretty." Tisk didn't see that coming. Shoyuta, you're really a closet flirt. Clearly you have no guts around girls, but now can say such low-quality flirtatious lines without a hint of embarrassment. Ling Lu mocked him inwardly. Lu Gu, who says I have no guts? I'm about to go shopping with the girl I liked in 6th grade. Do you understand shopping? There will definitely be many opportunities for physical contact between us. Akimoto Shoyuta couldn't help but feel excited. Ling Lu laughed outright. Haha, look at your excited lewd expression. What if it's someone who drags you off to do hard labor? You'll be in big trouble then. Lu Gu, don't underestimate me. I've learned a bit of thick-skinned attitude from you. I've already prepared to confess to her today. I believe I can do it. Alright, you can do it. You must believe in yourself. Yes, shoulda, good luck. If you successfully confess, we should all find a beauty to confess to once. Takahashi Masanori Inoue Daikuma and Oda Izabura echoed.
What the heck, why do I feel all the pressure is on me?
Akimoto Shoyuta became even more nervous and anxious.
He knew that if he failed, this group of friends would surely ridicule him mercilessly.
Hey, I'm hungry already. I'm going back to eat first.
Lingla wasn't in the mood to chat any longer and said goodbye to go home.
Okay, we're going to eat too. By the way, Lugu, if I encounter any problems later, can I ask you for advice? Is that okay?
Of course, but it's best to text me. Calling might disturb my gaming.
Alright, got it.
After saying goodbye, Lingla left the school alone, heading towards Aunt Miko's house, and couldn't help but wonder how Kaixia was doing now. Would she report it? Or go to the hospital for evidence? Or would she go directly to his guardian Aunt Miko for an explanation? Thinking of these troubling matters, Lingla felt very annoyed. He should have prepared something that way. Even if it was known to be him, there would be no evidence. This was the first time Lingla committed such an atrocious act, in a fit of anger, inevitably feeling very uneasy inside. After all, he hadn't sunk so low as to lack any reflection or fear. Sigh, I hope Kaixia won't go report or seek medical evidence. After all, I was so impressive at that time. What if she couldn't help but fall for me? Lingla could only comfort his anxious heart by thinking positively. After leaving school, Kaixia did not report it or go to the hospital but returned home. At home, she saw her mother, who should have been in Hokkaido, appearing before her.
Mother, why are you here in Tokyo?
Kaixia's gaze darted nervously, not wanting her mother to see her in such a terrible state. I had some matters to attend to. I arrived yesterday. Today your teacher called me saying you took a leave of absence.
Can you tell me the reason?
Kaixia's mother was a sophisticated woman, her figure voluptuous, wearing a pair of black sunglasses.
She exuded a sharp aura, looking very much like a strong woman.
Kaixia felt her mother's concern, and in her fragile state she couldn't help but shed tears, but her eyes were already swollen from crying, leaving little moisture to shed. Just having happened such an incident, even she found it difficult to explain to her mother.
Moreover, Linglu was strange, capable of becoming invisible, clearly not someone to provoke.
If her mother knew that Linglu had bullied her so mercilessly, she would surely seek trouble with him, but Linglu was obviously not someone easily trifled with. And her mother was her only relative. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to her.
No, it's nothing. I just encountered a little unhappy incident. Kaixia said, holding back her grievances. Is it really just a little unhappy incident?
Kaixia's mother had already seen through her lies, speaking sternly. Kaixia, you are my only daughter whom I have watched grow up. If you appear this wronged and sad, it must mean you've encountered something really difficult, right?
Mother, it's really just a little unhappy incident.
Kaixia felt increasingly nervous and scared, having always worried about her mother questioning her like this.
Factually, I know without you saying it. Is it that boy from the Dragon Nation you hate who bullied you again?
Kaixia suddenly looked up, feeling a moment of clarity as she spoke.
Mother, how did you know?
Did Xiao Huang tell you?
Did you go looking for trouble with him today?
Kaixia felt everything made sense. It explained why Lingla, while madly bullying her, always angrily claimed it was her own fault.
It really is him.
But that boy from the Dragon Nation has some skills. I arranged for more than 10 people to teach him a lesson, but in the end they all escaped unscathed. Upon hearing this, Kaixia could no longer control the grievances within her and argued with her mother. In the end, Kaixia couldn't win the argument and could only slam the door and leave home. She felt that her mood had plummeted to the extreme, truly on the verge of breaking down. Returning home, Lingla saw Aunt Maisie dressed in a white cool outfit with a short bodycon skirt that reached her thighs, sitting cross-legged at the dining table enjoying her lunch.
Oh, why is Lelicon back at noon again? Are you not used to the school here in Tokyo? Aunt Maisie immediately stood up to greet Linglu upon his sudden return.
Lingla changed into a pair of sandals and couldn't help but glance at Aunt Maise's alluring legs, noticing their voluptuousness, which made his heart flutter as he spoke.
I don't have any classes this afternoon, so I came back. I see. Have you had lunch yet?
Aunt Maisie noticed that Lingla had returned empty-handed without the bag he left with in the morning and felt a bit puzzled.
Not yet.
I must have lost my bag.
No wonder I didn't see your bag, but it's okay, Auntie will just buy you a new one. Go wash your hands first.
Auntie will make you some fried rice, it will be ready soon. If you're too hungry to wait, you can have some of this pan-fried dumpling that Auntie made. It's fine to finish it.
Thank you, Auntie.
After nodding, Lingla went to wash his hands and returned to the dining area. Hearing that Aunt Maisie was making fried rice for him in the kitchen, he couldn't help but glance at the half-eaten dumpling on Aunt Maise's plate, noticing what seemed to be a faint pink lip print on it. Lingla's heart stirred, filled with fantasies, wondering what the dumpling with Aunt Maise's lip print tasted like. Taking a deep breath, Lingla boldly picked up the chopsticks used by Aunt Maisie and ate the half-eaten dumpling. Inside it was a mixture of meat, cabbage leeks and egg filling. It was delicious, with a crispy exterior and tender inside, releasing a rich aroma of meat and vegetables when bitten into. Lingla was somewhat worried that Aunt Maisie would notice he deliberately ate the dumpling she had touched, so he decided to finish all 6 remaining dumplings. Now, even if Aunt Maisie remembered the dumpling she had taken a bite of, it was gone now and she probably wouldn't think much of it.
In less than 5 minutes,
Aunt Maisie prepared a plate of fried rice full of color, aroma and flavor different from the ordinary egg fried rice in Long Country. This fried rice was loaded with various ingredients. The rice was accompanied by about 2 eggs, 2 or 3 fresh mushrooms, a little onion, a bit of carrot, a small amount of green bell pepper, a pinch of black pepper, a splash of sake, a bit of bonito flakes, and the usual oil and salt. For someone used to home-style egg fried rice, trying fried rice from another country would taste quite delightful.
Lelekan, auntie made you a large portion. Do you think it's enough?
It's enough, but I just finished all the dumplings you made, mainly because auntie's dumplings are too delicious, Linglu explained.
It's fine since you like auntie's dumplings so much. Next time auntie will make extra for you to take home. Aunt Maisie smiled.
Today she had seen a psychologist who advised her to maintain a proper mindset and treat things normally, not to overthink. Mutual attraction between the sexes is inevitable, but as long as one faces it earnestly they can keep it under control.
Ma'am, I'll eat now.
Lingla picked up a spoonful of fried rice, feeling that Aunt Maisie seemed completely relaxed around him now, not blushing at all, as if the mutual attraction had lessened, which was quite strange.
Lelekan, I poured you a glass of water. Take your time eating, don't choke. Thank you, auntie.
Lingla took the glass of water and had a couple of sips, but suddenly thought whether he should activate his eye power to take a look at Aunt Maisie while she was eating.
Once that thought crossed his mind, it became persistent.
Soon Lingla found it both tempting and dizzying. Aunt Maisie had a strong sixth sense. After Lingla stared for less than a few seconds, she looked up at him, blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled alluringly. Why is Lelekan suddenly staring at Auntie while not eating?
Is there something on Auntie's body?
Lingla felt a bit guilty. He was about to lie and say there was something on him, but unexpectedly Aunt Maisie had already blocked his retreat, leaving him at a loss for words. Should he really say he saw something on her that had bitten him and caused 2 big bumps? There's nothing on Auntie. I was just thinking that with Auntie's wonderful cooking skills, any man who gets to be with Auntie in the future would be so lucky. Lingla said, feeling somewhat guilty. Don't worry, no man will have that luck.
Auntie will never marry. I'll live alone, and it feels quite good. Is that so?
Linglu said with a hint of a smile.
Definitely. Haha, but I suddenly feel like laughing.
Why?
Because right now I am indeed lucky eating the fried rice you made, auntie.
Linglu boldly said while gazing into Aunt Maisie's beautiful eyes.
Aunt Maisie's heart tightened. What a daring fellow.
Linglu actually dared to take advantage of her in this way, but remembering what the psychologist had said about facing these things calmly, she took a slight breath and pretended to laugh softly.
Hee hee, you're not a man in my eyes, you're just a little kid who hasn't grown up yet.
Hey, I just turned 18 this year. I'm over 6 feet tall. Am I still a little kid?
Yes, exactly. Who told you? I watched you grow up. So you're just a little kid.
Aunt Maisie suddenly felt more at ease, not at all embarrassed or influenced by Lingla. Truly not overthinking allowed her to have everything under control. Lingla felt a bit anxious. I have feelings for you, yet you see me as a child. We are not on the same wavelength. How can this?
At the very least you should see me as a man.
However, Lingla quickly thought of a way and said, alright, I may be seen as a little kid in your eyes, but auntie, do you dare to maintain eye contact with me for 3 seconds without blushing? Why should I maintain eye contact with you for 3 seconds?
Aunt Maisie asked, puzzled.
If you can maintain eye contact with me for 3 seconds without blushing, it means I really am just a little kid. But if you blush, it means you're feeling guilty and are deliberately lying to me. Linglu said seriously.
Aunt Maisie's eyes flickered. Was there such a reasoning? Lingla pressed on, auntie, how about we make a bet?
Bet?
What are we betting on?
Aunt Maisie felt a bit guilty recalling what had happened yesterday. We bet that if auntie blushes, you not only have to see me as a man but also agree to one of my requests.
Alright, but why do I have to agree to a request? Because I am a man. Aunt Maisie has to pay the price for lying.
Otherwise, if there's no price for lying, then there's no meaning to the punishment, right? Lingla said with a hint of a smile, thinking not to underestimate someone's earnest attitude when they desire another person. Aunt Maisie felt a little embarrassed, realizing Lingla was putting her on the spot. If she didn't bet with him, wouldn't it seem like she was feeling guilty? The only thing giving Aunt Maisie some confidence was that she had seen a psychologist today who stated that as long as she didn't overthink, she could absolutely maintain control without blushing.
Who? Alright, auntie will play along, but I'll make sure you lose convincingly. After all, I'm still your aunt, you know. Aunt Maisie appeared quite calm and casual.
However, with every frown and smile, she didn't realize how alluring she appeared in Lingla's eyes, filled with the charm of a beautiful woman.
I definitely know that.
But the mutual attraction between the sexes doesn't have much to do with whether you're an aunt or not. Lingla said with a calm smile.
Aunt Maisie suddenly felt guilty, took a deep breath and urged, alright, let's stop arguing, let's speak with actions. You just count to 3 and then say start.
We'll maintain eye contact. After all, auntie won't blush, and in auntie's heart you're just a little kid.
Aunt Maisie pretended to be calm while reminding herself.
She was Lingla's aunt, and in her eyes he was just a little kid. She must not embarrass herself by blushing unexpectedly, or it would be truly shameful. Lingla took a deep breath, feeling a mix of sincerity and nervousness as he gazed at Aunt Maisie, whose beauty still radiated with maturity. His heart raced at that moment. He worried that Aunt Maisie might not blush, which would ruin his carefully laid plans. In any case, he had a bold idea. He needed to make Aunt Maisie owe him a request, and when the moment was right, he believed that this request could serve as a powerful breakthrough.
Aunt Maisie, get ready, I'm about to start counting. You can start counting, auntie is always ready. They both sat up.
Lingla kept his gaze fixed on Aunt Maisie. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable making eye contact with him, she knew she had to give it her all to teach him a serious lesson.
So she waited for Ling Lu to finish counting to 3, and once he said start they would maintain eye contact for 3 seconds. As long as it was within those 3 seconds. She had to ensure that she wouldn't blush, feel shy or show any sign of nervousness while looking at Ling Lu. That would be her victory. 1, 2, 3. Ling Lu gazed into Aunt Maisa's beautiful eyes as he counted, saying start. Aunt Maisie mustered her courage and pretended to be calm as she held Ling Lu's gaze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Aunt Maisie maintained a serene expression, even managing to smile slightly at Ling Lu. She could not help but admit to herself that Ling Lu had truly grown up, not just being handsome but exuding a compelling masculine charm. However, despite that, as a beautiful woman who had been single for 38 years, she had long since mastered the art of self-cultivation and would not be swayed by a mere gaze from Ling Lu. As the 3 seconds approached, Ling Lu frowned slightly, thinking it was impossible. So close and he couldn't detect any sign of her tension or insecurity. Could it be that Aunt Maisie really had no feelings for him? Ling Lu refused to believe it. The events from yesterday were still fresh in his mind, where she had clearly shown signs of nervousness even during their accidental kiss. He remembered the rapid beating of her heart. Thump thump. He had felt it clearly when he had pretended to be drunk and lay on her. Ling Lu began to understand that perhaps a simple gaze alone couldn't make Aunt Maisie show significant signs of panic. Thus Ling Lu suddenly shamelessly threw a flirtatious glance at Aunt Maisie. She froze for a moment, feeling a brief mental blank, and her flushed cheeks resembled ripened fruit. Aunt Maisie snapped back to reality, her heart racing with tension, her gaze darting away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She never expected Ling Lu to flirt with her at the last moment. Aunt Maisie just wanted to say that she was completely unprepared, and being flirted with suddenly was something she could hardly withstand. Ling Liken, let me explain, this doesn't count. We agreed to maintain eye contact, yet you suddenly flirted with Auntie. Aunt Maisie immediately explained, feeling flustered. Ling Lu said seriously, Aunt Maisie, before we made eye contact we didn't specify that no other actions were allowed. However, it's undeniable that Aunt Maisie blushed because of me, and she looked extremely shy, nervous and insecure. What? Do I really have that many reactions? I feel quite composed, Aunt Maisie awkwardly denied, trying to brush it off. Ling Lu ignored her and continued, could it be that Aunt Maisie likes me and has certain romantic thoughts about me? This was an extremely bold statement from Ling Lu, but he thought that in this context saying it wouldn't seem too out of place, as there was some basis for it. Aunt Maisie was suddenly taken aback. Did she like Ling Lu? Did she have romantic thoughts about him? How could that be possible? She had never thought that way. Yet what troubled her was that although she clearly didn't have such thoughts, why had she blushed, felt shy and been nervous just now? Could it really be as Ling Lu said? Did she like him and perhaps even have romantic feelings for him? She just hadn't realized it yet. After thinking such chaotic thoughts, Aunt Maisie bit her beautiful white teeth, thinking that this sort of thing absolutely could not happen, otherwise how would she face Su Mei in the future? It must be that she was under too much pressure lately. Yes, it must be the pressure. She hadn't slept well, or maybe it was because Ling Lu was staying at her house and she hadn't adapted yet, since she used to have Dai Zi around. After comforting herself, Aunt Maisie took a deep breath and looked at Ling Lu seriously. Ling Liken, you can't say such things lightly, I am your Aunt Maisie. Ling Lu wanted to tell her that her reminder made him even more excited. Aunt Maisie, don't worry, your matters are known only to us. I won't tell Dai Zi, nor will I tell my mom. Ling Lu said earnestly, pretending not to understand Aunt Maise's implications. Ling Liken, know what I mean is we can't make jokes like that, I am your aunt. Mentioning Ling Su Mei, Aunt Maisie felt completely at a loss. I know you are my aunt, but I am not joking, it was you who showed inappropriate reactions first. Ling Lu appeared innocent as he said seriously. Aunt Maisie knew she couldn't clearly articulate her thoughts now, she just wanted to quickly cover up this matter and never bring it up again. Alright, Ling Liken, Auntie no longer sees you as a little kid in my eyes, you are a very handsome and charming man. Is that acceptable now? Aunt Maise's charming face flushed slightly as she looked at Ling Lu, her expression inevitably tinged with worry about what to do in the future. Now she had been thoroughly captivated by Ling Lu. Seeing Aunt Maise's worried expression made him feel a sense of helplessness and pity, which made him want to cherish her even more. However, Ling Lu knew that he had to know when to stop. Continuing would only backfire. Moving too quickly could lead to problems, but if he took it slow, things would progress smoothly. Alright, since Aunt Maisie has admitted it, I won't make it difficult for you anymore. But Aunt Maisie, don't forget to promise me one request. Okay, as long as it's not an excessive request, Auntie will agree to it. Aunt Maisie felt relieved and quickly chose to agree. As for what request Ling Lu might propose to her now or in the future, she didn't think much about it. Even if she did, she wouldn't necessarily think that Ling Lu would make certain requests. Ling Li, can tell me, what request do you want Auntie to agree to? Aunt Maisie asked seriously. She thought it would be best to make the request known now. If she kept promising, it would inevitably allow Ling Lu to use it as a golden ticket in the future. Ling Lu pondered for a moment and said, Aunt Maisie, I haven't thought it through yet, I'll tell you once I do. Aunt Maisie could only helplessly say, alright, but you mustn't flirt with Auntie like that again, okay? After all, Auntie is also a woman. Ling Lu laughed. That might be a bit difficult, after all I'm a guy and I can't help but flirt with pretty girls. Aunt Maise's face turned red with embarrassment. But I am your aunt. Ling Lu took a bite of fried rice, pretending to ponder deeply, then said with a hint of a mischievous smile, Aunt Maisie, I feel like you're really nervous. Could it be that you actually like me?
Aunt Maisie was taken aback and quickly composed herself, replying seriously, "Don't think too much, even if I like you, it's the kind of affection one has for a younger generation."
Really? Ling Lo asked skeptically, his gaze playful as he looked at Aunt Maisie. It couldn't be more true, all right. So we can't continue to discuss such topics in depth to avoid misunderstandings on both sides. All right, I won't have any problem with that.
Ling Lu didn't intend to pursue the topic any further. He quickly finished his meal and shifted the conversation.
Aunt Maisie, should I wash the dishes?
No need, Auntie will handle it, you go upstairs and rest. Aunt Maisie felt she couldn't afford to be idle as it would lead to overthinking. After tidying up the kitchen, she decided to step out again to see a psychologist.
All right, thank you, Auntie. I'll head upstairs for a nap now, Ling Lu said cheerfully.
After teasing Aunt Maisie, he temporarily forgot about the sinful affair with Kai Xia.
By the way, Lelicon, Auntie has to go out for a while. You need to be good at home, Aunt Maisie suddenly instructed. Aunt Maisie, where are you going?
Ling Lu instinctively asked, needing a friend.
Is it a male or female? Aunt Maisie was taken aback. Why would Lelicon ask about the gender?
Was he concerned for her or worried about her interacting with other boys? However, Aunt Maisie thought it might be her sensitivity. Lelicon surely only wanted to care for her safety, so she replied.
Don't worry, it's a very beautiful woman.
Oh, that's good, but Aunt Maisie should still pay attention to safety when she's out. Ling Lu sighed in relief in his heart. If Aunt Maise's friend were a guy, he would indeed find it hard not to feel jealous, and Aunt Maise's cheeks turned slightly red without her noticing. It was the first time she had received care from a boy, and Ling Lu's concern made her increasingly feel that Ling Lu had some unusual thoughts about her. A woman's intuition is quite sharp. Aunt Maisie felt very troubled, but she had already sternly warned Ling Lu about it. She could only hope that he would know when to stop and realize that having thoughts about Auntie would seem absurd.
After all, there can be no outcome with Auntie. Thank you for your concern, Lelicon.
Auntie will be careful. Aunt Maisie felt happy about Lelicon's concern, setting aside any misunderstandings about an unhealthy relationship. Ling Lu didn't speak further and returned to his room, preparing to turn on his computer to play a game, but unexpectedly his phone suddenly. It was a call from Chiyu Daiko, who was in Longhua. Moshi Moshi, my beautiful Daiko, what guidance do you have for me? Ling Lu tried to appear as if nothing had happened as he felt guilty towards Daiko in his heart.
Due to his impulsive actions and anger today, he had betrayed Daiko, having engaged in some inappropriate relations with another girl earlier this morning. Wow, today's Ling Lianayakan suddenly makes me feel a bit flustered, Daiko said. Of course, you're now my girlfriend. Women love to hear compliments and to be pampered. Although Ling Lu wasn't skilled in such flattery, due to his guilt he had to indulge Daiko a little. Hee, I'm happy, Daiko giggled on the other end of the line, her voice as melodious as a silver bell, very soothing. Ling Lu could imagine her clear beautiful eyes and her adorably radiant smile. However, just when Ling Lu felt at ease, Daiko suddenly spoke seriously. Ling Lianayakan, I heard that you confessed to two beautiful girls in class and they both agreed, but you then changed your mind and rejected one, only becoming a couple with the other, right? Ling Lu was startled and the guilty feeling surged within him. He didn't even need to think to know. Damn, there must be a traitor in the class. Daiko, let me explain, Ling Lu said. I'm listening, Daiko replied. No, you listen to my explanation.
Okay, I'll listen attentively to your explanation, but please don't be so nervous, Ling Lianayakan.
I'm not nervous, I'm just a bit caught off guard and afraid you'll misunderstand.
Ling Lu didn't know why he felt so nervous. Perhaps it was due to his sense of responsibility towards Daiko. He still remembered how pure and beautiful Daiko was, like a cherry blossom. After becoming his girlfriend, she was willing to lower herself to do things for him at his request. Ling Lianayakan, hurry and explain. I really won't misunderstand easily, she said from the other end of the line. Daiko's voice remained clear and pleasant, but Ling Lu felt that she was forcing a smile, desperately holding back tears.
Ling Lu's sense of guilt and wrongdoing continued to swell. He truly did not want to hurt Daiko, but sometimes when his head got hot he would easily mess up and he couldn't control it. It really was like the saying goes. A moment of folly brings temporary pleasure, but continuous folly only leads to ongoing trouble. What could he do about it? His self-control was just that poor. Especially after Daiko had once opened his eyes. He found that his recent fantasies had more hope than before, and sometimes he found it hard to control himself. Moreover, after gaining some abilities from the system, it further fueled his courage and ambition. Okay, Daiko, please don't be upset. Let me explain, I really misunderstood with them. Don't worry, I won't get angry easily, but Ling Lianayakan, please explain first because I want to hear your explanation, Daiko said gently and understandingly. Ling Lu couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, realizing that Daiko was indeed a good girl and he promised himself to cherish her well in the future. After reassuring himself, Ling Lu tried to explain the cause and effect to Daiko in a way that wouldn't upset her. Daiko, this is the cause and effect, you should know I'm not lying to you, right?
Ling Lu felt anxious. He had a reason for the things with Gong Xiang and Suchui, but if Daiko found out about Kaixia he really wouldn't have any argument left. Phew. After hearing Ling Lianayakan's serious explanation I feel much better inside now. But Ling Lianayakan, you can't retaliate against female classmates because it's wrong, and you can't joke around with other girls because when I hear about it I can't help but feel jealous. Ling Lianayakan, can you promise me to clarify things with them and break up with that Suchui? Otherwise I'm afraid that girl will really start to like you.
Daiko suddenly sounded a bit sad and choked up. Because she really liked Ling Lu, having secretly liked him since she was little. She thought Ling Lu was an exceptional boy and naturally feared that his relationship with Su Chuwei might turn from a joke into reality. Moreover, as a girlfriend, how could she bear to see the boy she liked joking around with other girls? No matter how understanding and broad-minded a girl is, she would still feel jealous and hurt inside. Ling Lu felt guilty towards Daiko. Hearing that she finally couldn't hold back her tears, he immediately promised Daiko, "Don't cry, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow at school I'll clear things up with Su Chuwei." Really? Really? I like Ling Lianayakan the most. After Daiko felt better, Ling Lu also sighed in relief. But then he wondered who could the traitor in the class be. Unable to figure it out, Ling Lu directly asked Daiko, "Daiko, do you have any classmates in my class?" "Of course there are. Can you tell me who she is?" "Sure, her name is Asuka Shizuka." "Asuka Shizuka? But I have no impression of her at all." "That's right, but who told Ling Lianayakan to only look at the beautiful girls? Also, Asuka Shizuka is the class monitor." Ling's heart tightened. The class monitor is just a position that tends to meddle, right? He hoped she wouldn't investigate the reason for Kai Xia's sadness. Ling Lu decided that tomorrow at school he must first see who Asuka Shizuka is, otherwise it would be too scary, like a ticking time bomb beside him. As long as he made a misstep, she would report him to Daiko. How could he live like this? Being monitored made him uneasy, stripping away all sense of freedom. Seeking support. Are there any handsome guys or beautiful girls watching? In the afternoon, Dai Zi still had classes, and after chatting with Ling Lu for a short while, she hung up the phone. After taking a deep breath, Ling Lu lost interest in playing games, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, eventually being awakened by a phone call. Upon seeing that it was a call from Takahashi Majuan, Ling Lu answered without hesitation and said, "Majuan, is there something you need?" "I'm really sorry for calling you, but I sent you a message and you didn't reply," replied Majuan. Ling Lu glanced at the messages and indeed saw that he had received some, saying, "I was just sleeping and didn't see it." At the same time, Ling Lu was also looking at the messages they sent, not only from Takahashi Majuan but also from Akamoto Shota and Inoue Daikuma. "Is the message you sent me true?" Ling Lu couldn't help but laugh a little. The content was about Akamoto Shota finally gathering the courage to confess today, only to be ruthlessly rejected by the girl he had liked since 6th grade. Lu Gu, this is definitely true. Right now Shota is still sitting in the park heartbroken. But Shota is really pitiful, he was treated like a tool. The girl he likes already has a boyfriend. Today she invited him out to try on clothes, which was just for her boyfriend to buy, and she only asked Shota to help with the fitting. Takahashi Majuan couldn't help but laugh, even finding some schadenfreude in it. That girl is heartless. So where are you planning to go for drinks? To a bar, or are we going to someone's home to drink? Ling Lu asked. We're going to a bar, but mainly do you have time, Lu Gu? Let's drink together then. Ling Lu thought for a moment. Since Aunt Maisie wasn't home, he was quite bored alone and said, "Alright, give me a location and I'll come find you." "Okay, Lu Gu, I'll wait for you at Shueiyuan Park." After Takahashi Majuan finished speaking, he sent Ling Lu the location. Once Ling Lu got ready and closed the door, he took a taxi and arrived at Shueiyuan Park 20 minutes later to meet them. "Wow, Lu Gu, you finally made it. I feel so embarrassed today, I was treated like a tool." Akamoto Shota came in front of Ling Lu looking pitiful and continued lamenting, "I finally gathered the courage to confess to her, but I didn't expect such a terrifying result. If I had known, I wouldn't have confessed." Cough cough, calm down. It's just a failed confession, it's not a big deal. I actually think you should look at it positively. If you hadn't confessed today, you would have unknowingly been treated as a tool in the future, and that would be far worse. Lu Gu, your point makes a lot of sense. But I still feel so disappointed. The girl I've liked since 6th grade and I haven't even held her hand, and now she's someone else's girlfriend. Shota continued to lament, "I even met her boyfriend in the end. He isn't even as handsome as me and doesn't seem to be as wealthy. The most unbelievable thing is that she spends money on that guy. Lu Gu, isn't that ridiculous? I really don't understand why she doesn't like me." Oda Izaburo said, "That just means he really loves her." Ling Lu laughed directly. "Love my ass, how old are they?" "It's obviously because he's good in bed." "What do you mean by that?" Akamoto Shota looked at him with pure confusion. "What do you think a guy and a girl can do together?" "Lu Gu, are you implying that she has already been with that guy?" "Most likely." "Ah, my god, my heart hurts so much." Akamoto Shota felt unable to accept it. It was really too painful. "Come on, it's just a woman. She's someone else's woman now, what are you still holding on to?" "Lu Gu, I understand the reasoning, but I still can't forget her. I even feel like I've lost something and I haven't even touched her." Hee, I get it. You have the heart of a thief but no courage, pretending to be a good person. Who can you blame? But if it were the girl I liked since 6th grade, I would have probably had my way with her by now. Lu Gu, you're still impressive. Takahashi Majuan and the others were in awe, and Akimoto Shota unwillingly said, "Lu Gu, teach me your real skills. First let's go to the bar and talk while we drink." Ling Lu arranged. "Alright, I'll treat you guys. Don't fight me for it, I can only spend money to lessen my heartache right now." Akimoto Shota was quite generous, but being the son of the Akimoto family, he definitely came from a wealthy background. Soon the five of them arrived at the busiest bar street in Tokyo. Although the bars here weren't considered high-end, they were bustling with activity. After casually entering one, Shota ordered the famous beer from Tokyo Tama no Kei. As it happened, Ling Lo had just taken a sip, looked around the hall and habitually checked for beautiful women, only to unexpectedly spot Ayaka in this bar. Shota and the others also noticed Ayaka and said, "Lu, go look, it's classmate Ayaka. Damn, she has drunk so much, isn't she afraid of being taken advantage of or even being taken away?" Shota couldn't help but express his concern, as they were still classmates after all. Oda Izaburo glanced at Shota and said, "Shota, don't say that. Classmate Ayaka is Lu guest type. With Lu go around, who would dare bully classmate Ayaka?" "I was wrong, I didn't think of that. You'll self-punish with a bottle down it all in one go, gurgle gurgle. Lu, good, did you and classmate Ayaka have some big argument? She was crying in the classroom today, looking really frightening, and her face was pale." Takahashi Majuan couldn't help but say. Ling Lu took a deep breath and said lightly, "It was just a fight." "Ah, you hit a girl, Lu Gu." Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, clearly not understanding Ling Lu's meaning. Ling Lu certainly wouldn't explain. How could he directly say he had his way with her? "Don't look at me like that, I only acted because I was forced into a corner." "Sigh, Lu Gu, don't worry. We can understand. After all, it's just the start of the school year and classmate Ayaka already has an issue with you. Anyone would continue to have conflicts. Right, and since you guys fought, it has a mutual fighting nature. Hee, just enjoy your drinks." Ling Lu chuckled, thinking this group of guys was even more innocent than he had imagined, and continued, "Do you want me to call a girl for you?" "Ha! Call girls? Isn't that a bit too bold?" Akimoto Shota and Oda Izaburo panicked instantly. "Why not give it a try? After all, Lu Gu is here to back us up. He'll follow Lu Gu's arrangements." Takahashi Majuan and Inoue Daikuma were eager to act, clearly having some ideas but still lacking a bit of courage. "Shota, didn't you ask me to teach you real skills? Now I'll teach you that having money really means you can do whatever you want, you can get any kind of woman you want." After saying this, Ling Lu called the bartender over and arranged for 4 ladies to accompany them, one for each of them. "Lu Gu, what about you?" Shota asked nervously. "Do I still need one? I'm already an experienced driver." Ling Lu smiled. In reality, he looked down on these girls and said, "Just enjoy yourselves and make sure to take good care of the 4 ladies. The benefits will definitely come back to you later. Don't worry, handsome, we understand." For these ladies, accompanying men for drinks was already an everyday affair, let alone hearing that they were all C-men, which made them unusually excited. It seems that even if they made a loss, as long as they found them pleasing, they wouldn't mind giving it away for free. Under the enthusiastic care of the accompanying ladies, the 4 of them initially felt a bit restrained, but as the ladies kept pouring drinks for them, the influence of the alcohol soon made them loosen up and they enjoyed drinking and having fun. Ling Lu, while drinking, occasionally looked at Ayaka. He felt sorry for her and really wanted to go up and apologize, expressing that he had gone too far, but he couldn't bring himself to do it at the moment. Suddenly a commotion broke out near Ayaka, where several long-haired men surrounded her and one of them was covering his face, seemingly having been slapped by Ayaka. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ling Lu rushed over, angrily grabbing the hand of the one who was about to retaliate. Ayaka was drunk but still somewhat aware. Upon seeing Ling Lu appear in front of her, she began to cry in anger, clearly feeling wrong that Ling Lu had bullied her. "What the hell, man, what do you mean? Are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty, or do you have feelings for this girl? If it's the latter, do you understand the rules of first come first served?" The long-haired guy who did not slap back frowned at the sudden appearance of Ling Lu, feeling quite displeased. His other 2 long-haired friends, however, were very indifferent and irritable. "If you don't let go of my brother's hand, do you want to die? Don't tell me you know this girl. I've seen you with that bunch of trash for a long time." Ling Lu let go of his hand and suddenly struck the long-haired guy, who insulted him with a swift and accurate slap, unexpectedly knocking him out on the spot. The other 2 long-haired friends were startled. This guy was so decisive and ruthless that he knocked one of their brothers out with a single slap. Coming back to their senses, they had also drunk quite a bit and were filled with impulsiveness, choosing to swing their fists towards Ling Lu. "Damn it, if you touch our brother, it'll ruin you." Upon hearing this, Ling Lu's temper flared instantly, fists clenched as he kicked them all away, cursing, "You worthless scum, if you can't speak properly then don't say anything." Ling Lu was most unafraid of fighting now. The indestructible ability granted by the system made his physical defense invincible. Nothing could harm him, making him virtually unbeatable. In fact, he would only grow stronger with each fight. Ma Chao, Gao Jun and the others all surrounded them, slightly tipsy, saying, "Brother Lu, you didn't call us to fight, that's not fair." "But Brother Lu, you're truly amazing. You took down 3 by yourself, you're simply unbeatable." The group became even more admiring of Ling Lu. Under the influence of alcohol, they were not scared at all, but instead were eager to join in. If the other side continued to fight, they would insist on helping. "Alright, this is none of your business, go back to drinking your beer," Ling Lu said calmly. Although the 4 of them had good intentions, their involvement would only hinder him in the fight. "Fine, well, continue drinking, but if anything happens you have to call us." "Exactly, we're not easy to mess with either, if needed, well, just throw money at them." Ling Lu felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself that these guys were completely different after drinking, however they would probably be scared half to death once they sobered up. The two long-haired guys writhing on the ground knowing they were no match felt embarrassed in front of so many onlookers and couldn't swallow their anger, so they threatened fiercely. "Hey, you think you can fight, huh? You better not run, you little punk." Ling Lu frowned, pretending to slap them, which frightened them into carrying their unconscious companion and quickly fleeing the bar. As for the onlookers, they were merely watching the fun with no one stepping in to intervene, even hoping to see a good show later. For them, causing trouble and fighting in a bar while drinking was something they had grown accustomed to. Ling Lu didn't pay much attention to the onlookers. However, Kai Xia, who was crying, seemed to be quite drunk and just stood there before collapsing onto Ling Lu. He breathlessly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, preventing her from falling to the ground. Kai Xia had a great figure, curvy in all the right places, already quite voluptuous with beautiful blonde hair. Of course she exuded a strong youthful aura, being only 18. After taking a deep breath, Ling Lu called out to her twice, but she didn't wake up, clearly too drunk to respond. He then carried her on his back and returned to where Gao Chao and the others were drinking, saying, "Let's go, well, come back to drink some other day." Even though Ling Lu could fight, he wouldn't be foolish enough to wait around for them to bring more people to continue the fight. If the situation escalated and Aunt Maisie and Miss Ling found out, that would truly be infuriating. "Alright, I'll settle the bill right away." Gao Chao, Ma Jun and the others, emboldened by their drinks, completely followed Ling Lu's lead and decisively went to pay the bill. Akihito Shota was very generous, giving the 4 waitresses who accompanied them each 10,000 yen, equivalent to over 400 RMB. The 4 waitresses were delighted to see the tip, each giving them a kiss, leaving Akihito Shota and the others almost doubting their existence. They found it unbelievable that they were kissed by the waitresses. Suddenly they felt that getting women wasn't that difficult as long as they were willing to spend money. Beautiful women would actively throw themselves at them and give them kisses. After leaving the bar, Ling Lu told them, "You guys go back first and be careful not to wander around recently to avoid retaliation from those guys." "Okay, brother Lu, but what about you?" Cao Chao couldn't help but ask, since Ling Lu was still carrying Kai Xia. "What else can I do? I can't just leave her be. After all, we're classmates. Either I find a room for her or wake her up and let her family take her home," Ling Lu said calmly. He wasn't nervous at all, after all he had already been intimate with Kai Xia. "Alright brother Lu, well, head home first. And then see you at school tomorrow." After watching the 4 of them take a taxi away, Ling Lu carried Kai Xia towards a nearby hotel. However, he didn't expect that in this broken Sakura country even booking a room required an ID card, and all he had was a visa which he had left at home. Who would carry that around all the time? He felt around Kai Xia's body, but she also didn't have her ID. Helpless, Ling Lu thought that he couldn't send her to the police station. What if she woke up and reported that he had taken advantage of her? That thought made Ling Lu a bit scared. After taking a deep breath, Ling Lu could only think of carrying her back home, hoping that Kai Xia wouldn't cause a scene at Aunt Maisa's house. After all, he had helped her, otherwise she would have been taken away by those long-haired guys. Upon returning home, Aunt Maisa's car was parked in the garage, indicating she had returned from outside. However, Ling Lu was not nervous at all. He carried Kai Xia in and walked straight in. "Aunt Maisie, I'm back. Welcome home, Lelikun." Aunt Maisie was in the kitchen preparing dinner, saying, "I checked your room when I came back and saw you weren't home, so I knew you went out to play. I was just about to call you." At this moment, Aunt Maisie walked out of the kitchen wearing a conservative kimono that left nothing exposed. She consulted a psychologist in the afternoon, and the doctor suggested that if there were such situations at home, it would be best to dress conservatively to avoid arousing any inappropriate thoughts from the opposite gender in the household. Naturally, Maisie was afraid that Ling Lu would develop such thoughts, so she followed the psychologist's advice and refrained from wearing alluring clothes. "Oh, Lelikun, why did you bring a girl home?" Aunt Maisie was taken aback to see Ling Lu carrying a girl. In response to Aunt Maisa's surprised inquiry, Ling Lu knew he couldn't show any signs of guilt, or else it would easily lead Aunt Maisie to overthink, so he spoke up. "A beautiful classmate of mine was in a bad mood today. After getting drunk at a bar, she was nearly bullied by a few long-haired guys. When I encountered her, I couldn't just leave her be, so in the end I had to choose to carry her home." "So it was a classmate, huh? But it's indeed very dangerous for a girl to get drunk in a bar. She could easily be bullied." And Aunt Maisie sighed in relief, fearing that Ling Lu had specifically picked up a girl from the bar. If that were the case, she felt she would need to reassess Ling Lu's values. If it were the former, she would need to impose strict control. However, if it were the latter, she believed Ling Lu was a gentle and kind child. "Ling Lu, please place her in the room where Dai Zi used to sleep," Aunt Maisie gently instructed after regaining her composure. "Alright, I'll carry her up first," Ling Lu replied. "Go ahead, and when you can wake her up, Auntie will make her a cup of tea to sober her up. I'm afraid I won't be able to wake her. She's as unresponsive as a drunk pig right now," Ling Lu responded. He had already called out to Kai Xia for a long time earlier, but she hadn't woken up even once. She was clearly lost in drunkenness. To be honest, if a malicious person were to find her, the consequences would be unimaginable. After settling Kai Xia in Dai's bedroom, Ling Lu didn't dare to do anything more. He mainly felt restrained, worried that Aunt Maisie might suddenly come to check. But looking at Kai Xia sleeping peacefully with a delicate and alluring appearance, Ling Lu suddenly recalled what he had done to her earlier that morning, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. "Ling Lu, have you settled her?" At that moment, Aunt Maisie indeed came up from downstairs. Ling Lu couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him, simultaneously relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. I've settled her. But I just laid her on the bed, I didn't do anything else, so I'm not sure if she's comfortable. Ling Lu had only helped Kai Xia take off her breathable white sports shoes. She was wearing a pair of thin pink socks underneath which didn't smell of sweat but instead had a faint fragrance of orchids, likely from orchid-scented laundry detergent. In short, it smelled quite nice. Although Ling Lu couldn't see her jade-like feet through the layers of socks, her skin was already fair, so he imagined her feet must be delicate, and let's leave it at that. After all, we shouldn't help her to this extent without her own consent lest we be misunderstood. At that moment Maisie walked in and saw that Ling Lu's beautiful classmate was wearing a cool JK uniform. It seemed she was not uncomfortable at all. Alright then, I'll head downstairs. Ling Lu pretended to look calm and said casually. Yes, go ahead auntie, we'll see if she can wake her up. After nodding, Ling Lu left the room and went downstairs to see the meal Aunt Maisie had prepared. 3 dishes and a braised pork mapo tofu, a serving of pan-fried dumplings and 3 delicacies soup, all looking appetizing and fragrant. Maisie tried to call out to Ling Lu's classmate in the room, but she was indeed too drunk to wake up for a while. After covering her with a blanket, she returned downstairs to have dinner. Ling Lu, I didn't expect your classmate to be such a beauty. She does seem to look pretty good. Ling Lu smiled faintly. It seems that way. It looks like our Ling Lu has a high standard of beauty. Maisie smiled lightly. If they didn't find something to talk about during dinner, she felt the atmosphere would become very awkward. Perhaps it's a bit high. Ling Lu glanced at Aunt Maisie. In his eyes, Aunt Maisie was very beautiful. Every part of her radiated a unique charm that was completely incomparable to the innocent beauty of Kai Xia. A high standard makes it hard to find a girlfriend. But let's eat first. Try the mapo tofu auntie made, and you said you liked the pan-fried dumplings she made for you. Auntie just specially prepared another portion. Thank you auntie, you are so kind to me. Maisie felt a tightening in her heart. Hearing Ling Lu say such things, she felt very anxious. She was really afraid that Ling Lu's affection for her was mixed with ulterior motives. Despite this, she still had to fulfill her duty as an aunt. After all, she had promised Ling Su Mei to take good care of Ling Lu's daily life here. Naturally, she couldn't deliberately treat Ling Lu coldly to prevent him from overthinking. No need to be polite, I am your aunt. By the way, later I'll go and wipe your beautiful classmate's face with a clean cloth. Maisie began to change the subject. Should I go instead? Ling Lu immediately said. He was a bit worried about Kai Xia waking up and possibly saying something strange that Aunt Maisie might hear. Maisie didn't think much of it and smiled. Alright, but you can't take advantage of her. Ling Lu's face instantly flushed, feeling awkward. He hadn't expected Aunt Maisie to doubt his character. It seemed his feelings for her had been completely seen through. However, despite this, Ling Lu definitely wouldn't back down. He had to argue, saying, Aunt Maisie, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Auntie knows just now Auntie was only joking, please don't be angry. Maisie smiled lightly. After finishing dinner, Maisie cleaned up the dishes. Ling Lu was reminded by Aunt Maisie to draw a basin of warm water and took a clean cloth upstairs to wipe Kai Xiao's face. Her face was rosy, clearly still under the influence of alcohol, making her look very alluring, and she wasn't wearing any makeup, completely barefaced. Ling Lu didn't think too much this time. To prove he had no ulterior motives, he didn't dare to stay in the room too long. After wiping her face and hands, he returned downstairs. Auntie, I'm done. So fast. Yes, it doesn't take long to just wipe her face and hands. As Ling Lu spoke, he brushed his teeth and washed up, even preparing to take a shower. That's true, go ahead and do your thing. Maisie's cheeks were slightly flushed. She realized that what she had just said was a bit imprecise and could easily lead to misunderstandings. After finishing his shower in 2 or 3 minutes, Ling Lu wrapped himself in a towel, returned to his room, changed into a clean set of clothes, and took the towel downstairs. The towel was filled with floral fragrance, clearly Aunt Maisie's special one. Aunt Maisie, is it alright that I borrowed your towel just now? Yes, it's fine. But since Ling Lu likes to shower downstairs, Auntie will prepare one for you next time. Maisie said while tidying up the kitchen. A single towel didn't make her think too much, but she certainly didn't know that for Ling Lu it was very tempting, at least because it still carried her lingering scent. When Ling Lu returned to his room, he couldn't help but smell the towel out of curiosity and found it to be scented with Aunt Maisie's fragrance. It smelled wonderful, making him feel refreshed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Aunt Maisie had tidied everything up, including running on the treadmill upstairs, practicing yoga, washing up, and applying a face mask. Ling Lu, Auntie is going to rest now. Your beautiful classmate is still sleeping soundly. Auntie just checked on her and poured her a glass of water. Okay, I understand. Good night, Auntie, I'm going to prepare to rest as well. Ling Lu lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, his hands resting beneath his head, quietly reflecting. His room now had several crumpled paper balls. He felt helpless and guilty just now. When Aunt Maisie was washing up, he couldn't help but admire her for a while. Afterward, as if in a trance, Ling Lu fell asleep unknowingly while Kai Xia was in the room next door, but he truly had no thoughts of causing any trouble. In the middle of the night, Ling Lu was suddenly awakened by the sound of a door opening next door. He thought it might be Aunt Maisie or Kai Xia getting up for a convenience. Ling Lu, feeling drowsy, didn't want to open his eyes again and fell back asleep, but soon was awakened again. This time he felt a tightening in his heart, as if he heard the door to his bedroom being opened and someone was approaching him. Ling Lu preferred to sleep with the light on. When he opened his eyes he saw Kai Xia groggily walking toward him. Ling Lu was full of questions. What's going on? Is she sleepwalking or is she just confused and walking into the wrong room? But it looked like she was mostly still half asleep, her eyelids seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing Kai Xia approaching, Ling Lu furrowed his brows deeper, unsure of what to do. He thought about waking her up now, but she would surely scream easily, waking up Aunt Maisie next door. But if he didn't wake her up and she ended up staying in his room all night, Ling Lu felt that would be unbearable. Moreover, if Kai Xia woke up, even if he had a reason, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Just as Ling Lu was still contemplating how to deal with it, Kai Xia lay down directly, prompting Ling Lu to quickly make room for her. However, at that moment Kai Xia's sleeping posture became very awkward as she suddenly rolled over, draping a long leg and a slender arm over Ling Lu. Damn, if I didn't know you were drunk and your consciousness wasn't clear, I would really suspect you were trying to lead me to commit a crime. Ling Lu couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, looking at Kai Xia, who was so close, and the sweet scent that could be sensed between them, Ling Lu felt that this seemed quite nice. Why not enjoy this moment for a while, as long as he didn't do anything else? Unexpectedly, just as Ling Lu was thinking this, Kai Xia suddenly opened her eyes, as if startled, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him, filled with fear and disbelief. Ling Lu was also taken aback, startled. He had already felt guilty, and now seeing Kai Xia suddenly open her eyes made him feel as if he was being pressured by an abyss. Once Kai Xia recognized it was Ling Lu, she opened her mouth to scream, but Ling Lu reacted quickly and covered her mouth to prevent her from making any noise. Kai Xia began to struggle wildly, using both her hands and feet. Ling Lu also used all his strength to stop her. In the end, it was Ling Lu who emerged victorious. How could a girl like Kai Xia possibly be stronger than Ling Lu? Kai Xia, please calm down. You need to listen to my explanation. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Ling Lu hurriedly whispered. He was very concerned that he might wake up Aunt Maisie, and if Aunt Maisie came in, Kai Xia, in her agitated state and in her dislike for him, might reveal everything he had done to her today. Kai Xia's eyes were filled with anger as she stared fiercely at Ling Lu, but her cheeks were undeniably flushed. After all, being restrained like this by Ling Lu would make any girl feel extremely embarrassed and angry. Ling Lu didn't dare to easily release her mouth and could only explain first. I was just resting fine by myself when you suddenly walked in the middle of the night and nearly startled me. If you don't believe me, you can think back carefully. Also, this is my aunt's house. After you got drunk at the bar today, you were targeted by a few long-haired guys, and I just happened to be at the bar drinking with a few boys from our class when I saw you. When I saw you being bullied by those long-haired guys, I didn't think much and rushed over to help you drive them away. Afterward, you passed out in my arms and I couldn't let you stay at the bar any longer. I originally wanted to book you a hotel room to settle you down, but I didn't have an exchange student visa, so in the end I had no choice but to bring you back to my aunt's house. You were originally in the room next to mine, but you came to my room after getting up to relieve yourself. You must have some impression of that, right? Think back carefully. Ling Lu anxiously explained a lot in one breath. Kai Xia, however, couldn't help but have tears welling up in her eyes, appearing very pitiful and helpless, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Ling Lu hated to see girls cry the most, and he felt very uncomfortable about this, starting to feel guilty and remorseful about how he had bullied Kai Xia earlier today. Because of his momentary anger and madness, he had hurt a beautiful girl, thus his tone softened a bit. Kai Xia, I admit that I was too impulsive and a jerk for bullying you today. Although I feel really sorry for you, after calming down I know that everything is irreparable now. I just hope you can forgive my momentary impulse. I was genuinely in a very angry state, you know. Earlier we had clearly agreed to let go of our grievances, but who would have thought that you would call over a dozen people to deal with me? They took advantage of my inattention and threatened me with knives. If I weren't as tough as you imagine, I would have likely been seriously injured by the people you called in. Ling Lu spoke sincerely, revealing his true feelings. Kai Xia continued to cry, but she appeared even more aggrieved. She longed to say that she hadn't sought trouble with him, it was all due to her mother's sudden intervention, and she was unaware. After a while of crying, Kai Xia no longer shed tears, possibly because she had run out of tears since she had already cried many times today. Ling Lu continued, I've said all I needed to say. Now I will let you go, but regarding our issues, even if you are upset, you can't involve my aunt. Because I don't want to trouble her, and I certainly don't want to trouble my mom. My mom and I have relied on each other since childhood and often make her angry, but I don't want to see her cry because of my matters. Ling Lu spoke these heartfelt words seriously, not to seek her sympathy but to express that his attitude was sincere. After speaking, Ling Lu removed his hand from Kai Xia's mouth. Kai Xia took a deep breath, rolled her eyes and glared at, didn't you know you hurt me? Hurry up and get your hands and feet off me. For some reason, seeing Kai Xia roll her eyes and speak to him like that made Ling Lu feel a sense of relief. If Kai Xia really wanted to be angry with him, how could she merely roll her eyes? She would have likely already cursed and yelled at him. I'm sorry, I'll move away right now. Ling Lu said with cheerful apologies. As he released Kai Xia's hands and feet, she endured the soreness in her waist and back, complaining in a soft tone. In my entire life I've never seen a guy like you, so much of a jerk and yet completely clueless about cherishing a girl. Ling Lu found this strange. Why had Kai Xia suddenly calmed down and not be so angry with him? But Ling Lu didn't think too much about it. Even if he did, he would narcissistically believe that it was simply because he was so impressive that she couldn't help but fall for him. Yes, I am a jerk and I don't understand the value of cherishing beauty at all, okay? As long as Kai Xia is not too angry, it's not impossible for Ling Lu to tolerate some losses for her.
Men, no matter how much of a jerk they are, should still have their responsibilities.
Ling Lu, let me tell you, don't think that I will forgive you just because of this. All I know is that you have ruined me, destroyed me.
Kai Xia let out a cold snort, and as she spoke, tears unexpectedly welled up in her red eyes. Ling Lu sighed internally, thinking that her tears had already dried up.
Unexpectedly they came out again. One must say women are really made of water. Sure, my dear aunt, can you keep your voice down?
If you wake my aunt and she comes over to see you in my room, I wonder how you will explain that. Ling Lu quickly made a gesture to be quieter and explained.
Kai Xia pouted and said, I have already been ruined by you. What is there to be embarrassed about or to explain?
Ling Lu frowned, took a deep breath, forcing himself not to get angry, and said, can you blame all of this on me?
Isn't it because you brought it upon yourself? You said it yourself. Why did you call over a dozen people to beat me? You better not tell me that you didn't invite them.
I'll tell you, that blonde guy is still around. Kai Xia couldn't bear to look at Ling Lu's suddenly cold gaze, knowing that the deed had already been done. What else could be done? There was no way she could tell Ling Lu that it was not her doing, but rather her mother who had sent someone to teach him a lesson. Kai Xia felt that telling him the truth was already meaningless. Moreover, that was her mother, her only companion since childhood.
She didn't want Ling Lu to find trouble with her mother after knowing the truth. Alright, it's my fault, it's all my doing, I brought this upon myself, okay.
Kai Xia couldn't help but cry as she said, don't worry, you ruined me, I won't blame you for it. Thank you for helping me chase away those long-haired guys today, allowing me to escape their bullying, and for being so kind to bring me back to your aunt's house to take care of me. In the end, Kai Xia forced a smile while crying. Seeing her like this made Ling Lu feel particularly uneasy. He truly felt pity for her, even having a strong impulse to protect her.
I'm really sorry. How about I take responsibility for you?
Ling Lu grasped Kai Xia's delicate shoulders with both hands, looking at her tearful eyes sincerely.
Kai Xia was taken aback.
To be honest, she had never thought of having Ling Lu take responsibility for her because she disliked boys from Long Country. Her mother had been betrayed by a boy from Long Country, ending up with nothing and leading her to have never experienced paternal love since she was little. How could she possibly repeat the same mistake and let Ling Lu be with her to take responsibility for her? Just thinking about it made her very angry. Suddenly coming back to her senses, she pushed Ling Lu away with both hands and said coldly, I don't need your pity, nor do I need you to take responsibility.
It's just 18 years of innocence, it doesn't matter at all. Actually, she wanted to say that even if the whole world had only Ling Lu left as a man, she still wouldn't be with him. But just as those words were on the tip of her tongue, unexpectedly Ling Lu, who was pushed away, suddenly held her tightly in his arms. Kai Xia, don't reject me just yet. After you've calmed down and made your choice, let me know.
If you wish for me to take responsibility, I will certainly do so without fail.
Of course, if you don't want me to take responsibility, I also hope you'll be well and not let yourself go because of me, Ling Lu said seriously.
He remembered that Kai Xia had mentioned her 18 years of innocence and suddenly realized yes, her innocence had been taken by him, so he should also show some responsibility as a man.
Kai Xia's pretty face turned red.
She only knew that Ling Lu, this jerk, had taken advantage of her again, holding her so tightly that she could hardly breathe, and she struggled to push him away but couldn't budge at all. Kai Xia couldn't help but feel exasperated, opening her mouth to bite Ling Lu's shoulder with all her might. Ah! Ling Lu cried out in pain and had to let her go, saying, are you a dog? Kai Xia angrily got up, put on her shoes without saying a word, and walked out of Ling Li's room. Ling Lu soon heard the sound of a door closing in the next room. Clearly Kai Xia had returned to Dai's room, and it seemed she really did have the impression of having to come out for convenience.
Wait a minute, didn't I have an indestructible defense? How could I still be bitten by Kai Xia just now?
Ling Lu suddenly remembered this point and felt quite confused.
Could it be that such a degree of threat cannot trigger my indestructible body defense?
If that's the case, that would be fine, otherwise it would be truly tragic not to even experience pain. Although Kai Xia didn't agree to his proposal, Ling Lu felt much better than before. Some things once said indeed make one feel much better in their heart. Ling Lu couldn't sleep for a while, so he activated his perspective ability to check on Kai Xia in the next room. He found that after returning to her room, she angrily drank the water that Mei Zi had prepared for her, covered her face with her hands, and then lay down on the bed to cover herself with the quilt and sleep.
Sweat, she isn't as furious as I imagined.
I thought she would throw pillows and quilts around. Could it be that she has really started to like me but just feels too embarrassed to face it? Ling Lu thought narcissistically and suddenly wished he had mind-reading abilities. That way the so-called woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, would not be difficult for him to navigate.
Unbeknownst to him, he slept until dawn. Mei Zi got up early and went downstairs to prepare breakfast and lunch for Ling Lu and Kai Xia. Kai Xia also got up very early.
After smelling the scent of alcohol on herself, she prepared to wash up when Mei Zi came over to tell her.
Miss Kai Xia, I am Mei Zi, Ling Li's aunt.
The room you slept in last night is my daughter Dai Zi's bedroom. After you take a shower, there are clothes inside.
You can find one you like to try on.
I think wearing something clean will feel more comfortable.
Mei Zi spoke very gently and kindly.
Because Kai Xia was Ling Li's desk mate, she naturally couldn't be neglectful, especially since she was the same age as Dai Zi. She was truly adorable.
Kai Xia was touched. She hadn't expected Ling Lu to be such a jerk, but his aunt was so beautiful, so gentle and so friendly. She couldn't help but smile lightly and said, "Well, thank you, aunt. I will take one to try on." "No need to thank me. You are Lilikan's deskmate, you will surely become good friends. Lilikan is a boy from Long Country. In the future if you encounter any problems at school or in life I hope Miss Kaixia can help look after him." Mei Zi felt that helping others was a common courtesy, especially since they were deskmates. Besides, Ling Lu had carried her back from the bar to prevent her from being picked up. Kaixia sighed internally, thinking that she and Ling Lu did not have such a good relationship. He bullied her so much that she didn't want to deal with him anymore. But seeing Aunt so gentle, she certainly couldn't tell the truth and could only lie. "Well, Aunt, don't worry. If I have the chance I will definitely help him more. Thank you, Miss Kaixia. By the way, after you change into your clothes please help me wake Lilikan up. I'm busy cooking rice in the pot." Mei Zi smiled apologetically. "Okay, Aunt, you go ahead and be busy. I'll wake up Ling Lu classmate later." Kaixia nodded. After a while Kaixia finished washing up, changed into a clean JK uniform, put on her shoes and ran to wake Ling Lu up for breakfast. When Ling Lu was called awake he thought it was Aunt Mei Zi, but when he heard Kaixia's voice he was startled awake. It was truly like the sun rose from the west. Kaixia actually called him to get up for breakfast. Ling Lu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Clearly Aunt Mei Zi didn't know about his relationship with Kaixia but mistakenly thought they were very close. However, Kaixia probably didn't take the opportunity to complain to Aunt Mei Zi about her situation, otherwise it wouldn't be Kaixia waking him up but Aunt Mei Zi or Mrs. Ling calling. "I'm up," Ling Lu casually replied, quickly getting dressed and going to wash up. Kaixia didn't respond again. After hearing Ling Lu say he was up, she returned downstairs to see if there was anything she could help with. In the kitchen Kaixia looked at Aunt Mei Zi and said, "Aunt, you've worked hard to get up so early to cook breakfast for us. It's not hard. I always get up early and consider it exercise. Aunt, your figure is indeed very good, I can't help but envy you." Kaixia was not a girl who easily blushed, she was naturally not socially anxious. It seemed that as long as they treated each other kindly she could get along well with anyone. "Hee, Miss Kaixia's figure at this age is also very good," Mei Zi said happily. As a woman pursuing figure she naturally liked to be praised for her good shape. "Hee, thank you, Aunt." Kaixia smiled with a slightly red face and said, "And is there anything I can help you with?" "Sure, I made you 7 herbal porridge that is good for your stomach. Lilikan likes it, but I don't know if Miss Kaixia likes it too." "I like it." Kaixia felt a warmth in her heart, unable to help but recall how her mother had often made 7 herbal porridge for her to eat when she was young. But as she grew up she often made it for her mother instead, filled with warm memories. "That's good. Miss Kaixia, please help me bring the 7 herbal porridge to the dining table. 1 bowl for each of you." "Thank you. I'm packing your lunch for noon." "No problem, but do I have lunch too?" Kaixia couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Yes, you and Lilikan each have a portion." "Thank you, Aunt. I will definitely enjoy your cooking at noon." Kaixia was touched, not expecting Ling Li's aunt to be so nice. She couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, thinking that such a great aunt would have such a jerk for a nephew. "Alright, if you like it just tell Lilikan next time. Aunt can continue to make it for you and let Lilikan bring it to school for you." Aunt, you're really wonderful." After saying this, shyly Kaixia carried the cooked 7 herbal porridge to the dining room to serve, but remembering that she still had to serve Ling Li she felt unhappy. She was obviously so angry with him, yet now she had to serve him. At that moment Ling Lu came downstairs and saw Kaixia wearing a JK uniform. His eyes lit up immediately. "Kaixia, I didn't expect you to look so good in a JK uniform, it's so nice." Ling Lu couldn't help but compliment her. As a man with a leg fetish he truly liked Kaixia's long legs, which were not only straight and round but also very fair and alluring. "I don't want to talk to you," Kaixia glared at Ling Lu resentfully. This Ling Lu was truly a jerk, he had just ruined her yesterday and now he was starting to covet her again. Was he addicted or what? "Alright, don't be angry. I'm just speaking the truth, isn't that wrong? Besides complimenting your legs and your look, shouldn't you be happy?" Ling Lu approached to comfort her, not wanting to argue with her early in the morning. He also wanted to resolve the unpleasantness between them as soon as possible. After all, they were still classmates who would see each other often, especially after spending a night together at Aunt Mei Zi's house. Their relationship was definitely more complicated than with other girls. Is that a compliment? You should know in your heart that you are clearly coveting my beauty." Kaixia looked at Ling Lu with a piercing gaze filled with disdain. If he wasn't a rogue he shouldn't have retaliated against her like that, even if he was angry yesterday. Thinking of this made Kaixia unable to help but feel miserable and sad. She had been innocent for 18 years, always protected well, yet unexpectedly she had fallen into the hands of this jerk Ling Lu. Even worse, he was a boy from Long Country, the one she hated the most. Truly unlucky, she didn't know if she owed him something in her past life. "Forget it, I'm a good man who doesn't fight with women, I'll give in to you." Ling Lu didn't want to talk about this matter with Kaixia. He was somewhat self-aware that he was indeed a rogue, and in a moment of impulsiveness he had done something so terrible. "Are you a good man? If your aunt knew your true nature she would probably be scared to death by you." Kai Xia said with an unyielding attitude.
Ling Lu felt guilty.
Yes, if Aunt Maisie knew he was such a jerk she would probably be shocked. Ling Lu couldn't help but feel increasingly guilty as he thought about it and immediately said seriously, let's not talk about it, alright? What are you all not talking about?
At that moment Aunt Maisie came out of the kitchen holding 2 lunchboxes filled with,
"And it's nothing," Kai Xia chuckled lightly. "Right, we were just chatting for a bit," Ling Lu added. "That's good. I thought you two had a conflict.
But Lo Likan cannot be harsh with girls, you must speak gently, okay?"
Maisie looked at Ling Lu with gentle eyes.
Ling Lu felt his heart stir.
Today Aunt Maisie was wearing a purple silk home outfit.
Although it was wrapped tightly, her curvaceous figure was very pronounced. Especially her hairstyle today was very elegant and somewhat seductive, which had a considerable charm for him.
This book is starting its premiere today.
I hope those who can spare some gifts will support me to increase the exposure of the premiere. The author has written for 20 days for free and depends on the premiere to earn money. I'm really afraid of flopping after writing for so long. If this book gets banned, it would all be for nothing. Extra, this book has been temporarily banned due to a report and I expect it will take 3 to 4 days for the platform to release it.
However, I will continue to update daily. Lastly, I ask everyone not to report me. I still need to earn a living.
After staying up late for so long to write, I haven't offended any of you. If you don't like reading it, just drop the book.
Why report me?
My book is gone now and I can't earn a single cent after writing for over 20 days. The protagonist of this book is a character with growth, so don't doubt it.
This is how I've set it up.
If you read a few chapters and say the protagonist is not good, you try it yourself. A well-rounded character surely has a growth process.
Thank you all for your understanding and support.
Ling Lixin remarked that Aunt Maisie was truly beautiful, looking graceful and mature in any attire, especially in this purple outfit paired with a silky texture that accentuated her curves. However, Ling Lu did not dare to stare for too long. After a brief glance, he nodded earnestly and said, "Aunt Maisie, don't worry, I will control myself and try not to be harsh with girls in the future. I will make sure to speak more gently."
That's good.
Let's eat," Aunt Maisie said with a light smile as she untied the apron around her waist. Meanwhile, Kai Xia, who had been listening to Ling Lu's words, naturally did not believe him and regarded him with disdain.
Not be harsh with girls. Guarantee to become gentler. I can't trust a word you say.
She almost let slip her thoughts about Ling Lu, thinking that even a pig would climb a tree at this point. Nonetheless, whether Ling Lu was harsh or gentle was none of her business. Once they stepped out of Aunt Maise's house, she had no intention of engaging with him any further. From then on they would remain strangers to one another, avoiding any closeness as she feared that one day she might fall victim to his malicious scheme. Ling Lu was unaware of Kai Xiao's thoughts, but he knew she was definitely harboring resentment. After finishing breakfast, Aunt Maisie brought out the lunchboxes she had prepared for them. "Lelikan, here are your lunchboxes and Kai Xiao's portion is inside as well. Please take care of it."
Got it.
Ling Lu was surprised to find that Kai Xia also had a lunchbox. Aunt Maisie was truly kind-hearted, but Kai Xia surely wouldn't eat it at noon. Ling Lu packed both lunchboxes into his newly bought bag, changed into his sneakers at the door and prepared to head out. Aunt Maisie reminded Lelikan, "Wait for Miss Kai Xia, don't walk too fast.
It would be nice for you to walk together, wouldn't it?"
Ling Lu nodded, watching Kai Xia put on her own pair of black platform sandals. He hadn't noticed yesterday, but now that he looked closely he found Kai Xia quite alluring in those sandals. One must say that as long as it's a beautiful foot, wearing various attractive shoes, especially sandals, can genuinely be a feast for the eyes.
"Auntie, thank you for your care and hospitality. I'm off to school now."
Kai Xia smiled lightly at Aunt Maisie in thanks after putting on her shoes.
Go ahead. You are welcome to visit my home again next time."
"Okay, Auntie." After politely thanking her, Kai Xia left the villa with Ling Lu. After watching them leave, Aunt Maisie closed the door without suggesting driving them to school, primarily hoping Ling Lu would walk to school with the beautiful girl classmate, as it would surely be romantic. Once they were quite far from home, Kai Xia suddenly stopped. Ling Lu, who had been silent, frowned and asked, "Why aren't you?"
"I just don't want to walk with you, can't you see?"
Kai Xia replied expressionlessly. "Suit yourself." Ling Lu sighed, knowing Kai Xia was still upset with him. He had already tried to appease her with kind words last night, yet she continued to act cold and hostile. There was nothing he could do. In any case, he would absolutely not continue to plead with her not to be angry. Ling Lu strode ahead without deliberately waiting for her. About 30 meters apart, Kai Xia followed behind. A few minutes later, Ling Lu noticed a girl and a boy ahead on the road, with the boy unexpectedly kneeling in front of the girl. Ling Lu was taken aback, feeling it was unbelievable.
What's going on?
This guy is too bold. Why is he kneeling in broad daylight? He was curious and slowed his pace, soon hearing the boy pleading, "Shizuka, I beg you, I really like you, please be my girlfriend." Ling Lu instantly understood that this boy was a pathetic sycophant, but he was far too pathetic to actually kneel and beg a girl to be his girlfriend.
"I'm sorry, Murakami-kun, but I really cannot agree to be your girlfriend. I'm still studying and have never thought about dating. You should get up, this is starting to make me uncomfortable and even dislike you."
The girl stood there, clearly troubled. Her voice did not sound very nervous, indicating she was not the type to be timid.
No, I really like you. I beg you to give me a chance. If you don't agree, I really don't want to live anymore. I feel like I'm going crazy. The boy Murakami continued kneeling in front of the girl, but his emotions appeared very agitated, seemingly unable to accept her rejection. Sigh Murakami, if you keep this up I might have to call the police because we have only met by chance yet you've been pestering me for a long time. You come to kneel and confess every few days. It's really starting to numb me, you know. I've made it very clear every time I do not want to date. Shizuka the girl took a deep breath, gradually losing her patience. She had already said many things both kind and harsh, but this boy continued to cling to her. Shizuka thought to herself, am I not cruel enough in my refusals? And continued, even if I were to date I don't like your type of boy, so I'm really sorry. Linglu walked slowly behind, temporarily not intending to pass by them. He thought this boy was truly an unbeatable sycophant, kneeling to confess multiple times and still not giving up after being rejected every time. Linglu was quite curious about how attractive this girl was to captivate that boy to such an extent. He wanted to walk up and take a good look at her. However, from where he stood he could only see her back. He noticed that the girl's figure was indeed quite good. She was about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a black long shirt on top with a short black split skirt that defied Newton's laws, and on her beautiful long legs she wore over thin black stockings. Lingla thought that these were not the main points. What stood out was her long hair styled in beautiful twin ponytails. Generally speaking, girls who can pull off such hairstyles are certainly not lacking in beauty, as those who are less attractive would shy away from Shizuka, please don't reject me like this. I can't control my feelings for you, and hearing you say such heartless words drives me crazy. Today you must agree to be my girlfriend, otherwise don't blame me for taking drastic measures. The boy Murakami lost control of his emotions, his eyes filled with a frenzied desire for Shizuka. Shizuka noticed his emotional state and felt genuinely scared, quickly stepping aside. Seeing this, Murakami suddenly got up and lunged towards the girl, saying, Shizuka, you can't leave, come with me, I must have you. Shizuka, frightened by Murakami's crazed approach, hurriedly ran away, but her legs felt weak, leading her to fall to the ground. Shizuka, don't be afraid, you must be hurt from the fall. Let me take you home, I have medicine and I will help you. Murakami excitedly approached Shizuka, who had fallen. Ling Lu, however, was quite surprised. Shizuka. This is not Daisa's good friend, is it? He is the informant who told Daisy that he has a girlfriend in class. The other party is still a discipline committee member. Even if she wasn't Daisa's friend, Ling Lu would naturally not miss out on a chance to be a hero saving the beauty. Ling Lu stepped up and kicked Murakami hard, sending him sprawling on the ground. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Ling Lu exuded an invincible aura from above as he said, Murakami, right? Do you want to die? Shizuka is my girlfriend, what the hell are you doing here? Murakami. Shizuka was taken aback. Ling Lu. But when did I become his girlfriend? As she regained her senses, her cheeks flushed slightly. Jun Surakami looked up at the suddenly appearing boy Ling Lu and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority upon seeing how tall and handsome he was. Jun Surakami was quite short, standing only at 1.68 meters with an extremely ordinary appearance, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and had seriously lacked confidence in his looks since childhood. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to kneel on the ground, humbly pleading with Miss Asuka to be his girlfriend. He originally thought that as long as he was sincere enough, persistent enough, and pitiable enough, a boy like him could move a beautiful girl like Asuka into agreeing to be his girlfriend. Unfortunately, he never expected that Asuka wouldn't even be willing to tell him the truth, and now it was all just his own one-sided feelings. But recalling the first time he encountered Asuka in the library surrounded by so many people, Miss Asuka politely smiled and asked him to help her retrieve a book from the top shelf. After he mustered up the courage to help her, she gently said thank you, feeling so sincere and beautiful with not a hint of disdain in her expression. For the entire afternoon he didn't want to leave the library, and he happily helped her retrieve books from that top shelf several times. She sincerely thanked him each time and even bought him a bottle of water as a gesture of gratitude when she left. Could it be that this was not because she had feelings for him, or perhaps liked him? Jun Surakami couldn't figure it out, feeling conflicted and troubled in his heart. The more he thought about it, the less he could accept the sudden appearance of Asuka's boyfriend, and he nervously asked, are you really her boyfriend? Linglo looked at Jun Surakami with annoyance, thinking how pitiful and pathetic this guy was, truly embarrassing for boys, and coldly snorted, what else could I be? After saying that, Lingla turned to Asuka, smiled slightly at her and said, don't be afraid, Asuka, I will protect you well. Asuka had already stood up, her lovely twin tails framing a delicate and beautiful face, her skin fair and rosy and her pupils sparkling beautifully. At that moment, facing Lingla's smile and his reassurance of protection, she felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck, sending goosebumps all over her. However, after glancing at Jun Surakami's eager expression, she felt frightened and ultimately chose to cooperate with Lingla, shyly nodding and softly responding with one word. Mum. Did you see? This is my strength. If she weren't my girlfriend, do you think she would listen to me so well? So you better give up early and stop bothering my girlfriend. Be careful, but I won't be polite to you, Lingla said sternly. Asuka's face gradually flushed as she heard Lingla refer to her as his girlfriend over and over. She felt both frustrated and anxious. If Chiyu Daiko found out that her boyfriend was calling her my girlfriend like this, she would feel guilty, as if she had betrayed Chiyu Daiko. But she certainly couldn't let Chiyu Daiko know about this to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, otherwise she might even lose her friendship with Chiyu Daiko. She also couldn't let a boy ruin her long-standing friendship with Chiyu Daiko. That would truly not be worth it. As she was lost in self-reproachful thoughts, Jun Surakami appeared very desolate but still wanted to make one last struggle, stepping forward and looking mournfully at Asuka. Asuka was startled, fearing Jun Surakami might suddenly go crazy again. Just as she was preparing to step back to maintain her distance, unexpectedly Ling Lu suddenly stepped forward and boldly wrapped his arm around her waist, causing her body to go limp, her head feeling blank. She only knew that Ling Lu had indeed wrapped his arms around her, not only around her waist but also pulling her into his embrace, making her heart flutter and her thoughts chaotic. How could Ling Lu dare to do this? She was a girl. There should be a distinction between genders, especially since she was Chiyu Daiko's good friend. Woo! Asuka couldn't help but want to cry. She suddenly felt that Ling Lu was definitely taking advantage of her, but it was more likely that he was retaliating against her for reporting her to Chiyu Daiko. Chiyu Daiko had told Asuka after talking with Ling Lu on the phone last night that she had informed him about her being her good friend. At that time Asuka had said Chiyu was too much for exposing her. If Ling Lu caused trouble for her tomorrow, she would be angry with her. Asuka snapped back to reality looking flustered, and just as she was about to push Ling Lu away, Jun Surakami suddenly broke down and excitedly questioned her. "Miss Asuka, why? Why are you treating me like this?" Asuka froze, truly feeling a headache and disgust towards Jun Surakami, yet she still chose to take a deep breath and calmly asked, "Jun Surakami, what do you want?" "Miss Asuka, I want to know why a while ago you smiled politely at me in the library and asked me several times to help you get books. And when you left you even bought me water?" Jun Surakami asked stubbornly. Asuka's beautiful brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that he misunderstood her feelings for him because of this? Oh my god. If that was the case, this boy's thoughts were really terrifying. However, Asuka knew that she couldn't blame this boy entirely. She also had to blame herself for asking him for help in retrieving books, for smiling kindly at him, and especially for buying him water to thank him after he helped her multiple times. "Jun Surakami, you misunderstood me. At that time you were simply the closest to me. My polite smile is my basic courtesy, and asking you for help multiple times was just because you were nearby. When I bought you a bottle of water as I was thirsty, I saw you looking at me, so I politely bought you one too. If that made you think I like you, I apologize. I'm sorry for causing you to misunderstand." Asuka said, sincerely feeling much better after saying it, otherwise she would have been annoyed to death, but she completely forgot that she was still in Ling Lu's embrace. Jun Surakami's heart felt completely dead, pitifully saying, "Ha ha, I see. So it was like this." He suddenly knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground, apologizing to Asuka, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Asuka felt that this boy was too terrible, kneeling down so easily, lacking any dignity. "Forget it, since it was all a misunderstanding. Just don't bother me again in the future." After saying that, she prepared to turn and leave, but then realized she was still being held by someone. She wanted to say, "Are you done holding me?" But after thinking about it, she had finally resolved the issue with Jun Surakami. If he found out that she didn't have a boyfriend, wouldn't that give him ideas? That thought felt too terrifying. Thus she swallowed the words she intended to say to Ling Lu. At that moment Ayaka walked by, glancing at them lightly, and Ling Lu seemed to hear Ayaka calling him a scumbag. Asuka widened her eyes in surprise. It was unexpectedly Ayaka from the class, wasn't it? Oh no, she must have seen the scene where Ling Lu was holding her. She must have recognized them. Asuka couldn't help but feel anxious. This was exactly what she feared the most, being seen by someone familiar or a classmate. Ling Lu, however, smiled nonchalantly and said, "What's wrong?" Asuka, meeting Ling Lu's gaze, became even more evasive and said, "No, nothing, but that girl just now seemed to be Ayaka from our class. Remove the scene, it's definitely her." "Oh, I see. Can you let go of me now?" "But it's all your fault, our affair was still seen by a classmate." Asuka gently pushed Ling Lu away, and after saying that, she buried her head and walked forward. Ling Lu found it hard to resist. These girls from Sakura country were really interesting, and he inadvertently found another one catching his attention. "Ahem, Miss Asuka, you wouldn't want Chiyu Daiko to know that I just held you without any resistance, would you?" Ling Lu said with a mischievous smile as he approached her. "Asuka." The next day, Mingri Jingxiang's heart tightened. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Ling Lu, filled with confusion as she asked, "Ling Lu, what are you doing?" Ling Lu mischievously repeated, "You wouldn't want Chiyu Daiko to know that you didn't resist when I just hugged you, would you?" Mingri Jingxiang was at a loss for words, unable to help but blush. She had intended to resist, but due to Murakami-kun's involvement she had to cooperate with Ling Lu's help. At this moment she could only try to remain calm. "I just didn't have time to resist, okay? I was busy responding to Murakami-kun's questions, and he really became too terrifying afterwards." "But you didn't resist my embrace at all, that's the truth, isn't it?" Ling Lu ignored her explanation, knowing that Jingxiang liked to be a spy. Now it was just the right time to deal with this little spy. Although he couldn't do much to her, it seemed not impossible to let her join in. "Ling Lu, I really appreciate your help in getting me out of trouble, but is it really good to use this threatening tactic against me?" Mingri Jingxiang said angrily, a bit seriously. "I previously told Chiyu Daiko about what happened in class. Perhaps that was my fault, but I'm a good friend of Chiyu Daiko, and with such a big incident happening I had to tell her." Jingxiang stopped making excuses. "I only know that when I hugged you you didn't resist. I have every reason to suspect that you might like me. If I tell Daiko?" Ling Lu deliberately guided the conversation in this direction. "You Ling Lu, I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Mingri Jingxiang bit her beautiful silver teeth, feeling wronged. Ling Lu was purely trying to frame her, but even if it was a frame, Daiko would definitely misunderstand after knowing. The fact that she didn't resist when Ling Lu hugged her made it hard for her to argue, especially since there were witnesses. Classmate Saisha had seen it all. Shameless or not, it doesn't matter. After thinking it over, I still feel that I can't have a spy restricting my freedom every day, reporting to Daiko at every turn. It's really troubling for me. Ling Lu stepped closer to Mingri Jingxiang and smiled slightly. He now seemed quite skilled at threatening people. "Ha, Ling Lu, what do you want me to do?" Mingri Jingxiang took a deep breath and asked. Actually, after Ling Lu said this, she suddenly began to dislike her role as a spy. Reporting to others was inherently impolite. If Ling Lu told her not to report in the future, she would agree immediately. "Since you're asking, I assume you've decided to promise not to casually tell Chiyu Daiko about my matters anymore, right?" Mingri Jingxiang nodded seriously. "Alright, but words alone aren't enough. I need you to close your eyes and swear." "Swear? But why do I have to close my eyes?" Mingri Jingxiang asked in confusion. "Swearing with your eyes closed counts as sincere, otherwise it's just lying with your eyes open, you understand?" Ling Lu spoke seriously, making absurd claims. "Is this a cultural practice of swearing in your dragon country?" Mingri Jingxiang asked in surprise. It seemed quite profound. Not closing her eyes equated to lying with her eyes open, which sounded very reasonable, leaving her with no grounds to refute. You can understand it that way. Anyway, that's how I always swear." Ling Lu said, feigning surprise. He didn't expect Mingri Jingxiang to find a more suitable reason so quickly. "Fine, but how do I swear?" Mingri Jingxiang didn't think much and unknowingly fell into Ling Lu's trap. "As long as there's a punishment involved, you can swear however you want." "Alright, I understand." Mingri Jingxiang just wanted to wrap up the dispute with Ling Lu quickly because she was running late for class. So she helplessly closed her eyes and swore. "I swear I will never." Mum. At that moment Mingri Jingxiang felt something was off, as if her mouth had been blocked. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ling Lu right in front of her and her mind went blank. Mingri Jingxiang's heart raced in disbelief. Ling Lu had actually used such a method, taking advantage of her unguarded state to kiss her lightly. Startled, Mingri Jingxiang instantly turned beet red like she had overheated and suddenly fainted backward. Ling Lu quickly caught her in his arms. With his other hand he tucked his phone, which had captured the evidence, into his pocket. This would serve as his assurance that Mingri Jingxiang would no longer report to Daiko. A few meters behind, Murakami-kun, who had just risen from kneeling, witnessed the scene of Mingri Jingxiang kissing her boyfriend. He felt heartbroken and wanted to cry, receiving a direct blow. He now had to seem even more pitiful. Girls nowadays really spoke nonsense, claiming they were focused on their studies and had no intention of dating. But in reality, in broad daylight, they were showing off their affection right on the street. Murakami-kun walked away in despair, feeling he would never have the courage to like beautiful girls again, preferring to stay home and be a shootin'. "Jingxiang, don't scare me. Are you going to faint now?" Ling Lu supported her in his arms, noticing that her cheeks were flushed to a frightening degree, as if she could smoke at any moment. Her eyes were open, but she appeared dazed. Ling Lu didn't expect it to be so serious. In an emergency, he had to use his thumb to press the area between her upper lip and nose, known as the rinzhong. Ling Lu pressed gently for the first time, not daring to use too much force. Additionally, her skin was a beautiful white, making her look incredibly delicate, and he was afraid of accidentally pressing too hard. It was like someone who suddenly went into cardiac arrest being resuscitated. It was easy to break a few ribs. Fortunately, after pressing rinzhong for less than 5 seconds, Mingri Jingxiang regained consciousness, hurriedly breaking free from Ling Lu's hold, trembling with a flushed face. Ling Lu, why did you kiss me just now?" Ling Lu, feeling unrepentant, joked, "To be honest, I suddenly found you very beautiful and couldn't resist the urge to offend you for a moment." Mingri Jingxiang's face turned even redder. Beautiful. Was that a compliment? But she knew she was indeed beautiful. Moreover, that was her first kiss, unexpectedly taken by Ling Lu the playboy. What made it worse was that Ling Lu was her good friend's boyfriend. How could he do this to her? Not only had he bullied her, but he had also betrayed Chiyu Daiko. The more Mingri Jingxiang thought about it, the angrier she became, almost on the verge of tears as she questioned Ling Lu. "How could you bully me like this?" "Alright, I'm not joking anymore. The main reason I did this is that I don't trust you, so I had to resort to this desperate measure." Ling Lu now felt no guilt, as he believed his reasoning was very sufficient. After all, it was Mingri Jingxiang who had reported first. She had only herself to blame. "What desperate measure? What else did you do to me?" Mingri Jingxiang asked angrily, her heart racing. She wondered if he had taken advantage of her while her mind was blank. Ling Lu pulled out his phone and said, "Let's add each other as friends first and I'll send it to you." Mingri Jingxiang couldn't help but tremble, feeling that something bad was happening. Ling Lu had indeed caught her in some compromising situation. But she had no choice. She was entirely being led by Ling Lu, and since she was the one who caused this trouble, she had to see it through. They exchanged contact information. Mingri Jingxiang's username was Flower Fragrance Girl. When she saw Ling Lu's username, "I am a jerk," she thought to herself that he really was a jerk. "Alright, I've added you. Quickly send me what you did to me." Mingri Jingxiang said, still angry.
Ling Le sent her the photo of him kissing her while her eyes were closed. Upon seeing it, Mingri Jingxiang's hands began to tremble uncontrollably and the blush on her cheeks quickly spread to her neck and ears.
Ling Lu, you're really a jerk. I hate you.
Mingri Jingxiang's eyes turned red, filled with tears, as she bit her beautiful white teeth, angrily scolding Ling Lu. After saying that, she abruptly turned and jogged toward the school.
Thank you for your gift support.
I have to mention that the book was reported and shut down for a day, which caused a loss in traffic from the platform, and now it's really struggling with only a few dollars in revenue per day.
Ling Lu took a deep breath, appearing indifferent.
At this point he felt little guilt and muttered, a scoundrel is just a scoundrel, but compared to the punishment I gave to Kai Xia, you are indeed a very lucky girl.
According to Ling Le's current thoughts, being a scoundrel here didn't seem too bad.
When he had free time he could flirt with girls, mingle with society, and get into fights. As long as he was strong enough with immeasurable wealth, powerful connections, and a terrifying status, he wouldn't have to worry about Ling Madam getting angry over his troubles. In the past he always made Ling Madam angry simply because he lacked capability and had a bad temper that loved to create trouble, leading to her having to clean up after him every time. But now that he could easily solve problems on his own, what could Ling Madam possibly be angry about? Ling Lu was now empowered by the system, with nothing beyond his reach if he set his mind to it.
Snapping back to reality, Ling Lu chased after her shamelessly, saying, classmate Jingxiang, don't be so angry. That was my first kiss, you didn't really lose much, did you?
Jingxiang's eyes were filled with tears and she ignored Ling Lu, but inside she was even angrier, thinking, what does your first kiss have to do with me?
Now I know you took my first kiss, it's really annoying and despicable. Why don't you say something? You really want to talk to me? Is my impression of you that bad?
Ling Lu actually liked the beautiful Jingxiang quite a bit. After all, she had twin tails and looked like a lovely girl straight out of an anime. Jingxiang didn't want to talk to Ling Lu, but since he asked like that, she huffed and said,
let me tell you, Ling Lu, my impression of you is not just bad, it's absolutely terrible.
I feel unworthy for Dai Zi because you're not good enough for her. When angry it's inevitable to say some very hurtful things, the more ruthless the better. Ling Lu was taken aback, gazing at her stunningly beautiful face, unable to help but smile. He liked this kind of girl who gave him reasons to bully.
How do you know I'm not good enough?
Ling Lu coughed lightly. You're such a rogue, always provoking girls, it's obvious you're a scumbag. How could you possibly be worthy of Qian Yu Dai Zi? Dai Zi is cute and beautiful, gentle and kind, polite and modest. She's a perfect girl, and naturally only a very perfect boy could be worthy. The more Jingxiang thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to hold back her dissatisfaction any longer. Ling Lu smiled slightly and said, you're too naive. Haven't you heard the saying, if a man is not bad a woman won't love him?
That's just sophistry.
I won't believe these nonsense you speak anymore. Just because she opened her eyes to say something ridiculous, she ended up being kissed by Ling Lu, so she naturally wouldn't easily trust him again.
Hee Jingxiang, you should speak nicely to me.
After all, you wouldn't want Dai Zi to find out about our kissing photo, would you? Or the classmates in our class? Ling Lu attempted to wickedly remind her. Jingxiang was so angry that she cried out loud, woo woo Ling Lu, you big scoundrel, I don't want to see you anymore. Jingxiang immediately accelerated and ran away. Seeing this, Ling Lu chased after her, mainly because class was about to start, so he took the opportunity to run. Jingxiang felt Ling Lu chasing behind her, so she continued to run frantically, but in less than a minute she fell to the ground.
Ling Lu's heart tightened at the sight.
He never expected this to happen. She could trip on flat ground and even twist her ankle. It was likely only a girl could easily accomplish such a miraculous feat. Jingxiang fell hard this time, not getting up from the ground. Her palm was scraped and her knee under her stockings was also scraped. Ling Lu hurried over, apologizing, classmate Jingxiang, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to talk to you, but I didn't expect this accident to happen when you accelerated to run away. How's your foot now? Can you stand up? Ling Lu asked with concern.
Woo woo. Jingxiang couldn't stand up and lay on the ground, one arm covering her head, crying sadly while the other hand pressed against her right ankle. Ling Lu saw the tear in her stocking over her knee and the bloodstain on her skin, filled with sympathy.
Let me help you up.
Ling Lu quickly bent down to assist her, but she was extremely angry and stubbornly cried out.
Woo woo, don't touch me. I won't report anything about you to Dai Zi anymore. Let's just pretend we never met, okay? What nonsense. You think just because you say not to touch you I won't? After you fell to the ground, could I just pretend I didn't see you and leave you alone here?
Ling Lu said with a slight huff, applying considerable strength to force her up, but Jingxiang resisted. Ling Lu paid no attention to her resistance and simply stated.
Go ahead and resist.
If I accidentally touch a certain part of your body, don't blame me for being inappropriate again.
Don't think I'm joking, you should know I can back up my words.
Hearing this, Jingxiang was so frightened she dared not resist, only allowing her tears to flow as she helplessly let Ling Lu force her up.
Can you still stand? Ling Lu seriously asked Jingxiang with genuine concern in his tone.
Jingxiang turned her head away, not looking at Ling Lu, naturally not wanting to answer him.
You won't reply, huh?
Do you believe I won't touch your sensitive areas? Ling Lu immediately said with a straight face.
Woo woo, isn't it okay for me to answer?
Jingxiang cried sadly, saying, my ankle is sprained badly, I can't put any weight on my right foot. Ling Lu frowned and said, hold on to me, I'll squat down and help you see what's wrong. Without waiting for Jingxiang to respond, Ling Lu squatted down and grabbed her right foot, which was raised in the air. Jingxiang had to use her hands to support herself on Ling Le's shoulder to stabilize herself, feeling both angry and shy at the same time. She angrily thought, Ling Le, you scoundrel, better make sure my injury isn't serious. If you're just trying to toy with my foot, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you off. Ah, it hurts. Suddenly Ling Le pressed on her ankle through her stockings, causing Jingxiang to scream in pain, though her voice was somewhat tender and soft. She instantly felt her face flush, realizing she had cried out in a strange tone. But she also felt helpless as a girl. Her cries naturally carried a delicate tone, which was indeed quite embarrassing. Ling Le took a deep breath and said, it's already a bit swollen, I think we should take you to the hospital. He stood up. Jingxiang sadly replied, going to the hospital will take a lot of time, we need to register and everything. Let's just go to the school's infirmary. At this moment she didn't act difficult and let Ling Lu help her. Okay, I'll begrudgingly carry you to the school. Ling Lu bent down, saying, climb on yourself. No need for you to carry me, if possible just hold on to one of my hands. Tisk, are you still embarrassed? Ling Lu straightened up, too lazy to carry her, and assisted Jingxiang, saying, you see if this is easier to walk on. I think it's easier to walk. Jingxiang haughtily replied she didn't want Ling Lu to carry her, believing that only her boyfriend should carry her. Alright, let's go. Ling Lu had no intention of persuading her. Next, with Ling Le's assistance, Jingxiang hopped on one foot, taking 2 minutes to cover just 10 meters. Ling Lu lost his patience and said, some people might walk on cat's paws, but you're walking like an ant. At this rate it will probably take half an hour to get to school. In frustration, Ling Lu bent down and carried her on his back, causing Jingxiang to hurriedly say, Ling Lu, what are you doing? Let me down. I don't want you to carry me, only my boyfriend can carry me. That's simple, just treat me as your boyfriend and I don't mind at all. Ling Lu said shamelessly with a smile. To be honest, carrying Jingxiang, he felt her thighs clad in black stockings were very smooth and rounded. You're so shameless. You might not mind, but I do. Jingxiang was on Ling Le's back, biting her lovely silver teeth and huffing, but her face was completely flushed. Jingxiang, listen to yourself. Is that even a proper way to speak? I'm kindly carrying you and you're scolding me. Sigh, you're not gentle at all, not kind and ungrateful. How can you live with yourself? Ling Lu lectured her, carrying a hint of moral coercion. Jingxiang felt completely at Ling Le's mercy, so angry that she wanted to strangle him to death with her hands, but she also knew that even if she was furious she shouldn't say those things to Ling Lu. After all, she fell because of her own clumsiness. Now Ling Lu was kindly carrying her. Even if he wanted to take advantage of her, he was ultimately helping her by taking her to school. I was originally very gentle and kind, but now it's all because of you that I'm like this. Ling Lu, let me tell you, if I become a bad girl in the future it will definitely be because of you. Yes, it's all my fault. If you don't get married in the future it's also my fault. But don't worry, at worst he'll marry you. Ling Lu teased. Jingxiang's heart tightened and she stuttered, who said, I want you to marry me. Don't talk nonsense. Who has been talking nonsense to you? Although I may be a bit of a scoundrel, I consider myself a man of my word, someone with a strong sense of responsibility, alright. Ling Lu felt as if he was carrying a pillow on his back, soft and comfortable, with a fragrant scent wafting into his nostrils, making him feel quite at ease. Even a despicable person can be invincible, but I must say at times like this being a little despicable truly can attract girls. In life so many bad boys are never short of devoted women, precisely because they are thick-skinned and know how to flirt, viewing their reputation as worthless. Ling Lu was willing to carry Asaka Shizuka precisely because he had feelings for this beauty, willingly bearing her. But simply carrying her without saying a word made him seem very honest, and he would waste such a great opportunity. Asaka Shizuka puffed up her cheeks, looking quite adorable, her face still flushed, and disdainfully remarked, your face is really thick, you seem to take pride in your shamelessness. Now that you have successfully flirted with me in a despicable way, do you feel quite pleased? Of course I'm pleased. Who wouldn't be happy to flirt with a beauty? Some old men over in our dragon country whose secret to longevity at over 100 years old is to flirt with beauties every day to cheer themselves up still look like they're 67. Asaka Shizuka suddenly found Ling Lu quite interesting. He always managed to come up with good reasons to deal with her. She naturally knew that for lecherous boys, flirting with beauties could indeed uplift their spirits. You guys are just building your happiness on the suffering of others, Asaka Shizuka said coldly. She couldn't let Ling Lu brainwash her. She had to remain calm and guard against him at all times, lest one day she found herself flustered and unable to face her duties. Asaka Shizuka set aside her anger, and deep inside she also had moments of feeling flustered. Although Ling Lu was a bit thick-skinned and despicable, he kept emphasizing that she was a beauty and even casually mentioned wanting to marry her, which would make any girl nervous. I don't think it would be painful. Think about it, if a girl truly disliked a boy she would have long since cursed his ancestors. Not to mention she wouldn't agree to let him carry her. Clearly this means she has a certain fondness for him, don't you think? Ling Lu said with a faint smile. Asaka Shizuka's cheeks were flushed and her heartbeat quickened as she felt that his words were somewhat reflective of her feelings. Ling Lu, you should put me down, I don't want you to carry me. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand me, Asaka Shizuka said seriously while on Ling Le's back. See, this is typical of someone feeling guilty. There's a saying that the more a person explains the more it shows they have something to hide. Wait, you wouldn't really have started to like me a little, would you? Ling Lu teased on purpose.
Asaka Shizuka took a deep breath, completely unable to win an argument against Linglo, and could only say seriously, I like you, you big-head ghost. Just because we've had this little mishap you think I should like you? What do you take me for, some casual girl? But I can see that although you are indeed a complete scoundrel, your nature isn't entirely bad. There's still hope for you. As a fellow student, I advise you not to be a jerk. Girls from our Sakura country are not so easy to flirt with. If you end up flirting with too many and then can't handle it, be careful you don't end up like Chenggu. Oh, not bad, you even know about Chenggu. It seems you've been watching quite a bit of those indecent anime, haven't you? Humph, no need to watch, I've heard about it. Hee hee, alright, but thanks for your kind advice. However, I have an unbreakable resolve, I can never end up like Chenggu. As for you, now that you know so many of my secrets, even my true thoughts, why don't we just lay it all out in the open? Linglu said with a mischievous smile. What open discussion? If it's more threats I might just lose my mind, you know. Asaka Shizuka said with a hint of despair. Don't worry, this time it's not a threat. Then what is it? Asaka Shizuka couldn't help but ask curiously. Linglu stopped and said, be my girlfriend. Asaka Shizuka's heart tightened, feeling super nervous. Linglu, have you gone mad? What do you mean gone mad? I'm being sincere here, alright. Us men just can't help but like beautiful girls, right? I'm not married yet and I can like whoever I want, as many as I want. Now that I've been labeled a scoundrel, I might as well embrace it, especially here in Sakura country where I can do as I please. What I mean is, I'm Daisa's good friend. How can you say such things in front of me? You really are quite despicable, trying to ruin my friendship with Daisy, huh? Asaka Shizuka said with contempt, and you should think about it, how could I possibly agree to be your girlfriend? Now that I know how much of a scoundrel you are, how could I jump into this huge pit of fire? If you're not mad and I really did jump in, then it's me who's gone mad. But I'm perfectly fine and I'm not mad, so it's impossible for me to agree to you. Asaka Shizuka, while saying this, couldn't help but smile, finding Ling less excessive confidence amusing. Not bad, not bad. What I want is exactly what you just said. Once I manage to drive you crazy, I can achieve my goal. You just said that if you go mad you'll jump into my pit of fire. Remember what you said. I've decided that starting today I'll start making you mad every day and then wait for you to go crazy and become my girlfriend. Lingla felt he had found an even better reason to flirt with Asaka Shizuka, feeling quite pleased and looking forward to it. Oof, Linglo, I can't believe I've met you. Asaka Shizuka huffed angrily. In her view, Linglo was truly annoying, yet she couldn't bring herself to say any harsh words. Alright, we've arrived at the infirmary. Lingla suddenly said, so how is it? Did you forget that I'm carrying you while chatting? This way, as we passed through the campus and were seen by many people, you didn't feel overly shy about it, right? Asaka Shizuka suddenly had a realization. It turned out that Linglo had just said those words to capture her full attention, aiming to prevent her from feeling shy while being watched by many people on campus. Asaka Shizuka couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Girls are not only made of water but are also the easiest beings to touch emotionally. Otherwise, why do many girls easily get deceived? Linglu, if you weren't such a scoundrel and were a bit more serious, you would actually be quite a good boy, Asaka Shizuka said earnestly, her tone shifting from a cold huff to a light one. Lingla thought to himself, smiling. Shizuka was starting to feel moved. She was indeed quite naive. What you describe as an honest man, I don't want to be that kind of person, it's too easy to be taken advantage of. Alright, let's stop talking about this. I'll carry you inside and you can tell the school nurse where it hurts later. Understood. Asaka Shizuka was the kind of girl who, if treated well, would easily be moved and would not easily betray that kindness. Thank you for your support. Also, could everyone help promote my book? My performance is too poor, I beg for your support. There were several school doctors in the infirmary, both male and female, aged between their 20s and 30s. Miss, could you please check on my girlfriend's injuries? She fell while running and I'm not sure how serious it is. Linglu said earnestly. Sitting on the chair, Ming-Ri Jingxian was taken aback, her face instantly turning bright red. She wanted to immediately clarify that she was not his girlfriend, but there were several people in the infirmary, exposing Lingle's lie in public would surely turn him into a laughingstock. Linglu had carried her all the way, carefully diverting his attention. Even if there was no merit, there was still toil. Realizing this, Ming-Ri Jingxian took a deep breath and remained silent, her face slightly flushed. The female doctor appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a blue OL uniform with a pink medical coat over it. She looked at Linglo with a slight smile and said, alright student, don't worry, I'll check on your girlfriend right away. Thank you, miss. Linglo smiled happily. He didn't expect the female doctor to have such a pleasant voice. Moreover, she had a curvy figure and stunning looks. Her blue OL skirt was just above her knees and her long straight legs were clad in alluring black stockings. Her neatly styled dark hair gave her a somewhat charming appearance, scoring around 90 on the beauty scale. While not breathtaking, she was definitely easy on the eyes. Facing the temptation of her beautiful legs and black stockings, Linglu unabashedly glanced at her, finding her quite appealing. He felt that there might be a chance to get to know this female doctor. The female doctor, wearing blue high heels, approached Ming-Ri Jingxian and began examining her injuries. The several places where she had scraped and bled were minor issues. It was just a scrape after disinfecting with iodine solution. A small adhesive bandage was all that was needed. The sprained ankle had already shown slight redness and swelling. Although the bone was unharmed, just the ligaments were twisted, but after tonight the surrounding area would likely become more swollen and painful by tomorrow. Beautiful student, the swelling and pain you're experiencing are normal. However, I recommend applying some musk-soothing liniment externally, which can effectively reduce swelling and relieve pain. When you get home tonight, you can ask your boyfriend to apply a hot compress. It will help reduce the swelling and pain more quickly, the female doctor said gently. Mingri Jingxiang's cheeks flushed. She truly wanted to say that Ling Lu was not her boyfriend, just her classmate. She was embarrassed by the misunderstanding of the female doctor, who seemed to think she and Ling Lu were living together, which made her feel awkward just thinking about it. Mingri Jingxiang lifted her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but look at Ling Lu, resentfully blaming him for deliberately causing others to misunderstand them. Ling Lu merely smiled slightly at Jingxiang's resentful gaze and said, "Don't worry miss, I'll help her with the hot compress as soon as I get home. You know, your boyfriend seems quite nice," the female doctor complimented. Mingri Jingxiang found it inconvenient to respond to such a question. She knew that if she answered too properly it would mean admitting that Ling Lu was her boyfriend. This was something she was unwilling to do. After all, Ling Lu could be quite a jerk, which scared her away from the idea of being his girlfriend. At this moment Mingri Jingxiang pretended to be a shy girl, lowering her head with a flushed face and not saying a word. Ling Lu, seeing this, smiled and said, "Don't mind her miss. My girlfriend is a bit shy outside and feels embarrassed to speak now." "Haha, I can tell, but your girlfriend is really quite cute." The female doctor laughed sweetly, feeling a bit envious of those young couples who had just come of age and were dating, thinking it was romantic and beautiful. "Yeah, I also think she's very cute." Mingri Jingxiang's face turned even redder from the compliment, but she couldn't help but glare angrily at Ling Lu, planning to expose his lie. Ling Lu, however, remained unfazed, smiling and saying, "Miss, don't you think my girlfriend looks even cuter like this?" "Yes, your girlfriend is both cute and beautiful," the school doctor warmly praised. Mingri Jingxiang's face turned beet red, making it impossible for her to look at Ling Lu or the female doctor. She was also quite frustrated, not knowing why her heart was racing more than before. She felt that Ling Lu, the shameless jerk, really knew how to charm people. His words were so pleasing that she couldn't help but feel flustered. Ling Lu smiled proudly and said, "You're quite beautiful too, miss." Mingri Jingxiang. The female doctor laughed with a vibrant charm and said, "Beautiful student, your boyfriend is really sweet with his words. But with such a sweet-talking handsome boy, you should keep a close eye on him to avoid losing him to other girls." Mingri Jingxiang almost cried. She thought to herself, "What does this have to do with me? Ling Lu is not my boyfriend, he is someone else's boyfriend, okay? But if Ling Lu didn't have another girlfriend and insisted on wanting her as his girlfriend, she might consider it." Unknowingly, Mingri Jingxiang realized that she was entertaining such thoughts. Clearly she had some feelings for Ling Lu. Perhaps it was true that bad boys attract women. Although Ling Lu was a jerk, he really knew how to charm. Just like the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet, yet men's unanimous response is often thirst-quenching. Mingri Jingxiang still said nothing, while the female doctor didn't continue but changed the subject. "Handsome, I'll go get some external medicine for your girlfriend. Please apply it for her when I return." "Okay, that's no problem." Ling Lu felt delighted, applying medicine tenderfeet. That sounded really nice. However, upon hearing this, Mingri Jingxiang was scared and immediately stood on one foot, knowing that if she didn't leave now, Ling Lu would touch her feet. She was very shy about others touching her feet, as she was overly sensitive and found it itchy. If she reacted shyly, it would be incredibly embarrassing. "Ling Lu, I'll head back to the classroom first. Please help me get the medicine." "Thank you." After politely saying this, she limped towards the door, supporting herself against the wall. The female doctor felt a bit awkward and asked, "Your girlfriend isn't angry with me, is she?" "Don't worry miss, she's just shy. After all, she's a really nice person and wouldn't make a fuss or get angry." Ling Lu said this last part very seriously. To him, Mingri Jingxiang was indeed a good girl and wouldn't cause trouble or get mad. Just from this aspect of her personality, she had already deeply attracted his interest. "That's good to hear. I'll go get you the medicine." Soon the female doctor brought an external ointment. When leaving, Ling Lu actually wanted to add her as a friend on social media, but seeing that there were still several people in the infirmary, he thought better of it to avoid unnecessary speculation. After leaving the infirmary, Ling Lu saw Mingri Jingxiang ahead, still limping while supporting herself against the wall. He walked up to her and said, "Are you angry? Humph, Ling Lu, are you feeling smug after messing with me like this?" I guess I am." Ling Lu was taken aback, feeling that this sentence sounded somewhat familiar. "Alright, you pushed me into this. Now I'll only ask you, do you want to accompany me to a place tonight?" Mingri Jingxiang suddenly looked at Ling Lu seriously, but she seemed quite guilty and didn't dare to meet his gaze. Ling Lu didn't hesitate at all and smiled mischievously, saying, "Actually, no matter where we go, I'm fine with it." Mingri Jingxiang's face turned red in an instant and she explained, "Don't get the wrong idea, it's not the kind of lewd thing you're thinking." "Ahem, you don't need to explain, I understand." Mingri Jingxiang felt utterly heartbroken. She wanted to say, "What do you understand? You must be thinking of that kind of thing." But she knew she couldn't win against Ling Lu and could only take a deep breath in her heart. I'm not angry. I want to be an elegant girl. Happy May Day. Thank you for your support and please recommend this book. Tomorrow the author will give you a surprise update.
Supporting Akino Shizuka back to the classroom, Linglo looked at the empty room and asked, "Where is everyone?"
I added the class group, didn't I?
On the first day of school the counselor had asked everyone to join the class group, so Linglo naturally wouldn't be the odd one out. Yes, the teacher posted a notice in the group that today's political thought class will be in the multimedia classroom.
However, I have already asked the counselor for a leave of absence for this class. Did you help me get a leave too?
Yes.
Akino Shizuka lightly nodded.
How relaxing, I don't have to attend class now. Linglu joyfully exclaimed. Akino Shizuka glanced at him and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, "Did you come to our Sakura country to just fool around?" "That's not the case, my purpose here is to cultivate myself."
Linglu replied with a faint smile. Akino Shizuka was surprised. "You're really cultivating.
Why do I feel like you've turned this place into a paradise for becoming a scoundrel?"
Ahem, don't put it that way.
The way you see me as a scoundrel is just because I couldn't hold back. Deep down I want to avoid being such a scoundrel.
Linglu awkwardly said.
His purpose for coming here was indeed to cultivate himself under Aunt Misa's care, but he didn't expect that the temptations would be even greater, allowing him to act even more freely and boldly. Maybe this is what they mean by being far from the emperor when the mountains are high. Ideals are beautiful but reality is cruel. Although he intended to listen to Ms. Ling's advice when faced with challenges to his character, he realized that Ms. Ling couldn't control him from the dragon country. He could do as he pleased, acting boldly as he wished.
Is that really what you think? Akino Shizuka asked earnestly.
Mainly because when Lingla said this he seemed a bit ashamed, making her think it was his true feelings.
Yes, I wouldn't lie to you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? How would I know? Alright, you're really naive, but one day you'll find out. Fine, if you don't want to say it, just don't.
Akino Shizuka changed her sitting posture, preparing to apply medicine to her sprained area. Lingla saw this and asked, "Don't you need my help to apply the medicine?"
"No, I can do it myself. Could you at least turn around and not watch me?"
Akino Shizuka blushed slightly. If Lingla kept looking at her she would feel very embarrassed.
What's so embarrassing about this? We've kissed, hugged and carried each other. Besides, just one glance won't take away any meat from your precious foot. Lingla couldn't help but remark. Akino Shizuka's face turned extremely red, but she ultimately remained silent. She realized that whenever she chatted with Lingla she would end up being led by him. The more she resisted, the more he would take advantage of her. Shizuka chose not to apply the medicine and rested her head on her hands on the table. Lingla helplessly said, "Fine, you go ahead and apply it, I want look." After Lingla finished speaking he returned to his seat in the back row and placed the 2 lunchboxes he had in his drawer. One of them was prepared by Aunt Maisie for Tsaisha and he didn't know whether she would eat it. However, he was willing to carry a lunchbox made by family members. It was convenient, time-saving, clean, hygienic, nutritious and delicious. Ha! Why is there an extra lunchbox?
As Lingla placed the lunchbox under the desk he saw a pink lunchbox inside filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Lingla took it out and saw a note on top.
"You asked me for a lunchbox yesterday but I didn't bring it, so I'm making it up to you today. Also, the food was made by me and I'm sure it's not as good as the professionals. If it doesn't suit your taste, just throw it away." Lingli's heart stirred. It turned out to be the lunchbox that Su Chuwei brought for him, made by her own hands. Hee, it seems that Su Chuwei really has developed feelings for me. Lingla couldn't help but smile with joy, feeling that ever since he got the system his luck with romance had been remarkably prosperous. With such a beautiful fairy like Su Chuwei giving herself to me, I have no reason to break up with her, right? Thinking of Chiyu Daise's instructions he felt guilty towards Daisy, but he still wanted to try the principle of accepting anyone and he could always love Daisy a bit more in the future. Lingla was not worried that Akino Shizuka would tell Daisy, so he had no concerns. Suddenly Akira Shizuka in the front seat said, "Lingla, you have a class on ideological and political education in the morning, don't forget to attend." Lingla thought to himself, "What the hell do I need to learn about politics in Sakura country?" and replied, "I don't want to go. This class is very important, it's a compulsory course," Akira Shizuka kindly reminded him. "It doesn't matter, I came here just to cultivate myself." Lingla felt that with the system in place there was no way he would be threatened by graduation. Alright, it seems we really are not on the same wavelength.
Akira Shizuka suddenly felt a strong sense of loss, unable to accept that Linglo, a person who didn't care about studying, was really who he was. But she also thought it was important for Linglo to learn to be a good person first. If he continued down this path he would ruin himself sooner or later.
"What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy about this," Linglo said with a faint smile.
"I'm not unhappy, I just feel again that you're a bad student." Akira Shizuka felt guilty and naturally didn't dare to let Lingla know that she felt disappointed and regretted him. "But since we are classmates and because Daisy is my friend, I can supervise you to be a good student.
If you want to do something reckless I will remind you, how about that?"
After Akira Shizuka said this seriously she hurriedly explained, "But don't get the wrong idea, I just think this will help you better cultivate yourself." "That sounds good," Lingla replied without a second thought. Just then a beautiful figure walked into the classroom. Lingla recognized it was Su Chuwei.
However, Akira Shizuka upon seeing Su Chuwei became nervous and guilty, worried she might be misunderstood by Su Chuwei. After all, Su Chuwei was Ling Lu's girlfriend in Sakura country, and being alone with Ling Lu in the classroom was hard not to be misinterpreted by Su Chuwei. Su Chuwei came to the classroom right after class because she didn't see Ling Lu attend today and wanted to see him, so she came to check if he was in the classroom. To her surprise, Ling Lu was indeed in the classroom, but what made her feel a bit jealous was that there was another beautiful girl in the classroom. She of course recognized this girl as the class discipline committee member Akira Shizuka, who was also a pretty girl with twin ponytails. Su Chuwei didn't dare to directly ask Ling Lu what he was doing with the discipline committee member in the classroom, but she calmly asked Akira Shizuka instead. "Shizuka, the class president He Xiang asked me to ask you why you're in the classroom and not in the multimedia room for class." When Akira Shizuka was in front of another girl, she certainly wasn't foolish. Instead, she quickly realized this was an inquiry from Ling Lu's girlfriend. The other party clearly suspected what she and Ling Lu were doing in the classroom. Akira Shizuka felt a bit guilty and said, I accidentally sprained my ankle, but I asked for leave from the counselor. "I see, I will inform class president He Xiang for you." "However, Shizuka, how is your ankle?" Su Chuwei asked with concern. "Thank you, it should be fine in a few days," Akira Shizuka said, unable to suppress her nervousness, remembering some misunderstandings with Ling Lu which made her feel guilty. "Well, Shizuka, you need to pay attention to safety next time," Su Chuwei said with a smile after glancing at Akira Shizuka, pretending to suddenly notice Ling Lu and acting surprised. Ling Lu is also in the classroom. "But why didn't you go to class?" Ling Lu thought to himself, Su Chuwei, your acting is so poor, but he certainly couldn't say he was with Shizuka. It's simple, what's there to learn in Sakura country's ideological and political education? Alright. Su Chuwei felt at a loss for words, unable to refute, even feeling that Ling Lu had already sealed the argument with his words, so she could only sit back in her seat and say nothing. At that moment Ling Lu came to sit next to Su Chuwei in the seat of He Xiang. Su Chuwei was startled, feeling very nervous, not knowing what Ling Lu was going to do, but she couldn't help but feel happy about their close proximity. "Thank you all for your support. Su Chuwei, you made me a bento, didn't you?" Ling Lu boldly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Her delicate fragrance was intoxicating, so alluring that it sent ripples of longing through him, stirring an overwhelming urge to pull her tightly into his arms and cherish her with unrestrained tenderness. Su Chuwei was truly exquisite, her skin luminous as polished jade, her hair silken and radiant, her bearing embodying the quintessential ethereal grace of a Longwa woman. Moreover, her figure was impeccably proportioned, slim waist, shapely hips, full bust, each curve harmonizing toward perfection, evoking endless reverie at even a single glance. Ling Lu remained deeply captivated by Su Chuwei's beauty, an allure of fascination that had blossomed into genuine affection. After all, what healthy young man could resist such flawless grace? He knew his feelings for her were still shallow, driven less by devotion than by raw desire to possess her beauty, not merely to behold it but to intimately savor it. Su Chuwei's oval cheeks flushed rosy pink, even her slender alabaster neck and dainty earlobes bloomed with delicate crimson. She held her breath, trembling with nervous shyness. Yet in Ling Li's gaze that very timidity rendered her more enchanting, breathtakingly lovely. His own breath quickened, barely restrained. Not a word passed her lips, yet in that silent, fragile, blushing stillness he felt the dangerous pull of transgression stirred deep within him. "Class is about to start. I need to go to the classroom now," Su Chuwei murmured, flustered by the warmth of Ling Li's nearness and the rapid rise and fall of his breath against her ear. Utterly unprepared, she sprang up and fled the classroom in flustered haste. Ling Lu blinked, momentarily stunned. So she was already retreating in embarrassment, evidently winning her favor would demand patience. She would not yield effortlessly or without resistance. Yet Ling Lu believed such women were rare treasures, the elusive white moonlight of countless fantasies, and he intended to claim her wholly, leaving nothing untouched. "Ling Liken, you're smirking mysteriously, surely you're thinking of something improper." Asuka Asuina, seated across the aisle, couldn't help but ask, suspicion dancing in her eyes. "Am I smirking mysteriously?" Ling Lu emerged from his bold reverie and smiled faintly. "Yes, you're smiling slyly, your lips curled just so." Asuka nodded earnestly. "Fine then, it is a mysterious smirk. But as you've witnessed, I wasn't even aware of it. Clearly I lack self-restraint. So when I act recklessly, unless someone intervenes, I may well spiral deeper into error." "Yes, I saw. It truly felt unsettling." Asuka spoke softly, then added, "But I'll remind you next time. I hope you'll become a better person." "Thank you, Asuka-san, you're truly beautiful and kind-hearted," Ling Lu replied graciously, though inwardly he mused how much more helpful her kindness might be if offered in person. Class is nearly starting. I must head to the multimedia classroom," Asuka said, cheeks faintly flushed, heart fluttering with quiet apprehension lest Ling Lu make another advance. "Shall I escort you?" No, I can manage on my own." "Are you afraid of me?" "Rest assured, I won't take advantage. So long as you treat me with sincerity, I'll honor you with equal sincerity." Ling Lu spoke with quiet conviction, genuinely moved for once by Asuka's unfeigned kindness untainted by calculation. "All right, I understand." Though still unnerved by his enigmatic smile, Asuka chose to trust him, just once, believing he wouldn't seize the moment to impose upon her. At the entrance to the multimedia classroom, Asuka politely declined his offer of support, fearing gossip. "Yes, that's wise." Ling Lu agreed, he had no wish to provoke misunderstanding, especially with Su Chuwei. To lose her before ever truly winning her would be a profound regret. He entered the classroom moments later.
Inside, Meidi Sakai, Ayaka, Yoko, Shigemi, Tsuchue, and several new acquaintances including Masaru Takahashi all turned to look at him at once. Lingla met their gazes. Only Ayaka shot him a cool distant glance. The rest quickly looked away, awkward and flustered. Linglu, over here, we saved you a seat. Masaru and his friends waved eagerly from the back row. Lingla joined them and they promptly made space. Brother Lu, please take the honored seat. What's with all the fuss? Linglu asked with a wry smile. Brother Lu, they're dying to know what happened last night. Last night? What aftermath? I'm a perfectly upright fellow. Of course Brother Lu is upright, but after Ayaka got drunk last night, how exactly did you handle things? Shota Kubo leaned in, voice hushed, eyes gleaming with mischievous anticipation. Just brought her home, nothing more, Ling Lu replied coolly. Sure, nothing at all. We believe you completely. Their grins were knowing. None truly believed him. How could anyone resist Ayaka's beauty? In their eyes they possessed desire but lacked courage, whereas Ling Lu possessed both. Enough, I'm taking a nap. Wake me when class ends. Ling Lu sighed, slightly exasperated. Hadn't he just been lost in a delicious daydream? Understood, Brother Lu. Shota nodded solemnly, then leapt up the instant the bell rang. Brother Lu, school's out. We're heading to lunch. Will you eat your own bento? Ling Lu nodded non-committally. By the way, is there PE this afternoon? Yes, just one PE class, then we're free. University life really is carefree. Back in high school I studied relentlessly, reviewing even in my dreams, to secure admission. Ling Lu felt no such pressure. Though rebellious and restless in high school, he possessed innate academic brilliance, doodling in class, idling after class, yet acing every exam effortlessly and gaining entry to a top-tier university. Understood, I'll see you this afternoon. After bidding them farewell, Ling Lu headed straight to the PE storage room, selected a uniform, changed and neatly packed his clothes. Back in the classroom, many classmates were already enjoying their homemade lunches. Ling Lu noticed one bento box missing from beneath his seat, only to spot Ayaka eating quietly at her own desk. He was mildly surprised, but relieved. At least she wasn't furious with him. Then he noticed Asuka still seated unmoving, her ankle likely still sore. Fortunately he had 2 bentos. After heating the lunch prepared by Aunt Miko, he carried it to Asuka. Tsuchue made one for me, I'll eat hers. You take this one, otherwise it'll go to waste. This is Aunt Miko's cooking. You and Yoko are close friends, so you've surely tasted her meals before. Oh yes, I've eaten them many times, even visited her home often. Asuka felt a gentle warmth, not expecting such thoughtfulness from Ling Lu. Yet she hesitated. How could she accept? And hadn't he used this bento box several times already? Seeing her reluctance, Ling Lu grinned playfully. Don't be shy, or think it's used. Aunt Miko gave me this box fresh today, I haven't touched it once. If you still refuse, I might have to threaten you. Asuka's heart lurched. She feared his threats, especially since he still held that incriminating photo of their kiss, a secret she dared not let anyone else discover. Don't frighten me, I never said I wouldn't eat it, she whispered urgently, then accepted the bento. Glancing left and right, she began eating, flustered, guilty and strangely pleased. Ling Lu didn't sit beside Asuka. Instead he approached Meidi Sakai, though his reason was hardly innocent. Moments earlier he'd dreamed of her, best left unsaid. Meidi flushed and tensed as Ling Lu sat opposite her, biting her spoon absent-mindedly while staring at him, bewildered. Why had Ling Lu chosen her table? And how adorable was that pastel pink bento box? Miss Sakai, do you mind if I join you for lunch? Ling Lu smiled lightly. Meidi shook her head. Not at all. Good. But Miss Sakai, you did put me in an awfully awkward position just now. Ling Lu took a bite of Tsuchue's bento, chicken leg, peeled shrimp, mushrooms and greens. The first bite of chicken was utterly bland, no salt at all. The shrimp tasted unexpectedly sweet. The greens were overwhelmingly salty, yet somehow still edible. Meidi grew even more puzzled. Are you referring to me? Yes, you. You left me thoroughly embarrassed, Ling Lu replied, lips curved in a knowing, unreadable smile. But I don't understand, Meidi said, baffled, racking her memory. She couldn't recall doing anything remotely embarrassing to Ling Lu. You'll have to figure it out yourself. But since you embarrassed me, I'll have to punish you, Ling Lu teased, thinking to himself, you'd only understand if you heard my thoughts, or stepped into my dream. Meidi remained baffled, but seeing Ling Li's sincerity, doubt crept in. Had she truly done something mortifying without realizing it? Perhaps it was just an unnoticed misunderstanding, otherwise she'd surely remember. So, how will you punish? Meidi asked, kindly conceding, just in case she had unwittingly embarrassed him. Simple, I'll skip homework. You'll do it for me. Eh? That's not right. Meidi exclaimed, startled. Helping him cheat would harm his future, surely that wasn't kindness. Do you refuse my punishment? Ling Lu asked, amused, finding great delight in teasing these girls, each with her own vivid, captivating expressions. Perhaps it was simply easier here. Girls were gentler, more yielding, unlike those back in Longwa whose sharp tongues and fiery tempers left no room for playful banter. One wrong word and he'd likely be branded a lunatic, leaving no chance to savor the subtle dance of charm and hesitation. Well, not exactly. But helping you cheat would harm you. Don't worry, this stays between us. You say nothing, I say nothing. No one else will ever know.
But? Maybe began only for Ling Lu to cut her off. No buts. It's settled. Know this, I consider you a true friend. Ling Lu resumed eating. Maybe sighed and asked then, shall I write today's political theory assignment for you too? She hesitated. The professor assigned a 500-word reflection on political ideology and university learning. How tedious, still assigning essays in university. Lucky for me I have you medicine. Mady blushed faintly. Alright, I know what to do. She knew it was wrong, yet inexplicably she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Or perhaps she even welcomed it, subconsciously sensing Ling Li's growing affection and feeling deep within a quiet eager readiness to weave their lives together. After lunch Mady carried his bento to the sink, washed it carefully and returned it to Ling Lu. Thank you, I'll treat you to lunch next time. Ling Lu smiled gratefully. Mady flushed and replied, no need, I promise to help you after all. Just then Asuka approached with her bento. Mady quietly returned to her seat. Ling Liken, thank you for your hospitality. I've washed the bento I used. Ling Lu nodded. You won't be able to attend PE this afternoon. No, I'll just watch you all from the side. You've changed into your PE uniform so quickly, do you enjoy sports? Ling Lu chuckled. Yes, I do. Just then Daishiong Inoue burst in, breathless brother Lib, bad news. Suchue's being confessed to in the cafeteria, by some guy. Ha! Are you sure? Absolutely. He's gone all out paying for everyone's lunch today. A crowd's cheering him on right now. I figured she's your girlfriend, so I rushed to tell you. Lead the way, I'll see for myself. Strangely Ling Lu felt no anger, only quiet certainty. To others Suchue was the untouchable white moonlight, she'd never accept another man so easily. Ling Liken, please don't act rashly. I'm just reminding you to be a good person, Asuka suddenly interjected, flustered and apologetic. Don't worry, I'm only going to watch the spectacle. Ling Lu smiled gently. Her concern warmed him, suddenly the days ahead shimmered with promise. Like the boy who confessed to Suchue seems to be from your Longboy as well. Ling Lu smiled all the better. I want to see who dares to overreach. Ling Lu followed Jingxiong de Xiong into the university canteen. The place was packed, many were tucking into the free meals and could not restrain their chatter, fawning over the spectacle. I have to admit that handsome fellow and the beauty make a good match, the man is talented and wealthy, the woman is like a blooming flower. They do suit each other, but that beauty is already taken, she's been claimed for a long time. There's no such taken, someone from her class already stood up to clarify that it was just a petty prank by a loser. She never took it seriously, she played along like children at make-believe, teasing that idiot. Ling Lu passed by and overheard the boys' conversation. His gaze hardened. Hey classmates, what's your mother's name, how old are you, where do you live? I'd like to see if I could be your father. He slammed his hand heavily onto their dining table. The brazen boys were offended. One snapped, who the hell are you? You don't recognize me so fast. Weren't you just calling me a loser and an idiot? Ling Li's expression was cold. When angered his presence was oppressive, the boys felt suddenly guilty, caught by the very person they had been mocking, and they squirmed. Why so quiet now? Keep talking if you dare. Ling Li's gaze turned savage, the violent edge and ready to snap. If they opened their mouths again he would not hesitate to strike. A smaller boy with glasses and a boyish face spoke timidly with an apologetic air. Sorry classmate, we didn't mean to, so it was deliberate then. No it wasn't, there are just a lot of people saying that on the campus for. Don't fucking explain, after school the three of you wait at the school gate. Don't run or bear the consequences. Ling Lu said coldly, then strode toward the confession scene in front of the canteen. A man in a white suit, reasonably handsome and brimming with confidence, stood before Su Chue and spoke. Chue, give me a chance. See, I pursued you all the way to Inghua country, surely that proves my sincere affection. He held a large bouquet of roses and was flanked by a few privileged young men. Ling Lu recognized one of them, Wang Songming, so the suitor was clearly another super-rich second generation otherwise who would dare confess to Su Chue so brazenly. If not for such ostentatious capital, who would have the gall to court Su Chue, the beloved ideal? Only those with that kind of arrogance can look down on others and act as they please. Leg, you finally came. My wife is being confessed to by a man, but she hasn't answered. We're watching closely and recording video. Gao Xiao Majuan said at once. Hearing that the whole thing is just a joke. Ling Lu crossed his arms and adopted the attitude of a spectator enjoying. Leg, you're acting strange. How can you be so calm? Someone is confessing to your girlfriend, shouldn't you pull her away? Anman Shangtai asked in puzzlement. Ha! A man as confident as I am isn't the least anxious. Su Chue would never make a fool. He had even made her breakfast this morning, she must have been busy making it last night, so of course she wouldn't accept anyone else. Su Chue was certainly no Lu Yuyan. Suddenly she turned to Sigong Hashan and asked, Hashan, did you message Ling Lu? Do you think he'll rush over to drag me away? Sigong Hashan nodded helplessly. Miss, you did see that I privately messaged Ling Lu in the group telling him you were being confessed to. Then why hasn't he come? Is he off with some other girl again? Su Chue felt a twinge of disappointment.
Her intention was simple. She said nothing to the suitor because she wanted Ling Lu to arrive and take her away. She wanted to see him nervous, jealous and angry for her sake. He probably didn't see the message Sigong Hexiong offered a tempting comfort. Inwardly she was surprised. She had not known Chu Wei truly liked Ling Lu. It seemed she had no chance. One could not openly steal a friend's beloved. All she could do was bless them in her heart and hope they would be happy together. If he really didn't see the message, then my waiting here is pointless, isn't it? Su Chu Wei felt vexed. Such a good opportunity and Ling Lu did not cooperate. She truly wanted to see him jealous even once. That would make her unbearably happy. Yes, it would be meaningless. Fine, let's go. Su Chu Wei said sadly. The suitor was someone she knew. His family had business ties with hers, so he had been pestering her for some time. She had rejected him many times, but he was shameless, having chased her to Yinghua country. He now made this grand confession. He fancied that his theatrics should earn him some dignity from her. Ridiculous, she would never care for the face of someone she did not love. The confessing young man waited patiently. He felt that Su Chu Wei's silent reaction this time was an improvement. In the past she would have turned and left the moment he confessed. Today she remained at the table, speaking occasionally to classmates. Even though their words were coded and he could not understand them, it mattered little. What he cared about was her attitude, and it had clearly softened toward Chu Wei. Are you leaving? You haven't accepted my confession, could you at least say a word? The man's plea was humble, yet many girls found his temper gentle and admired that he did not push for an answer. Su Chu Wei rose and scanned the crowd to see if Ling Lu had arrived. Suddenly she froze. She saw Ling Lu not far away watching her. Her heart raced with nervous happiness, though she wondered why he did not step forward to pull her away. He stood with his arms crossed as if enjoying the spectacle. Was he not at all jealous? She felt a little annoyed. She had even eaten his bento and he still didn't understand her feelings. Many eyes turned in the direction Su Chu Wei had been looking, and people quickly noticed Ling Lu. Some recognized him at once. Look, isn't that the boy from the forum, the one who supposedly got that beauty to agree? Yes, he's even more handsome in person than on the video. The suitor noticed Su Chu Wei looking toward Ling Lu and bristled. He clenched his fists, thinking, you bastard, how dare you court the girl I pursue? Don't you realize how exalted Su Chu Wei is? Do you have my status? Given the chance I'd make you see your place. How could you be worthy of someone of Su Chu Wei's stature? But he did not voice those insults. He wanted to present a refined, gentlemanly image in front of Su Chu Wei. Chu Wei, is that the prankster who messed with you? If you dislike him, I'll teach him a lesson. Ling Lu heard that and was displeased. Did they take him for a pushover? If they wanted to teach him a lesson, fine. Did they think he was so easily intimidated? Ling Lu stepped forward, gathered Su Chu Wei into his arms before everyone and smiled faintly. Chu Wei, my wife, the bento you made for me today, I did finish it, but to be honest it wasn't very tasty. Some bites were too salty, some too bland, and there was even that cloying sweet salty flavor I hate. Tell me, how should I punish you? Su Chu Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. Her fair snow-pale skin made her appear utterly enchanting, like a delicate sculpture carved from frost and Ling Lu had indeed arrived just as she had hoped, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined he would address her so boldly. Chu Wei, my wife. He even revealed before dozens of classmates that she had personally prepared his bento, a gesture that left her torn between indignation and mortification. Yet she could not afford to undermine Ling Lu's dignity. Thousands of onlookers stood frozen in astonishment, and she refused to let the boy she cherished become the subject of ridicule. Shigong Hexiang stole a quiet glance at Ling Lu, her heart fluttering. He truly was extraordinary, irresistibly captivating. But now that he declared her Chu Wei my wife in front of so many witnesses, he must surely be preparing to honor that bond with unwavering Had Chu Wei declined Ling Li's confession earlier, perhaps he'd be calling her Hexiang my wife instead. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, but deeper still bloomed a quiet sorrow. This was her first true infatuation with a boy, her first time responding to a confession with such unguarded sincerity, yet it ended in utter heartbreaking defeat. The young man in white formal attire, who had just proposed to Su Chu Wei, stiffened visibly. His composure shattered, his face darkened with humiliation. Was this not a brazen slap across the face of Zhou Shao himself? He'd knelt before 1,000 witnesses and received no reply. And yet Ling Lu strode forward and claimed her as his wife. His entourage sneered openly, sizing up Ling Lu with contempt, as if he were some pitiful clown daring to rival heirs of unimaginable. Wang Songming crossed his arms with casual disdain, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips, utterly dismissive of Ling Lu. Meanwhile Su Chu Wei steadied her breath, then offered Ling Lu a radiant, heart-stopping smile. Ling Lu, she murmured softly, tell me, were you jealous? Her voice, light as silk, instantly dissolved every doubt, every whisper questioning whether their bond was mere theater. Those consumed by envy and resentment felt their faces burn, not with passion but with crushing embarrassment, as though they had become the punchline. Here was undeniable proof they were genuine lovers. She prepared his meals with her own hands, he devoured every bite, and now called her his wife. Their relationship ran deep, intimate, trusting, unshakable. Jealous? Of what? Ling Lu retorted, grinning with effortless confidence. You'll never love anyone but me, will you? His words hung in the air, bold, certain, utterly unapologetic. Su Chu Wei's cheeks warmed further. How audacious, how utterly sure of me he is. It was as if he saw straight into her soul, knowing her heart so completely that he dared speak with such fearless certainty.
Though his trust filled her with quiet joy, a small wistful ache lingered. If he felt no jealousy, how could he ever grasp just how profoundly he mattered to her? She recalled lines from novels she'd read: a man who feels no jealousy may not be a devoted lover. Temptation after all waits quietly for the unguarded heart. Hoof. Not necessarily, she teased, voice laced with playful reproach. What if someone pursued me relentlessly and you happened to anger me? I might just accept them in a fit of pique. Her tone was soft, almost sulky, but her gaze held only Ling Lu, as though the rest of the world had dissolved into mist. She forgot the crowd entirely. Raised as a noblewoman, she possessed an innate grace, the ability to render the irrelevant utterly invisible. 1,000 pardons, but the thought alone is unacceptable. Should it ever cross your mind again, I'll cast you aside without hesitation. Ling Lu fixed her with a look of sullen resolve, his meaning unmistakable. Su Chuwei couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, denying it, yet your eyes betray you. You're just too proud to admit it, aren't you? Ahem. Jealous. Hardly, Ling Lu replied, clearing his throat with practiced nonchalance. There isn't a single rival worth glancing at. His words were calm, but beneath them burned quiet, unassailable supremacy. A subtle knowing smile curved Su Chuwei's lips. He loves pretending, but that tone. That edge. That's pure, unvarnished jealousy. Secretly she thrilled at it, the intoxicating warmth of being cherished enough to provoke such fierce, tender possessiveness. Now she knew beyond doubt his confession had been sincere, no prank, no pretense. He simply wore confidence like armor, refusing to reveal vulnerability even when it shone through in every word. Her heart swelled, she wanted to prove it to him. No one else existed in her world. No one else would ever be given even a sliver of her attention. She turned sharply toward Zhou Xing, the man who just proposed, and spoke cold and crystalline. Zhou Xing. You've seen for yourself, I have a boyfriend. I adore him. Please do not disturb me again, I won't have him distressed. Do you understand? Gasps rippled through the crowd, then laughter erupted, unrestrained and delighted. Her rejection was flawless, elegant, final, devastatingly sweet. Please don't disturb me, I won't have my boyfriend upset. In that moment countless bystanders envied Ling Lu, not for his fortune or status but for the rare luminous devotion of a woman like Su Chuwei. Ling Lu felt a quiet surge of emotion. Her sincerity was absolute. She truly loved him, and he resolved then and there to make her the happiest woman alive. Chuwei, how could you choose him as your boyfriend? Zhou Xing stammered, disbelief twisting his features. He's nothing but a nobody. Su Chuwei, the untouchable jewel of high society, had just spoken those words aloud in front of everyone. After all, Ling Lu had once confessed to 2 girls, declaring, I've loved you for 3 days. A line so absurdly theatrical it bordered on parody. Even more exaggerated than Wang Songming's infamous line, baby I'm getting in for, what kind? The kind where I miss you all night. Was this truly the kind of man Su Chuwei found irresistible? Su Chuwei bristled at the insult, her gaze turning icy as she prepared to respond. But before she could speak, Wang Songming stepped forward, his voice dripping with condescension. Miss Su, we are peers in station, must it come to such harshness? And frankly, from what I know of women, you've staged this entire scene with him, haven't you? A clever ruse to send Zhou off gracefully. Ling Li's patience snapped. A prop. Who do they think they're talking to? Without another word he pulled Su Chuwei close, and kissed her gently, deliberately, right there before the stunned crowd. Su Chuwei froze, mind blank, senses reeling. Her entire world narrowed to a single dizzying realization. He's kissing me. Right here. In front of everyone. Her hands clutched his arms instinctively, trembling, helpless, not resisting, not thinking, only surrendering wholly and breathlessly to the warmth of his kiss. The 4 girls beside them watched in awe, covering their mouths. Did this count as a forceful kiss from Ling Lu to Su Chuwei? Yet she couldn't help but feel envious how romantic and nerve-wracking it was. At that moment the 4 girls were tense for Ling Lu and Su Chuwei, especially with thousands of people in the cafeteria watching. Zhou Xing's face was extremely dark. The goddess he admired, Su Chuwei, was someone he had coveted for a long time, and he never expected to be overtaken by a newcomer. Now Su Chuwei did not resist the forceful kiss. It was clear that this scoundrel was indeed Su Chuwei's boyfriend. Brother Zhou, let's go. It seems she really has a boyfriend. Exactly, what's the big deal? She's just a woman. With us rich second-generation heirs, why worry about not having beautiful women? Zhou Xing's friends began to console him. At this point they naturally saw no reason to stay and watch others show off their affection. It felt quite boring. Zhou Xing took a deep breath, knowing that remaining to watch their display of affection would be embarrassing. He left angrily with a few friends. When Ling Lu forcefully kissed Su Chuwei to the point where she was nearly breathless, she hurriedly snapped back to reality, breaking free from his kiss and weakly pushing him away. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes red, as if she had suffered a great grievance, looking at Ling Lu without speaking. Yet it seemed to say, how dare you kiss me without my consent? You are truly wicked, I'm starting to dislike you. Ling Lu moved his lips, savoring the sweetness and fragrance of Su Chuwei, leaving him with an insatiable feeling. Su Chuwei, remember, I have left my mark on you and you can only be my woman from now on. Scoundrel, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Su Chuwei's cheeks turned bright red as she playfully pouted, feeling embarrassed to stay or face Ling Lu. After all, Ling Lu had kissed her forcefully and said such things to her. Unprepared for this, she felt extremely anxious and nervous. Ling Lu, we are leaving first. The four girls nervously greeted Ling Lu and hurriedly ran after Su Chuwei. Ling Lu nodded, watching them leave. He never expected to take a step forward with Su Chuwei today. She didn't get angry after the forceful kiss. It seemed he could take further steps with her next time. Brother Lu, you are truly impressive. To achieve this level with one move, we are in complete admiration. Akimoto Shota and the others surrounded Ling Lu, showering him with compliments. Alright, if you want to learn to handle things like I do, you at least need to have a girlfriend first. Yeah, we don't even have girlfriend. One remark left them feeling utterly dejected. Back in the classroom, Ling Lu didn't see Su Chuwei or the four girls. Ming Ri Jingxiang saw Ling Lu return to the classroom and couldn't help but ask Ling Liken, has everything been resolved? Yes, it was resolved easily. In fact, Ming Ri Jingxiang had also been present at the scene. Seeing Ling Lu forcefully kiss Su Chuwei made her feel a strange sense of displeasure, wondering what Ling Lu was thinking. He kissed her and then went on to kiss Su Chuwei. What a scoundrel. And what about her? Did being forcefully kissed by him mean she was marked as well? Was she now his woman? Oh, congratulations. Ming Ri Jingxiang smiled slightly. Ling Lu raised the corner of his mouth, approached her and said, you look a bit down. Are you jealous of me? Ha! How could that be? You're overthinking it. Ming Ri Jingxiang said nervously, her face slightly flushed. She hurriedly sat down and buried her head, attempting to hide her embarrassment. I won't continue talking to you, I have to read. I know I can't win against you in an argument, and I won't fall for your tricks now. Ling Lu trusted his instincts and whispered in Ming Ri Jingxiang's ear, Jingxiang, your heart is in turmoil. It seems you cannot escape from my grasp. Sooner or later I will make you my girlfriend or even one of my women. After saying this, Ling Lu walked back to his seat. Ming Ri Jingxiang's cheeks were incredibly flushed. Ling Lu truly had great audacity to say such things to her in the classroom. If other classmates heard, would she still be able to show her face? Oof, what an infuriating scoundrel. She suddenly felt so annoyed. As Ling Lu passed by Sakurai Mei Dai, he noticed her working on the homework assigned by the teacher, smiling slightly. Mei Dai, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Sakai Mei Dai snapped back to reality and nervously said, Ling Lu, please don't say such things in the future. If classmates find out I help you with homework, I wouldn't know how to explain it. Alright, I understand. Let's keep it a secret. You carry on, I'll head back to my seat to rest. After making a gesture for silence, Ling Lu chuckled and walked away. Sakai Mei Dai took a deep breath, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and continued working on the two assignments. In the afternoon during PE class, the boys and girls in the class entered separate changing rooms to change into their sportswear. When Ayaka entered, she couldn't help but recall the previous 2 times she had been bullied by Ling Lu here, causing her face to pale slightly. Her hands were tightly clenched, her nails almost digging into her skin, drawing blood. Yet after feeling angry in her heart, she couldn't help but remember how it felt when Ling Lu bullied her. Honestly, that feeling was unprecedentedly strange, and she even had a terrifying thought flash through her mind. She actually somewhat wanted to continue having that kind of relationship with Ling Lu. Snapping back to reality, she quickly tried to stop this frightening thought. She was startled that she could even have such lonely and shameless ideas. It was truly ridiculous. Although she wouldn't seek revenge on him, she would never forgive him. Once the classmates changed into their PE clothes, they headed to the playground. After the teacher called the roll, they began some physical tests. Running, long jump, shot put, etc. These exercises posed no difficulty for Ling Lu, and ultimately he ranked first in every event. As the saying goes, boys who excel in sports are very attractive. The girls in the class were deeply captivated by Ling Lu, thinking he was indeed handsome and cool, unable to resist their hearts fluttering. Suchuei Shirkong, Hixiang, Sakurai Mei Dai, Ming Ri Jingxiang, and even Ayaka all felt surprised by how exceptional and captivating Ling Lu was during sports. Suchuei was naturally overjoyed, feeling that she had found a treasure of a boyfriend, confirming that she had indeed made the right choice. However, just thinking about Ling Lu kissing her today made her unable to help but feel scared, fearing that their relationship was developing too quickly and worrying that Ling Lu would bully her even more. As a girl, she certainly needed to have a sense of self-protection. It was fine to like someone, even to love someone, but she must ensure her own safety, not be foolish and not give herself away just because of a little sweetness. The more Su Chuwei thought about it, the more proud she became, deciding to temporarily ignore Ling Lu. She needed to make him remember so he wouldn't easily bully her next time. After PE class, the classmates changed back into their clothes and left, as there was only that one class in the entire afternoon. Ling Lu returned to the classroom to grab his bag and prepare to leave school. Sakurai Mei Dai was still rushing her homework, and Ling Lu greeted her. As he walked past Ming Ri Jingxiang, he said, "Where shall I wait for you?" Ming Ri Jingxiang had something to ask for his help, and naturally he wouldn't forget what he promised. "Let's head home first, I need to change my clothes." "Okay, let's go together as we're going in the same direction." "Am I right?" Ming Ri Jingxiang nodded, but thought to herself, how could it just be one direction? My house is right next to Aunt Mises, we're neighbors for goodness sake. However, Ming Ri Jingxiang was somewhat reluctant for Ling Lu to know where she lived. She was worried that if he found out, he might come to her house every day to bully her, and she was afraid to think about what would happen. She only knew that with Ling Le's audacity, if she let her guard down, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take advantage of her completely. Thank you for your gift rewards. I earn a few yuan every day and it makes me very happy. On the morrow, Mingri Jingxiang limped out of the classroom with Ling Le following behind cheerfully saying, "Let me carry you on my back. I feel quite satisfied when I do so." Mingri Jingxiang's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she rolled her eyes at Ling Le and retorted, "You rogue. Are you addicted to taking advantage of me?" "Yes, but do you think I'm a bad person? Am I not genuine and honest?" Ling Lu asked shamelessly. Ever since he acquired the system, he gradually felt he could act as he pleased, doing whatever he desired. No need for false pretenses or insincere feelings. Liking someone is just liking them independent of anyone else's judgment. No one can teach him how to behave. Mingri Jingxiang, however, covered her mouth and giggled, her demeanor charming as she said, "You're just shameless. Although you aren't particularly hypocritical, your ambition is overwhelming." "Don't worry, my ambition is strong, but I can manage it well. So far my time management has been quite effective." "Time management?" Mingri Jingxiang questioned. "Does that mean you still haven't faced any consequences for liking several girls at the same time?" "Yes, so I'm impressive, right?" Ling Lu replied, unabashedly smiling. Now that he had the system, living a hypocritical life would be pointless. It was time to live his truest self. If he liked women, then so be it. Men are naturally attracted to women and he was simply enjoying the journey. "Oof, I can't stand your smugness. It's so irritating," Mingri Jingxiang remarked, being a good girl who couldn't help but dislike Ling Le's self-satisfied demeanor after toying with girls. Suddenly she felt like putting an end to his antics and wondering if he would dare to be reckless afterward. But Mingri Jingxiang merely thought about it, realizing she wouldn't want to bear his children. She didn't want to be that foolish. In Mingri Jingxiang's perspective, a wild and unrestrained boy would often settle down after having children, focusing solely on raising them and taking care of his wife. If Ling Lu were to know her thoughts, he wouldn't just laugh, he would think she was naive. For capable men, even having children doesn't guarantee they will settle down. "You're being hypocritical. Is that how you express your dislike for me?" "I think you're just jealous of me," Ling Lu remarked smugly. Mingri Jingxiang blushed slightly incredulously, saying, "Ha. Am I jealous of you? How is that possible?" "I merely wanted to say the reason you haven't faced any repercussions is that all of them are good girls who haven't doubted you and trust you completely." "Exactly. For instance, after you learned my secret, you still chose not to tell Dai Zi and our relationship has become more friendly. But don't worry, I know our relationship is just a normal one." Ling Lu leaned in close to Mingri Jingxiang's ear, his tone teasing. Mingri Jingxiang froze for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt arise in her heart, suddenly feeling distressed and self-reproachful. As Dai Zi's good friend, she should have done everything to expose Ling Le's ambitions and protect Dai Zi, yet she chose to cover for him. "Ugh, it's all your fault for threatening me." Mingri Jingxiang's eyes turned red, instantly filled with tears, glaring at Ling Lu with a mix of grievance and unhappiness. Ling Lu was somewhat taken aback. Just a moment ago she was a fine girl displaying her joy and beauty, but suddenly she appeared so sorrowful and angry. Who would dare to continue talking to her? "I'll wait for you outside the school gate." Ling Lu decided to avoid the situation as he didn't know how to comfort a girl he had just made cry. After all, he was just a scoundrel. How could he use words to comfort others? Even if he wanted to, he didn't know what to say at that moment. Ultimately, he thought that perhaps giving her some alone time would be the best comfort. Ling Lu arrived outside the school gate first, waiting for her to come out. "You must be Ling Lu." At that moment, a sweet-looking mature girl approached, wearing beautiful black hot pants, her long legs adorned with over-thinny purple stockings, stepping confidently in purple low-heeled sandals. Her hair was long, straight and abundant, cascading down to her waist from behind, with a few strands falling casually over her enticing curve. She wore a purple windbreaker that reached her thighs, and beneath it a fitted white blouse where the second button couldn't be fastened due to its height, leaving it undone. Ling Lu glanced at her, noting her smooth fair skin, exquisite beauty, and the glimpses of her alluring curves that particularly captivated his attention. Behind her were three boys whom Ling Lu recognized at a glance. Weren't those the three obnoxious boys from the cafeteria this afternoon who called him a loser? After he caught them, he had threatened them to wait for him after school at the gate. They indeed kept their word, but they were somewhat polite, even bringing him a beautiful senior girl. "That's right, I am Ling Lu. You must be the senior." "Yes, I am your senior. My name is Xin Shi Qingmei, the president of the third-year student council, and this is my younger brother Zheng Tailang. I heard that you told my brother not to leave after school and to wait for you at the gate. It feels like a scene from a high school fight. Are you trying to bully my brother?" Xin Shi Qingmei crossed her arms, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, looking at Ling Lu with a questioning gaze. Ling Lu glanced at the bespectacled boy behind her and chuckled, thinking to himself that he should have mentioned having such a beautiful sister earlier and said, "Senior, you think too much. We're all university students, how could we still fight like high schoolers? That would be so boring." "Then why did you ask them to wait at the school gate after school? What was your intention?" Senior Xin Shi Qingmei continued to press, clearly not someone who could be easily deceived, instead showing signs of wanting to cause him trouble, showing no signs of backing down. "What else could I do? They made a mistake and must face the consequences. I asked them to wait at the gate to see their attitude when they apologized to me," Ling Lu said with a faint smile.
He fixed his gaze intently on Xin Qingmei, whose delicate and sweet features, porcelain white skin with a rosy hue and lips like freshly bloomed cherry blossoms were captivating. Her bright clear eyes seemed to hold light. Her perfect white teeth revealed when she spoke made her appear as a sweet and beautiful mature girl standing at 173 meters tall. Her looks were surely above 96 points. One must admit that Tokyo University harbors many beauties, and this one was a prime example.
Mistake. You punish them.
To see their apology attitude.
Senior Xin Qingmei looked astonished, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion.
After examining Ling Lu, she noticed he was remarkably calm, then turned to look at the three boys behind her. Zheng Tailong, my foolish brother, did you not tell me the truth? The three boys in front of such a stunning senior girl appeared very restrained and lowered their heads in a state of guilt. Ultimately it was her brother Zhang Tailong, the bespectacled boy among them, who blushed and spoke up. I'm sorry sister, we indeed insulted him without reason behind his back, but we have already apologized to him. He still wants us to wait after school, looking as if he intends to hit us so. So Senior Qingmei, your brother is completely imagining things. They insulted me and I caught them on the spot. I certainly wouldn't have spoken to them gently at that moment. Ling Lu said nonchalantly, continuing, however, seeing them so nervous now, I believe they have already learned their lesson. I hope they can control their mouths in the future, so I will temporarily accept their apology.
Alright Ling Lu, thank you for your magnanimity.
I almost misunderstood you after hearing only their side. I apologize for that. Senior Qingmei was capable of humility and rectitude, admitting her mistakes and bravely facing them, immediately bowing to Ling Lu. Seeing this, Ling Lu felt a surge of joy. This beautiful senior was reasonable and sincerely apologized for her misjudgment, which he appreciated.
No need to be polite, senior, it was just a minor misunderstanding.
Ling Lu took the opportunity to step forward, boldly extending his hands to help the beautiful senior up, but inadvertently touched her soft. Xin Qingmei's face turned slightly red, but seeing Ling Lu's serious demeanor, she presumed it was an unintentional act, so she calmly nodded and said, yes, sorry for the interruption.
It's fine now, you may leave. Alright, goodbye beautiful senior.
Ling Lu decisively chose to leave. He had just noticed that Mingri Jingxiang, upon seeing him chatting with the beauty, didn't call out to him and left unhappily. Jingxiang, why are you leaving so quickly?
Be careful not to fall again and worsen your injury.
Ling Lu hurried after Jingxiang.
I will be careful.
But you, Ling Lu, really should avoid provoking other girls. Be cautious. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Lu had already picked her up on his back, saying, thank you for your concern, but seeing you limp like this, I can't bear to let you walk home alone. If you don't understand my good intentions, consider it me taking advantage of you. Either way, I'm indifferent.
Mingri Jingxiang took a deep breath.
Ling Lu was indeed domineering, a bit mischievous and quite rogue, but he treated people well, which softened her heart, and she said, humph, you're just a rogue trying to take advantage of me.
That beautiful senior must have stirred something in you, right?
Mingri Jingxiang lightly huffed, clearly confronting Ling Lu, but she was too piercingly accurate.
Yes, I'm feeling a bit stirred. Didn't you want me to be a good person?
How about helping me when we get home so I don't end up making a big mistake? Ling Lu took the opportunity, but if he were to mess up after returning home, his target could only be Aunt Maisie. Mingri Jingxiang's face turned beet red nervously, saying, don't understand what you're talking about, but if you want me to comprehend your meaning, I can ask Chiyu Daizi tonight. Feel free to ask, but I don't believe you dare to bring up such a question. Ling Lu laughed excitedly, imagining Daizi saying, if I'm not in Tokyo, you can help my Orican.
That would be outrageous.
However, dreaming during the day made Ling Lu feel a bit euphoric. To avoid making Jingxiang uncomfortable, he said, forget it, I won't put you in a difficult position.
I was just joking with you earlier.
Mingri Jingxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but feel pouting, knowing that Ling Lu indeed had those thoughts about her. It was truly frightening.
After today, it might be best to maintain some distance from Ling Lu.
Although being with him felt thrilling, he was Chiyu Daizi's boyfriend. Knowing that, how could she give him opportunities?
Mingri Jingxiang thought to herself, feeling a hint of spiritual redemption.
Thank you for your gifts and rewards, there will be another chapter tonight.
Ling Lu. June, are you tired? Do you want me to get down? I can actually walk by myself for a while.
Mingri Jingxiang suddenly said, feeling a bit nervous. Since Ling Lu had been carrying her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable comfort and gratitude, while also worrying that she might tire him out.
Don't worry, you only weigh about 80 pounds, right? I can carry you for a few hours without any issue.
Ling Lu replied calmly. He truly felt no fatigue when the system rewarded him with the indestructible ability. It had indicated that as long as he kept moving, he could strengthen his own power. Now carrying Mingri Jingxiang while walking was also a way to enhance his strength. You shouldn't push yourself too hard.
Mingri Jingxiang couldn't help but express her concern.
It's fine, besides I want to carry the beautiful Jingxiang, so even if I push myself a bit, it's worth it.
Ling Lu took the opportunity to flirt. Hey, I'm not done talking to you.
If you like being carried, then go ahead, but don't think he'll get close to you, because I absolutely won't betray my good friend Daizi. Mingri Jingxiang sighed helplessly. Although she said it to Ling Lu, it was also a reminder to herself not to be moved by this.
Is that so? Ling Lu deliberately questioned.
Of course. Mingri Jingxiang replied somewhat nervously.
Alright, I'll be waiting to slap your face and then I'll hear you say it's really good. I don't understand what good means.
Mingri Jingxiang genuinely didn't understand, but she didn't want to explore further, sensing that it was another trap laid by Ling Lu to tease her. Along the way the crimson maple leaves kept falling and Mingri Jingxiang thought it looked quite beautiful. Strangely, when she looked alone in the past she didn't find it this beautiful. Mingri Jingxiang couldn't help but glance at Ling Lu's side profile and her heart began to race. Deep down she knew she had likely developed feelings for Ling Lu. At this moment she was very confused about herself. She clearly didn't like rogue or scoundrel types, yet she couldn't help but like Ling Lu. Could it really be true, as Ling Lu had previously insisted, that bad boys are loved by girls? So did she fall for the mischievous Ling Lu? Ling Lu suddenly felt Mingri Jingxiang's heartbeat and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, he felt it must be something wonderful related to him. Jingxiang, where is your home? Ling Lu noticed they were almost back at Aunt Mei's house but still didn't know where Jingxiang lived. Mingri Jingxiang suddenly snapped back to reality. Her face flushed and she hurriedly said, my home is right next to Aunt Mei's. After speaking she realized and quickly covered her mouth, regretting it inwardly. Oh dear, she had accidentally revealed where she lived and suddenly felt quite nervous. Oh, I didn't expect to be neighbors with Aunt Mei. This means we can often play together after going home. Ling Lu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With such favorable circumstances it would be strange if he didn't have fun with Jingxiang later. Who said I want to play with you? I don't have time. Mingri Jingxiang felt anxious, unable to help but fear that Ling Lu's words must have a double meaning. Whenever she thought of him as a rogue scoundrel, his suggestion to play together definitely wasn't innocent. It's fine. I usually have plenty of time. I can come to your house to play too. Ling Lu asked, by the way, your mom aunt wouldn't mind if I came to your house to play, would she? When Ling Lu asked this he couldn't help but imagine what Jingxiang's mom looked like, feeling quite guilty about it in his heart. She would definitely mind, so you mustn't come looking for me in the future or else I'll be disliked. Mingri Jingxiang said seriously. I don't believe it. Aren't moms in Sakura country very understanding and polite to guests? Ling Lu questioned. He was still thinking that aunts could easily be successfully threatened, like saying that you wouldn't want your daughter, etc. That may be true, but with someone like you, a rogue scoundrel, my mom would definitely be afraid you'd bully me. It wouldn't be surprising if she grew to dislike you. That's just your speculation of me. After all, in front of elders I'm a very well-behaved, handsome young man, alright. In any case, I'll take you home first. When your mom sees me she'll surely welcome me and warmly say things like, Ling Lu Jun, please come visit often. No need, I can go back by myself. Can you please put me down? Mingri Jingxiang wanted to get down but Ling Lu wouldn't let her go, leaving her feeling helpless and pleading. No way. We are not only classmates but also neighbors. Do you know what a great fate this is? Ling Lu responded. Besides, I've carried you for so long, shouldn't you at least invite me in for some tea? Isn't that a bit impolite and unfriendly? Ling Lu used moral persuasion. However, girls in Sakura country generally fell for this. To them politeness was very important and reflected respect for a person. Sai, I understand, but can you just have some tea and then go back? When I call you out you can come out, okay? Since Ling Lu had said this much, Mingri Jingxiang couldn't refuse any longer and had to agree. Okay. Ling Lu agreed first. Entering this villa area and following Mingri Jingxiang's directions, Ling Lu didn't expect her house to really be next to Aunt Mei's, separated by just a few meters of wall and a yard. Mingri Jingxiang swiped 2 access cards before finally getting home, feeling a bit nervous and awkward. Alright Ling Lu Jun, we're home now. Please put me down. Okay. Ling Lu surveyed the lobby on the first floor and asked, aren't your parents home? My mom went to work and won't be back until after 5. My dad has been on business trips abroad for the past few years, only coming back a few times a year. After Mingri Jingxiang spoke the truth, she invited Ling Lu, saying, Ling Lu Jun, sit down first. I'll go change clothes in my room and come back to prepare tea for you. Ling Lu glanced at Jingxiang. Today she had fallen and her JK uniform was dirty, especially her beautiful legs, which had several tears in her black stockings. Do you want me to carry you upstairs? It must be inconvenient for you to go up on 1 foot. Ling Lu couldn't help but feel a bit eager. Opportunities are created, not waited for. Mingri Jingxiang's delicate face turned slightly red as she shook her head, saying, no need. I'll be careful going up by holding onto the wall. Alright, but why are you so afraid of me? I won't eat you. Ling Lu joked. I'm not afraid. Mingri Jingxiang responded nervously, but deep down she truly was afraid, as it was her first time bringing a boy home and now they were alone together. What if Ling Lu had an impulse and decided to take advantage of her? How could her small arms and legs resist Ling Lu's bullying? Forget it, you go up. I'll wait for you down here. Ling Lu smiled slightly. Although he wanted something to happen with Jingxiang, he wouldn't impulsively rush up to force her. Mingri Jingxiang nodded and cautiously used the railing to support herself as she went upstairs. After a few minutes, Akira Asuka changed into a blue-purple fitted kimono, her hair still styled in lovely twin tails, and she carefully descended the staircase wearing a pair of sandals that revealed her white socks. Ling Liken, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Akira Asuka smiled slightly, her cheeks flushing a bit since Ling Lu had been gazing at her for quite a while. Not for too long.
Ling Lu shook his head with a faint smile and said, but why are you still insisting on going out when you're already like this? Well, I can't help it because I promised a few high school friends in advance. To be honest, I'm not very keen on going, but they were quite close to me before I dropped out of high school, and after their repeated invitations I felt it would be rude to decline. Are they boys or girls? Ling Lu couldn't help but ask. Definitely girls. If they were boys I wouldn't even consider going. I see, but are they pretty? Ling Lu asked with a mischievous smile. Akira Asuka replied looking flustered. Ling Li, can you really need to stop asking such superficial questions? Why not? Are you jealous? I'm not jealous at all. So why are you Akira Asuka replied. Forget it, let me ask you another question. If I invited you out to have fun, would you come with me? Ling Lu looked at Akira Asuka with a half smile. Akira Asuka hesitated a bit but ultimately said seriously, if it's a proper outing with you I would definitely agree, after all we are classmates and neighbors. Haha, I'm curious about what you mean by proper and improper outings. What do you specifically refer to? Ling Lu laughed heartily. Akira Asuka's cheeks instantly flushed and she stammered, you're so annoying. I'll go make you some tea. Once you've had it, hurry home to put away your bag. Go ahead. By the way, in what capacity should I accompany you to your friend's gathering? Of course as a friend. Oh, I see. You mean as a boyfriend, right? You just like to take advantage of me. But this time I could really go as your boyfriend because there's a boy who liked me back in high school and it seems he will also attend tonight's gathering. If he confesses to me again I would really feel quite troubled. While kneeling on the floor, Akira Asuka carefully brewed tea. The tea was green tea, as people from the Sakura country generally preferred the clear and bright hue of green tea. I see, but were you already planning for me to be your shield? Ling Lu scrutinized Akira Asuka. Akira Asuka covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, who told you to bully me? But I did ask for your consent first, asking if you dared to go to a place with me tonight, and only after you said it was fine did I decide. That's true, I have no reason to refute, but what if I suddenly want to continue bullying you? Ling Lu sat on the floor in front of the tea table and suddenly leaned forward toward Akira Asuka, startling her so much that she stiffened up and, you can't do that. Haha, forget it. Your resistance isn't intense enough, so I'm not excited. Ling Lu just wanted to tease her a bit and then he got back to the main topic. I didn't expect so many boys would like you. How would I know? But it feels like the more polite I am to people the more they like me. It's really frustrating. Akira Asuka sighed as she poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for the perverted Ling Lu. Ling Lu took a sip from the teacup and smiled, saying, who told you to be so beautiful? Don't you know that the more beautiful girls are polite to boys, the more they will captivate them? After being complimented on her beauty, Akira Asuka naturally felt happy and blushed, saying, according to what you just said, doesn't that mean I shouldn't be too polite to boys in the future? Not necessarily. In the future when boys pursue you, just say you have a boyfriend. But I don't have a boyfriend. I can be your boyfriend. Considering our unclear relationship, we might as well let others know in advance. Ling Lu said shamelessly. After giving Ling Lu a glare, Akira Asuka couldn't help but laugh, saying, you can dream on. Our relationship is not unclear at all, we just... She hesitated and felt shy to continue. Ling Lu helped her out. What unclear relationship do we have? We just hugged, kissed, and now we are alone in a room and pretending to be your boyfriend later. Akira Asuka's face turned bright red, feeling overwhelmed. Ling Li's words made their relationship seem increasingly unclear. Alright Ling Li, can you finished your tea? Hurry home and put away your bag. When I call you, you can come out and I'll wait for you outside. Feeling guilty, Akira Asuka didn't dare to stay alone at home with Ling Lu, fearing he might pursue her further. Alright, I'll head back first. I'll come visit again after your mom returns. Ling Lu chuckled lightly as he stood up, not intending to stay long. He wanted to return home immediately to see what Aunt Maisie was doing. He didn't know why, but once he was near home he couldn't help but think of her. Akira Asuka felt helpless, realizing that Ling Lu had become attached to her, insisting on coming back under the pretense of visiting her mom. Spending time with Ling Lu was truly heart-pounding. She couldn't relax at all and had to constantly guard against him doing something bad to her. Although Akira Asuka felt helpless in her heart, she wore a cheerful smile and said, Ling Li can take care and see you later. Alright, you don't need to see me off since it's inconvenient for you to walk. Ling Lu waved without looking back and quickly left Asuka's house, heading toward Aunt Maise's place. After swiping the access card and entering the villa courtyard, he found Aunt Maisie preparing ingredients in the yard. Oh Ling Li, you're back so early today. Aunt Maisie was pleasantly surprised to see Ling Lu but smiled warmly. Yes, I only had one gym class this afternoon, so I came back right after school. Aunt Maisie, are you preparing for a barbecue tonight? Ling Lu stepped forward to ask. He couldn't help but admire Aunt Maise's outfit today, dressed in a purple kimono, looking very graceful, and it must be said the purple really suits. Yes, I also invited Aunt Pear from next door. We'll have a barbecue together and drink some wine. It should be quite pleasant. Aunt Pear is Akira Asuka's mother, right? Ling Lu asked. How did you know Ling Li? Have you befriended Akira Asuka? Aunt Maisie asked as she continued to prepare the ingredients for the barbecue tonight. There were snowflake beef, giant shrimp, salmon, tuna, abalone buns and plenty of vegetables. Yes, I just met Asuka today. We got along quite well and later I'll accompany her to a gathering with some of her high school classmates. Go ahead. Tonight Aunt Maisie will have a barbecue with Aunt Pear, but remember to drink less alcohol outside. Last time I asked you not to forget this. If you come back drunk, Aunt Maisie will find a way to discipline you, understand? Aunt Maisie paused her work, turned around and looked at Ling Lu seriously with a slight smile. Don't worry, Aunt Maisie. I will definitely keep my promises. Ling Lu felt a surge of affection for Aunt Maisie. He couldn't help but express his determination to maintain a good image in her eyes. Okay, go change into a proper outfit. When you go out with a girl you should wear something more formal. Aunt Maisie saw Ling Lu in his sportswear and didn't ask too many questions, just reminded him not to forget to change. Ling Lu remembered that he had dirty pants in his bag and decided to wash them himself in the washing machine later. If Aunt Maisie helped him wash and opened it to look, he would feel very embarrassed. Ling Lu returned to his room and changed into a white sports outfit from 361 degrees, washing all his dirty clothes and pants. However, before he could hang them up, Akira Asuka called him. Aunt Maisie, I'm heading out. I just put my clothes and pants in the washing machine, but they're not washed yet. I'll have to trouble Aunt Maisie to hang them up later. No problem, Ling Leakin. Be safe out there. Okay, thank you, Aunt Maisie. Ling Lu reluctantly walked out the door. At this moment he couldn't help but hope that Aunt Maisie would drink heavily at home tonight. Perhaps when he returned later he could take the opportunity to care for her. Thank you for your generous gifts. Ling Lu stepped outside and saw Asuka Shizuka still wearing a blue and purple kimono with a pair of cool slippers revealing her lovely whites. It seemed she was preparing to wear this outfit for a gathering with her high school classmates. Shizuka was also pushing a bicycle beside her. Upon seeing Ling Lu come out, she politely smiled and said, Ling Leakin, I hope it's not too much trouble for you to ride me on your bike. Of course it's no trouble at all. But to be honest, I still prefer carrying you on my back. Ling Lu smiled shamelessly. Asuka Shizuka blushed, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and shyly replied, You rode, but how would I know? Ling Lu stepped forward, adjusted the bicycle and looked at her, saying, This isn't your bicycle, is it? Yes, it's my mom's old bicycle for grocery shopping. It feels very convenient. Alright, hop on. It'll carry you and you can direct me from behind. However, I suggest you hold onto me tightly. When you sit behind it will be safer. Do I really have to hold you? Asuka Shizuka politely declined. If you don't hold onto me, I'm afraid you might fall off. Besides, I've kissed you and hugged you before. What's wrong with you hugging me now? I'm riding you on the bicycle, it's not just for show, right? Ling Lu was already sitting on the bicycle, hands on the handlebars as if discussing something completely normal. Asuka Shizuka's face turned bright red. She knew she couldn't argue with Ling Lu and understood that he wanted to take advantage of her because he liked her, so she took a deep breath and said, I understand, but please ride slowly. Otherwise when we arrive you'll be all sweaty and feel very tired. Are you unable to hold back your concern for me? It is concern, but it's sincere concern. Don't overthink it. After all, I only consider you a male friend, unlike you who treats me like your girlfriend all the time. Asuka Shizuka said this while sitting sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, trying to gently wrap her arms around Ling Lu's waist. Upon feeling this, Ling Lu slightly curled the corners of his mouth, finding it amusing. Who is she showing her conservativeness to? Does she really think I want to experience how her hands feel around me? Ahem, Shizuka, you're getting to know me better. It seems we are truly a good match. Who knows, in no time you might just be my woman. Asuka Shizuka felt her cheeks burning. She gently leaned against Ling Lu's back, wanting to say something, but she couldn't help but hesitate, unsure of what she was thinking. She thought that if she accepted being with Ling Lu seemed quite romantic, but as soon as she remembered that Ling Lu was Daisuke's boyfriend, she knew it was impossible with him. After 20 minutes, Ling Lu rode his bike, bringing her to the Tokyo Imperial Hotel, a 5-star hotel. The hotel featured amenities such as a hot tub, gym, indoor swimming pool, sauna and spa center catering to various guest needs. Your high school friends are quite strange. Choosing to invite you to this type of hotel for a meal, are they trying to take advantage of you? Ling Lu was very alert as such tricks happened often in Longhua, making him sensitive to it. What are you talking about? Asuka Shizuka, being the kind girl she was, naturally disagreed with Ling Lu's view, emphasizing, This is a 5-star hotel, and besides these are a few friends I got along well with in high school, so don't worry. Alright, as long as I'm here, if there really is a problem I'll protect you from being bullied. After all, if anyone is to bully it should be me, haha. Ling Lu grinned mischievously. He naturally had his eyes on Asuka Shizuka's beauty, and if given the opportunity he would not pretend to be innocent. He only knew that after forcibly bullying Keisuke he had already come out of the guilt and self-blame, and since Keisuke was not too angry with him he had not faced any consequences. Thus his courage had grown, feeling that when the opportunity arose to bully Shizuka he would not hold back. You're always thinking about how to bully me. Is your conscience still intact? Asuka Shizuka's cheeks flushed as she questioned angrily. Conscience. That's worthless and useless, alright. While it's said that one shouldn't lack conscience, once a person loses their conscience they can actually earn more, alright. Ling Lu scoffed. Here in Sakura country he cared little for conscience. With deep grievances he came here with a certain mindset of revenge. So that's why you're so heartless. It turns out you've long lost your conscience. Ling Liken is indeed a thorough scoundrel. Asuka Shizuka, while fiddling with her phone to message her high school friends, unconsciously said this. Lingla thought, let them call me a scoundrel. This way he wouldn't bear any psychological burden when doing bad things to them in the future. Let's go, Ling Liken. My high school friends don't have time to come down and meet us, so we need to go up ourselves. They've already sent me the dining room number 99999. Tisk room 99999, playing the game of the Emperor of 95 Ha. Lingla smiled faintly. He increasingly felt that this was a trap, as room numbers like this were typically reserved for wealthy folks and extravagant play. What? Asuka Shizuka didn't understand what Lingla meant. It's nothing, let's go. I'll help you inside. Thank you, Ling Liken. Asuka Shizuka smiled reassuringly. Although she knew Lingla was a scoundrel, she couldn't understand why she felt at ease with him by her side. Entering the Imperial Hotel, they took the elevator to the 6th floor, where a hotel staff member led them to the door of room 99,999. Linglo activated his ability to see through and glanced inside the room, noticing only 3 people, 1 male and 2 females, who were likely Shizuka's high school friends. The male without a doubt was the one who confessed to Shizuka back in high school. Shizuka knocked on the door and soon a girl came to open it. Upon seeing Shizuka, she immediately embraced her with a joyful smile. Wow, Shizuka, beautiful girl, it's been so long. I miss you so much. Mickey, I miss you all too. Shizuka replied, feeling a bit shy, still unaccustomed to being embraced by anyone. Oh Shizuka, who is this? Mickey had already noticed Linglu but pretended to ask unexpectedly. Shizuka felt a bit guilty, wanting to say he was just a classmate and neighbor, but Lingla preemptively smiled and said, hello Miss Mickey, I'm Shizuka's boyfriend. Lingla did not extend his hand, only politely introduced himself. He felt that the girl did not appear very naturally beautiful, with a bit too much makeup on her face. Lingla had never been interested in such gaudy makeup, whether in Longwei or here in Sakura country. Mickey was taken aback and said in surprise, Shizuka, I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend. Lingla frowned slightly. Did this woman actually ignore his greeting? Damn, what a cheap person. Lingla felt a bit annoyed inside. Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend, but I've never dated anyone before, we just started today. Asuka Shizuka felt a bit nervous and shy, continuing to explain, I twisted my ankle today, so I had to have him bring me here. By the way, his name is Ling Lu. I see, Ling Liken, nice to meet you. Mickey smiled slightly and welcomed Shizuka. Ling Liken, please come in. We've already ordered drinks and food. Inside the room, another male and female greeted Shizuka warmly as she entered. The male said, Shizuka, it's been a while, you haven't forgotten who I am, right? The female said, Shizuka, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Shizuka simply nodded politely, noticing how easily they spoke while she felt less open. Lingla noticed Shizuka's discomfort and kindly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, smiling slightly, come on, let's sit over there. Asuka Shizuka looked up at Linglu and felt that he was protecting her, which warmed her heart, leading her to nod reassuringly. Meiji closed the door and sat back down, smiling. Jing Xiang, would you prefer beer or a soft drink? He'll have a soft drink, as I'm not too familiar with beer. Meiji brought over a bottle of pink Sakura Cola for Jing Xiang, kindly opening the cap, and also retrieved several cans of Kirin lager beer for Lingla, similarly opened. While eating, Jing Xiang finished a bottle of Sakura Cola in no time, beginning to feel a bit dizzy and sleepy, but she didn't dwell on it or mention. After Lingla drank 2 cans of Kirin lager, he too sensed something amiss, as if the beer had been laced with sleeping pills, making him suddenly drowsy. Fortunately, with his indestructible ability, his current physique was stronger than before, allowing him to maintain some clarity. A boy from high school who had a crush on Jing Xiang named Yong Tai persistently sought him out to drink. Lingla frowned slightly, feeling uneasy, sensing that Yong Tai was deliberately trying to get him drunk. Ding, congratulations master for triggering the opportunity to act without speaking. Completing this will grant you the ability of telepathy. Just as Lingla felt displeased, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Lingla was taken aback. The system had come at this moment, indicating that things were definitely not simple. Ling Liken, shall we have another bottle? Yong Tai smiled amicably. Meiji and another girl named Dianzi were coaxing him into drinking. Ling Liken, you should have another bottle, you're a guy after all, and only having 2 bottles is not acceptable. Yes, we are all good friends of Jing Xiang, so drink without hesitation, don't be polite with us. Jing Xiang shook her head, feeling sleepy, but still tried to remain clear-headed, saying, Meiji, Dianzi, Ling Liken can't drink too much, he has to ride me home later. Meiji chuckled lightly, it's fine Jing Xiang, I'll call a taxi for you when you go back. Yong Tai added, don't worry Jing Xiang, your boyfriend looks like he can handle his drink, I'm sure he won't get drunk easily. At that moment Lingla suddenly stood up and slapped Yong Tai across the face. Slap. The loud sound echoed throughout the entire private room. Yong Tai was stunned, blood streaming from his nose. Meiji and Dianzi were frozen in place, completely caught off. Jing Xiang was equally stunned, not understanding why Lingla suddenly slapped Yong Tai. Ding, congratulations master for completing the task, gaining the ability of telepathy. The system's voice echoed in Lingla's mind again. He could now hear their thoughts. Meiji, what's happening? Did Ling Liken discover something? Dianzi, oh no, he wouldn't know that we put sleeping pills in the drinks, would he? But how is Ling Liken still awake? I saw him drink 2 bottles. Yang Tai Ling Lu, are you looking for death? How dare you hit me? I swear once you pass out I will make sure to beat you to death. And that fake innocent Jing Xiang will be thoroughly toyed with tonight.
Ling Lu took a deep breath. These guys indeed had ill intentions. If he hadn't brought Jing Xiang here, the consequences for her tonight would be unimaginable.
Ling Liken, why did you suddenly hit me?
Yang Tai covered his face, glaring angrily at Ling Lu.
Mei Ji also expressed her displeasure. Ling Liken, why did you hit Yang Tai?
How can someone like you act out after just 2 bottles of beer? Dianzi said, even if you're Jing Xiang's boyfriend you hit Yang Tai, we don't welcome you, so you should leave. Ling Lu sneered, standing up and walking in front of Mei Ji and Dianzi. Without saying a word he slapped both of them. Mei Ji and Dianzi were stunned, feeling a bit scared of Ling Lu's unprovoked aggression.
Ling Liken, what are you doing?
Jing Xiang stood up, visibly unhappy after seeing that Mei Ji and Dianzi had also been slapped by Ling Lu. But as she just sat up she felt her body extremely weak and almost collapsed to the ground. Ling Lu swiftly caught her in his arms, saying, Jing Xiang, these so-called friends from high school of yours have clearly plotted to drug you with sleeping pills in the drinks we had. Jing Xiang was suddenly startled. Sleeping pills. She began to become aware of the situation as she felt unusually drowsy for no reason, her consciousness gradually being stripped away. Mei Ji, Dianzi and Yang Tai instantly appeared, flustered, hurriedly saying, Ling Liken, what nonsense are you talking? How could we harm Jing Xiang?
That's right, you're simply slandering us.
The 3 of them appeared extremely nervous and guilty.
Ling Lu looked at them coldly and said fiercely, damn, are you trying to quibble? Not admitting it, huh?
Ling Lu didn't hold back, he picked up a chair and threw it at Yang Tai first.
Yang Tai, thinking Ling Lu wouldn't dare to hit him, remained expressionless. Come on you lunatic, try hitting me and see what happens.
After Ling Lu shot him a disdainful glance, he swung the chair down hard at Yang Tai's head and body, instantly covering him in blood. Mei Ji and Dianzi were frightened and hurriedly tried to escape, but Ling Lu had already stepped ahead to block the door, saying, if you want to leave, first tell me who you plan to arrange Jing Xiang with after you make her unconscious. Jing Xiang, increasingly drowsy, took a few unsteady steps back, leaning against the wall and squatting down, falling asleep without realizing what was happening. Mei Ji and Dianzi looked at Ling Lu in disbelief, not expecting him to know so much, even these details.
WWE don't know what you're talking about. Mei Ji stammered nervously. Not willing to talk, huh?
Ling Lu raised the chair in his hand, ready to strike them, scaring them into covering their faces with their hands, saying, Ling Liken, don't hit us, we were wrong.
We shouldn't have thought about harming Jing Xiang. Enough of the nonsense, answer my question immediately.
Ling Lu shouted sternly.
WWE know Wang Songming from Long Country. They recently came to Sakura Country and gave us some money to find a few attractive female students for them to play with.
Ling Lu could no longer listen, he immediately slammed the chair down on them, causing both to fall to the ground, crying out in pain. 2 bitches, call Wang Songming and tell him to come over, saying we have taken care of things. Ling Lu was not afraid of making a scene. Mei Ji and the others engaged in such shady business surely didn't want the police to know, so they wouldn't easily choose to call them.
Okay, we'll call right away. Mei Ji said immediately. Mei Ji, although Wang Songming is from Long Country, he has many connections here in Sakura Country.
Letting him handle this issue is actually better. Ling Lu, you've ruined their plans, you certainly won't have a good outcome. Ling Lu listened to her thoughts with disdain. In the face of absolute power, Wang Songming and his group were nothing but insignificant. Soon Mei Ji got through to Wang Songming on the phone, stating the task was completed.
Miss Mei Ji, well done, we'll be there shortly, Wang Songming said excitedly over the phone.
In just a few minutes Wang Songming and 3 others entered, but upon seeing everything at the scene they all frowned in shock. The first to react was Zhou Xing.
Damn, what a small world. You're Ling Lu, right?
You stole my Su Chuwei and now you dare to show up in front of me. Ling Lu remained expressionless and kicked Zhou Xing. Wang Songming and the other 2, seeing this, immediately attacked, but they were definitely no match for Ling Lu and were quickly knocked down. Ling Lu stepped firmly on Wang Songming's face, saying, not bad Wang Songming, you even want to play with the woman I have my eyes on. Do you believe they'll make sure you stay in Sakura Country forever?
You believe in me.
You actually know who I am and yet you dare to act this way toward me.
Have you considered the consequences? Are you threatening me?
Ling Lu picked up a nearby chair and smashed it down on Wang Songming's head, instantly causing blood to flow profusely. You worthless trash, nothing at all.
Today I'll give you a little lesson.
If you dare come after me, I will make you regret ever crossing me. After leaving those words, Ling Lu picked up the unconscious Jing Xiang and left the hotel.
Thank you for your generous gift.
After leaving the Tokyo Imperial Palace Hotel, Ling Lu carried the unconscious Jing Xiang to a hospital. It took over an hour, and only after intravenous medication was administered did Jing Xiang slowly awaken the next day. At first, as she began to regain consciousness, her mind was somewhat clouded. The doctor said this was a normal phenomenon and that she would need some time to fully recover. Ling Lu paid for the medication, thanked the doctor, and then carried Jing Xiang on his back, preparing to hail a taxi home. In this situation, it was certainly inappropriate to ride a motorcycle with her. Jing Xiang gently leaned her head on Ling Lu's shoulder. After leaving the hospital, she remained silent, displaying a demeanor of deep contemplation. Clearly, the events of the afternoon had taken a significant toll on her.
Who could have imagined that a few classmates once close during high school would conspire against her after not seeing each other for a while, drugging her with malicious intent? As she thought about it, Jing Xiang couldn't help but tear up, her eyes blurred with tears. She felt an overwhelming fear, unable to understand why they would treat her this way. Hearing Jing Xiang's sudden sobs, Ling Lu felt a surge of sympathy. He comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Jing Xiang, don't be sad or afraid. He'll always be here to protect you from now on." Ling Lu's timely comfort warmed Jing Xiang's heart. If previously it was because of Ling Lu's rogue behavior and shamelessness, including threats and taking advantage of her when she wasn't paying attention, that had left her feeling confused and strangely tense, yet not entirely disliking him now, however, Ling Lu made her genuinely develop feelings for him. It must be said, sometimes falling for someone is truly mysterious and magical. Perhaps it was due to a single phrase or a small gesture. Especially for someone like her in need of comfort, his timely concern and affection were the easiest ways to capture her heart. Jing Xiang, feeling touched, curled her delicate arms around Ling Lu's neck and softly cried, "Ling Liken, why are you so concerned about me? Don't you know that if you treat me this way I can't help but start to like you, and we might end up making mistakes because of it?" Ling Lu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He hadn't expected Jing Xiang to be so quickly moved, and it was truly delightful. "Because you are very beautiful. The moment I saw you I couldn't help but like you. Now that you're feeling down I must care for you." Ling Lu said this lightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor. However, he was aware that with his current boldness he dared to say anything and do anything. Jing Xiang, leaning on Ling Lu's back, inhaled his unique fragrance, feeling it was very pleasant. Her face flushed with warmth as she weakly said, But Chio is your girlfriend and I happen to be her good friend. How can you treat Chio this way, and how can you treat me like this?" As Jing Xiang spoke, she seemed very aggrieved. In her eyes, Ling Lu was sometimes nice, but at times he acted like a scoundrel, which truly frustrated her. Should she agree to him or refuse him? She had thought about liking him and agreeing to him, but once she remembered that Chio was her good friend, she found it impossible to cross that mental barrier. She also considered not liking him, but she didn't want to dislike Ling Lu. In short, she was very conflicted, feeling utterly uncertain about what to do. Ling Lu chuckled, "You're just overthinking it. We should all live a little more freely and happily. When you like someone, just like boldly without worrying about any constraints. Besides, in our country it's normal for wealthy and capable people to have multiple wives. If I find a few more girlfriends now, we'll have several wives in the future. Even Chio wouldn't say anything, she would only listen to me more. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Jing Xiang said, suddenly looking very lonely. After all, she was a girl and couldn't view having multiple wives like Ling Lu did. After hailing a taxi, Ling Lu took Jing Xiang home. Her mother was not at home at this hour. She should still be at Aunt Maisa's courtyard enjoying barbecue and drinks while chatting. Ling Lu escorted Jing Xiang to her room. Jing Xiang was blushing and nervously looked at Ling Lu, appearing hesitant, yet ultimately said, "Ling Li, can thank you so much today. I will always remember that you saved me once. No matter who you become in the future, you will always be my good friend." Ling Lu sighed and said, "Sigh, who needs your verbal gratitude? I would rather you give me something concrete as thanks." Jing Xiang grew increasingly nervous and awkwardly asked, "What concrete thing do you want?" "What do you think? As a scoundrel, I'm always thinking about making you my woman." Ling Lu stepped closer to Jing Xiang, his breath audible as he spoke. Jing Xiang was blushing furiously and her heart's racing could be heard in the room. Her mind was a bit chaotic and blank, completely unsure of what to do. After staying at Jing Xiang's house for over, Aunt Maisie suddenly called asking when Ling Lu and Jing Xiang would return home, reminding them not to stay out too late and to come home early. Ling Lu, listening to Jing Xiang's thoughts at that moment, smiled and reached out to gently pat her head, saying, "Jing Xiang, don't overthink it. It will only add unnecessary pressure to yourself. What has happened between us has already occurred, hasn't it? And your mother will be back soon. I should leave first to avoid scaring you later." Jing Xiang remained hidden under the blanket, silent, but her thoughts were clearly heard by Ling Lu. "Wu, it's not just fear. If my mother finds out about us, I will be scared to death. So you should leave quickly." "Oof. But next time I absolutely won't let you come to my house again. I'll protect myself well and won't let you scare me like this again." Ling Lu smiled slightly. Jing Xiang was indeed charming, her thoughts were so sweet and cute. However, he chose to say nothing more and left Jing Xiang's home in a good mood. This chapter has been revised with original text and additional details. You can check it in the group. Returning to Aunt Maisa's home, they were still sitting in the courtyard, though it seemed the gathering was nearing its end. "Lelikan is back." Aunt Maisie saw Ling Lu walking into the courtyard, stood up and moved a stool for him, saying, "Are you still going to have some barbecue?" "Aunt will grill some for you. Let's eat a bit. I had 2 bottles of beer when I went out today and I haven't eaten much yet, so I'm really feeling a bit hungry now." Ling Lu was not being polite, mainly wanting to barbecue with Aunt Maisie and accompany her with some drinks. Tonight Aunt Maisie had her golden hair tied up and was wearing a beautiful home outfit exuding an air of elegance. Ling Lu felt quite relaxed because of this. He wanted to see if he could get Aunt Maisie drunk while drinking. Ling Lu's breathing became slightly hurried, but he tried to control it naturally, not letting Aunt Maisie or Jing Xiang's mother notice. "Maisie, this must be Miss Sumei's son, right?" A woman in uniform was sitting opposite Aunt Maisie.
She had a great figure, a slender waist, black stockings and high heels with long hair cascading down her shoulders, equally beautiful and exuding. Ling Lu felt comfortable looking at her beauty. It must be said that the charm and beauty of aunties were indeed captivating, even more so than Jing Xiang and her friends. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between youthful beauty and mature beauty. Yes, his name is Ling Lu. Let me tell you, he has grown quite a bit. I hadn't seen him for 3 years before. I didn't expect that after this visit he has grown from just over 1.50 m to now being a tall and handsome young man. Aunt Maisie couldn't help but praise him. After all, she had often seen Ling Lu when he was little and had even held him. If one disregarded certain thoughts Ling Lu currently had, she would even regard him as her own child. Indeed, he has grown quite tall, probably over 1.80 m. Haha, truly a remarkable talent. Sunny and handsome Miss Sume has a good son. Jing Xiang's mother smiled, looking Ling Lu up and down before giving a very factual assessment. Lelicun, come over and greet Aunt Rico. She is your classmate. Jing Xiang's mother, living next door to us, our neighbor. Your mother also knows Aunt Rico. When your mother came to Tokyo to play, Aunt Rico had dinner with us once. Aunt Maisie introduced. Ling Lu stepped forward, smiling slightly respectfully, saying, I've met Aunt Rico. Hello Aunt Rico, you are so beautiful. No wonder Jing Xiang is so pretty. It must be hereditary from Aunt Rico. Ling Lu's compliments even made Aunt Rico's face slightly blush. Although Ling Lu was younger and of the same age as her daughter, it was undeniable that Ling Lu was a tall and handsome boy right in the prime of his youth, naturally having an undeniable allure for women. However, Aunt Rico only blushed slightly, maintaining her composure, smiling and saying, Lelicun is not only sunny and handsome but also has such sweet words that even Aunt couldn't help but blush. Aunt Rico is just joking. Mainly Aunt Rico is already very beautiful and am just speaking the truth. Ling Lu sat down on the stool arranged by Aunt Maisie without any hesitation. Aunt Rico laughed lightly, covering her mouth, her demeanor slightly affected with a fluttering charm. Ling Lu felt a surge of heat in his heart. Sitting closely with these beautiful aunties was truly testing his composure as a young man. Yet he had absolutely no resistance to their mature charm and beauty. Not only were they alluring in figure, but they also smiled with intelligence and sensitivity, all temptations he couldn't refuse. Aunt Rico said, Lelicun, don't just compliment me. Are you not afraid of making your Aunt Maisie jealous? While Aunt Maisie was grilling prawns and abalone for Ling Lu, upon hearing what Rico said, she immediately laughed. Rico, what are you talking about? Just eat your barbecue and drink your wine. If you're not eating or drinking, you can go home. At the same time, there were inner thoughts that Ling Lu could hear. Rico is also something, suddenly saying such things to Lelicun. What if it makes Lelicun misunderstand? Wouldn't that harm him even more? You should know that Lelicun has been having some strange thoughts lately, and I'm quite afraid he continues down this path. After all, he is Sume's son. Ling Lu felt somewhat awkward about this and said, Aunt Rico, don't worry, Aunt Maisie is also beautiful. He smiled faintly, suddenly looking at Aunt Maisie and asking, Aunt Maisie, you're not jealous, right? Aunt Maisie's heart trembled, but she appeared very calm on the surface, smiling slightly, saying, Lelicun, are you just following Aunt Rico's nonsense? I am your aunt, how could I possibly be jealous? It's good that Aunt Maisie is not jealous. Ling Lu nodded lightly, smiling, pouring red wine for Aunt Rico and Aunt Maisie, saying to the two beautiful aunts, I toast you both, please take care of me in the future. If I do anything wrong that makes you unhappy, I hope you will forgive me a few times. Ling Lu held up the wineglass and said with a dignified demeanor, Lelicun, don't worry, even if you don't say it, Aunt will definitely take care of you, especially since we are not only neighbors but you are also classmates with my daughter Jing Xiang. And Lelicun looks so sunny and handsome, it's clear you are a kind-hearted and very considerate good child. How could you ever make Aunt angry? With such sweet words you probably make Aunt happy quite often. Aunt Rico said very warmly and friendly, feeling that after drinking she was open-hearted. Aunt Maisie felt somewhat helpless about Rico being so talkative with Ling Lu, but worried that Ling Lu might think too much, felt that although Ling Lu was tall and handsome he was still immature and easily misunderstood, saying, Lelicun, your Aunt Rico is very kind-hearted and beautiful, she treats everyone like this, so don't think too much about it. Ling Lu felt somewhat awkward actually being reminded by Aunt Maisie in front of him. How much was she afraid he would misunderstand Aunt Rico? Aunt Maisie, don't worry, I know I wouldn't think too much about it. That's good. Aunt Maisie nodded, feeling relieved in her heart, then raised her glass with Ling Lu and drank it down. Lelicun, have some grilled shrimp and abalone. Aunt just grilled them for you, they are ready. Thank you, Aunt Maisie. Ling Lu began to eat without hesitation. Aunt Maisie watched as Ling Lu enjoyed his meal, thinking he must really be starving. She wondered if Jing Xiang was hungry since they had gone out together. Lelicun, where is classmate Jing Xiang? Why didn't you call her to come over for barbecue? Classmate Jing Xiang is a bit tired today. When I called her she didn't come, saying she wanted to go back to rest early. Ling Lu casually found an excuse. He felt that the young people's matters, if they could be resolved, had already been resolved and didn't want to worry the adults any further. Aunt Rico said Jing Xiang is like this, she usually goes to bed quite early. However, it's indeed not early now, it's already after 8 in the evening. Maisie, Lelicun, I should prepare to go back. Tonight I still need to prepare a bento for Jing Xiang. I need to take one to work tomorrow as well. After checking the time, Aunt Rico immediately stood up and thanked Maisie. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. I will treat you to dinner again on the weekend. Rico, are you not drunk? Can you go home by yourself? If not, I can take you. Maisie, what are you talking about? We drank together and are about the same level. You're not drunk, how could I be? Moreover, my alcohol tolerance is better than yours, okay? That's true. Alright, you should go back and tidy up early so you can avoid sleeping late. I know.
Bye Lelikon. After Aunt Rico finished speaking she turned and walked toward the door. Her steps were a bit unsteady indicating she was still slightly drunk but not fully. It was mainly the high heels making it difficult to walk. Seeing this Lingla stood up and said Aunt Rico let me help you to the door, your shoes are hard to walk and don't sprain your ankle. Classmate Jingxian just sprained her ankle today. Without waiting for her response Lingla stepped forward to support Aunt Rico. Rico's figure was very alluring curvaceous but when supported by Lingla she felt like a little woman. Thank you Lelikon, you are truly kind-hearted. Aunt Rico didn't think too much holding onto Lingla's wrist knowing that wearing long high heels it was indeed difficult to walk when slightly drunk. Aunt Maisie watched from behind suddenly having a strange thought. In front of Lelikon Rico looks like a little girl, how could she resemble a nearly 40-year-old aunt? It seems Lelikon has really grown up. Wait, Lelikon is so proactive he shouldn't have any other thoughts, right? After all, Rico is quite voluptuous, which is super tempting especially with her uniform and black stockings creating a dual allure. Sigh, if Lelikon has those thoughts how should I correct him? But I must ensure he doesn't offend Rico. Lingla was stunned upon hearing the inner thoughts. In fact he just wanted to see if Aunt Maisie would feel jealous, but so far it seemed she was purely concerned for his well-being. Lingla felt that if he could make Aunt Maisie like him, just thinking about it felt quite exhilarating. He smirked, waiting for a day when he would make you jealous, Aunt Maisie. Extra details in the group chat. Lingla supported the charming and voluptuous Aunt Lee as she walked out of the courtyard. Lingla seemed to be acting quite gentlemanly. His tall stature and broad chest made him a fine young man, providing a sense of security. If only he could become my daughter Jingxiang's boyfriend. It seems I should invite Lingla to our home more often, as it would allow him to spend more time with Jingxiang. Who knows, the two kids might really develop feelings for each other. Lingla felt a surge of joy. Aunt Lee was truly enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to help him pursue her daughter. With such support he would definitely visit her home often. Jingxiang, just wait to be spoiled by me. Lingla was filled with beautiful fantasies in his heart. Linglu, just see Auntie to the door and then go check on your Aunt Maisie, she can't drink as well as I can. Aunt Lee released Lingla's wrist and suddenly spoke, alright, take care Linglu. Linglu nodded. Auntie will. By the way Linglu, come over to Auntie's house to play whenever you have the chance, don't be shy. Okay Auntie, I will definitely come by when I have time. Linglu watched Aunt Lee walk away before entering the courtyard and closing the gate. Is Aunt Lee drunk? Maisie suddenly asked with concern. Aunt Lee should only be a little tipsy, so I saw her to the door and she chose to go back by herself. Are you still eating barbecue? Auntie can help you grill some more. I still want to eat a bit more, but it's too boring alone. Aunt Maisie, can you accompany me to eat some? Linglu walked over and sat back down. Alright Auntie, we'll eat a bit more but no more drinking. Let's drink a bit. Eating barbecue without drinking is no fun at all. As Lingla spoke he poured red wine for Aunt Maisie. Well, just have a few more glasses. What Lingla said makes sense, eating barbecue without drinking really lacks joy. Oh well, let's just drink a bit with him. Moreover, my capacity for alcohol is decent, a few more glasses won't get me drunk. As long as I don't get drunk nothing bad will happen. Alright, tonight Auntie will drink a few glasses with you, but you can't drink too much yourself, you have school tomorrow or you'll wake up with a headache. Don't worry Aunt Maisie, I will only drink a few glasses. Lingla promised obediently, but in his heart he was thinking that he would pretend to be intoxicated and ask to continue drinking. As for whether Aunt Maisie would continue drinking, he had his ways to manage that. Now that Lingla had awakened his mind-reading ability, he was confident he could control Aunt Maisie as long as he knew what she was thinking. In the next half hour Linglu and Aunt Maisie enjoyed barbecue and red wine together. During this time Aunt Maisie would ask Linglu if he was accustomed to studying in Tokyo. However, sometimes when Lingla's gaze lingered on Maisie she couldn't help but feel awkward, shifting her focus to grilling meat or wiping her mouth with a napkin. She felt an immense sense of distress. There was a lingering feeling that Linglu harbored peculiar thoughts about her. As Lingla's aunt she naturally feared that he might develop feelings for her, even becoming infatuated with her beauty and harboring inappropriate desires. Linglu could hear Maise's thoughts and he was fully aware of her current defenses and worries. Linglu began to believe that the biggest obstacle in Aunt Maise's heart was simply that he was her nephew and that she knew Ling Madam, which made her anxious and fearful about his feelings. Alright Linglu, Auntie can't drink anymore. If you still want to eat barbecue, Auntie can help you grill some more. Maisie just wanted to wrap up tonight's barbecue quickly. She felt that if they continued drinking it would inevitably lead to trouble. Her biggest worry was that Linglu might get drunk and directly express his feelings for her. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. No need to grill, there is still plenty left. I just want to continue drinking. Aunt Maisie, please accompany me for a bit longer. Linglu was relentless. Tonight he aimed to get Aunt Maisie drunk, finding an opportunity to do something inappropriate with her. With the house being so large, it was just him and Aunt Maisie. He was completely fearless. Even if Aunt Maisie caught him in the act, he didn't believe she would dislike it. Aunt Maisie had been single for so long, once she tasted such wonderful happiness she would surely be unable to resist. Of course, if the worst outcome occurred, Lingla had already thought of a backup plan. He would simply set aside his pride and ask Aunt Maisie to forgive him. Lingla believed that as long as he asked for her forgiveness, Aunt Maisie would give him a chance. Aunt Maisie was undoubtedly a kind-hearted woman, having a good relationship with Ling Madam and treating him well since childhood. She wouldn't completely ruin him over a moment of impulse. After thinking about these things, Ling Lu felt even more eager and impulsive, immediately filling Aunt Maisa's glass with wine. Maisie frowned slightly, starting to suspect whether Ling Lu intended to get her drunk and take advantage of her. After considering this, Maisie couldn't help but feel a bit scared and flustered. What if Ling Lu really had such bad thoughts? What should she do? Should she confront him directly and guide him well? Everything Maisie thought was picked up by Ling Li's mind reading, prompting him to smile. Aunt Maisie, are you worried that if you get drunk I might bully you? Maisa's face turned red, feeling guilty. Her thoughts aligned with this belief, so she was very concerned that Ling Lu might take the opportunity to make a mistake. But now that Ling Lu suddenly mentioned this, she wondered if she was overthinking it and had misinterpreted him. Ling Lu was not trying to get her drunk to do something inappropriate, he simply wanted someone to drink with. From the last time they dined out, it was clear that Ling Lu was a young man who enjoyed drinking. She understood that those who liked to drink could hardly stop once they got into the mood. What nonsense are you talking? Auntie doesn't think that way. I just don't want you to drink too much and harm your health. I understand, but I enjoy drinking with a few close people, so I rarely drink alone. And you can truly rest assured, Aunt Maisie, you are my aunt. Although I think you are very beautiful, charming and attractive, I would never disrespect you. Ling Lu spoke earnestly. However, the things young men say while drinking are seldom true. Mostly they are just deceiving. A few close people. Maisie felt a stir in her heart. Ling Lu really regarded her as his aunt. Moreover, with things being said to this extent and recalling her previous chats with Sume, she had never mentioned Ling Lu having any lewd tendencies. Perhaps she was worrying too much. As Ling Lu's aunt, she had watched him grow up and should trust him more. You are simply likable. Fine, Auntie will drink a bit more with you, but in the future you should drink less when you are out, okay? Maisie smiled sweetly, looking quite charming, yet she chose to avoid the somewhat awkward topic. That is natural. Ling Lu seized the moment, immediately raising his glass to toast with Aunt Maisie. Before they knew it, another bottle of red wine was finished. This time Aunt Maisie was already drunk, speaking in a daze, even forgetting her earlier concerns, and instead she actively continued to drink with Ling Lu. To be safe, Ling Lu gladly accepted and shared half a bottle more with Maisie, watching her lean over the table, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Ling Lu was also slightly tipsy, but this slight inebriation could not hide his desires. His heart raced, his breath quickened, and after calling out to Aunt Maisie twice without a response, Ling Lu took a deep breath and helped Aunt Maisie from the courtyard into the house. He hadn't heard any of Aunt Maisie's thoughts throughout. Ling Lu could ascertain that Aunt Maisie was completely out of it. He could now do as he pleased. Sorry, Aunt Maisie, I am a scoundrel. Thank you for your gifts and rewards, dear readers. Please help me promote my book. In times of drought, more people mean greater strength. Thank you. After Ling Lu stepped out, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have remained calm. Yet in a moment of thoughtlessness he had committed a grave mistake. If Maisie were to find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he hoped Maisie would remain oblivious. Before leaving, Ling Lu made sure to tidy up the scene as if nothing had ever happened. During the time when Maisie was drunk, she stirred restlessly, but no coherent thoughts emerged. Clearly she was completely intoxicated, her instincts reacting while her awareness remained blissfully unaware. After tidying up the barbecue stand for over 20 minutes in the courtyard, Ling Lu went to take a shower and then returned to his room, lying on his bed. As Ling Lu lay there with his eyes open, it was manageable, but once he closed them his mind was filled with involuntary memories of Maisa's beauty. The more he thought, the more uncontrollable it became. Before long, Ling Lu couldn't suppress his lewd thoughts. I wonder how Maisie is doing right now. Should I go check on her? After all, she was so drunk and with no one watching. What if something went wrong? That would be terrifying. With such thoughts in mind, Ling Lu went to Maisa's room, drawing closer to admire her beautiful sleeping form, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his. He reached out to sense her breath at her nose. After a few seconds, Ling Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything was normal. However, since everything was fine, Ling Lu thought he might as well take care of her since he was already there. Soon he was nearly scared out of his wits. He suddenly heard Maisie say, "Ling Lu, you're not allowed to bully me." Ling Lu thought Maisie had awakened from her stupor and realized what he was doing, causing him to flee the room in a panic. A night filled with guilt led to a poor sleep. He felt that his cowardice had left behind a lot of evidence. He feared that once Maisie woke up she would know everything just by looking. After contemplating these thoughts, Ling Lu had no choice but to sneak back and quickly clean up the paper scraps, but he dared not touch anything else belonging to Maisie. Upon returning to his room, he still felt guilty and just wanted to escape, so around 6 o'clock Ling Lu got up and ran to school. At around 8 o'clock Akira sent him a message asking when he was heading to school and if he wanted to go together. Ling Lu simply replied, "I'm already at school." "Oh. So early." Akira seemed quite surprised. But Ling Lu was in no mood to respond to her message. Maisie woke up feeling dizzy and achy all over. As she got out of bed, she noticed something amiss. Why was she not wearing her most important clothing? Ugh, my head hurts. It feels like I had a strange dream last night. Maisie sensed there was indeed a dream, but she couldn't recall the specifics, just that it involved Ling Lu. Thinking of this made her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she felt ashamed for having such a peculiar dream. But what if it wasn't a dream? Maisie naturally considered this, but she dared not think further. She would rather believe it was a dream than accept that Ling Lu could make such a mistake.
She thought about visiting the hospital but ultimately decided against it, fearing the reality of the situation and not knowing how to handle it. So she could only think positively, attributing her strange dreams to being drunk and the recent pressures she had faced. Perhaps due to the heat she had removed her important clothing. Maisie glanced at the time, realizing it was already 8:30, and remembered she hadn't made breakfast for Ling Le nor had she prepared lunch the night before. She quickly put on a loose set of home clothes and went to knock on Ling Le's door, but after knocking for quite a while without a response she pushed the door open to find the room empty. Maisie frowned slightly. Where could Ling Lu be? Did he go to school? She pulled out her phone to call him. Meanwhile Ling Le sat alone in the back of the classroom, resting his head on the desk, when he suddenly heard the phone ring. Looking at his phone he saw it was Aunt Maisie calling and instantly felt anxious and fearful, thinking that she couldn't have found out, especially since he had left behind a lot of evidence this time. Ling Le felt embarrassed to answer and suddenly lacked the courage to pick up, so he ultimately ignored the call. Aunt Maisie called a few more times but he still didn't answer. How strange, why hasn't Ling Lekin answered my call? Maisie wondered at home, but she didn't think too deeply into it. She had resolved not to think about certain things, so naturally she wouldn't dwell on them. Oh right, let me call Akira and ask. I happen to have her contact information. Akira was already at school but hadn't entered the classroom yet. She received a call from Aunt Maisie and immediately answered. Good morning, Aunt. Did you call me for something? Sorry Akira, I didn't mean to disturb you suddenly, Maisie replied apologetically. Not at all, class hasn't started yet. Akira quickly responded. That's good. And wanted to ask, do you know where Ling Lu is? He hasn't answered my calls and I don't know what's going on. Ling Lu has been at school for a while now, Aunt. You can wait a bit, I'm about to reach the classroom. I'll check if he's there and encourage him to answer your call. Thank you so much, Akira. Soon Akira arrived at the classroom and saw Ling Lu in the back row resting his head on the desk, so she walked straight over. Good morning, Ling Lekin. Wake up. Aunt Maisie called me and asked why you haven't answered. We're still on the line, so hurry and speak to her to put her mind at ease. Ling Lu opened his eyes and Akira had already placed the phone in front of him. Ling Lekin, why haven't you answered the call from Aunt? Also, Aunt is really sorry. I drank too much last night, which caused me to oversleep this morning and not be able to make breakfast for you. Maisie spoke from the other end of the call, filled with concern and remorse. Ling Lu felt helpless. It was impossible to refuse to answer now. Yet upon hearing Aunt Maisie's concern he unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Aunt Maisie hadn't discovered anything or suspected that he had done something to her. After contemplating this, Ling Lu took a deep breath and grabbed Akira's phone to respond. Aunt Maisie, my phone was on silent so I didn't see your calls. As for breakfast, I had some bread when I got up early. I noticed you were still sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you, thinking you should sleep more since you got drunk last night. As for lunch, you don't need to worry. I'll eat in the cafeteria with my classmates, but Aunt Maisie, you should drink some porridge in the morning to nourish your stomach. Ling Lu said with concern. Alright, thank you for your concern, Ling Lekin. Aunt Maisie felt relieved and couldn't help but feel happy, at least knowing that Ling Lekin cared about her. But soon Maisie couldn't help but blush, recalling that Ling Lu had seen her when he mentioned she was still sleeping, which meant he must have seen her when he pushed the door open. Sigh, it's all that strange dream's fault that I embarrassed myself. Maisie sighed internally, feeling a deep sense of shame. I must see a psychologist today. I need her to help me adjust my mindset more, especially since I've started having such strange dreams. After hanging up the phone, Ling Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his mood lightening considerably, even finding the energy to smile at Akira and say thank you, Akira. I understand, Akira stammered. Akira suddenly felt her cheeks heat up, thinking that Ling Li's smile seemed to imply something about yesterday's events, making her feel shy and After saying this, Akira quickly ran back to her seat. The morning classes consisted of 2 periods of World Economic Management, but before they could finish, a group of police officers burst into the classroom asking for Ling Lu. Ling Lu frowned and responded, after which they immediately handcuffed him and took him out of the classroom. His classmates exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, while Akira immediately thought of something and snapped back to reality, rushing out. Following her out were Su Chuwei and Shigong Haika. Jingguan, why did you take Ling Le Jun away? Mingri Jingxiang immediately questioned as she caught up. Someone reported that this kid was fighting in a hotel and provided relevant evidence. His behavior is extremely atrocious and we must arrest him. One of the officials said sternly. Mingri Jingxiang hurriedly shook her head and said, no, Jingguan, you must have made a mistake. There must be something you don't understand. With such solid evidence, what other reasons could there be? Another official suddenly said coldly, this student, I advise you not to question our arrest. In the face of undeniable evidence, any doubts from you are a disrespect to us. Mingri Jingxiang gritted her beautiful silver teeth in anger, feeling that these officials only knew one side of the story and did not understand why Ling Le Jun had fought. As she was about to say more, Ling Le smiled gently and comforted her. Jingxiang, don't worry, I will be fine. This incident is definitely a retaliation from those small-minded people in the hotel yesterday. They dared to submit evidence to have the officials arrest me, indicating they have already handled everything. So saying more now is futile, do you understand? But Mingri Jingxiang understood, but she didn't want Ling Lu to be taken away by the officials, especially knowing that once inside he would be targeted and bullied by them.
Hello several officials, I am Ling Lejun's class monitor. May I ask what happened? Why are you taking Ling Lejun away?
At this moment Si Gong Xiang suddenly approached with a serious demeanor and asked with big strides.
The officials appeared somewhat impatient and said sternly outsiders should not ask questions that don't concern them. You should go back to class.
Si Gong Xiang frowned slightly, finding these officials quite detestable. She initially wanted to communicate with them as an ordinary person, but since they were so dismissive she had to intervene as the daughter of a wealthy family. Several officials, I am Si Gong Xiang, the daughter of the Si Gong group.
Here is my ID.
Now I would like to know why you are taking my friend and classmate Ling Lejun.
Si Gong Xiang's aura was cold and proud as she questioned them. The officials looked at her ID with shock, realizing she was from the Si Gong group.
The Si Gong group wields immense wealth and power in Cherry Blossom Country, so these officials naturally had to give her some respect. So it turns out you are the daughter of the Si Gong family.
Since he is your friend, we can naturally inform you of some reason.
Someone reported that this guy committed violence and provided relevant evidence.
After our investigation, the situation is indeed true and his actions are extremely vile. We were ordered to arrest him.
What evidence? How could Ling Lu have committed violence?
Su Chuwei immediately pressed on.
The official, noticing she came with Si Gong Xiang, said, I have the entire process of his violence on my phone.
I can show it to you.
One of the officials took out his phone and played a video showing Ling Lu in a high-end hotel room picking up a chair and smashing it down on several people. Soon the scene was filled with blood and the victims' wails of despair. Su Chuwei and Si Gong Xiang felt an unprecedented strangeness and fear towards Ling Lu's brutal actions. It was as if Ling Lu suddenly refreshed their perspective on him. Mingri Jingxian quickly explained that's not the case. They conspired to harm me and Ling Lejun only acted to teach them a lesson.
This student, your figure is absent from the entire video.
As an outsider, please be mindful of your words, one of the officials warned. Jingxiang, there's no need to explain in vain.
They came prepared and had everything ready long ago. Besides, I acted above board and have nothing to fear. Just contact my aunt to hire a lawyer for me.
Ling Lu was not afraid at all. With the system backing him, he felt completely at ease.
Okay, I understand. Mingri Jingxiang nodded obediently.
Su Chuwei regained her senses, feeling that Ling Lu's fighting was for her sake, especially since the victims were Zhou Xing, who had relentlessly pursued her and his friends. She said earnestly, Ling Lu, don't worry. I will make sure nothing happens to you.
Alright, I believe you.
Ling Lu smiled slightly, feeling happy that Su Chuwei was worried about him in such a situation. Si Gong Xiang was not foolish either. Hearing Ling Lu's words and calm demeanor, it was evident that there was more to the story, and she immediately said, Ling Lejun, rest assured, as your class monitor I will take responsibility for you.
Moreover, you are also Su Chuwei's boyfriend and Su Chuwei is my best friend. You know that I will definitely help you. So just wait, I will get to the bottom of this and give you justice.
Okay, thank you, Xiang class monitor. Ling Lu thanked her.
Mingri Jingxiang couldn't help but glance at Su Chuwei. Hearing Si Gong Xiang mention that Su Chuwei was Ling Lu's girlfriend made her feel a twinge of sourness, though she didn't know why.
But now was certainly not the time to be jealous. After watching Ling Lu being taken away, she immediately called Aunt Mei Zi. Jingxiang, what happened?
Mei Zi, after having a bowl of porridge outside, had just arrived at a friend's psychological clinic when she received Jingxiang's call. Auntie Ling Lejun was taken away by the officials.
Jingxiang said in a voice that threatened to break into tears.
What happened? Mei Zi immediately asked with concern.
But she first thought, did Ling Lu cause trouble at school? Auntie Ling Lejun only fought to protect me, but the other party came prepared for revenge against him, so now it looks like Ling Lejun acted violently alone and the officials forcibly took him away. Jingxiang immediately explained.
Okay, I understand. I will go to the official bureau right away.
Jingxiang, you don't need to worry too much.
With me around, Ling Lejun will be fine. Mei Zi took a deep breath and hung up. What happened, Mei Zi? Is something wrong? You look very anxious.
The speaker was a psychologist who Mei Zi had come to for emotional support. Although she was a psychologist, she also had an identity as a private detective. She was 8 years younger than Mei Zi, only 30 this year, with naturally silver-white hair, very slender and beautiful, elegant and graceful, and a tall beauty.
Her name is Hanabira Akiko. Well, I won't hide it from you anymore.
Actually, Su, my son Ling Lejun came to Tokyo for school and is staying at my house. So it turns out it's Su, my son. So you came to see me all these times because you couldn't help but feel flustered after living with Su, my son. Hanabira Akiko chuckled, lightly scrutinizing Mei Zi with a questioning gaze and expression.
Mei Zi's face turned slightly red, feeling naturally guilty and embarrassed. She said, alright, let's not talk about these things now.
Ling Lejun fought to protect a girl, but his opponent provided evidence specifically targeting him to have the officials arrest him. But this should be easy for you to resolve, right? Just call your father, and with just a word from him, who wouldn't execute it in the Tokyo official departments. I just had a fight with him recently and haven't called him in a long time. Mei Zi said helplessly, but when she thought of this matter she couldn't help but feel angry. Clearly the conflict between her and her father was not small.
Hanabira Akiko, after observing her, did not want to pry into her friend's emotional matters and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was just saying casually. But since I have time, why don't I accompany you? Speaking of which, I also want to see what Sumai's son looks like to make you an older lady feel flustered." "Humph, why do I have to be considered an older lady?" "Oh please, you're already 38, how can you not be considered an older lady? Do you really think you're still that girl in her 20s I used to know? Try saying that again." Maisie looked at Hanabira Akiko with a resentful expression. Hanabira Akiko chuckled. "Now you care about your beauty. You wouldn't have developed different feelings and thoughts about Sumai's son, would you?" Maisie instantly felt guilty. Mainly because of that strange dream last night. It felt so real and the sensation was so peculiar that she couldn't help but feel a bit lost in thought. "Hanabira Akiko, do you know what nonsense you're talking about? I think you should just not go with me. I really can't be bothered to deal with you or need your help." Maisie pretended to be genuinely angry. However, Hanabira Akiko, being an expert in psychology, could infer Maisie's inner thoughts from even a subtle glance or gesture. She simply smiled to herself. But she really wanted to say, "Maisie, you're the one who's being reckless." Yet she didn't say it, instead apologizing. Alright, I won't say anything. I'm just joking with you. Hurry up, take me to see Sumai's son. After all, I and Sumai are friends, right? We've known each other for years. Her son is in Tokyo for school in a strange place. As beautiful older sisters and aunts, we must take good care of him. How could we let others bully him?" Hanabira Akiko said eagerly. In fact, she was not interested in Linglu but wanted to see what kind of person he was to make Maisie feel so flustered because of him. "Thank you for your gift support." Linglu was brought into the management department. The supervisor inside was a beautiful woman in her 40s with an outstanding demeanor, dressed in a fitted uniform skirt, sporting short purple hair and a voluptuous figure that still exuded a captivating charm. She frowned as she looked at Linglu and calmly asked, "You are the Linglu who assaulted someone at the Tokyo Royal Palace Hotel?" "That's right, it is me," Linglu replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over her unabashedly before a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he continued. "Auntie, you've maintained such a good figure, I suppose you must have accepted quite a bit of ill-gotten gains in your usual dealings. You brat, you dare speak arrogantly to our supervisor after coming in here. It seems you're asking for a beating." One of the management personnel snapped back, recovering from surprise at Linglu's audacity. Linglu felt no pain at all. At that moment, the indestructible ability granted to him by the system provided perfect defense, rendering any external force incapable of harming him. After striking Linglu with the baton over a dozen times, he did not utter a single cry of pain, leaving the assailants somewhat speechless. "Good kid, with such tough skin and resilience that you don't even scream. You have some guts. However, even if you have guts here, sooner or later you'll have to scream." The management prepared to switch to a larger baton, but at that moment his beautiful supervisor raised her hand to stop him. "Enough, no need to trouble yourself personally. Just lock him up in the neighboring prison later." "Yes, sir." "Did you hear that, kid? I hope you can still maintain your guts in there. The criminals in there are not gentle people. Young pretty boys like you with your looks are their favorites, you know." "I don't care, but he'll remember you." Linglu replied nonchalantly. "Even if he was locked up, so what? In the end, who would discipline whom was still uncertain." As for these management personnel and their beautiful supervisor, Linglu had already sentenced them in his heart. He vowed that sooner or later they would feel fear. "Especially the enchanting auntie. I wonder how many daughters you have at home. If there are any, I bet they must be quite lovely," Linglu said with a light and indifferent smile. Since these people were deliberately targeting him, they shouldn't blame him for his crazy retaliation later. He was determined to threaten these individuals severely, not only them but also the beautiful women and their families. The beautiful supervisor furrowed her brows deeply. At that moment she suddenly felt a hint of threat from Linglu's calm tone. Or rather, she was the only precious daughter in her family. This attack on Linglu was a result of her excessive indulgence of her daughter. Her daughter had previously studied abroad in Western Europe and made friends with some wealthy and handsome young men from the Dragon Kingdom, including Wang Songming and Zhou Xing. Yesterday they approached her daughter for help and she agreed, readily introducing Wang Songming and his group to her. She thought it would just be a matter of locking Linglu up for a while before releasing him, but she didn't expect that the people from the Dragon Kingdom would go to such extremes against their own. They expressed a willingness to offer 200 million Sakura yen, hoping Linglu would never come out, ideally wanting to buy his life to have him die inside. Faced with a bribe of 200 million Sakura yen, even for someone of her status, the temptation was indeed considerable. But she was bold enough and immediately thought, why not take advantage of it, especially since the target was just an unknown exchange student from the Dragon Kingdom. In her own country, on her own turf, as long as she could secure enough evidence, capturing a boy from the Dragon Kingdom would be a piece of cake, right? If you want to take revenge on my family, you need to first see if you have the ability to come out alive from inside. The beautiful supervisor crossed her arms, her long legs clad in black stockings looked stunningly poised as her demeanor turned cold, revealing a skilled elegance suggesting that in her youth she must have been an ice queen. As for what she had just thought in her heart, Linglu had already heard it all through his mind-reading ability. Having management personnel come to arrest him was indeed a retaliation from Wang Songming and Zhou Xing. However, Linglu did not expect that these individuals were even more ruthless than him, willing to use this matter to buy his life.
Very well, by targeting me like this you have already paved your path to death. I will not spare any of the beautiful women in your families nor any beautiful women around you. Once I return to the Dragon Kingdom it will be the beginning of your nightmare. At that time you either obediently submit and toil without complaint or you will pay a painful price. Ling Le thought bitterly in his heart. Naturally he was furious now these rich second-generation heirs dared to buy his life because of their family's wealth and he would not show any mercy. If they wanted to compete in being the bigger jerk, Ling Le found it quite fitting. When it came time for him to retaliate there would be no psychological pressure on him. He would do as he pleased. The victims should blame their own for provoking someone they shouldn't have. Rest assured I will definitely come out of there safely. Ling Lu was fearless. If he wanted to leave the prison it would be easy, he just needed to find an opportunity to become invisible and could walk out of the prison at will. Moreover, no matter how long he remained invisible this ability would not have any side effects on him. Even if there were side effects it would only make him more unrestrained. As the saying goes, being invisible for a moment is pleasurable and being continuously invisible is truly delightful, leading him further down a path of no return. Arrogant. Take him to the maximum security prison area. Yes sir. The management personnel immediately placed a black cloth over Ling Le's head and left the department heading towards a prison for serious offenders. In just a few minutes Ling Le was sent into a prison filled with serious offenders. Inside were many ruthless death row inmates, ferocious and terrifying, with scarred bodies and even several with yellow hair. As the management personnel sent Ling Lu and they specifically greeted the group of inmates inside. Take good care of your new pet. Even if he accidentally dies it doesn't matter. The serious offenders inside immediately understood that this was an invitation for them to find an opportunity to deal with the newcomer. They had done such things before. They knew that each time they did so they would gain plenty of benefits. At the very least, when they wanted to smoke or have fun with women they would have the opportunity to be satisfied. Thus the serious offenders eager to bully the newly arrived were all vying to take action. Of course in a place like this it wasn't the little brothers who made the first move, it was generally the older brothers of each group who competed to act first. Ling Le found himself in a cramped room. Inside were 10 inmates, all licking their lips as if they were staring at a rare delicacy. Kid, what crime did you commit to get sent in here? The leading inmate was a bald man with a prominent scar on his face, his upper body covered in tattoos, his gaze filled with a fierce light, clearly a tough character. Ling Le crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his lips, and impatiently said, "Stop with the nonsense. I came in and immediately found you all displeasing. Hurry up and come over so I can teach you a lesson." What the hell, Scarface, this kid is absolutely arrogant. He thinks he can take on all 10 of us by himself. One of the gangly inmates immediately gloated. Ding, congratulations master, you have triggered the opportunity to fight without words. Completing this opportunity will grant you 100% enslavement ability. Enslavement ability. Ling Lu was taken aback, then felt a thrill of joy in his heart. It was indeed a nice ability. Without any surprises all 10 notorious criminals in the room were subdued by Ling Lu alone. Ding, congratulations master for completing this opportunity task and gaining the ability to enslave. Note, this enslavement ability automatically enslaves men defeated by the master with no upper limit on the number of enslaved individuals and no side effects during enslavement. For detailed information after enslavement please check it yourself master. Upon hearing the system's voice Ling Le frowned slightly, feeling somewhat regretful that he could only enslave men. However, upon rational reflection Ling Le's lips curled into a slight smile. If he could enslave women as well it would be like playing with lifeless puppets, rendering the experience rather dull. Ling Le preferred women with their own thoughts and a strong rebellious spirit that was far more interesting. Master. Looking at the 10 criminals he had defeated who were now kneeling reverently on the ground, utterly loyal and calling him master. Ling Le noticed an information panel appearing on them that only he could see. Personal information. Name Deji. Alias Scarred Man. Age 48. Height 186 centimeters. Weight 90 kilograms. Combat assessment B level. Status enslaved. Loyalty locked at 100%. Name Yang Do. Alias Mouse. Age 28. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Combat level C level. Status enslaved. Loyalty locked at 100%. Ling Lu observed that aside from the leader Scarred Deji who had B level combat power, all others were at C level. From now on call me boss. Ling Lu said casually. Yes boss. The 10 men respectfully changed their titles. At this moment a patrolling prison guard outside the door saw Deji and his group kneeling respectfully before Ling Lu and was instantly bewildered. On their way out their supervisor had instructed them to specifically target the new young man, yet who would have expected that this young man was so formidable, easily bringing Deji and the other criminals under control. This was certainly not what they wanted to see. So they immediately contacted their colleagues and in no time 4 of them arrived with guns and opened the cell. Newcomer, raise your hands and come out immediately. Ling Lu sat on the bed unmoved while his 10 newly enslaved followers immediately stood in front of him. Deji, what do you mean? Are you trying to rebel and get beaten up? Who dare to touch our boss, we will fight you to the death.
Daji coldly snorted fiercely. Are you all out of your minds? You instantly pledge your loyalty to a young man.
During this time Ling Le took the opportunity to become invisible and approached the 5 prison guards at the door, activating his penetrating vision ability to find their weaknesses. With a single strike per guard he easily subdued them all and enslaved them as his loyal subordinates.
Returning to the cell, Ling Lu revealed his form.
Master. The 5 prison guards immediately called out respectfully.
Call me boss.
Yes, boss.
Good, one of you go turn off the surveillance in this cell. Erase all content from a few minutes before and after. The rest of you bring the other prison guards to me.
Ling Le commanded. He aimed to enslave all the formidable male prisoners and male guards in this prison as quickly as possible.
Yes, boss.
A few minutes later the surveillance in this cell was turned off and all content from a few minutes prior was thoroughly deleted. Half an hour later 200 prison guards were continuously lured over, and under Ling Le's invisibility and penetrating abilities he defeated each one with a single strike, successfully enslaving them all.
How many guards have not been lured over yet?
Reporting to boss, all the guards here have been brought over, but the female guards in the women's prison area have not yet come.
Don't worry about that side for now.
Next, go inside the prison and bring me all the capable prisoners.
Yes, boss.
There were over 1,500 prisoners in this prison with over 1,000 men and more than 500.
Ling Lu could only enslave men for now. Thus within the next hour he successfully enslaved 30 formidable fellows.
Each of them possessed B-level combat power, while an ordinary person's combat power was typically only a D level. Among them 3 possessed a level combat power.
They were Yamazaki, Kirikawa, and Osaka.
Ling Lu felt extremely pleased finally having some power and influence in Sakura country, even if they were still in prison, as the warden responsible for this prison was under his control. So when he needed them, Ling Lu could simply say a word to have them leave the prison and assist him with some unspeakable tasks holding great potential. Ling Lu had spent over 3 hours in the prison, moving around freely while being followed directly by a dozen prison guards. Those who were unaware would think they were guarding him, but in reality they were all his subordinates following him at all times, ready to take orders. Passing by the central playground, Ling Lu looked through an iron gate at the women's playground opposite and noticed a stunning female prisoner. She had a cold expression, but her features were exquisite, making her appear very beautiful.
Interesting. What's the name of the most beautiful and cold female prisoner over there?
Ling Lu said casually.
Reporting to boss that female prisoner is named Mei Linzi.
She was born into a samurai family, but for some unknown reason she killed all 28 members of her family overnight. Tisk, quite a ruthless person, but she's beautiful enough, I like her very much. Make arrangements to bring her over.
Understood, boss. 20 minutes later Mei Linzi was brought to an office in the prison.
Ling Lu had been waiting in the office for a long time. Mei Linzi had silver hair, wearing an orange prison uniform that could not hide her tall and sexy figure. Her gaze was cold and deep, with exquisite features and fair alluring skin.
Mei Linzi, the cold female assassin, would soon fall deeply in love with the protagonist. Hello, my name is Ling Lu.
I am a new prisoner, but I have successfully taken control of all the guards in this prison.
Now that someone has brought you here, I want to ask if you are interested in following me. I can take you away from this place that confines your freedom.
Mei Linzi remained expressionless, her gaze still icy, but at this moment she raised her eyes to glance at Ling Lu coldly and said, "If you can defeat me, then I will follow you."
Alright, no problem.
Ling Lu replied casually. I need a samurai sword. Get her a samurai sword.
Yes, boss.
A guard immediately ran to fetch a samurai sword and handed it to Mei Linzi.
Let's begin.
Ling Lu smiled lightly, folding his arms.
After Mei Linzi took the samurai sword, her entire aura became fierce and intimidating.
She didn't care how her opponent underestimated her, nor did she waste words, and immediately slashed at Ling Lu with great speed. When the blade struck Ling Lu, her cold and deep gaze instantly revealed surprise and disbelief. After several more slashes aimed at Ling Lu, she still couldn't break through his defenses and only managed to tear his clothes.
Why? Mei Linzi asked in confusion. Because I am stronger than you.
Ling Lu replied with a faint smile. After all, with his indestructible body, not even a nuclear bomb could harm him.
Alright, I understand. From now on I will follow you. Not bad, very straightforward. I am starting to like you more and more.
Ling Lu intentionally teased with such words. However, it directly failed in front of Mei Linzi.
Linzi's heart showed no ripples, not even a hint of emotion.
This revealed how strong her inner strength was. No wonder she could kill all the members of her family overnight, but Ling Lu felt that she might not be a killer. There must be a reason behind it. Ling Lu also knew that he should not rush to understand her. There would be plenty of time to get to know her more deeply later on. At this moment in the investigation department, Maisie and Huafang Qianzi were questioning the investigators about the reason for the arrest of Ling Lu.
Miss, you seem quite agitated. May I ask what your relationship is with that bastard kid?
Do you know that he is quite audacious? He even dared to directly threaten our superior in front of them. Maisie, not paying much attention to the threats against family, immediately replied, I am the guardian of that child Ling Lu.
Humph, are you really that kid's guardian? But you don't look like one at all.
You are obviously from our Sakura country, while he is a Dragon country person. An investigator deliberately made it difficult.
Now that Ling Lu had been sent to prison, they naturally could not let outsiders know they were already starting to abuse their power. I understand your intentions, but I am a good friend of Ling Lu's mother. My daughter and her son Ling Lu are exchange students, and now Ling Lu is staying at my house, so I am naturally considered his current guardian. So that's how it is, but words alone are not enough. You need to get a relevant certificate, and it would be best if his mother could come in person to verify, otherwise we cannot allow unrelated persons to see him. Fine, but if anything happens to Ling Lu inside, I will sue you and make you pay a heavy price. Maisie suddenly spoke seriously, her gaze now filled with determination instead of worry. The officers in charge felt guilty, but in order to cover up their excessive actions they instead said, "Don't worry, we are investigators. As long as he behaves and cooperates with our work, it shouldn't be too serious." Maisie took a deep breath, knowing that those locked inside would undoubtedly suffer, but she hoped that Ling Lu would be the luckiest one. Before leaving, Huafeng Qianzi informed the investigators of her status as a detective, hoping to understand some details of the incident. The investigators did not refuse and presented all the evidence and other clues they had. After Huafeng Qianzi reviewed them, she left the investigation department with Maisie. "Maisie, you saw those so-called pieces of evidence just now. It's obvious that those people had already prepared for retaliation in advance. I even suspect that some people in the investigation department have been successfully bribed by them. But don't worry, nothing can be perfectly executed. I will help you find evidence in favor of Ling Lu, so wait for my good news." "How long will it take?" Maisie asked seriously. Huafeng Qianzi thought for a moment. "If those who retaliated against Ling Lu have already left Sakura country, I will need some time. But if they are still in our Sakura country, I can obtain evidence beneficial to Ling Lu within 3 days at most." 3 days is too long. I can't wait that long. If someone inside wants to force Ling Lu into a confession, 3 days will make him suffer greatly. If something happens to Ling Lu, how will I explain it to his mother? Moreover, Ling Lu is a child I have watched grow up. I care for him. At this point, Maisie was taken aback. She initially wanted to say that she treated Ling Lu as her own child, but as the thought crossed her mind, a strange idea suddenly emerged. Last night's dream about Ling Lu resurfaced in her mind, making her feel uneasy. As a psychologist, Huafeng Qianzi noticed the change in Maisie's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, don't worry. I will act quickly. I know you care for him." Maisie felt a bit nervous, clearly aware that Huafeng Qianzi had seen through her recent thoughts, but she could only pretend to be calm. "Thank you. We don't need to be so polite with each other, but with this situation you'd better not keep it to yourself. Call Sumei. Ling Lu is Sumei's child. She needs to know everything happening to him. If anything serious occurs, you won't be able to take responsibility later." Huafeng Qianzi said seriously. "I understand. I will call Sumei shortly." Maisie nodded earnestly, knowing that Huafeng Qianzi had her best interests at heart as well as Sumei. She couldn't possibly keep Sumei in the dark. After Huafeng Qianzi left, she prepared to investigate the situation at the Royal Palace Hotel first. Maisie was unaware that Ling Lu had already been sent to prison. She thought he was just locked in a small dark room at the investigation department. However, if she knew that Ling Lu was already in prison, she would not have been as tolerant as she was now. She would have called her father long ago. Perhaps within moments someone would have been sent to release Ling Lu. But asking her father for help would undoubtedly come with conditions. He wouldn't help her easily otherwise. Maisie took a deep breath, adjusting her mood, knowing that now was not the time to lose her composure. She took out her phone, preparing to call Ling Sumei in the Dragon Country to inform her of the sudden situation with Ling Lu. But just then, a strange number from Tokyo called. Maisie frowned slightly, wondering who it could be, but she still answered, asking calmly, "Who are you looking for?" "Aunt Maisie, it's me, Ling Lu." On the other end of the line was, of course, he was sitting in the office prepared for him by the prison guards, eating grapes grown in the sea with his legs crossed while making the call. "Lelicon, is that really you?" Maisie exclaimed excitedly. In fact, she had recognized his voice, but she couldn't help but ask because this time Ling Lu had truly worried her. "It's me," Ling Lu said apologetically. "Aunt Maisie, I must have worried you this time, but don't worry, I'm fine now, everything is great." "Also, you didn't call my mom, did you?" Ling Lu tried to ask. The reason he called Aunt Maisie was not just to reassure her, but mostly to avoid worrying Ling Mrs. Su in the Dragon Country. Maisie was a bit angry, saying, "You say there's nothing wrong, but do you realize you've been arrested?" "Aunt Maisie, don't worry, I'm really fine in here. I'm even eating exquisite grapes while talking to you." Ling Lu stated truthfully, without telling Aunt Maisie that he was in prison, to prevent her from worrying more when she heard the word prison. "Really?" Maisie asked with concern. "It couldn't be more real. I swear if I lied to Aunt Maisie I would be struck by lightning." "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Don't make such oaths again in the future." Maisie sighed in relief, unable to help but scold him with a smile. Without realizing it, she hadn't even noticed how happy she felt while talking to Ling Lu. It seemed that the spring dream she had with Ling Lu had truly brought about an irresistible change in her feelings. At least she thought it was a dream, but in reality it was something that had genuinely happened between her and Ling Lu. No matter how one viewed that happiness, it was undeniably real. "Okay, I'll listen to Aunt Maisie and won't make such oaths randomly anymore," Ling Lu replied joyfully. The main reason was that he liked Aunt Maisie and he felt that she might also be beginning to like him. "Alright then, this time I won't call your mom. But don't worry, Aunt will soon ensure your safe release." I have a powerful detective friend here who will definitely get you out in no more than 3 days. Maisie was confident. Even if Huafeng Qianzi couldn't ensure Ling Le's safe release in 3 days, she could always ask her father for help. Aunt Maisie, is your detective friend a man or a woman? Ling Lu immediately asked. He was quite annoyed in his heart, wondering why Aunt Maisie had so many strange friends. Just a few days ago it was a psychologist friend and now there's a detective friend. It's a woman, Maisie immediately responded. Then she realized that Ling Lu was asking whether it was a man or a woman again. Could it be that Ling Lu was jealous? Being aware of Ling Li's different feelings towards her, she became more sensitive to his every word and action. At this moment she could even sense that Ling Lu had a very strong possessiveness towards her. Since it's a woman, then I can rest assured. Ling Lu smiled gently and changed the subject. By the way, Aunt Maisie, please tell Shizuka that I'm fine. Don't worry, but when Shizuka called me to tell me about you, she cried a lot out of sadness for you, Maisie replied honestly. Yet she didn't feel even a hint of jealousy. It was clear that her feelings for Ling Lu hadn't yet reached the stage of jealousy. Sai Shizuka must feel that she has caused me trouble. Ling Lu sighed, but in his heart he was incredibly expectant, feeling that he could use this situation to morally manipulate Shizuka. For instance, he could say he was locked up because of her suffering greatly. Would she agree to some of his more outrageous requests? Given Shizuka's kind-hearted nature, Ling Lu believed that although she might feel embarrassed, she would definitely choose to agree to his excessive request. Don't worry, Aunt will call Shizuka shortly to comfort her. After hanging up the phone, Ling Lu felt that the beautiful superior in the investigation department had actually chosen to accept bribes from those people to conspire against him. It seemed that even if Aunt Maisie had a detective friend, she might not be able to get him out. Ling Lu thought it best to take matters into his own hands. Although he could leave the prison directly, that would make it an escape and the charges against him would still exist. If his classmates found out, or if he returned to the Dragon Country with a criminal record, how would he face Ling Mrs. Su? At this time it would be better for him to go incognito, looking for an opportunity to firmly grasp the investigation department's beautiful superior, perhaps by finding some dirt on her. Or perhaps by taking advantage of her daughter. Ling Lu imagined this for a moment, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he entered a state of invisibility. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Lu arrived at the investigation department invisibly and encountered Su Chuwei and Shigong Haxiang outside. They were accompanied by men in suits carrying briefcases, looking like lawyers who had just stepped out of the department. The superior in the investigation department still refuses to meet us and has arranged for a few inconsequential lackeys to handle us. The man in a suit and carrying a briefcase respectfully reported to Su Chuwei, let's sue this investigation department along with the Royal Palace Hotel. Miss, this might not be an easy task. After all, this is the territory of Sakura Country. Perhaps we should ask the chairman for advice. What I mean is what my father means. As the legal department of our company, you must find a way to sue them for me. Su Chuwei was very unhappy knowing that the investigation department here was being unreasonable. Even with the company's legal team, she could not meet Ling Lu under the name of his lawyer. Yuan, you and your team should join in suing this investigation department and the Royal Palace Hotel. Shigong Haxiang instructed the lawyers beside her. Yes, miss. The lawyers brought by Su Chuwei saw the lawyers from the Shigong family supporting them and immediately gained confidence. Miss, since we have the support of the Shigong family, we will immediately sue the investigation department and the Royal Palace Hotel. Within 3 days I must see them release my friend. After all, their so-called evidence is nothing but misinterpretation. The truth is that someone drugged his friend, and when he discovered it he reacted in anger and fought back. Su Chuwei had already learned from Mingri Jinxing that Ling Lu was angry and fought those people for her sake. Upon learning this, Su Chuwei felt that Ling Lu was not a scoundrel but rather a young man filled with a sense of justice, responsibility towards friends and a strong protective instinct. Such young men often provide a great sense of security. While she felt comforted, she naturally felt it was unfair and wrong for Ling Lu to be imprisoned. Don't worry, miss. We have witnesses and things will be much easier to handle. The lawyer said confidently. Ling Lu watched invisibly from the side, surprised by how serious Su Chuwei had become, displaying the temperament of a true young lady. Ling Lu did not feel disgusted. All of this was Su Chuwei showing her temperament for his sake. Instead, he felt proud and delighted, realizing that despite being a scoundrel, such a wonderful girl liked him. Ling Lu did not linger outside, nor did he plan to invisibly greet Shigong Haxiang and Su Chuwei. Continuing to use his invisibility and transparency ability, he entered the investigation department and found the beautiful superior inside, who was sitting in her office rubbing her temples. Ling Lu suddenly heard her inner thoughts. Speechless, I didn't expect this matter to involve the intervention of 2 major corporations, especially the Shigong family, such a giant in our country. But now that it's come to this, I have no way out. I can only brace myself and hope that Zenya's friends can withstand the pressure ahead. As long as they firmly identify as victims, I have no problem here. Ling Lu sneered inwardly. The charming and beautiful superior seemed to be in a predicament. How wonderful it was that she thought she could control everything but was now facing consequences for her own actions. Ling Lu had plenty of means to deal with women like her. The Jinni she mentioned must be her precious daughter. He was curious to see what her daughter looked like. Ling Lu shifted his gaze and noticed a business card on her desk which read Haruki Yoshiko. It was clearly her name. After a while, Haruki Yoshiko left her seat, opened the office door and went to the restroom. Ling Lu invisibly followed her and at a crucial moment took out his phone, crouched down and took a picture of her, intending to keep it as a means to threaten her later. Then when she returned to her private office, Ling Lu stepped in first. She closed the door, unaware that another person had already entered the office. Ling Lu stood not far behind her, watching as she took out her phone and messaged her daughter Jenny, asking where she was, reminding her to stay safe and to come home early. Before her daughter Jenny could reply, a special number suddenly called her. Haruki Yoshiko looked at the number in surprise, murmuring to herself, becoming increasingly anxious. What is the cabinet office calling for? Could it be the Shirgong family's connections being mobilized? After hesitating for 3 seconds, Haruki Yoshiko had to answer the call. Are you Haruki Yoshiko from the Tokyo Western District Investigation Department? Yes, this is she. What can I do for you? I believe you already know my general identity, but I need to explain in detail. I am one of the heads of the cabinet office's third elder, codename 002. I heard that you have detained a young man from the dragon country named Ling Lu. Is that true? Upon hearing what the person on the other end said, Haruki Yoshiko was instantly drenched in cold sweat, sensing that things were becoming very serious and were developing toward a situation she could not control. My lord, the situation is like this. Haruki Yoshiko wanted to explain something but was interrupted by the other party. Haruki Yoshiko, you only need to answer yes or no now. The undeniable tone left Haruki Yoshiko's face pale as she replied yes. You have quite the audacity to touch the daughter of the third elder. I now order you to immediately release him unharmed. As for you, you will be dismissed and face severe punishment, and those who participated in dealing with Ling Lu will be sanctioned. But it's best not to resist, otherwise the punishment will be even more severe. Hearing this, Haruki Yoshiko felt as if she had collapsed, and after several seconds slowly regained her composure and asked, My lord, may I ask who the daughter of the third elder is? To fear that if I don't know her I might inadvertently offend her again. Haruki Yoshiko asked this mainly to seek favor with that person, but she did not know who to approach among the several women who came to help Ling Lu today. That's right. With such awareness I can tell you. Her name is Tenki Yoshiko. Haruki Yoshiko immediately eliminated Shirgong Haxiang and Su Chuwei from her mind, realizing it must be one of the two women who came to help Ling Lu first today, indicating it was the guardian of Ling Lu. Haruki Yoshiko felt immense regret, not expecting to provoke someone with such a terrifying background this time. But thinking about how both she and her daughter would be held accountable, she felt an acute sense of urgency. She could face punishment, but her daughter Jenny was still young. If she were imprisoned, it would likely ruin her life. Ling Lu, on the other hand, was feeling quite unsettled. He did not expect Aunt Yoshiko to have such a terrifying background, being the daughter of the third elder of this country. This was simply a hidden big shot. However, Ms. Ling was impressive, managing to become good friends with someone of Aunt Yoshiko's stature. Thinking of this, Ling Lu immediately revealed himself from his invisibility. Haruki Yoshiko, who had just finished her call with the cabinet office, appeared deep in thought. No, I still have some time. I need to visit Miss Tenki Yoshiko quickly and seek her forgiveness, at least to ensure my daughter is not implicated. By the way, I should call someone to release Ling Lu. I hope that Ling Lu, who has been imprisoned, is still okay. If anything happens to him, both I and my daughter will definitely face a tragic end. Haruki Yoshiko in a panic only noticed Ling Lu behind her as she stood up. You Ling Lu, she exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't Ling Lu supposed to be in prison? Did he get released by someone above? But when did he come in? Could it be that I was just distracted and didn't notice him entering? Ling Lu looked at Haruki Yoshiko with a charming smile, noting that she had a good figure, looked nice and appeared quite well proportioned. Haruki Yoshiko, the beautiful superior of the investigation department, was still charming and quite alluring. Haruki Yoshiko, it seems we meet again, but you appear to be in some trouble, don't you? In that case, I believe you wouldn't want both you and your daughter to be held accountable, would you? When Haruki Yoshiko noticed Ling Lu's unfriendly gaze towards her, she instinctively felt disgusted, but her expression revealed a hint of, What do you mean? Are you trying to take advantage of this situation to do something inappropriate to me? Haruki Yoshiko didn't need to think to know that this 18-year-old youth Ling Lu surely harbored some mischievous thoughts about her charming aunt. Realizing this, she felt a sense of disbelief. She couldn't understand how this young man could possess such wicked and lustful tastes, finding interest in an older woman like her. Was it that the other party was too much of a rogue, or was it that she still retained her charm even more so than those young and beautiful girls? Haruki Yoshiko believed that although she maintained a good figure, her age was evident. At 42 this year, her own child was even older than Ling Lu. Generally speaking, young adults like these, having just come of age, tend to be self-righteous, arrogant, and would likely look down upon her. Indeed, no beating around the bush. I just want to take this opportunity to threaten you. Blame yourself for teaming up with Wang Songming and those other guys against me. Now that I have a chance for revenge, I must first collect some interest from you. Ling Lu sneered, showing an attitude that he wouldn't be at a loss and would intensify his revenge at every opportunity. Moreover, they were in the Sakura country. Ling Lu could easily retaliate against someone without regard for the consequences. Haruki Yoshiko was very angry, never expecting to be threatened so brazenly by such a junior, causing her emotions to surge, but she didn't dare to act rashly against Ling Lu. Ling Lu stood backed by powerful figures in the Sakura country who could with a single word turn her and her daughter Jenny into ruins. Haruki Yoshiko could only soften her tone, her gaze slightly shy and awkward as she said, Ling Likan Ling Lesama, I beg you to let me go, I want dare again.
Not dare again.
Lingla stepped forward, pinning Haruki Yoshiko against the desk, a wicked smile on his face as he said, to be honest, I enjoy seeing elders like you plead for mercy, especially someone like you who is not only beautiful but also retains so much charm. At his words, Haruki Yoshiko's plump and attractive cheeks gradually flushed, revealing not only shyness but also a sense of grievance and sadness. Having lived for over 40 years, she never expected to be threatened to the point of feeling powerless to resist by a junior. Not only was she powerless to fight back, but at that moment she was also left speechless. Yet despite being at a loss for words, she still wanted to struggle and said, Ling Lesama, I beg you, aside from what you want, I am even willing to become your subordinate and help you with your tasks in the future.
What do you think?
Just endure for now, but even if I become his subordinate I won't be at a loss, at least he has a powerful backing, which is better than becoming his plaything.
Regarding Haruki Yoshiko's thoughts, Lingla didn't care about being her subordinate. To be honest, it would be more advantageous to take her down on a deeper level. Do you think I don't know your little thoughts?
Hee, too bad you currently have no right to negotiate terms with me.
It's either revenge on you or revenge on your daughter.
If you refuse both, just wait to enter a dark, sunless prison. Once you're inside, not just you but your daughter will definitely suffer immensely in that prison. For those who wish to harm him, Lingla would never show mercy. He would do as he pleased without a shred of psychological pressure. On the contrary, he seemed to revel in such threats and taking advantage of others' misfortunes, growing increasingly excited and eager. Of course, if they behaved well later, perhaps he could show some mercy and respect towards them. Haruki Yoshiko's face was pale, and it was evident that despite Lingla being just a young man, he possessed a frighteningly mature heart that was not easily deceived or negotiated with. In any case, he was very bold and wild. Clearly the powerful figures behind him provided him with the real confidence to threaten someone so skillfully.
Enough, you win. I ultimately can't bear to completely ruin my daughter's future.
So whatever revenge you want to take on me, I will no longer evade, but I hope you can spare me and my daughter afterward. Haruki Yoshiko bit her beautifully arranged silver teeth, feeling wronged and helpless as tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes, which were faintly red. 12 years ago her husband had died after taking a fatal blow meant for her from a criminal, leaving her in a world apart from him. For over a decade Haruki Yoshiko had raised Jinny alone, relying on each other. Thus she absolutely did not wish to see Jinny come to any harm. Lingla smirked silently, mocking her. This woman suddenly became much more interesting. This chapter has been revised, but the original text and extra content remain.
Not long after, Haruki Yoshiko felt terrible.
Yet at this moment she slightly raised her head, looking at Lingla, the boy who had been ruthless to her, with a complex expression. No, it would be more appropriate to call him a heartless man now. To still refer to him as a boy would be a complete insult.
He misses.
Yoshiko, your display of admitting fault is quite commendable. You must have suffered quite a bit, haven't you? Lingla said without any pity, reaching out to pinch her mouth corner, his eyes squinting with a smile as he thanked her. It seemed as though he was intent on striking at Haruki Yoshiko's heart, but at this moment she did not feel anger. Instead her face was flushed with shame, her eyes carrying a mix of pity and melancholy as she could not help but speak.
So does what you promised me still count? Don't worry, I am very interested in you.
I believe we can continue this long-term cooperation in the future.
After I return I will have my Aunt Maisie temporarily spare you and your daughter.
Lingla said with a faint smile, helping her tuck back the damp strands of hair by her ear before continuing.
Make sure to return early today to rest well.
A friendly reminder, remember to drink more boiled water and eat less spicy food to avoid inflammation.
After all, if you keep coughing, to be honest, I've started to feel some sympathy for you.
Haruki Yoshiko's rosy cheeks turned shy and awkward, but she dared not say it was because you were such a jerk. I thought you were really a jerk and heartless, but unexpectedly you also have times when you sympathize with me.
At least you still care for me, reminding me to drink more warm water. Hearing Haruki Yoshiko's inner thoughts, Lingla began to speak intentionally. In any case, don't misunderstand. The reason I want you to drink more warm water is that I don't want you to affect my needs next time.
As soon as these words were spoken, Haruki Yoshiko's gaze could not help but well up, with tears lightly biting her red lips, feeling extremely— Alright, I truly am shameless, thinking she was caring for me out of heartache, but it turns out everything was just for his own sake.
Actually, it makes sense.
I nearly harmed him previously, and now this retaliation is only natural. How could he possibly feel soft and sympathize with me? If he really sympathized with me, he wouldn't have been such a jerk before hurting me and nearly making my life worse than death. Lingla acted this way precisely because he didn't want to feel soft. Once a person becomes soft-hearted, they gain no joy and are burdened by more. Being a jerk, it's better to be heartless. One can treat a few people they care about well, but they certainly won't be kind to everyone. At least for now, Haruki Yoshiko should not think that because she has just complied, Lingla will treat her like a saint. Although Lingla promised that she and her daughter would not be punished with imprisonment, he would not easily let Haruki Yoshiko and her precious daughter off. Linglu in his wicked thoughts first bullied Haruki Yoshiko and then planned to bully Jinny, this little vixen, making her cry her heart out. No one can conspire against him and continue to live freely and peacefully. As for Wang Songming and those reckless ones, he would not let them off easily. He would find a time to enslave them and order them to return to Longwood, deceiving all the beautiful women related to their family and friends to come to Sakura country. Then he would step in to carry out his revenge properly. After leaving the police department directly, Ling Lu immediately called Aunt Maisie, puzzled as to why it was said that it would take at least 3 days to get him out of prison. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 hours, Aunt Maisie revealed such a significant background, directly securing his release without guilt and instead pursuing Haruki Yoshiko and others associated with her. He quickly got through to Aunt Maisie's phone. "Aunt Maisie, it's me, Ling Lu. Are you out?" Aunt Maisie on the other end of the line appeared very calm without the previous tension and worry, clearly confident that as long as her father intervened she would definitely be released. "Yes, I'm out. Were you hurt inside?" Aunt Maisie still expressed great concern. "Not too bad, it's okay." Ling Lu did not tell the truth. In fact, he had not been hurt at all, but he wanted Aunt Maisie to worry about him and care for him, so he deliberately said something ambiguous. Upon hearing this, Aunt Maisie indeed became extremely worried about Ling Lu, naturally starting to think he had been bullied in prison. "Lele, where are you? Aunt is heading to the prison to pick you up, and then I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." Feeling Aunt Maisie's concern, Ling Lu wanted to possess her even more, hence he felt excited and said, "Aunt Maisie, you don't need to go to the prison. I've already come out and am currently outside the investigation department." "Alright, Aunt is coming over right away. Don't run around, I'll take you to the hospital." "Aunt Maisie, I don't want to go to the hospital. I just want to go home. I'll go back first." Ling Lu deliberately pretended to be very desolate, and he naturally had his reasons for doing so. As long as he pretended to be desolate, Aunt Maisie would definitely be extremely worried about him, thinking he had been bullied in prison, causing both mental and physical distress, which might lead her to care for him even more. At that time, Ling Lu felt he could take the opportunity to offend Aunt Maisie and she would forgive and tolerate him. "Alright, you go back first, Aunt will come back immediately." Aunt Maisie began to worry more and more about Ling Lu, believing his condition was very poor, and she started to feel very guilty. If she had asked her father for help earlier, perhaps Ling Lu would not have suffered any harm. Ling Lu excitedly returned home, thinking of many plans to repay Aunt Maisie, ultimately deciding to go back to his room and pretend to be lifeless. Aunt Maisie came to the second floor, walking towards Ling Li's room. When she pushed the door open, she saw Ling Lu lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Aunt Maisie felt a pang in her heart, recalling how Ling Lu had come as a lively child, and within just a few days he had turned into this state. She couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. She felt absolutely sorry for Ling Lu, and even more so for Su-mei, who believed she could take good care of him. "Lelicon, are you okay? Let Aunt take a look. Do you have any injuries?" Aunt Maisie walked into the room, sitting beside Ling Lu, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Ling Lu feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Aunt Maisie, I miss you so much. They locked me in a small room, letting many death row inmates bully me alone, sob sob." Upon hearing this, Aunt Maisie felt a pain in her heart. Ling Lu had indeed suffered a lot of grievances and harm, causing her to feel even more guilty and heartbroken. She hugged Ling Lu tightly, gently patting his back as she said, "It's okay now. Aunt is here and I won't let anyone bully." Ling Lu said nothing, only holding Maisie a little tighter. But with a guilty conscience he forced himself not to swallow, feeling that any movement of his throat would seem awkward and might reveal his inner desires to Maisie. Maisie didn't think much of it, she just felt that Ling Lu must be lacking a sense of security after being bullied. Being held is just being held. After all, Ling Lu has no one else to rely on here, and holding on to her tightly is not about taking advantage but rather out of fear of being alone. But if this continues, I can barely breathe. I need to find a way to quickly soothe Ling Lu's body and mind. After thinking this in her heart, Maisie gently comforted him, saying, "Lelicon, don't worry, Auntie will definitely help you seek justice and will not easily let go of those who harmed you, no matter who they are. During this time you must quickly recover, okay? Auntie wants to see the lively and cheerful Lelicon who jokes with me every day, do you understand?" Ling Lu didn't want to let go at all and pretended to be suddenly agitated, saying, "No, Maisie Auntie, you can't take action against them. I want to get my revenge personally. I have to get my revenge. If I don't, I feel like I won't be able to swallow this anger." Faced with Ling Lu's agitation, Maisie understood that it was normal for him to have such thoughts of personal revenge. To calm him down, she could only temporarily indulge him. "Alright, Auntie will listen to you, Lelicon. Once you recover you can personally teach them a lesson." Ling Lu felt warm inside. Auntie Maisie was indeed very good to him. Thinking to herself, "Maisie, don't worry. Although you are over a decade older than me, I truly like you. I will treat you well and be responsible for you, making you the happiest woman in the world." Ling Lu chose to let go of Maisie and said, "Thank you, Maisie Auntie, but you can't go back on what you just promised me, because I will personally resolve this matter. I am serious about it." After being released, Maisie was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Ling Lu's serious expression, she was slightly taken aback, as it was the first time she saw him so earnest. However, she did not expect that when Ling Lu became super serious he still exuded a certain masculine charm, especially with his clean and composed appearance. Maisie smiled slightly at this. Her delicate features were flushed under the close gaze at Ling Lu, and unconsciously memories of a beautiful dream flooded back to her mind. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty and ashamed. That dream had felt so real, making it hard for her to forget, especially when she saw Ling Lu looking at her with sincere eyes. She couldn't help but shyly avert her gaze. "Yes, Auntie is serious too, so don't worry. Auntie will definitely stand by your side. There's a saying that you should get back up where you fell. Now that someone has intentionally bullied you, you can just fight back against them when the time comes.
But Lelikun, you must not become a bad person who cannot turn back just because of revenge, so don't go too far, okay? Maisa's gaze shifted away from Ling Les as she gently stroked his head, her demeanor quite tender and kind. After all, being stared at seriously by a big boy still made her as a woman feel nervous and shy. As long as she wasn't anxious it was fine, but once she felt anxious she feared that Ling Le would notice her unusual tension.
Auntie Maisie, rest assured I won't do anything extreme out of anger. I will definitely still be a kind person,
Ling Le stated clearly. He always believed that he was not a villain, merely a jerk.
Yes, Auntie believes in you. Maisie nodded lightly, preparing to get up. You must be hungry, right? Auntie will go make you some ramen.
Ling Le tightly grasped Auntie Maisa's soft and slender fingers, pretending to be afraid and shaking his head.
Maisie, Auntie, please don't go. Don't leave me. I'm scared alone. I'm not hungry yet. Can you stay with me always?
Ling Le pretended to look pitiful. For the sake of his ambition he admired himself for managing to squeeze out a few tears, causing his eyes to blur.
Maisie felt a bit flustered. Ling Le's hands were tightly gripping hers.
However, seeing his pitiful and fearful expression, which didn't seem to be feigned, made her heart soften, and she naturally couldn't bear it. She could only think that Ling Le had not yet overcome the shadows in his heart and needed someone he could trust to accompany him, so she comforted him.
All right, Auntie won't go. Auntie will stay with you.
If you're tired, just rest. Auntie promises to stay by your side.
Yes, thank you, Maisie, Auntie, Ling Le said, feeling very touched.
At this moment Maisie tried to withdraw her hand from Ling Le's grip, but he held on tighter like a child, saying, I don't want to let go of Auntie Maisa's hand.
I'm afraid that when I fall asleep you will sneak away.
Maisie looked at him with a childlike sense of grievance and couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth with one hand.
All right, if you want to hold on, then hold on. Auntie will always be there watching over you.
Ling Le felt satisfied and pretended to ask in confusion.
By the way, Maisie, Auntie, didn't you say that it would take 3 days to find a way to get me out? But how come it has only been a little over an hour and I'm able to come out? When asked about this, Maisie, Auntie felt a bit angry with Ling Lu but couldn't help but feel incredibly guilty, saying, Lelikun, I'm sorry.
I thought you were locked in the department, so I was planning to let my detective friend investigate evidence and ensure your release, which is why I didn't think of asking my father for help. Actually, my father is a very powerful official, but I've had many years of conflict with him, which is why I didn't seek his help initially.
Later, after you ended the call, I called you back, but it wasn't you who answered, it was another stranger. After inquiring, I learned that you had been locked up in jail. When I thought about the jail being different from the temporary detention in the department, I naturally became very worried about your safety. So I could only muster the courage to ask my father for help, and he eventually agreed to assist. But Lelikun, you were locked up in jail, and when I asked you why did you lie to Auntie and say you were fine? Maisie looked at Ling Le with red-rimmed eyes, unable to hold back her anger, saying, if anything happened to you, how would Auntie explain it to your mother? Ling Le felt warm inside and said, I'm sorry, Auntie. I indeed didn't tell you the truth, but I didn't want you to worry because in my eyes you were actually a gentle and beautiful girl, and I'm afraid someone might use me to threaten you. Hearing this, Maisie was very touched, as it was the first time someone had expressed such concern for her. At least in the eyes of others, Tenki Maisie was a strong woman with many companies in Tokyo and even invested in several publicly listed companies in Longwa. But after all, she was still a woman and had her moments of vulnerability. Now hearing Ling Le consider her like this made her feel both comforted and happy. Unable to resist, she took the initiative to embrace Ling Le, saying, silly child, Auntie is actually more capable than you think, so if you encounter trouble in the future be sure to tell Auntie right away, okay? Feeling the scent of Auntie Maisa's perfume, Ling Le enjoyed it immensely, and feeling a little dreamy said, alright then, since Auntie Maisie believes in me, I will also trust you. Maisie happily released Ling Le, chuckling, that's more like it. In Auntie's house, Auntie will take care of you. If Auntie truly didn't have any abilities, how could your mother trust you to stay in Tokyo alone? Yes, I understand.
Ling Le nodded but felt increasingly distracted. Right now he only wanted to improve his relationship with Auntie Maisie, and just chatting like this felt very unproductive, so he tried to say, Auntie, you said you would take care of me, right?
Yes, that's right. Maisie nodded. Then Maisie, Auntie, will you be here with me tonight?
Maisa's beautiful eyes blinked immediately, her lovely and clear pupils appearing somewhat sparkling at this moment. Her expression was one of surprise and slight panic, seemingly not expecting Ling Le to ask like this.
Please, Auntie Misako.
Ling Le feigned a pitiful, pleading expression.
It should be fine, the room is spacious enough. I'll simply lay out 2 quilts on the floor. Ling Le heard Auntie Misako's inner thoughts.
Ling Le longed to say he wanted her to sleep beside him in the same bed, but he knew it was utterly unrealistic.
At least not yet. Auntie Misako would never under any circumstances share a bed with him now.
When he was still a child she had never hesitated, she'd often held him close, whispering tender lullabies until he drifted off to sleep. Even now Ling Lu refused to abandon hope so easily. He already had a plan, one step at a time.
As long as Auntie Misako rested in the same room with him, that was the first essential foothold. From there opportunity would follow.
In the deep hushed hours of night he was certain he could find his moment, perhaps even succeed in drawing her quite naturally into sharing his rest.
Auntie Misako, will you sleep in the same bed with me? Ling Lu asked deliberately.
His true aim was to elicit more of her unspoken thoughts, to truly understand the limits of her tolerance toward him.
If her tolerance proved high enough, Ling Lu believed he could afford to grow bolder and make even more audacious requests. Ling Li's question startled Misako. Her expression froze and her heart fluttered with sudden unease. What on earth is going on? Why would Rakukan suddenly ask me something like this? Ah, I see. He's likely trying to evoke my sympathy, hoping to wear me down. But I have no proof. All I can do is indulge him and pretend I suspect nothing. Ling Lu instantly felt flustered and guilty. Misako's intuition was terrifyingly sharp. She'd sensed his intention without a single word. It was genuinely unsettling. Fortunately, she valued evidence and had none. Moreover, she cared deeply for him. Had another aunt been in her place, she might well have branded him a lecher on the spot. Misako arched a delicate eyebrow and flashed a playful wink. Her lashes were long, fine and striking. Just then she looked almost coquettish, like a young woman reveling in quiet charm. No, I'll bring 2 quilts and make myself a little bed right beside you. Ling Lu feigned innocent confusion and paused thoughtfully before replying. Auntie Misako, are you feeling shy? But I clearly remember when I was little you held me and slept with me many times. Why not now? Seeing his guileless earnest expression, she doubted he was pretending. His gaze held no trace of lust, no hidden desire for her beauty. Instead, Misako herself began to feel faintly uneasy, doubting even her own instincts. Good heavens, I'm growing nervous. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Perhaps Ling Lu truly respects me. Perhaps he only wishes to recapture the safe, warm comfort of being held by me as a child. Even so, he has grown, no longer the tiny boy he once was. Though he may harbor no improper thoughts, I am a woman and he now towers over me. To him I am but a petite woman. If I held him while sleeping, the scene would be unbearably awkward, like a newlywed wife cradling her husband. How mortifying, how humiliating. I am after all his aunt. If Ling Sume ever found out I'd slept beside him as I did when he was a child, it would cause an absolute scandal. Misako exhaled softly through her nose and murmured gently, her voice warm yet tinged with embarrassment. That was then. Now you're taller than I am. You've become a proper young man. Between us the distinction of gender has taken root. Auntie Misako, I think you simply don't trust me, or yourself, so you dare not return to sleeping beside me as you once did when I was small. Ling Lu smiled faintly, not quite amusement, not quite sincerity, his tone carrying the quiet weight of interrogation. Misako's beautiful eyes flickered away, falling back into the familiar fluster she always felt when speaking with him, and she hastily changed the subject. Enough, let's not dwell on such inappropriate topics. I'll go fetch 2 quilts from my room. She rose immediately and hurried out the door, her mind flustered. In truth, it's accurate, I truly don't trust Ling Lu to maintain self-control, nor do I trust myself to do the same. My heart has already fallen into disarray because of him. And if we lie side by side in such proximity tonight, who knows what rash impulse might seize us both. Hearing her thoughts, Ling Lu remained silent, only sighing inwardly. Ah, how difficult. The barrier between us isn't rooted in anything else, it's simply that she sees herself as my aunt. Perhaps I should start calling her Sister Misako instead. Just to see how she reacts. He glanced at the clock. It was barely past 5 in the afternoon, but Ling Lu had no desire to go outside. He wished only to savor every fleeting second with Auntie Misako here at home. Soon after, Auntie Misako returned, arms laden with 2 quilts. Ling Li's eyes lit up. Auntie Misako, let me help you lay out the bedding. Yes, thank you, Rakukan. Working together, they swiftly arranged a cozy makeshift bed beside Ling Li's mat, leaving only a narrow gap of about 1 foot between the two. Rakukan, it's time to rest. I'll stay right beside you. Misako gestured for him to settle in. Prolonged conversation without sleep would inevitably render the atmosphere strained and awkward. All right, but please don't leave once I fall asleep. Tonight I truly don't want to be alone in this room. Ling Lu played the part of a boy haunted by shadows, yearning for reassurance. I promise you'll wake tomorrow morning and find me still resting beside you. As she spoke, Misako slipped beneath her quilt on the freshly laid bed, ready to keep quiet, gentle vigil over Ling Li's rest. After everything that had transpired today, she felt no appetite for dinner, not only because of Ling Lu but also due to other burdens weighing heavily upon her spirit. I'll rest now, Ling Lu replied, obediently preparing to lie still, for now it was only early afternoon. He'd wait until past 10 o'clock when night deepened, the moon vanished behind clouds and the wind grew still, the perfect hour for quiet advancement. Yet sleep evaded him, for now. He closed his eyes and feigned slumber. Misako lay beneath her quilt, turned her head slightly to glance at Ling Lu, his eyes were shut. Without further thought she gazed upward at the ceiling, her mind adrift in quiet sorrow. Today, to secure father's help in rescuing Ling Lu, I had no choice but to accept the condition he'd proposed earlier. Sigh, I wish father would consider my feelings just once. He knows full well I have no intention of marrying or settling down, yet he insists I meet his old friend's son tomorrow for a formal date. Humph, well, it's only a single meeting. I'll politely endure it, then cut all contact afterward. Ling Lu suddenly heard Auntie Misako's inner voice. He hadn't expected that to enlist her father's aid she'd been forced to agree to such terms. In that instant Ling Lu bristled with resentment toward the boy vying for Auntie Misako's attention. Damn it, Misako is already mine. Any man who dares covet her will answer to me. Just wait, I'll accompany her tomorrow whether she likes it or not. Fueled by jealousy, Ling Lu finally felt drowsy and drifted into sleep. He awoke later to utter darkness, the room pitch black, the window beyond cloaked in night. Turning his head he could just make out Auntie Misako lying quietly beside him. Her breathing was slow, even deep in peaceful slumber. A sudden longing washed over Ling Lu to slip into sleep beside her. His breath quickened. His mind heated, his resolve surged, and without hesitation he slid beneath her quilt. Ling Lu's breath quickened slightly. In the pitch darkness he stealthily crawled over. Just as he was about to tightly embrace Mei Zi, Mei Zi suddenly woke up, feeling the body next to hers. She immediately thought it was Ling Lu and hurriedly said, "Ling Lu, what are you doing?" However, Mei Zi appeared somewhat flustered and attempted to push Ling Lu away to maintain a safe distance between them. The situation had reached this point. Ling Lu did not care about anything else and tightly embraced Mei Zi before saying, "Aunt Mei Zi, I'm sorry, I just had a nightmare and I couldn't help but think of Miss Ling. Every time I was unhappy, Miss Ling would care for me meticulously. Especially when I made a mistake and she was angry enough to hit me, she would then hold me tightly and comfort me. At that moment I felt like the happiest and safest person in the world. Aunt Mei Zi, can I hold you like this until dawn? Otherwise I can't rest easy." Ling Lu pretended to look pitiful. Actually, for a brief moment he wanted to forcefully cross a line with Mei Zi, but he ultimately chose to remain calm and take things step by step. He did not want to ruin his relationship with Aunt Mei Zi out of a moment of impulse. He envisioned a harmonious romantic future with her. "But if we do this, Mei Zi's heart raced. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Although she felt it was inappropriate, she realized that Ling Lu had always been a pitiful person. Despite Ling Su-mai's meticulous care, he lacked a father's love like other children. Mei Zi also felt that Ling Lu seemed to regard her as an important family member to rely on, or perhaps as a caring and affectionate elder. Having raised Dai Zi for over a decade, she naturally had a motherly heart. Moreover, she had watched Ling Lu grow up, and now that he needed her she couldn't help but feel a bit gratified and happy, even feeling a sense of responsibility. Despite this, when she reflected that Ling Lu had grown up and was no longer the child he once was, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, considering the significant blow Ling Lu had experienced today, it was clear that his mind and body still bore shadows, and she could only reluctantly agree to his request in her heart. Well, it's already come to this, so let him indulge this once. Besides, he might really lack a sense of security. After all, he must have felt deeply wronged and bullied today, and he'd probably miss his home and Su-mei. "Sigh, alright, as long as you can rest well tonight, I suppose it's not unacceptable, but you mustn't move around or Aunt will be very angry with you," Mei Zi gently emphasized. In reality, she felt extremely guilty. It was her first time experiencing a boy holding her like this, and some subtle feelings made her unable to help but indulge in some fanciful thoughts. But to cover her own guilt, Mei Zi subconsciously reached out to gently pat Ling Li's back and said, "Just sleep, don't think about anything. Tomorrow everything will be fine again." Thank you, Aunt Mei Zi." "Good night, Aunt Mei Zi." Ling Li tightly embraced Mei Zi, rubbing his face against her. At that moment it was strange that he had no other thoughts and simply wanted to rest comfortably. Ling Li's action of rubbing his head made Mei Zi feel somewhat embarrassed, almost unable to suppress a shy protest, but she quickly bit her lip to stop herself from making a sound. Fortunately, Ling Lu was really well behaved afterward, not moving at all, so she gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Soon Ling Li's breathing became long and calm and he fell into a deep sleep. Mei Zi naturally did not dare to move, fearing that she would wake Ling Lu or cause him to misunderstand her intentions. However, once Ling Lu was fast asleep, Mei Zi no longer had to worry about Ling Lu discovering her guilt, so her mood quickly calmed. She began to feel a delightful and wonderful sensation in her heart, as if a joyful factor was arising within her. "Ling Li, can whether you did this intentionally or sincerely, Aunt won't be angry with you. Just please don't mention this to Su-mei and Dai Zi, or I'm afraid they might misunderstand and overthink about you and me." Mei Zi felt half at ease and half worried in her heart. Unconsciously she soon fell asleep. The next morning, Mei Zi looked at Ling Lu, who was still sleeping so peacefully, relieved that he hadn't caused any trouble last night. She let out a sigh of relief, and her mood was no longer as tense as it had been at first. She couldn't help but gaze at Ling Lu, who was so close. She felt that his features were well defined, his eyebrows thick, and his skin was a very healthy color, reflecting the charm of a young man. Suddenly Mei Zi snapped back to reality, her face instantly flushing. "What am I doing? What inappropriate thoughts am I having? Never mind, I should get up quickly and make breakfast." Mei Zi looked out the window and saw sunlight streaming in. Judging by the height of the sun, it was already past 8 in the morning. Mei Zi carefully moved Ling Li's hand away from her body and his leg off her own before getting out of bed, stepping softly on the floor and quietly leaving the room. As soon as Mei Zi stepped out, Ling Lu opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he reached out to grasp the ceiling, happily saying, "Aunt Mei Zi, it seems like I'm about to catch you. Just wait and see, you'll soon find yourself unable to help but care about me like me, or even want me to love you." After Mei Zi finished washing up downstairs and tied on an apron, she began to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Ling Lu. She recalled that Ling Su-mei had mentioned before that Ling Lu used to love eating 8 treasure porridge at home, especially after waking up in the morning. She had gone to the supermarket to buy the ingredients for the 8 treasure porridge the day before and had put them in the fridge, now preparing to take them out to cook a portion for Ling Lu. In a short while her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw that it was a call from Jing Xiang from the Li family. It didn't take a genius to know she was probably inquiring about Ling Lu, so she answered. Jing Xiang, good morning. Good morning, Aunt Maisie.
I hope it's not too intrusive to call this early.
I wanted to ask if Ling Liqin has come out yet. Jing Xiang, thank you for your concern. The good news is that Ling Liqin has returned home.
I'm sorry Aunt forgot to tell you earlier, which made you worry for so long. Maisie expressed her gratitude, thinking to herself that Jing Xian was a good kid to have thought of Ling Lu so early in the morning.
But it was also possible she liked Ling Lu.
After a few seconds of relieved silence, Jing Xiang said, "That's great, Aunt Maisie.
Can I come to see Ling Liqin, because he helped me?"
Sure.
He'll definitely be happy to see you." Maisie chuckled lightly.
Jing Xiang, feeling guilty and worried that Maisie might misunderstand, nervously explained, "To just want to visit Ling Liqin and I happen to be outside Aunt Maisie's gate."
Aunt understands. Just wait a moment, Aunt will come out to open the door for you shortly. Thanks for your trouble, Aunt Maisie. Maisie immediately went to open the door and invited Jing Xiang into the yard. Jing Xiang, Ling Lu is still resting in his room. You can go up and check on him and wake him up.
If he still needs comfort, please help comfort him again. He's gone through quite a bit inside and I'm worried his mood hasn't recovered yet.
Maisie spoke with concern about Ling Lu.
Jing Xiang, who had initially been afraid and wanted to refuse to go find Ling Lu alone, felt even more guilty and self-reproachful upon hearing Maisie's words and immediately softened her heart.
Aunt Maisie, don't worry.
Ling Liqin protected me. If he's unhappy, I will definitely comfort him well.
After saying this, Jing Xiang couldn't help but blush.
She thought that if Ling Lu really needed her to comfort him, it would probably be something else.
In any case, Ling Liqin liked to take advantage of others' weaknesses and could turn into a very bad boy. Thank you, Jing Xiang. Hurry up and go.
You'll need to go to school soon, so make sure to manage your time well.
Maisie smiled slightly.
Jing Xiang felt somewhat puzzled, sensing that Aunt Maisie's words were easily leading her thoughts in certain directions, but she knew that Aunt Maisie probably didn't mean it that way.
Sigh, it seems like my thoughts have also become unhealthy.
It's all because that bad boy Ling Lu bullied me the day before yesterday, otherwise I would still be a pure girl. Thinking this, she hurriedly dashed upstairs. Tomorrow Jing Xiang and Xian Yu Daisy are good friends. Xian Yu Daisy often invited Jing Xiang to her home in the past to read books together in her room study or watch television in the living room. Jing Xiang is already very familiar with the upstairs room. She knows which room Aunt Maisie resides in and also remembers where Xian Yu Daisy used to live. Now Jing Xiang first pushes open Xian Yu Daisy's room, and upon seeing everything clean and tidy inside, she realizes that Ling Lu is in the empty adjacent bedroom. After a few steps around the corner, Jing Xiang feels both happy and nervous as she pushes open the door and indeed sees Ling Lu in this bedroom.
However, Ling Lu is still sleeping.
Jing Xiang thinks that barging in like this feels very impolite and makes her shy. She stops in front of the door, hesitates for a few seconds, takes a deep breath and softly calls out inside.
Ling Liqin, I came to see you.
Ling Lu lies down enjoying the fragrance of the pillow that Aunt Maisie used.
Upon suddenly hearing Jing Xiang's voice, Ling Lu feels a surge of joy inside.
Jing Xiang is truly a good girl who brings warmth in times of need. He can no longer resist the lingering scent of Aunt Maisie. Unexpectedly, Jing Xiang personally comes to him at just the right moment. Ling Lu rolls out of bed smiling as he looks at the twin-tailed Jing Xiang outside the door and says, "Jing Xiang, it seems you have a conscience after all, knowing to come see me."
I initially didn't know you had returned.
It was only when I passed by Aunt Maise's store earlier and called to ask about your situation that I found out from her that you were back, so I came to see you. Today Jing Xiang is wearing a conservative blue dress that reaches her ankles, paired with white sandals that make her delicate toes look even more On this chilly October morning in Tokyo, she also wore a light orange cotton jacket, making her appear dignified and graceful. It is obvious that she now possesses much more beauty than a few days ago, seemingly shedding a layer of youthful naivete and gaining a layer of mature femininity. Ling Lu naturally knows the reason why. Jing Xiang is no longer an innocent beauty. Just the night before last he had forcefully taken advantage of her, transforming her from a girl into a woman. After such an occurrence, it is only natural for Jing Xiang's temperament to change, becoming more elegant and beautiful.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Jing Xiang notices Ling Lu continuously sizing her up, causing her heart to race with nervousness. Her oval face begins to flush slightly and she shyly raises her delicate hand to shield her eyes, trying to hide her shy gaze from Ling Lu. Ling Lu laughs heartily, saying, "Ha, Jing Xiang, I survived a great ordeal and came out of it safely.
Aren't you going to come up and give me a hug?" Aye, but it wasn't as serious as you say, right?
Jing Xiang is taken aback and begins to stutter nervously, feeling that while Ling Lu was inside the uncle there shouldn't be able to mess around.
Who says it wasn't serious?
I spoiled those people's good plans and they couldn't get to your body, so they fully avenged themselves on me. Do you think that after they framed me I was just locked up in the station? Let me tell you, if you think that way you are too naive. They colluded with the authorities, and as soon as I entered the station they transferred me to prison, where I was locked up with a group of death row inmates. Ling Lu pretends to be very serious. At that time a dozen of them bullied me, a weak and pitiful college student. Sigh, I really did survive a great ordeal this time.
Jing Xiang is taken aback.
Ling Lu was actually sent directly to prison and locked up with a group of death row inmates. She immediately recalls that earlier Aunt Maisie specifically asked her to comfort Ling Lu more, suggesting that Aunt Maisie knows everything. Thinking of this, Jingxiang feels even more guilty towards Ling Lu. The reason Ling Lu was bullied was entirely because he was trying to protect her. I'm sorry Ling Liken, it's all because of me that you had to endure such great grievances.
I want to come up and give you a hug hoping you can be well.
Jingxiang says, blushing, and then gathers her courage to walk up. Seeing this, Ling Lu thinks to himself that Jingxiang is truly adorable.
Ling Lu then stands in place, opens his arms wide, waiting for Jingxiang to initiate the hug.
After glancing at Ling Lu, Jingxiang cannot bring herself to meet his gaze any longer and can only lower her head as she approaches, nervously hugging Ling Lu.
She has undoubtedly developed feelings for Ling Lu.
After all, they have already had relations. Just based on that, she cannot help but silently like him. At this moment, hugging Ling Lu, though she feels nervous, she ultimately feels very happy.
Jingxiang, have you noticed? You are starting to listen to me more and more.
It seems you are the future good wife and mother in my heart. As Jingxiang hugs him, Ling Lu also embraces her, whispering in her ear.
What? Am I really his future good wife and mother?
Jingxiang's face turns beet red, feeling extremely nervous, and at the same time her ears feel very itchy. She can hardly stand the overwhelming embarrassment and shyness, wanting to shrink her entire head away.
I am not.
After a moment of panic, Jingxiang suddenly pouts in its tsundere manner. Even if I want to be your future good wife and mother, I must wait until you resolve your relationship with Qianyu Daisy. If you don't handle it well, I will definitely not acknowledge that we have had relations. I take this very seriously. Upon hearing Jingxiang's thoughts, Ling Lu becomes even more excited, knowing that only children make choices while adults generally want it all. Ling Lu lifts Jingxiang off the ground, spins her around several times, and then effortlessly lays her down on the floor.
Jingxiang cannot help but feel frightened, saying, Ling Liken, what do you want to do? Ling Lu pretends to be forlorn, saying, Jingxiang, I've laid my cards on the table.
In fact, I'm not feeling well at all. Everything earlier was just a forced smile in front of you. To be serious, I want you to comfort me now to see if you can make me feel better, just like how you did the night before last at your place. Jingxiang immediately feels extremely shy and nervously says, but I see that you're in a good mood. Just now you didn't seem to be forcing a smile at all. And the night before last it wasn't about comforting you, it was you bullying me to satisfy your wicked desires. Jingxiang suddenly looks at Ling Lu with a hint of grievance, knowing that she was overpowered by Ling Lu's strength that night and unable to escape his domineering behavior. Moreover, when Ling Lu protected her at the dinner gathering, it truly made her heart skip a beat, which is why she easily fell into his trap once she got home.
That scoundrel Ling Lu actually wants to bully me again. It's so frustrating. What should I do? Should I refuse him or remain silent?
But I know that if I don't agree, that scoundrel Ling Lu will definitely moralize me. At that time, even if I know he is doing this on purpose, I will probably still agree.
Sigh, forget it.
Since Ling Lu wants this so much, I will let him have his way one more time. After all, I have already been bullied by him, and deep down I actually want him to bully me.
Hearing Jingxiang's thoughts, Ling Lu feels immensely pleased and gratified.
He didn't expect Jingxiang to have such a kind heart. She truly is a very nice and kind girl. Ling Lu starts to chuckle lightly, but he doesn't intend to reveal any of Jingxiang's inner thoughts, saying, Jingxiang, I'm really not feeling well at all, only you can help me relax completely. Jingxiang feels shy and has to turn her face to the side to speak softly. I understand. But Aunt Maisie is downstairs, won't she suddenly come up?
Don't worry, I'll just go lock the door.
Ling Lu gets up to lock the door. Jingxiang meanwhile begins to feel guilty again in her heart.
Daisy, my best friend, I'm so sorry, really sorry. I actually betrayed you once again. Woo. Thank you for the gifts and support from the big shots today. The details will be written in the usual place tomorrow. Once again she found herself bullied by Ling Lu.
Tomorrow Jingxiang was beginning to like him more and more. At this moment, as she gazed at Ling Lu with happiness, her beautiful eyes seemed to weave threads of affection. When their gazes met, she unexpectedly appeared shy and enamored, looking truly enchanting.
Seeing this, Ling Lu couldn't help but express his concern. Have you rested for a few minutes? Does it still hurt?
Ling Lu gently caressed her flushed cheek, which made Jingxiang feel cherished. The grievances she had felt moments ago vanished instantly, and she shook her head softly, replying,
I'm fine. That's good to hear. Ling Lu smiled slightly, taking Jingxiang's delicate hand, saying, let's go downstairs now.
Okay. Jingxiang obediently replied. Now when facing Ling Lu, she couldn't help but act very docile and well-behaved. But just then Jingxiang suddenly stopped and said, Hey Ling Liken, can you repeat what you said to me earlier?
I suddenly want to hear it again.
Tomorrow Jingxiang's cheeks flushed as she mustered the courage to glance at Ling Lu before shyly lowering her gaze to the ground, feeling heavy-hearted. They say a man's words are often deceiving, sweet, nothing spoken at the moment but forgotten afterward, treating it as a mere formality. I wonder if Ling Liken remembers what he said to me earlier, or if asking him to say it again would make him hesitate. If he forgets or responds hesitantly, I would surely feel my heart shatter. For Ling Lu, being able to hear anyone's thoughts is akin to being omniscient, perfectly avoiding such risks. The so-called heart of a woman is like a needle in the ocean, and it doesn't exist before him.
Sure, go ahead and ask.
I'll repeat it word for word. Ling Lu said earnestly, thinking to himself, I still have you under control. Jingxiang, filled with anticipation, happily said, then I'll ask and I will also repeat it word for word. It seemed they both had a tacit understanding. It felt a bit too lovey-dovey, both wanting to repeat what was said earlier.
Ling Lu understood this was Jing Xiang's sudden lack of security after she expressed her willingness to be his woman. It wasn't that she lacked self-confidence, but Ling Lu's mischievousness left Jing Xiang feeling that one can never be too careful. Ling Liqin, do you really like me? Yes, I really like you. From the moment I first saw you I couldn't help but like you. Then will you take responsibility for me? Of course I will take responsibility for you. Does that mean even if you already have a girlfriend you will find a way to be responsible for me? Yes, I will definitely take responsibility for you. In my heart you are already my forever woman. In the future I want to marry you, want to hear you call me husband, and want you to have my children. Ling Lu said with a teasing smile, gently pinching Jing Xiang's already flushed cheek. Jing Xiang's heart raced, feeling happy in her heart and on her face. Summoning her courage, she looked up at Ling Lu with her shy yet earnest beautiful eyes. Then the things you said can't be taken back. So even if you're a jerk I will foolishly choose to believe you. Now I have given you everything. I have already fallen deeply in love with you. I only want my future to be filled with you. I want to call you husband and want to have your children. After boldly saying this, Jing Xiang became extremely shy, letting go of Ling Lu's hand and stepping out of the room, first saying, I'm going to be late for class. I'll head to school now. Okay, take your time on the way, don't sprain your ankle. Ling Lu said with a slight smile. Jing Xiang had completely succumbed to him, not caring how much of a jerk he was, only wanting him to be serious and responsible for her in the future. Jing Xiang carefully walked down the stairs, worried that Aunt Maisie might notice something unusual about her. Sometimes what you fear comes true. Aunt Maisie happened to be holding a bowl of porridge in front of the dining table, and when she saw Jing Xiang coming down she expressed her concern. Jing Xiang, why do you seem a bit strange when you walk today? Jing Xiang instinctively took her hand off the wall she was supporting, her heart tightened, but she had to calmly explain. Aunt Maisie, I sprained my ankle while walking the day before yesterday and it still hurts a bit when I come down the stairs now. Aunt Maisie suddenly realized, saying, oh, I remember now. You see, my memory is so poor. The day before yesterday Ling Liqin also mentioned it to me. I'm really sorry, Jing Xiang. It's fine. I feel like I've caused trouble for you all. Jing Xiang couldn't help but feel guilty. Jing Xiang, you mustn't think like that. It's all in the past, we should forget about unhappy things. Aunt Maisie said very gently and kindly. Jing Xiang felt healed by this and she happily nodded. Yes, I understand, Aunt Maisie. Then I'll head to school first. Go ahead, be careful on the way. Okay, by the way, Aunt Maisie, Ling Liqin's mood should be much better now, right? That's great, thank you for your help, Jing Xiang. Aunt Maisie said gratefully. Jing Xiang felt guilty and uneasy. Sigh, if Aunt Maisie knew that I helped Ling Lu through certain means, I wonder what she would think. Forget it, I should slip away quick. Ling Lu took a few minutes to clean up the battlefield, ensuring that Aunt Maisie wouldn't find any clues. In her eyes he had to appear as a sensible person. Then he went to freshen up. Ling Lu changed into a black and white tracksuit and put on sports shoes, appearing refreshed and handsome. Aunt Maisie saw Ling Lu coming down the stairs as if the Ling Lu from a few days ago had returned, and she felt relieved about it. Jing Xiang is really amazing, she has improved Ling Lu's condition so much. It seems I should make something delicious next time to properly thank Jing Xiang for her help. Moreover, now that Ling Lu's mood has improved I can casually deal with that guy's date at noon today without worry, so I won't be thinking about it all the time, which really affects my mood. As soon as Ling Lu came down he heard Aunt Maise's thoughts. He frowned. What does she mean by dealing with that guy's date? Who does Aunt Maisie need to deal with? Could it be that her father's condition for helping was for her to go on a date with someone? But regardless, this is not what Ling Lu wants to see. I must resolve this personally. Aunt Maisie can only be my woman, no one else can covet her. Ling Liqin, I made 8 treasure porridge for you today. Your mother said you really like to drink it. Come and try Aunt Maise's cooking and see if it's different. Aunt Maisie untied the apron around her slim waist and smiled at Ling Lu. From today on she didn't call him Lelikan anymore, thinking that Ling Lu had really grown up. It's better to call him Ling Liqin formally. Yes, just by looking at the color I can tell that Aunt Maise's 8 treasure porridge is as delicious as my mom's. Ling Lu. Aunt Maisie chuckled, hee hee, your mouth is sweet again, that's nice. It seems your mood has recovered quite well today. Yes, but thanks to Aunt Maisie and classmate Jing Xiang's comfort and understanding I suddenly realized that a man must be strong and should not let those who care about him worry. Ling Lu said seriously as he walked to the dining table and sat down. Aunt Maisie said with satisfaction, it seems our Ling Liqin has really grown up. You're becoming more and more like a man and you look super handsome today. Hee hee, thank you for your recognition and praise, Aunt Maisie. But the reason I recovered so quickly today is that I have something very important to do. Ling Lu suddenly shifted the topic when he saw Aunt Maise's beautiful eyes staring at him. Aunt Maisie wanted to dodge instantly, feeling a bit flustered, but on the surface she remained calm. What are you going to do today to look so serious? Cough, of course it's to protect Aunt Maisie. Ha! You want to protect me? Aunt Maisie was taken aback, unable to help feeling a bit nervous but also confused. Yes, last night you were talking in your sleep, Aunt Maisie. Really? I don't feel like I did at all, I have no memory of it. You did, Aunt Maisie. You said you have to deal with a person you dislike today. Aunt Maisie was startled, wondering how Ling Lu knew this. Did she really talk in her sleep last night? But even so, she didn't want to involve Ling Lu, so she said. Hee, it was just sleep talk, so don't be so nervous. Aunt Maisie, I'm serious. Just now I saw your moment of worry. It must be because you encountered some troubling matters while handling my affairs. I hope Aunt Maisie won't continue to hide things from me, otherwise I will feel very guilty and self-reproachful. I genuinely want to help you. Ling Lu earnestly expressed his stance. Aunt Maisie couldn't help but feel touched. Ling Lu was truly a responsible young man. At the same time, she thought to herself that telling Ling Lu isn't such a big deal, so she said. Alright, since you already know some things, Aunt Maisie will tell you. It's my father who wants me to meet a guy. He actually intends for me to settle down with the other party, but today I'm just going to casually deal with it. Ling Lu realized what was going on. Indeed, there was a damn guy coveting his Aunt Maisie, and there was some old fool worrying about it. I'm sorry, Aunt Maisie. It's my fault that made you so troubled. What are you saying? Quickly eat breakfast. Since you're staying at Aunt Maisie's, I will definitely take full responsibility for you. Yes, I understand. But I must contribute in some way. Ling Lu pretended to think for a moment. How about this? I will help you scare off the person you're supposed to meet. How are you going to scare him? Aunt Maisie asked with interest, feeling relaxed while joking with Ling Lu. Hee, of course, by telling him you have a boyfriend now. But Aunt Maisie doesn't have a boyfriend. I do. Isn't that a perfect solution? And Aunt Maisie, look at me. If I dress a bit formally, I will definitely look good, right? Aunt Maisie blushed slightly as she looked at Ling Lu, actually picturing him in a suit. But she quickly came back to her senses, covering her mouth and chuckling. What are you talking about? Hurry up and eat. How can I agree to such an outrageous thing? I am his proper aunt, so pretending to be a boyfriend is completely inappropriate. Moreover, involving Ling Lijuan would be extremely dangerous, as the other party's family background is not inferior to my father's. If they target Ling Lijuan because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In short, I absolutely cannot agree to him. What's wrong with a proper aunt? Can't a proper aunt play the role of your boyfriend or even husband? Ling Lu couldn't help but scoff in his heart, yet the more he scoffed, the more excited he became, much like how one feels exhilarated the more they struggle. As for Aunt Maise's concerns about danger, Ling Lu cared nothing for it. When the time comes, all I need to do is beat that man up and I can directly enslave him, turning him into a loyal dog under my command. However, I would prefer if he also had a beautiful sister. That would indeed make things even more interesting. As Ling Lu pondered, he let out a light chuckle. Aunt Maisie glanced up and couldn't help but furrow her brow in confusion. Isn't he supposed to be trying harder? Why is he laughing inexplicably? So it turns out Aunt Maisie still hoped he would try harder. Ling Lu paused his eating, looked at Aunt Maisie with a beaming smile and spoke. Aunt Maisie, I'm not going to keep asking you to let me show off in front of you, but you should remember that we have a promise between us, right? Aunt Maisie immediately looked confused and asked, promise? What promise do we have? Oh, could it be that Aunt Maisie really forgot? Or is she pretending to be confused to avoid her obligations? He felt everything was going smoothly, yet Aunt Maisie had forgotten about their promise. This showed how careless she was, giving him reason to take advantage. Once Aunt Maisie remembers, she will surely feel deeply apologetic, and at that point she won't be able to refuse me and will have to go along with my wishes. Ling Lu, don't rush. Let Aunt Maisie think about what the promise was. However, during this time she felt quite a bit of pressure and for a moment couldn't recall anything. If only there were a hint. Aunt Maisie, look into my eyes, perhaps that will help you remember. This shouldn't count as intentionally responding to her thoughts, but rather a coincidental response to her heart. Yes, just like that. Ling Lu certainly wouldn't let Aunt Maisie know that he had the ability to read minds. It was his secret weapon, something he couldn't let anyone know. Aunt Maisie said in surprise, oh really? Then I'll give it a try. Aunt Maisie felt a bit nervous. Looking normally at Ling Lu was fine, but now that she had to focus on him, she felt unjustifiably anxious. Perhaps it was because Ling Lu had inappropriate thoughts about her. She was afraid of that. Or maybe it was because she had that shameful dream and the real feeling of happiness made her hesitant to think deeply. Her intuition told her that the more she thought about it, the scarier it would become. Since she didn't want to face it, she could only choose to avoid it, not getting entangled in why it was such a shameful and yet so realistic dream. Just as Aunt Maisie was staring at Ling Lu, he smirked, his handsome and clean face breaking into a smile as he suddenly winked at Aunt Maisie. Aunt Maise's heart raced, her gaze instinctively darting away as her cheeks flushed. Wait, something's not right, this feels oddly familiar. That's right, I remember now. A few days ago I made a bet with Ling Lu, and unexpectedly, due to my flustered state, I lost to him, which led to me being obliged to fulfill one of his requests. As for what request he would make, Ling Lu stated that he hadn't thought of it yet, but once he did he would present it to me. It seems Ling Lu was now planning to use this request to exchange for a chance to act as my boyfriend. However, that was just too awkward. I can't believe I was flustered by Ling Lu's gaze. Sigh, am I afraid he has inappropriate thoughts about me, or am I afraid that I might actually like him? Aunt Maisie suddenly felt melancholic. She didn't understand what was happening to her now. Clearly she had lived alone for many years and could handle it with a calm heart, yet now in front of Ling Lu she was starting to feel pressure. Listening to Aunt Maise's thoughts, Ling Lu genuinely felt quite pleased. It seems that the reason Aunt Maisie felt pressure in front of him was that she believed he had improper thoughts about her which led her to be unable to treat him as she would treat others. This is just like when someone is overly nervous about something they might become increasingly chaotic. Aunt Maisie, you should remember now, right? Ling Lu suddenly wore a gloating expression while looking at Aunt Maisie. Aunt Maisie came back to her senses and nodded lightly, saying, yes, I remembered, so I apologize for earlier, it was all my fault. It's fine as long as Aunt Maisie doesn't back out. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely keep her word, that's the most basic principle for me. Aunt Maisie smiled gently. That's good, now I want to use this request to exchange for a chance to act as Auntie's boyfriend or even as Auntie's husband. Ling Lu said boldly. There needs to be some unexpected outcomes to keep Aunt Maisie's emotions fluctuating. As long as they keep fluctuating, it equates to constantly loosening her psychological defenses. Aunt Maisie took a deep breath, leaning on the table, pinching her brow with her thumb and forefinger before letting out a sigh. Alright, Aunt will act with you this one time, but you can't take this opportunity to do anything excessive to Aunt. After all, I am ultimately your aunt, do you understand? Aunt Maisie said gently, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. In her view, Ling Lu was quite bold. After finishing breakfast, Ling Lu quickly helped Maisie clean the dishes despite Maisie insisting that it was her responsibility. However, this time Ling Lu was determined to help, saying, it's alright, Aunt Maisie, you're still taking me to buy a suit, right? I think we can go earlier. Faced with Ling Lu's enthusiastic thoughts, Maisie felt helpless inside. She didn't know why she didn't mind Ling Lu having inappropriate thoughts about her, but she was concerned that such a relationship was inappropriate. Alright, let's just tidy up a bit together. Maisie stood close and began to tie an apron on Ling Lu, slightly bending her beautiful waist. Okay. Ling Lu responded, his heart stirred. Thank you, Miss Maisie, for being so considerate in helping me with the apron. When Maisie heard Ling Lu suddenly call her Miss Maisie, she was taken aback, instinctively feeling a sense of inappropriate pressure. There's a saying that now even aunties are no longer called that and they start calling people Miss Maisie. Does this mean that in the future they will dare to call me by other titles? Seeing Ling Lu lost in thought, she asked, what are you thinking about, Ling Lu? But don't think about anything bad or else I'll call your Ms. Ling. Maisie attempted to intimidate Ling Lu in this way. In her eyes, although Ling Lu was not afraid of Ms. Ling's punishment, his inherently kind nature would be worried if Ms. Ling was concerned about him angry or upset. Ling Lu snapped back to reality, completely unaware of the awkwardness, as he had already thought of a reason and chuckled, Aunt Maisie, don't misunderstand, I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. I just wanted you to suddenly get used to it. Maisie's cheeks turned slightly red. Could it be that Ling Lu really didn't have any improper thoughts about me? But what does it mean that he suddenly wants me to get used to it? Why does it feel like it implies I am to become his person in the future? So Ling Lu, what were you trying to prepare me for by suddenly holding my hand and not letting go? Is it because of the need to play the role of Auntie's boyfriend? Maisie asked calmly, feeling a bit nervous inside, not knowing why. She was looking forward to how Ling Lu would explain. Yes, it's to prepare for playing your boyfriend. I felt it was necessary to let you experience it in advance so that when we meet that guy you're supposed to go out with, we can fool him. Otherwise, if we accidentally blow our cover, it would be hard to make the other party give up. Ling Lu spoke seriously without blushing, making Maisie feel a bit ashamed. It seems Ling Lu really wasn't thinking about inappropriate things but was seriously considering how to help me. Sigh, instead I feel increasingly distrustful of Ling Lu and I feel ashamed. Perhaps although Ling Lu likes me very much, it surely only stays at the level of liking and he absolutely wouldn't have any deeper thoughts about me. Moreover, how could he not understand the relationship between me and Ms. Ling? How could he dare to think that way? After suddenly thinking about these things, Maisie felt a clarity in her heart. The worries that had been troubling her before seemed to vanish completely and she began to feel less anxious. Although there was still a sense of loss deep down, the feeling of relaxation at this moment outweighed making her feel comfortable, so she quickly ignored it. Maisie covered her mouth and laughed lightly, feeling more graceful after letting go. Said Ling Lu, you were so considerate, but I'm really sorry for almost misunderstanding you just now. Auntie almost blamed you unfairly. Ling Lu cooperated with her. This can't be blamed on Auntie Maisie, after all it was my own decision without informing Auntie Maisie beforehand. But I think if I had told Auntie Maisie in advance that I was going to hold your hand, you would definitely have been prepared mentally. But in that case it wouldn't have the effect of adapting to an unexpected situation. Ling Lu also didn't want Aunt Maisie to always be on guard against him mentally and physically. He thought perhaps this time her sudden change of mind would better prepare her to completely like him. Right, Ling Lu's insight is quite good. Maisie said cheerfully, which was her original demeanor when facing Ling Lu, naturally generous and full of charm. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Aunt Maisie. Now please don't blame me for launching a surprise attack on you, because it's all to help Aunt Maisie adapt better, since we are, at least for today, in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Ling Lu said earnestly, looking completely sincere. Maisie thought for a moment and said, okay, we can just act like a normal couple for now. Generally a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship seems to involve holding hands or hugging a bit. There shouldn't be anything more than that, so it's not a big deal. Ling Lu suppressed his excitement and nodded, saying okay. Haha, it really isn't a big deal, but Aunt Maisie, do you know how I understand the normal relationship between couples? This chapter has been revised but retains the original text and extra content. Seeing that Maisie had suddenly relaxed both her body and mind, Ling Lu seized the opportunity and said with a light chuckle, "Miss Maisie, I see that you're now psychologically prepared. Shall we try hugging each other first? I believe that with my temperament, when I see someone doubting our relationship while still being infatuated with Miss Maisie, I would either give him a couple of punches or hold you to prove it to him right away, leaving him in utter despair." Maisie smiled gently and playfully pinched Ling Lu's cheek, saying, "Ling Liken makes a very valid point. But first, Ling Liken, please wash the dishes. I'll leave the kitchen duties to you for now. And I need to freshen up next, change into a new outfit and touch up my makeup since I'll be accompanying Ling Liken to buy a suit. I can't appear too old or unattractive, that would embarrass Ling Liken." Ling Lu hadn't expected Maisie to dare tease him by pinching his face. It seemed that after feeling relaxed and clear-minded, she no longer regarded him as an outsider in her activities. Ling Lu took the cue and without any psychological pressure immediately immersed himself in the role. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he gently took Maise's delicate and soft hand in his own and kissed the back of her hand. After doing all this, Ling Lu smiled slightly and in front of Maisie bent down gracefully to perform a gentlemanly bow, adopting a responsible tone like a family servant as he said, "Miss Maisie, please rest assured that I will tidy up the kitchen quickly and come to assist you." Maise's cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Ling Liken to be such a skilled actor. Suddenly acting like a gentleman, he appeared less youthful and more composed and mature. It seemed that Ling Liken was a potential gem when he acted like a gentleman. His charm was extraordinary. Maisie, lost in thought, gently withdrew her hand, slightly lowered her head and tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear, smiling with captivating elegance. "Thank you so much, Mr. Ling Lu. However, once you finish in the kitchen, please have some fruit and take a short rest in the living room. I can handle my outfit changes myself, no need to trouble you." "Miss Maisie, you are too kind. If you need any help later, just call for me and I will come up immediately to assist you." Ling Lu remained gentlemanly. "All right, understood. Mr. Ling, I will head up now." "Go ahead." Ling Lu nodded. It felt rather nice that he had just kissed Aunt Maise's hand. Although it was just the back of her hand, it was quite meaningful. After watching Maisie go upstairs, Ling Lu began cleaning the kitchen alone. Once the kitchen was tidy, he could hear the sound of Maisie showering upstairs, which made his heart race. Ling Lu lay down on the living room sofa and took out his phone to check the numerous messages inside. Jiojing Meidai, Shirkan Haika Tsuchue, as well as Takahashi Mashuo Nakamoto, Shota Inoue Daikuma and others were all concerned about him, asking how he was doing. However, these messages had all been sent yesterday. Today's messages were as follows. Jiojing Meidai, Ling Liken, great news. A very beautiful aunt came to school early today. She's the head of our inspection department and has come to declare your innocence. So happy. Emoji. Tsuchue, Ling Lu, congratulations on your release. Are you coming to school today? I can host a welcome lunch for you at noon. Shirkan Haika, congratulations. I knew Ling Liken was framed, how adorable. Emoji Asuka Shizuka, Ling Liken, good news. You've been declared innocent. I can hardly contain my happiness and want to cry. Please come and comfort me. Ling Lu simply expressed his gratitude to them and informed Tsuchue that he would be resting for the day and suggested hosting the welcome lunch tomorrow instead. Tsuchue quickly replied, "Okay, take a good rest. Tomorrow at noon this lady will treat you to a meal. You are the first boy I've ever treated to a meal." As for Asuka Shizuka, Ling Lu sent her a pat on the head emoji and typed, "I'll come over to your house tonight to comfort you properly." Shizuka replied immediately with a shivering emoji and typed back, "That sounds really scary. I think I'll be fine now, isn't that amazing? He can't talk anymore, I'm in class, don't disturb me." Ling Lu couldn't help but chuckle at Shizuka's reply. Clearly, after witnessing my prowess early in the morning, she's now too scared of me to let me bully her further. Before long, Ling Lu heard Maisie descending the stairs in her high-heeled shoes. He snapped back to reality, surprised that Maisie had completed her washing and makeup so quickly. He thought it would take much longer. "Ling Liken, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." Maisie carefully walked down the stairs, her charm still intact, and smiled alluringly at Ling Lu. Ling Lu sat up gazing at Maisie in a daze. Maisie was indeed the woman who captivated him completely. She was already charming enough, alluring and enchanting, but now she had even dressed in a purple cheapao just for him, creating an even stronger sense of allure. Goodness, after putting on the cheapao, Maise's figure was absolutely stunning. Her gorgeous soft golden hair was beautifully accentuated by the purple of the cheapao, resembling the silky strands of a beautiful angel, perfectly smooth and seemingly glowing. Maisie felt slightly shy due to Ling Lu's reaction and performance. "Sigh, it seems like I might have overdone my outfit a bit." Although Ling Liken's reaction made me incredibly happy, I couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. I can't shake the feeling that I might enchant Ling Liken too much. If this continues, even if he is as resilient as iron. However, it seems Ling Liken has quite a good reputation with girls. Miss Kaixia and Miss Shizuka from the pair family seem to care about him a lot. Oh, and there's Miss Meidai, who works at that barbecue restaurant. Ling Lu, sensing Maise's thoughts, quickly snapped back to reality. He couldn't let Maisie think that she had truly captivated him, or else he might not see her in such a charming light anymore. Maisie would certainly seal away this alluring side of herself, opting for conservative attire every day, preventing him from even seeing a hint of black stockings. "Miss Maisie, I apologize for not reacting earlier.
I think you look absolutely beautiful and angelic in that cheap. However, Miss Maisie should not be too proud. While you look stunning and charming, I believe that Miss Ling would look even better in a cheapao. Hee, I'll just throw this resentment onto Miss Ling for now, but if Miss Ling could hear me praising her, she would surely be very happy. Maisie surprisingly enjoyed this compliment, instantly feeling less guilty. Ling Leakin is indeed quite something. In his heart I am still the most beautiful and dear to him. But knowing he thinks this way made me breathe a sigh of relief. At least I'm not the most beautiful and tempting in his eyes, which means his ability to resist is definitely stronger than I imagined. In his heart Miss Ling is the most beautiful, and after living together with Su Mei for so many years he must have developed a strong ability to resist the allure and charm of beautiful women. Now Ling Leakin has said that my beauty cannot compare to Su Mei's, which clearly shows that I don't pose much of a temptation to him. I must have been overly sinful just now. Ling Leakin lives in my house and is so blatantly biased towards Su Mei, who is far away in Longhua. I suddenly feel quite sad. Maisie pretended to sigh unhappily. To be honest, Ling Le's way of complimenting others is quite nuanced. While Maisie wouldn't get angry, she would still care about it deep down. After all, who as a woman doesn't want to be the most beautiful one? Ling Le smiled apologetically, saying, Miss Maisie, please don't be upset. In my eyes you are the most beautiful woman in Sakura country, while Miss Ling is the most beautiful in Longhua. Ling Leakin really knows how to talk. It seems that many beautiful girls will be charmed by your sweet words in the No wonder he became so close with Kaisia Meidai and Shizuka as soon as he arrived in Sakura country. It turns out Ling Leakin really knows how to Ahem. Ling Le felt quite embarrassed listening to Maisa's unspoken feelings, as if he had been seen through, which made him uncomfortable. He then coughed lightly to change the topic. Miss Maisie, the purple chipa with the leg slit you chose is incredibly tasteful. It looks truly beautiful and charming on you, exuding such elegance. It seems many will envy me today. Ling Le jokingly remarked with great enthusiasm, haha, I actually think this purple chipa looks great on you. But it was a gift from your mother when she came to visit me from Longhua. Oh, so it seems my family's Miss Ling has great taste. But I believe it's mainly because Miss Maisie has an excellent figure that makes it look so graceful on you. Hearing Ling Le's praise, Maisie felt very pleased and swayed slightly, saying, then could you please help Auntie see if I look younger now, perhaps 10 years? You look younger, like a sophisticated lady in her late 20s, elegant, charming and captivating. To be honest, I can't wait to see you like this. Miss Maisie, don't you think we should head out now? Ling Lu extended an arm, signaling Maisie to take his arm as they left. Maisie, now quite happy, readily replied, okay, today I'll be your girlfriend. She stepped forward, her graceful figure wrapping around Ling Le's left arm. To be fair, their heights and physiques matched perfectly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were a handsome couple. The only thing lacking was that Ling Lu could still enhance his masculine charm. At least he currently lacked a tailored suit. Otherwise, if they went out like this, many would probably think he was just a handsome younger brother of this beautiful mature woman. Grateful for everything. Outside the courtyard, Maisie closed the door, took out the car key and unlocked the car door. Maisie and Ling Lu both got into the car, with Maisie in the driver's seat and Ling Lu in the passenger seat. Ling Leakin, speaking of which, Auntie hasn't asked you for so long if you want to buy a car you like to drive. Maisie asked while driving her red Lexus out of the garage. Buying a car I like here isn't bad, but I have to wait until the weekend. If Auntie is free, then she can help me choose one. Auntie is free, well, go buy you a car this weekend, it's settled then. We're going to Ginza now. This shopping center is the most famous in Sakura country, gathering renowned brands from all over the world. I've heard of Ginza. It seems to be the most expensive place in all of Shiajo, and it's not an exaggeration to call it a shopper's paradise. Yes. Maisie chuckled and nodded. At that moment her phone rang. Ling Lu looked at the caller ID and said, it's Shizuko calling, but who is she? Auntie's friend. She's not only a detective but also a psychologist. She will come with me to meet that guy today. Actually, Auntie never intended to go alone from the start. It should be this way. After all, a beautiful woman like Auntie Maisie must have many admirers, so you must be extra careful when going out. Ling Lu said with concern. Maisie is a woman he values, and he naturally wouldn't allow anyone else to get close to her. Hee, don't worry, Auntie will take good care of herself. After Maisie smiled, she answered the call from Shizuko. Tianji, Maisie, you took too long to answer the phone. Shizuko complained wearily from the other end. Sorry, I was driving and couldn't answer in time. Maisie explained with a light laugh. Never mind, just be careful while driving. Where are you now? When will you come to pick me up? Shizuko inquired. Maisie had discussed with Shizuko the day before that it would be more beneficial for them to share a car to avoid giving the other party a chance to drive her back. This way it could completely be Shizuko driving her back. I plan to go to Ginza first. Why don't you wait for me at entrance A of Ginza? You just live nearby. Alright, but why did you suddenly come to the Ginza shopping center? Are you buying something for someone? You wouldn't be preparing a special gift for that guy, would you? It's like this Ling Leakin is accompanying me today and I'm taking him to buy a suit. After thinking for a moment, Maisie continued, honestly, because Ling Leakin is going to pretend to be my boyfriend today, hoping that it will make the other party back off and give up on me. Maisie, you really can play around a bit. Just a few days ago you came to me about psychological issues and now you... But before Shizuko could finish her sentence, Maisie anxiously hung up the phone, muttering to herself. What?
Are you hanging up the phone? Alright, we will definitely arrive in half an hour. Sai Shizuko really is something.
She knows Ling Liken is accompanying me, which means he is sitting right next to me, yet she suddenly says certain things. I wonder if Ling Liken heard it feels so awkward. Ling Lu originally did not hear as the windows were open and the outside noise was quite loud, but now he caught Mises in her thoughts. Unexpectedly, Auntie Maisie visited Shizuko a few days ago for some psychological issues. But what could it be? Auntie Maisie, I just heard Shizuko say on the phone that you went to see her about some psychological issue. What's going? Auntie Maisie, have you encountered any difficulties recently? Ling Lu asked, deliberately, secretly thinking it might be due to the psychological impact he had on her. But Ling Lu soon felt awkward. Sigh, I didn't expect Ling Liken to hear that. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, just some minor pressure from work, hee. Maisie casually brushed it off. Ling Lu felt embarrassed inside. Knowing the real reason, he thought that Auntie Maisie would surely feel too shy to admit it and would at least save him some face. Alright, but I think Auntie Maisie shouldn't feel too much pressure. In life we either come to enjoy or to suffer, it's just one of these two. But neither enjoyment nor suffering is something we can decide. Life has many factors that influence our choices. So I've always told myself since I was young to let everything take its course. Perhaps that's the best arrangement by heaven. Ling Lu said with hidden intentions, hoping that Maisie would openly accept his feelings for her. Maisie was momentarily taken aback. Letting everything take its course, perhaps that is indeed the best arrangement by heaven. As she thought about it, Maisie couldn't help but feel her face flush. If I truly choose to let things take their course, wouldn't that mean allowing Ling Liken to continue having improper thoughts about me? This can't be allowed. Maisie returned to her senses and calmly smiled. I didn't expect your mindset to be so good, no wonder you could recover so quickly this time. Ling Lu nodded, not exposing the truth, continuing to speak so Maisie wouldn't know he had seen through everything. Yes, that's indeed the reason. They chatted about some trivial topics along the way and the half hour seemed to pass very in the center of Tokyo Ginza entrance A. Maisie parked the car in the A entrance parking space and she and Ling Lu got out. Wearing a purple chipa with a sexy and beautiful figure and lovely blonde hair, she instantly attracted the attention of many people around. Maisie chose to ignore the gazes around her and calmly walked towards Ling Lu. Tisk, not bad Maisie, you look especially charming and sexy today, and you're so proactive in holding on to a man. You wouldn't be playing your roles too accurately, would you? Suddenly a silver-haired beauty approached, wearing a dark gray suit on her upper body with a tight white striped garment underneath and dark gray uniform trousers that reached mid-thigh. Below were a pair of delicate black stockings that accentuated her long beautiful legs, and on her feet were a pair of white high-heeled shoes. She crossed her arms and approached them with a scrutinizing smile. Maisie felt slightly embarrassed and guilty, instinctively loosening her grip on Ling Lu's arm. However, Ling Lu held onto Mises' hand with his arm, preventing her from pulling away, and said, You must be Shizuko auntie, right? What? I'm an auntie. Shizuko frowned instantly and said cutely yet fiercely, Humph, I'm not even married yet and look at how young, sexy and beautiful I am. Is there such an auntie? And Ling Lu, when you see me now you should call me Sister Hanabu or Shizuko sister, or just sister, understood? Shizuko walked in front of Ling Lu, her eyes carrying a light smile as she leaned forward, showcasing a very seductive and alluring body posture. Ling Lu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Heavens, is this really Sister Hanabu? Her figure is so perfect that I don't even see anything wrong with her proportions. Everything about her looks incredibly harmonious and perfect. Did she grow up eating papaya? But overall she still doesn't have the charm of Auntie Maisie. But she's also a very beautiful woman, scoring a unique charm style, truly nice. Seeing the way Huafang Qianzi was intimidating and enticing, Maisie pulled her aside, helping Ling Lu out of the predicament. Hey Maisie, I didn't realize you were so rough, suddenly using such great strength. Are you jealous after seeing my generous gift to Xiao Ling Lu starting to defend your little lover? Maisie was startled and immediately shot a glare at Huafang Qianzi, playfully chiding, Humph, what nonsense are you spouting, Huafang Qianzi? I am his aunt and you know that. Yes, I know you are Xiao Ling Lu's aunt, but no one understands you better than I do. As Huafang Qianzi spoke quickly, she ran to the other side of Ling Lu, actively wrapping her lotus-like jade arms around Ling Lu's other arm, continuing to speak. Xiao Ling Lu, let me tell you, your Maisie aunt, although she is your aunt, is actually an old first woman. Xian Yu Daisy is just a child she legally adopted from the hospital. If you truly like your Maisie aunt, you can actually take a chance. As her good friend, I have always advised her not to remain alone forever. Ling Lu was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Previously he thought she was an obstacle to his deepening feelings with Aunt Maisie. Unexpectedly she turned out to be an ally, a friendly force. At this moment Mises' graceful face flushed with embarrassment and she looked at Huafang Qianzi with surprise. What is Huafang Qianzi up to? Does she even realize what she is saying? Seriously, she suddenly made me feel so anxious. It's so hard to explain things clearly to Ling Liken. What if he starts to overthink again? Ling Lu regained his composure, feeling quite pleased, unexpectedly gaining a friendly ally, even an auxiliary force. With this it should be easier for him to win over Aunt Maisie. However, he still needed to maintain a good relationship with Huafang Qianzi. Only then could she continue to wholeheartedly help him. Qianzi Jia, please spare me, I've always respected Aunt Maisie and wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts about her. If Aunt Maisie is beautiful, do you think I would have thoughts about her? Then I think Xianzi Jie is also very beautiful. Does that mean I have thoughts about you too? Ling Lu boldly said without blushing.
Huafeng Qianzi was taken aback. What?
Xiao Ling Lu actually said such a thing. Clearly he must have had such thoughts. I am quite the skilled psychologist, how could I not discern this little secret of you?
Moreover, it seems Xiao Ling Lu was quite the scoundrel, actually having the idea of being with multiple people.
But how interesting, a young handsome man is the most energetic.
Maisie, did you hear what Xiao Ling Lu said?
If one day he chooses to go with me, giggle, don't regret it in your heart then. Maisie released Ling Le's arm, stepped forward to pull Huafeng Qianzi away and said irritably, Qianzi, did you drink when you came here? You're acting too unlike yourself today, how can you speak so nonsense in front of younger ones? Qianzi had no choice but to let go of Ling Le's arm, following Maisie and finally softening her stance.
Okay, I was wrong, I was just joking earlier, don't be so angry.
But why do you both seem so harmonious when pretending to be a couple just like it's real? And as the third wheel, should I also join in to make it more harmonious? So what I said earlier was intentionally to create a harmonious atmosphere to feel the role of being the third wheel. But in her heart she thought. Sorry Maisie, actually based on my years of research in psychology you have already been poisoned, and quite severely. You are increasingly fond of Ling Lu, possibly even falling for him.
You just don't realize it yet. Your gaze at Ling Lu earlier could not fool me.
As your good sister, seeing you like this, I certainly want to help you, support you in trying to be with Ling Liken. After all, there's an old saying in Longhua, the fat water should not flow to outsiders.
I bet Miss Su Mei wouldn't be angry if she found out. She might even be happy.
Although the only problem is you can't have children, but they say true love is invincible and can overcome any issue. Maisie was unaware of Huafeng Qianzi's thoughts, while Ling Lu, possessing mind-reading abilities, heard everything. He never expected Qianzi, the mature woman, to be so supportive of him, but didn't she realize that she had also become a target? When Ling Lu arrived in Sakura country, he had already mentally prepared himself. In this country, any woman who made his heart flutter he would have to win over. Ling Lu quietly observed Maisie and Qianzi nearby, one a graceful aunt, the other a sexy mature woman, both stunning beauties.
You scared me, don't make such jokes next time, okay? Maisie said coldly. After what Qianzi said just now, she felt as if she was plotting against Ling Liken.
Sigh, I hope Ling Liken won't overthink this. After all, I really don't have any covetous intentions towards him. After speaking, Maisie turned to look at Ling Lu, smiling. Ling Liken, you mustn't take what she said to heart or get angry. It was all just Qianzi joke.
Rest assured, Aunt Maisie, I understand. That's good. Let's go, Aunt, we'll take you to buy us.
At that moment Maisie felt too shy to continue holding Ling Le's arm due to her guilt. Seeing this, Qianzi said, hey, what are you two being so polite for? Today you are in the roles of a couple. Ling Lu, you should call her Maisie, and Maisie, you should call him Ling Liken. Qianzi was ostensibly reminding them, but in reality she was acting as the auxiliary, deliberately trying to bring Maisie and Ling Lu together to see if they could indeed end up together. Both clearly had feelings for each other, but some trivial barriers were hindering them. However, once broken it wouldn't be a taboo. Seeing Maisie looking troubled, seemingly deciding whether to continue holding Ling Le's arm, Qianzi intensified her role as the auxiliary.
Maisie, are you really hiding something in your heart that you're so cowardly even in a fake relationship? Fine, if you don't hug him I will. Anyway, I quite like Xiao Ling Lu, I think he's very handsome.
I don't have a boyfriend right now. If I get along well with Xiao Ling Lu, I'll let him be my boyfriend.
Qianzi intentionally teased Maisie.
She knew Maisie had feelings for Ling Lu, and saying this would surely make her jealous, prompting her to immediately go and hold Ling Le's arm. Ling Lu was overjoyed. Xianzi Jie truly was a competent auxiliary. It seemed he needed to find a good time to thank her. Maisie felt very displeased in her heart. She was unexpectedly grasped at her weakness by Qianzi.
Taking a deep breath, she wasn't angry, instead she lightly chuckled.
You wish. Ling Liken likes pretty young girls. As an older sister you'd better not have ideas about him, especially since he already has someone he likes. As Maisie spoke, she walked up, skillfully wrapping her arm around Ling Les, leading him towards the Ginza Mall.
Huafeng Qianzi watched their retreating figures, lightly smiling. Still pretending to be aloof with me. After being sisters for so many years, don't I know your little thoughts?
Entering the Ginza shopping mall, Maisie and Hanabira Akiko, two stunning beauties, flanked Ling Lu as they helped him select a suit and the shirt to wear underneath. Wherever they passed, both men and women turned their heads, displaying various expressions of envy. Ling Lu thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by beauties, growing quite fond of them and his heart filled with desire. The two beautiful women quickly helped him pick out a suit, and Ling Lu had already set his eyes on a dark blue suit at first glance. After changing in the fitting room, Ling Lu walked out. He wore a dark blue suit from Blayoni paired with a white striped shirt from Anima and black leather shoes from Latushi, all top-tier international brands.
Maisie, Akiko, how do I look in this outfit?
Ling Lu smiled subtly as he looked at them. In truth, he felt very confident and was merely curious to see their reactions upon witnessing his undeniable handsomeness. Both Maisie and Akiko were momentarily captivated by Ling Le's striking appearance, their gazes slightly stunned. But they quickly regained their composure.
Maisie smiled charmingly, exuding femininity, and said,
This suit looks quite fitting on Ling Liken, and coupled with your tall stature the lines are even more fluid, showcasing your competence, handsomeness and maturity.
Akiko smiled mischievously and said, Maisie, your evaluation is so official.
Honestly, this little Ling Lu was radiating an unprecedented confidence, and a confident man is the most charming.
I really like it. Little Ling Lu, why don't you be my boyfriend?
I've always been single, and if it were you, I'm sure I could help you win me over much easier than Maisie. Akiko was warm and welcoming, showing no restraint in front of him, offering all kinds of top-tier benefits, coming over and playfully linking arms with him.
Hee, teasing little Ling Lu again shouldn't be a problem, right?
Besides, it's all to give Maisie a little sense of urgency and crisis so she doesn't wallow in melancholy and indecision. I can hardly stand it. Hearing Akiko's thoughts, it was clear that it was deliberately done to make Maisie see, wanting her to quickly break her mental barriers and establish a true boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him. Ling Lu, unwilling to miss this opportunity, immediately played along and said, haha, if you keep saying such things, Akiko, I might really be unable to resist pursuing you.
After all, I'm just a big guy, how could I not be tempted by such an alluring Akiko?
Suddenly Ling Lu chuckled, whispering in Akiko's ear, moreover, I'm used to being called Xiao Lu or Ling Li, and otherwise it would be unfair to me. Akiko's body trembled slightly, losing her previous composure.
Psychologically, she certainly understood what Ling Lu meant.
At this moment, even if she was joking, teasing a junior just a bit, who would have thought this junior would react so strongly? Was her charm more powerful than she imagined? Could it be that Ling Li dared to say such flirtatious remarks to her face?
So what does it mean that I'm not Xiao Ling Lu but De Ling Lu?
If you have any doubts, just find a time to understand it better.
Oof, rogue.
I didn't mean it that way, I merely referred to your young age. Besides, I call your mother sister, what's wrong with calling you Xiao Ling Lu?
Akiko couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush.
Ling Lu knew that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it would be her Hanabira Akiko who would feel awkward.
Seeing Ling Lu and Akiko chatting and giggling, even whispering to each other, Maisa's expression turned noticeably red and anxious.
Maisie felt a bit upset, a sense of blockage in her heart, as if she truly couldn't help but feel jealous.
To prove she wasn't jealous, Maisie tried to appear nonchalant, not wanting to know what they whispered about, instead saying, Akiko, you just keep joking about me.
If Ling Li turns bad, I'll be the first to hand you over to him. After saying this, she crossed her arms and walked towards the eyewear store. Today she wore a fitted purple cheapao, but with a pair of black-framed glasses that seemed a bit mismatched. Akiko regained her composure, touched her slightly flushed face, then glanced at Ling Lu, pouting and huffing.
Xiao Ling Lu is such a rogue.
While secretly liking Maisie, he dares to have designs on his sister, how naughty. But since Maisie is jealous, you better hurry and chase after her. This is your chance to shine. Women are most tender and easily moved at moments like this.
When you succeed, remember to thank your sister well.
And you're not allowed to have any bad designs about me, or I'll tell Sume that Xiao Ling Lu is always trying to harass me. After striking a playful pose as if she had Ling Lu under her control, Akiko happily ran to catch up with Maisie, making Ling Lu laugh. Akiko is so adorable, she's clearly not an older sister but rather a somewhat immature big sister.
But what?
I thought she had a bold personality, but it turns out she's just a bit sensitive after being teased by me, even wanting to report to Ling Madam to threaten me.
Hee Akiko, what exactly are you afraid of?
Are you flustered? You wouldn't be feeling guilty in front of me like Maisie, would you?
But the more you act like this, the more excited I become. Just as you said, one should not let the fertile water flow to outsiders.
I'm sure Ling Madam would be happy rather than angry if she found out. At least you only call her Sume sister while I call her Kaizen. In her heart, I must be the most important. If I desire something, she will undoubtedly support me.
In summary, no one understands how doting Ling Madam is on me better than I do. Thus Ling La paid no mind to Akiko's threats and quickly followed after them. Now was indeed a good opportunity to comfort Maisie, and Ling La certainly wouldn't miss it. Upon entering the specialty glasses shop, Akiko linked arms with Maisie, looking at the frames together. Ling La quickly set his sights on a pair of Weinert frames which were half-rimmed. He felt that they would look stunning on Maisie. Maisie, how about this frame? I think it suits you perfectly. Ling La said confidently. Maisie and Akiko turned to look at the frame he pointed to, and Akiko immediately exclaimed, it looks really nice. Indeed, girls should bring their boyfriends along when shopping. Maisa's mood clearly improved as she smiled lightly, saying, Ling Li's choice is indeed good, I'd like to try it on. Of course, madam, please wait a moment. The sales assistant quickly fetched the frame. After Maisie tried it on, everyone helped to take a look. Wow, Maisie, you look even more perfect in this frame than I imagined. You're truly enchanting. Why are you so happy? It's me wearing it, not you. Maisie huffed lightly but felt very satisfied inside. Ling La asked, so what do you think, Maisie? Do you still like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you. I like it. Shall Ling La hurry and buy it for your girlfriend? Akiko urged eagerly. Maisie shot her a glance and Akiko shrugged, smiling as she snatched the glasses Maisie had worn before, saying, Miss, please use the prescription from these glasses to make another pair with this frame. Sure, madam. Please head to the lounge area and have some coffee while we prepare everything. We can finish in about 10 minutes. Thank you for your help. After Akiko finished speaking, she pulled Maisie towards the lounge area, and soon a maid dressed in a uniform brought them coffee. After more than 10 minutes, a perfectly matched Weinert pair of new glasses was delivered. Maisie tried them on, found them satisfactory, and then Ling La proceeded to pay. The expense amounted to 10 million Sakura coins, roughly equivalent to over 46,000 RMB. Previously, when in Longwa, Ling Madam had been strict with his spending, giving him only 10,000 a month, and if he needed more he had to report to her. Only with her approval could he access further funds. But this time, upon coming to Longwa, Ling Madam directly gave him a credit card with a limit of 1 million. Though he could spend in advance, Ling Madam might call him on the same day to inquire about his expenses. However, Ling Lo had already prepared his explanation, saying he was looking for a beautiful daughter-in-law for her. Surely Ling Madam wouldn't object and might even be secretly pleased. Thank you for the gifts and support. I will post another chapter in the afternoon. Ling Yuejuan, how much did you spend? I must reimburse you, I'm your. Well, regardless, how could I let you pay for something for me? Mayuko slipped on the burgundy-framed glasses and felt an instant surge of delight. They truly enhanced her poise and elegance. Moreover, Ling Yuejun himself had selected and purchased them for her. Yet she was his aunt, how could she possibly accept such generosity? And the glasses were extraordinarily expensive. If Sumi learned Ling Yuejun had spent 10 million yen solely on a pair of spectacles for her, she would surely misinterpret his intentions. She would be overwhelmed with guilt and embarrassment, there was no avoiding it. Ling Yu waved his hands dismissively. No need at all, Mayuko, please accept them as my gift. Besides, you just gifted me a full suit and leather shoes. Together they're worth over 100,000 yen, aren't they? Exactly, Mayuko. Why have you suddenly grown so formal? It's perfectly natural for a junior to present a gift to a senior. Is it really normal? Mayuko asked casually. Hee, of course it is. Don't you often ask me to deliver fine wine to you? Sayako declared with a playful pout, hands resting confidently on her hips. Ling Yu chimed in with a grin. Mayuko, didn't you solemnly declare before leaving home today that you'd be my girlfriend? Surely you won't renege on that now. As he spoke, he watched her closely, her cheeks flushed faintly, almost imperceptibly. All right then, thank you, Ling Yu, she replied cheerfully, her heart swelling with warmth. Too flustered to refuse, she accepted his gift with open, graceful sincerity. Well then, ladies, time's slipping away. It'll be 11 o'clock soon. Let's head out for lunch first, then explore some fun activities afterward. How splendid that would be. Sayako glanced at her wristwatch and announced. Absolutely, I'm completely on board. I've been in Sakura country for a full week yet haven't visited a single site. Ling Yu beamed inwardly. What bliss it was seizing this rare opportunity to spend time with two stunning women. Mayuko turned to Ling Yu with gentle remorse. Ling Yueju, and I truly apologize, I've never taken you out to enjoy anything at all. After lunch we'll take you everywhere, you'll see. Wow, I'm suddenly so excited. Ling Yu nodded with radiant delight. Let's go, let's go. Mayuko, take your boyfriend's arm and off we march to the Shangri-La Hotel. Your date is undoubtedly growing impatient, but once we arrive we'll deliver a stunning revelation: you already have a boyfriend. Sayako, ever the matchmaker, nudged Mayuko gently toward Ling Yu. Without that subtle push, Mayuko would hesitate endlessly, unable to muster the courage to reach for his arm. Mayuko offered no resistance. As she stepped before Ling Yu, her cheeks bloomed with delicate rose. Her pulse quickened with nervous anticipation. Though this was merely roleplay, Sayako's unwavering support had blurred the lines between pretense and reality. Her relationship with Ling Yuejun was becoming unmistakably ambiguous. She knew rationally that passive silence without firm objection was wrong, yet she couldn't bring herself to dampen everyone's spirits. Strangely, above all else, she dreaded disappointing Ling Yuejun, especially after he just bestowed upon her such a thoughtful gift. Finally, she slipped her arm through his and together they stepped out of the Ginza shopping complex. In that moment, Mayuko felt an unexpected richness, a romantic fullness she'd never known in solitude. When alone, how could she ever have experienced this thrilling, tender flutter of womanhood? Sigh. At this rate, even if Ling Yuejun kissed me today, I'd secretly rejoice, not rage. Yet undeniable truth remains: when affection takes root, reason surrenders, sometimes to folly, sometimes to madness. When Ling Yu sensed her inner monologue, his heartbeat surged. Was this a subtle invitation? To him, it most certainly was. To Mayuko, unaware of his perception, it was nothing of the sort. He. Then I must seize the moment, steal a kiss. She won't be angry, perhaps she'll even grow fonder. A risk well worth taking. As these thoughts danced through his mind, he boarded the car with them, bound for the Tokyo Shangri-La Hotel. 15 minutes later they arrived. It was a 5-star luxury hotel. Their vehicle halted before the grand entrance, where a valet promptly guided it into the hotel's secure parking area. The man who had invited Mayuko to dine had stationed assistants at the hotel's ground floor. Upon spotting her, they bowed respectfully and led the way with quiet deference. Mayuko stepped out and without hesitation took Ling Yu's arm, walking forward with serene composure beside their guide. They ascended by elevator to the 28th floor Italian restaurant, entirely reserved for the occasion. Crimson carpet stretched down the center, flanked by rows of immaculately uniformed staff standing at attention to welcome Mayuko. Ling Yu suppressed a wry smile. Such extravagance, such exclusivity, a masterful act of self-sabotage. Clearly the host had never imagined Mayuko would arrive accompanied by him, her boyfriend. Sayako nearly burst into laughter. Hee, how utterly humiliated he'll look when he sees that expression. Just then a group emerged from the dining hall to greet them, the foremost pair, a man and a woman. The man wore a sleek black suit, stood around 170 centimeters tall, and carried himself with the solid, disciplined presence of someone who trained rigorously. The woman wore a simple, elegant off-white dress, tall, fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful, her gaze soft and kind. Her long shapely legs were clad in sheer black stockings, though her figure lacked fullness in the bust. Upon seeing Mayuko leaning intimately on a tall handsome man, the woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, astonishment flickering across her eyes, before swiftly composing herself into warm courteous grace. "Miss Mayuko, it's been far too long, surely you remember me. I'm Miyamoto Siko, Yutei's younger sister," she said, extending her hand gracefully for a handshake. Miyamoto Siko, age 26. "Ah, Miss Siko. Yes, of course, I recall you very well." Mayuko extended her hand politely. She believed no woman should make another woman feel small. Yutei, standing nearby, lowered his head instinctively, shy, almost cowed, unable to meet Mayuko's gaze. Sigh. Miss Mayuko remains as breathtaking as ever. I've missed her for so long, yet if not for protecting my sister I wouldn't have lost my dearest brother to those men from Longwe, and I'd never have sunk into such crippling self-doubt that I dared not confess my love for years. This time only learning from Mayuko's father that she is unable to bear children gave me the courage to finally pursue her. Ling Yu's inner voice erupted in startled amusement. What? So that's why he's emasculated. Ha, what a bitter epiphany. But karma is just, those Longwa men deserved every bit of praise. Brilliantly done. By the way, Miss Mayuko, who is this gentleman? Miyamoto Siko asked directly, and paused awaiting an answer. A blissful smile radiated from Maisa's face, resembling a flower in full bloom on a spring day, as she joyfully said, "Miss Suiitsu, he is my boyfriend." After speaking, she tightened her grip around Ling Le's arm, drawing her perfect figure closer to him. Ling Lo looked at Zuiitsu with a beaming smile and said, "Hello Miss Zuiitsu, my name is Ling Lo and I am Miss Maisa's boyfriend." Zuiitsu slightly furrowed her brows. Ling Lu. So it is Ling Lu. It was evident that Maisa's father had anticipated this. It was likely that Maisie would find someone to play the role of her boyfriend, perhaps even her husband, to dissuade Yutei and make him completely give up. Upon hearing Zuiitsu's inner thoughts, Ling Le's brows also furrowed. Goodness. It seemed that Maisa's father was indeed a person who prioritizes profit, heartlessly pushing Maisie into a fire pit. Even if Maisie cannot bear children, she still deserves the right and opportunity to enjoy happiness. Yet Yutei is someone who doesn't even have good friends. He is nothing but a complete waste. What joy or value in life can such a waste bring while being with a beautiful woman besides making others disgusted? He simply doesn't have the qualification to like Maisie. He is utterly unworthy of having a woman as charming, beautiful, gentle and generous as Maisie. Zuiitsu slightly furrowed her brows, then smiled gently at Ling Lu, saying, "Hello little brother Ling Lu, we are all very pleased to meet you." At this moment Yutei also looked at Ling Lu. He nodded lightly with a smile, but after stealing a glance at the still unmatched beauty of Maisie he quickly blushed and withdrew his gaze. At this point Maisie sensed something was amiss. Her elegant brows moved slightly, adding a touch of beauty and melancholy to her face. What's going on? Why didn't Zuiitsu and Yutei feel displeased upon hearing that Ling Lu was her boyfriend? Instead they showed Ling Lu friendly goodwill. Did Zuiitsu even call Ling Lu little brother? Moreover, shouldn't a rough-looking man like Yutei be furious? Why do they instead show sincerity and friendliness towards Ling Lu? Standing aside, Huafeng Qianzi crossed her arms and keenly observed the series of reactions from Zuiitsu and Yutei, quickly arriving at a conclusion in her mind. It seems Maisie is likely to have been betrayed by her own father. Ling Le's identity was evidently known to them in advance, and they had predicted that Maisie would find Ling Lu or someone else to play the role of her boyfriend to deceive them. Alas my poor Maisie, your father truly is heartless towards you. Now it remains to see how Ling Liken will respond, or how he might turn this peril into safety, or perhaps a fake act turned real is also a possibility for salvation. However, this way the pressure on Maisie would be significantly greater. At least she believes herself to be Ling Li's aunt. Facing this situation, she hasn't even moved past it herself, so how could she let others know their true relationship? Although Huafeng Qianzi had considered many pros and cons, she ultimately chose to stand by Ling Le's side, nudging him with her arm and signaling him to take action with her beautiful gaze. Ling Lu naturally heard all of Huafeng Qianzi's inner thoughts. Knowing she supported him so much made him feel even more eager and bold. Moreover, recalling Maisa's earlier thoughts, even if she was lightly kissed by him she would still be angry. What was Ling Lu waiting for? He must launch a counterattack. Didn't they see that he and Maisie were pretending to be in a relationship? Didn't they know Maisie was his aunt, making it impossible for them to play out something even more outrageous? But they certainly would not expect that Ling Lu actually had such audacity. Ling Lu looked at Zuiitsu with a light smile and said, "Miss Zuiitsu, are you sure you should call me little brother Ling Lu?" Zuiitsu didn't expect Ling Lu to ask like that. She was momentarily taken aback, but with her family background she naturally wouldn't be intimidated, and lightly laughed. "Little brother Ling Lu, in fact we already know about your relationship with Miss Maisie. Your mother and Miss Maisie have been friends for many years. You can be considered a child she watched grow up, so calling her aunt is appropriate, right?" Upon hearing everything they said, Maisie inevitably felt a bit guilty and embarrassed. Her hands, which were wrapped around Ling Le's arm, subconsciously loosened. In her heart she naturally confirmed that it was likely her father who had told them everything. They were undoubtedly well prepared for today. Ling Lu however remained calm and smiled lightly, saying, "Indeed Maisie is my aunt, but who says I can't date my aunt? In our dragon nation it's not uncommon for young men to date their aunts, even getting married and having children together. We are not breaking any laws, nor are we affecting anyone. Do you mean to say that just because I politely call a slightly older beautiful woman and I can't suddenly like her and date her?" Moreover, do you really think that I and Maisie are just playing pretend with you? Do you understand what an underground relationship means? Now that you all know everything, we won't pretend anymore.
I'm laying it all out. My relationship with Maisie has developed to an incredible point. Maisie felt her face redden immensely, her heart racing. Coupled with Ling Li's display of charisma at this moment, she felt a sense of being a little girl being protected by Ling Lu. He seemed to exude a warmth that made it hard for her to refuse. Huafeng Qianzi with one hand crossed over her chest covered her mouth and giggled.
Little Ling Lu has quite the manly side. He didn't drop the ball at a crucial moment. It seems he's not just boasting, there must be more to come. How interesting, I'm getting more and more excited.
Zui Yizi was stunned, feeling puzzled by what Ling Lu was saying. She thought, I already know you call Maisie aunt. Do you think I don't know when you came to Tokyo to stay at Maisie's house?
It has been less than a week. Are you telling me that you are developing an underground romance? Who do you think you're scaring? Who are you performing for? Only a fool would believe it.
Yu Tai on the other hand was thrown into disarray upon hearing Ling Lu say this. He fixed his gaze on Ling Lu. His earlier friendly attitude towards Ling Lu was because he thought Ling Lu calling Maisie aunt meant he would be his uncle. Besides, they were just playing a role-playing game designed to annoy him. He could be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against a younger person for Maisa's sake. But now Ling Lu had said many things that filled him with hostility. What did he mean by developing an underground romance with Maisie? What a joke.
Maisie could only belong to him.
He had been silently in love with Maisie for over a decade, and now her father was once again actively supporting him to win her over, even willing to pay any price. Now that he was on the verge of obtaining Maisie, making her his only wife, how could he allow anyone to threaten his expectations? Yu Tai clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Ling Lu, looking ready to make a move at any moment. Seeing this, Zui Yizi reached out to tug at her brother Yu Tai's sleeve, whispering to him.
Brother, what are you doing?
They are still just acting. How can you take it seriously and be provoked by him?
Calm down quickly.
After being reminded by Zui Yizi, Yu Tai came back to his senses and suddenly calmed down.
Right, they must still be acting.
After all, Maisie has never liked any man for so many years. How could she possibly have an inappropriate relationship with someone so young and a friend's son? The Maisie I know is a very perfect woman, whether in character or behavior. She is very traditional and proper. Zui Yizi changed the image again. You can go back to the previous chapter to have a look. Ling Lu listened to their thoughts, finding it amusing in his heart. Since they were deceiving themselves and did not believe in all of this today, he would let them witness what it meant to strike first. Of course, I must also thank you for creating the conditions for me, otherwise I wouldn't have found a reason to take advantage of Maisie in public. Hey, it seems you still don't believe it and continue to interfere with my relationship with Maisie. Since that's the case, open your eyes wide and watch closely whether Maisie and I are truly lovers. After Ling Lu finished speaking, he immediately pulled Maisie into his embrace. Maisie was momentarily stunned, her heart racing like never before.
Ling Liken, what does he want to do to me?
Oh my, he wouldn't want to kiss me in front of everyone to prove that our relationship is real, would he? But if this goes on, we won't be able to turn back. Who knows, we might fall deeper and deeper into this situation. Ling Lu sensed Maisa's worries and nervousness in her heart, and he smiled slightly, saying, Maisie, let's show these foolish dreamers who you truly belong.
Maisie. What? But I am my own person, okay? But before she could say anything, Maisa's pupils gradually widened. In the next moment her beautiful eyes went blank, stunned and in disbelief.
Ling Liken, did he really just kiss me lightly?
What should I do? Should I push him away But if I push him away, everything Ling Liken swore would become a lie in their eyes.
He has helped me so much, how could I let him feel even the slightest grievance?
But if I don't push him away, wouldn't the misunderstandings between me and Ling Liken become even more complicated?
Who knows, it might turn into something real, and as a girl being cared for like this would make it hard not to develop feelings, even to completely fall for. While Maisie was tangled in such melancholy and conflicting thoughts, she didn't realize that her body was very honest, instinctively wrapping her arms around Ling Lu's neck. This scene even made Hanfang Qianzi unable to suppress her laughter. Still saying you don't like Ling Liken, don't think that just because you hide it deep in your heart I can't see through it.
Now look, you have honestly given yourself away completely.
If you really had no feelings for Ling Liken, how could you respond so quickly? Meanwhile, Zui Yizi was completely stunned.
Are they really in love? No, this is absolutely impossible. They must be acting just to make Yute give up completely.
Yes, it must be for that purpose, but Miss Maisie, are you really going to not give him any face? Your marriage with Yute was decided by both parents, it's just that Yute has been too insecure to approach you, but that doesn't mean this matter can be forgotten. Just as Zui Yizi was feeling a bit angry, Yute beside her was turning red with anxiety, breathing heavily, fists clenched, and spoke in a low, furious tone.
Ling Lu, are you looking for death? Do you think you can just touch my fiancé like that?
He said, ready to throw a punch. However, he was pulled back by his sister Zui Yizi, who was very angry and said, calm down brother, can't you see?
They are still just acting, trying to make you back off.
If you hit him now while you may stop what's happening, Miss Maisie will certainly use it against you and will never forgive you easily.
But this bastard is bullying my fiancé right in front of me.
Yute restrained his anger, looking very unwilling. Alright brother, you'll just have to endure for a while, Miss Maisie will eventually be yours, understand? After all, this was arranged by both parents.
Alright, I will endure, ill damn well endure. Yute took a few deep breaths, turning in place several times in frustration before finally retreating to the dining area, opening a bottle of red wine and starting to drink in silence. After an unknown amount of time, it was only when Maisie felt she couldn't breathe anymore that she pushed Ling Lu away. At this time Maisa's cheeks were already flushed, her eyes wildly darting, completely embarrassed to look at Ling Lu. She felt even more embarrassed to be looked at by Ling Lu, immediately lowering her head to cover her face, feeling that she had lost all face to face Ling Liken. She had just seriously responded to Ling Le's tenderness and madness. Seeing this, Hanfang Qianzi walked over, hugged Maisie with one arm and comforted her softly. Alright Maisie, if you continue to be so nervous it's equivalent to giving yourself away. If your romance were fake you shouldn't be showing such sincere external reactions. Upon hearing this, Maisie felt she had found a way out. Yes, what just happened was merely an exaggerated act and shouldn't be taken seriously. I must not be nervous, I must not blush, I must not act like a little girl who doesn't know what to do, I must calm down. After thinking of this, Maisie took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her emotions. As a strong woman she could be gentle yet calm and indifferent, and soon she appeared as calm as water, saying, Miss Zwat, as you all saw just now, I actually have someone I like. As for Yute, I rejected being his fiancé from the very beginning. After all, it was solely my father's arrangement and I had no desire for it. Moreover, 8 years ago Yute himself annulled this engagement. Now that you have found my father and suddenly restarted the annulment, don't you find it ridiculous? Today I came here merely to have a simple meal with you to express my stance, and my attitude is now quite clear, as you all have seen, so there's nothing more to say. Ling Liken, let's go. Maisie said imperiously, like a domineering CEO, pulling Ling Lu to leave. However, a bodyguard wearing sunglasses at the door stepped forward to block their way. Miss Zua, what do you mean by this? Zua Yitzi immediately stepped forward, sternly reprimanding the bodyguard, saying, Do you know who Miss Maisie is? Her father is a close friend of my father. You should apologize to Miss Maisie immediately. Yes, ma'am. The bodyguards replied obediently, immediately bowing deeply. We apologize, Miss Maisie, it was our oversight. Please forgive us. Maisie said nothing, merely looking coldly at Zua Yitzi. Zua Yitzi smiled and said, Miss Maisie and little brother Ling Lu, indeed some unpleasant things happened just now and I apologize, but today we are only here to eat, so why not eat first and then leave? Maisie rejected, saying no. Zua Yitzi was taken aback, not expecting that once Maisie became cold she would exude such an oppressive aura, disregarding the relationship between the two families. Ling Lu, who had just been blocked by the bodyguard, felt very unhappy. Leaving just like this would only benefit them. Ling Lu smiled and said, Maisie, since they invited us to dinner we can't just leave empty-handed, let's eat first, I'm just hungry anyway. Facing Ling Lu, Maisa's aura softened a bit as she said, What do you want to eat? I can take you somewhere to eat alone. It's fine, let's eat first and then leave, trust me. Ling Lu insisted. Maisie didn't understand why Ling Lu was so adamant, but after Hanfang Qianzi pondered for a moment, she also said to Maisie, Maisie, let's eat first before leaving, it would be a waste not to eat, right? Well, okay then. Maisie didn't understand what the two wanted to do, but since Qianzi said so she could only nod. Alright. Zua Yitzi smiled warmly upon seeing this and purposely glanced at Ling Lu. It seems Maisa's breakthrough should be on this Ling Liken, but no matter what I must help my brother fulfill his wish, after all he lost everything to protect me. Thank you for the gift and support. How amusing. You women intend to find an opening from me. Hee hee, how fortuitous, for I also seek an opportunity from you. Let's see who is more formidable. Ling Lu scoffed coldly in his heart. He didn't mind taking some interest back from Miss Zua Yitzi. As a member of a prestigious family, the other party had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her figure was indeed well maintained, with fair skin and beautiful features complemented by long legs clad in black stockings. Naturally, everything about her was filled with alluring charm for men. Maisie Xiao, Ling Lu, let's go. It's time to eat. The French cuisine at this hotel is quite traditional, hence the dishes are all quite good. Huafeng Qianzi was unreserved, grabbing the wrists of Maisie and Ling Lu with one hand each, leading them toward the dining table in the hall. Zua Yitzi smiled and gestured for the staff to start serving the dishes. Ling Lu and Maisie sat together. Huafeng Qianzi chose to sit on Ling Lu's other side. Zua Yitzi sat across from them while Yutai occupied the main seat at the head of the table. He couldn't help but glance at Ling Lu and Maisie, who appeared blissfully happy together, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He gulped down red wine to numb himself and endured it. Yet he also harbored a desire to attract Maisa's attention, hoping to instill a sense of guilt in her. However, he was overthinking it. Guilt only arises from those one cares for, especially when harm is inflicted. But how could he expect Maisie to feel guilty for someone she didn't care about or even wish to glance at? This was simply a fool's dream. The waitstaff continued to serve the dishes just as Huafeng Qianzi had said. This hotel's French menu consisted of a traditional 13-course meal. It included onion soup, escargot, beef, oysters, foie gras, bouillabaisse, foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine, chicken, saffron chicken, chicken liver steak, and a full table of delicacies. Ling Lu didn't mind the earlier unpleasantness. Just as Huafeng Qianzi said, if it's there, why not enjoy it? He began to savor the food. Maisie, naturally generous, chose to enjoy the meal since they were seated together. Seeing that Ling Lu enjoyed French cuisine, she took it upon herself to fulfill her role as his girlfriend, personally serving him a lot of dishes and even preparing condiments for him, feeding him directly. Under Maisa's care, Ling Lu felt like he was truly experiencing the warmth of a virtuous wife. Huafeng Qianzi occasionally enlivened the atmosphere, competing for Ling Lu's affection. Maisie, I want some too. You can't forget your good friend just because you have a man you like, right? Alright, he'll serve you too. What do you want to eat? Maisie, helpless, could only coax Huafeng Qianzi. Maisie, this French escargot is quite good, you should try it. Whenever Ling Lu found a delicious dish, he couldn't help but share it with Maisie. Of course, he wouldn't forget about Huafeng Qianzi beside them and also served her a portion. A man should always be generous and magnanimous. Across the table, Zui Yizi occasionally interjected with remarks about the dishes, but her comments fell flat as no one paid her any mind. Yutai, sitting at the head of the table and drinking red wine, became increasingly agitated as he saw his sister lose control and fall into such an embarrassing situation. Clearly he could only watch as Maisie and the pretty boy continued their flirtation. Oof. Unable to endure it any longer, Yutai suddenly stood up and headed for the restroom. He felt the need for some solitude to think about how to make Maisie be with him. Otherwise, if he continued to watch the warm scene between Maisie and Ling Lu, he would truly go mad. Ling Lu elegantly picked up a slice of avocado sashimi, dipped it in sauce and savored it with poise. After finishing, he took a sip of red wine before standing up to head towards the restroom. Maisie's sister Qianzi, I'm going to the restroom. As Maisie worried that Ling Lu might encounter Yutai and a conflict might erupt, she stood up to say something. At that moment, Huafeng Qianzi sat in Ling Lu's seat and spoke. Maisie, come and drink a couple of glasses with me. As for Xiao Ling Lu, he's quite capable, so you should trust the one you like. Huafeng Qianzi was a psychological expert. At this moment, Ling Lu happened to be heading to the restroom as well, clearly with a purpose. But his choice to do so indicated he had confidence in handling it. Maisie heard Qianzi's last sentence, you should trust the one you like. Instantly her face flushed, resembling a peach blossom blooming in spring, vibrant and dripping with beauty. Nervously lifting her wineglass, she said, alright, I'll drink a couple of glasses with you, but after drinking you'll have to call a ride home. What are you afraid of? If you get drunk we can just go to my place to rest. Huafeng Qianzi said with a bright smile. Maisie thought for a moment and found it feasible. It was only a 10-minute taxi ride to Qianzi's home. Inside the restroom, Yutai squatted down, relieved himself, then stood up and lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before walking out, coincidentally encountering Ling Lu at the doorway. Yutai frowned, pointing angrily at Ling Lu, and said, I warn you, kid, you'd better stay away from Maisie, otherwise you'll regret it too late. Ding, congratulations master, you have received a task to take action. Completing the task will grant you daily charm points. Ling Lu was precisely waiting for the system task. At that moment Ling Lu stepped into the blind spot and walked inside. Yutai felt ignored, becoming even more furious, and turned to throw a punch at Ling Lu. However, he hit nothing. He didn't even see Ling Lu inside, feeling a bit surprised. But he thought nothing of it, assuming Ling Lu was already taking care of business. Yet Ling Lu, in an invisible state, stood beside him, activating his eye technique to observe Yutai's weaknesses. To his surprise, this guy's weakness was the lingering ailment left after losing a good brother. Ling Lu felt no sympathy and kicked hard at Yutai's weak spot. Ah! Yutai let out a low mournful cry, crouching on the ground, curling up and clutching his injury. At that moment, Yutai, defeated by Ling Lu, was automatically enslaved by Ling Lu's ability. Their thoughts began to connect, allowing Ling Lu to control him directly through his mind. Enough! Stop groaning and get up. Bring your sister Zui Yizi over to plead with me for you. Understand? Yes, master. Yutai respectfully replied and then walked toward the dining area while Ling Lu waited at the door. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations master, you have completed the earlier task, earning a charm enhancement reward. Henceforth master can increase his charm daily with no upper limit. Ling Lu opened the system panel with his mind to check his personal page. Name Ling Lu. Gender male. Age 18. Height 181 centimeters. System action, system only. Assets 1 credit card. Personal charm 141, increasing daily. Note the charm standard for an average person is 10. After Yutai sat down, he was preparing to find an opportunity to have his sister Zui Yizi plead with Ling Lu, but unexpectedly Zui Yizi had already stood up, not needing any reminder, and apologized to Maisie and the others. Sorry, I need to step out for a moment. Maisie frowned slightly. With both of them leaving, did they really think she was unaware of their intentions? It was clear they were using this opportunity to coerce Ling Lu. After thinking this, Maisie also prepared to stand up. She couldn't let Ling Lu continue to be threatened by them. It was simply endless. Thank you for your gift and support. But Hanafusa Akiko gently held her back and said, Misako, rest assured, the person will be perfectly fine. We're all right here. Do you truly believe they'd dare harm Lord Ling Lu? If they truly dared go that far, they wouldn't have endured even a moment ago. Truth be told, I'm curious to see whether Lord Ling Lu is genuinely devoted to you. Should he prove unable to withstand even this pressure and threat, choosing instead to abandon you, well, rest easy, I'll tear you apart without hesitation. Hanafusa Akiko covered her mouth with a light, knowing laugh. Misako and Akiko had been close friends for years, and Misako knew her friend spoke with absolute sincerity. Prompted by Akiko's words, Misako found herself quietly wondering just how deeply Ling Lu cherished her, even though she chided herself for such a thought. Yet the curiosity clung stubbornly, irresistible and strange. Torn between resignation and inner conflict, she ultimately chose not to follow him, instead waiting patiently for Ling Li's return. Meanwhile, Psycho entered the restroom. Here the men's and women's restrooms branched off from the same entrance corridor. The moment she arrived, she saw Ling Lu stepping out. She stepped forward 2 paces and greeted him warmly. Mr. Ling Lu. It's all right, Psycho, be brave for your brother. Even if it means enduring some humiliation, it's worth it. You swore never again to witness your brother's disappointment or pain, didn't you? And he fell to this state solely to protect you, sacrificing the dignity of a true man. Strengthened by these silent affirmations, Psycho composed herself, offered Ling Lu a gentle smile, and began her plea. Mr. Ling Lu, I've come to ask you, please relinquish Miss Misako. My brother holds her in profound affection and he is a truly pitiable man. Oof. How naively amusing, you think your brother's suffering concerns me. Even more absurd, what gives you the authority to demand I abandon Miss Misako? Do you intend to wield your family's power as a threat? If so, let me make this clear, I reject such tactics entirely. Ling Lu crossed his arms, increasingly adept not merely at handling women but at guiding them step by deliberate step into the very traps he designed for their punishment. No, Mr. Ling Lu, I would never invoke my family's influence against you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I pledge this: should you release Miss Misako, I shall repay you unconditionally. Anything you ask of me, I will do. Summoning every ounce of courage, Psycho spoke, and instantly her cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples. Indeed, a woman trembling in shy vulnerability radiates an exquisite, intoxicating allure, nearly impossible to resist. Oof. Promises. Spare me such hollow assurances. Why on earth would I trust your word? Ling Lu continued to smile coldly, yet inwardly he thrilled. This trajectory meant Psycho would soon be compelled to reveal her sincerity, precisely the outcome he desired. Psycho felt no despair, only a sudden quiet surge of hope blossoming within her. It seems Mr. Ling Lu hasn't outright rejected my offer. Does this mean there remains a chance he might actually release Miss Misako? Yes, it must be so. Clearly he's intrigued by my proposal. Think about it, Miss Misako is 38, nearing 40 in less than 2 years. Though still graceful and beautiful, how can she compare with a young vibrant woman like me? I am only 26, possessing a unique beauty and poise no less captivating than hers. True, I lack her mature allure, but youth itself is my greatest capital and advantage. These thoughts acted like a soothing balm, reigniting her resolve. Her gaze, though still veiled with shyness, now met his, yet each time she opened her mouth words dissolved into hesitant silence. Sigh. I've never had a boyfriend. I remain pure, my life consumed entirely by guilt toward my brother, leaving no room for romance. I am still untouched, a maiden in every sense. To utter such things aloud, faceta face, how could I bear it? I feel utterly repulsive. Ling Lu, inwardly elated, hadn't anticipated Psycho's unblemished purity, another extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet he sensed her hesitation would linger indefinitely, wasting precious time. It was time to help Psycho take that decisive step. Miss Psycho, is this your idea of sincerity? Oof. A waste of my time. If you imagine I'll surrender Miss Misako based on such feeble overtures, you may as well dream on. With a faint icy smile, Ling Lu uncrossed his arms and turned to leave the restroom corridor, returning to the dining hall. This entire floor had been reserved by Psycho's party, so aside from Misako and Hanafusa Akiko, no one else would enter the restrooms. He wasn't concerned about the unlikely coincidence of Misako and Akiko walking in just then, overhearing their exchange. Seeing Ling Lu turn to leave, Psycho's heart seized with panic, knowing this opportunity once lost might never return. Mr. Ling Lu, wait. Please wait. Her face burning, she reached out with delicate fingers and grasped his arm, biting her lower lip, humbled yet gathering courage anew. A subtle curve lifted the corner of Ling Li's mouth before he turned back, voice calm and detached. What is it? Have you something more to say? If not, don't waste my time. Understand. Mr. Ling Lu, I can show you sincerity now. And should you release Miss Misako, I swear you may do anything with me, even claim me as your woman forever. I will accept without hesitation. You are strikingly young and beautiful. Truthfully, I hold little resistance against beauty, but whether I ultimately relinquish Miss Misako depends entirely on the depth of your sincerity. Only then will I reconsider. Mr. Ling Lu, I will not disappoint you. Very well. The chance is yours. Whether you sway me enough to abandon Miss Misako rests solely on how compelling you prove to be. Yes, I understand. Head bowed, Psycho trembled, not only with nervousness but with quiet sorrow. For her brother's happiness she was sacrificing herself. And even afterward she couldn't guarantee Ling Lu would honor his part of the bargain. Still, Psycho possessed certain quiet confidence. She believed her youth and beauty alone would captivate him, and she held one final potent secret, one that would enthrall any man. She was certain once she revealed she remained a maiden, Ling Lu would unquestionably release Miss Misako. I know you understand, but then what? Ling Lu asked, voice cool and measured. After a deep steadying breath, Psycho replied softly, Mr. Ling Lu, please follow me. She led him down the quiet corridor, her steps hushed, her pulse quickening with resolve. After more than 10 minutes Ling Lu managed to calm down a bit about the earlier incident where Zui Yizi had blocked his path. Back in the restaurant Maisie frowned and asked anxiously, why did you take so long? Did Zui Yizi make things difficult for— Feeling Maise's concern, Ling Lu was touched and chuckled, don't worry Maisie. How could she possibly make things difficult for— He thought to himself, hey, it would be more accurate to say I made things difficult for her. But I'm a nice person, I even treated her to a lavish meal which was definitely more nutritious than the French cuisine in front of us. That's good to hear. Maisie smiled alluringly, releasing an enchanting charm. Xiao Ling Lu, you did very well. You lived up to the recognition and support from your sister, do you understand? Holding a glass of red wine, Huafeng Qianzi took a small sip with a smile, her crimson lips leaving an enticing mark on the rim of the glass. Ling Lu burst into laughter. He felt somewhat bewildered. Huafeng Qianzi thought he had done well. Tisk, if she knew about his masterpiece regarding Zui Yizi, she would surely experience a profound shift in her values. Ha, Sister Qianzi, did you just place a bet on something? Ling Lu immediately asked with a smile upon hearing their thought. Indeed, I bet that you wouldn't be tempted by that woman, and it seems I was right. But did we even need to bet? She isn't as pretty as Maisie. Ling Lu tried to appear calm. If he showed any signs of guilt, Qianzi would certainly see that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Maisie blushed at the sight, realizing that in Ling Lu's eyes she was so beautiful. However, when she thought about her relationship with Ling Lu, she couldn't help but sigh, deeply unsure whether to let things develop in an inappropriate direction. She found herself unknowingly developing a kind of affection for Ling Lu that was fundamentally different. Not bad. You have a promising future, kid. Huafeng Qianzi looked at Ling Lu with great admiration. Come, let's drink a few more glasses together. If you get drunk, you can stay at my place tonight. Ling Lu was pleasantly surprised by Qianzi's offer. He hadn't expected her to be such a good friend, diligently helping with matters concerning Maisie and himself from the very beginning. With such a great opportunity, Ling Lu felt excited and hopeful. Sometimes pursuing someone you like takes time, but with a trustworthy person actively helping as a competent wingman, it becomes much easier to achieve one's goals. Alright, Sister Qianzi, to thank you for your recognition and support, I should drink a few glasses with you, right? Gulp, gulp, gulp. The two sat down, eating and drinking, finishing 3 glasses in one go. Seeing this, Maisie shook her head helplessly. Two wine lovers together were truly impossible to dissuade. At that moment, Zui Yizi walked out from the restroom looking complicatedly at Ling Lu, who was happily drinking red wine. She had sacrificed a lot for Ling Lu and wondered when he would start to give up on Miss Maisie. Ling Lu calmly glanced at Zui Yizi, their gazes meeting directly. Zui Yizi suddenly felt flustered, her eyes darting away, unable to maintain eye contact with Ling Lu. As their eyes locked, memories of the things she did for Ling Lu flooded her mind. Ling Lu, in a barely perceptible manner, curved his lips slightly and then downed a glass of red wine, mentally commanding Yutai, who was seated at the main table. It's your turn to perform now. Announce to everyone that you have decided to give up on pursuing Miss Maisie and wish her in Mr. Ling Lu happiness. Yutai, having received the command, suddenly stood up. Zui Yizi, who had just sat down, immediately frowned at Yutai, thinking her brother was preparing to leave in disappointment. She was quite worried about her brother's mindset. Brother, don't worry. Just wait a bit longer and you'll soon have Miss Maisie. Just now, I was humiliated by Mr. Ling Lu for you. But as long as I can help you, this little sacrifice is worth it. Moreover, Mr. Ling Lu said I did well, so I believe he will soon need me again. But next time he must first deliver the results I want before I give him what he desires. After all, I'm not really that foolish. Zui Yizi thought, inwardly feeling both wronged and proud, which served as a form of comfort for herself. I suddenly realized something and decided to tell everyone. After taking a deep breath, Yutai looked at Zui Yizi, Huafeng Qianzi and Maisie, then continued, I have decided to no longer pursue Miss Maisie. I sincerely apologize for the troubles I caused her in Mr. Ling Lu, but such situations will not happen again from now on. Because I want to bless Miss Maisie and Mr. Ling Lu with eternal happiness and love. As soon as Yutai said this, Maisie and Huafeng Qianzi were stunned. Especially Zui Yizi, whose pupils widened in disbelief. She never expected her brother to suddenly say such things. She couldn't accept it for a moment. She had just made a huge sacrifice for her brother, and now he chose to give up right when success was in sight. Everything she had sacrificed seemed to have gone to waste. Zui Yizi felt she had suffered a great loss and had been deeply wronged. Tears rolled silently from her beautiful eyes as she hurriedly asked, Brother, do you know what you're saying? You clearly liked Miss Maisie so much, having liked her for over a decade. Why choose to give up now? Why? No reason. I just feel that I am not worthy of Miss Maisie. Besides, a fruit that is forcibly picked is not sweet. As long as Miss Maisie and Mr. Ling Lu are happy together, I will be satisfied. Sister, thank you for worrying about me so much regarding this matter, but it's no longer necessary. You don't have to feel sorry for me. After all, it's only natural for a brother to protect his sister. Even if I had to choose again, I would still sacrifice myself to protect you. But as my sister, you must listen to me and respect my decision. Otherwise, I can't help but get angry. After Yutai finished speaking sincerely, Zui Yizi sat softly in her seat. She wanted to help her brother, but he had emphasized that she should listen to him or he would get angry. What could she do about it? She could only cry silently. One, she felt that she had ultimately failed to help her brother. Two, everything she had sacrificed earlier had all gone to that scoundrel Ling Lu. Indeed, she now despised Ling Lu greatly for making such sacrifices for him. But what could she do? She could only suffer in silence. It was impossible to let everyone know what transaction she had made with Ling Lu and what she had done for him, right? Such matters absolutely cannot happen. She must not let anyone know, otherwise she would truly feel like dying. Her inner thoughts were clearly heard by Ling Lu. Hey, I see. So you're very afraid of others finding out, huh? You can't blame me for catching you at your weakest. I'm just a selfish scoundrel. Since you've already dedicated yourself to me once, why not dedicate everything to me? After all, you wouldn't want others to know about the things you've done for me. Ling Lu thought wickedly in his heart. Of course, part of the reason was his possessiveness, acting up, unwilling to let Zui Yitzi belong to anyone else. To eliminate that possibility, he could only make her entirely his possession. Everyone, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Please continue enjoying your meal. Under Ling Lu's control, Yutai decisively chose to leave. He was looking forward to getting drunk with Maisie and Qianzi without any outside interference later. At the very least, he couldn't disappoint Sister Qianzi's good intentions tonight. As for Maisie, he was determined to have her tonight. After seeing Yutai really leave, Zui Yitzi, who had regained her senses after several seconds, immediately got up to chase after him. Thank you for your generous support. The struggling author is endlessly grateful. At this moment, Huafang Qianzi looked at Ling Lu with a half smile. Little Ling Lu, I really want to know how you managed to make that guy Yute willingly give up. That's a secret. Ling Lu, savoring exquisite slices of tuna, tantalized Huafang Qianzi's curiosity with an air of mystery. Ungrateful little brat, do you know how much effort I put into this for you? Tonight I was actually thinking about having you and Maisie take things to the next level. Are you going to let me down? Ling Lu heard the inner voice and thought to himself that he indeed owed her an apology. Sister Qianzi, I was wrong. Don't be angry, I'll tell you everything, okay? That's more like it. Hurry up, don't keep me in suspense. Huafang Qianzi said casually. Ling Lu wiped his mouth with a silk napkin and said, so I went to the restroom, right? That's when I discovered Yute's secret. What secret? Huafang asked. Even Maisie at this moment listened intently, wanting to know what secret could make Yute stop pursuing her. I found out that he has no good brothers. He squats to use the restroom like a little kid. You saw that with your own? Yeah, he was in a desperate situation, directly laid it all out and even admitted everything. I took the opportunity to showcase my advantages in front of him and completely shattered his Dao heart. Ling Lu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Huafang Qianzi and Maisie both felt their cheeks flush. What does it mean to showcase one's advantages in front of Yute? You dirty rogue, Huafang Qianzi retorted. You can be so vulgar in front of two beautiful women. I was wronged. It was you who insisted on asking me. I think I expressed myself quite subtly. I believe I'm still a very civilized person. Huafang Qianzi thought for a moment and chuckled, that seems to be the case. But Maisie, your father really is a good father. Clearly a person of his standing must have known that Yute is useless, yet for his own interests he still agreed to restore the so-called marriage with him. Sorry Maisie, I said that on purpose to make you drink more tonight. It's good for you and Ling Lu to take things to the next level. You haven't been single for so many years and it's rare to have someone you like, so you should get together sooner rather than later. If I don't help you with your indecisive nature, you definitely won't end up with Ling Lu. After all, I know you too well. Besides, Sume is coming to Tokyo next month. To face Sume, your feelings for Ling Lu will probably be completely sealed away. Ling Lu suddenly felt a bit sorry for Maisie unknowingly being schemed against by himself and Huafang Qianzi. But with both of them acting simultaneously, Maisie would definitely not be able to resist. At least he and Qianzi were the most trusted people around her. She couldn't always be on guard against any mischief from them. Hearing Huafang Qianzi lay it all out, Maise's mood unsurprisingly worsened. Haha, my father is indeed heartless. I'm starting to doubt if I'm really his biological daughter. Maisie poured herself a large glass of red wine and began drinking deeply, gulping it down. After 3 large glasses, Huafang Qianzi stopped Maisie, saying, Hey Maisie, what are you doing drinking alone? Don't treat us like air. Come on, let me drink with you. Little Ling Lu, you join us too. Let's drink to our heart's content. Ling Lu nodded, knowing Qianzi's intentions, feeling quite tempted. Next, Ling Lu spent 2 hours eating and drinking with them. However, he maintained a clear mind, possessing an indestructible ability and a robust physical constitution. Qianzi also did not get drunk, being purposeful. She was clever about her drinking. Ling Li and Maisie is already drunk. We should stop drinking or we won't be able to go back. We should leave now. Tonight both of you will come to my house. It's the closest, only a 10-minute drive. Ling Li, you and I will help Maisie. Be careful not to let her fall. Qianzi arranged this clearly. I'm fine, just a little tipsy. Haha, now it's just a little tipsy. Later the effects of the red wine will gradually kick in, but it will be enough for us to get home. Once we get home we can get as drunk as we want. Just don't let me down, Ling Li. Sister is very supportive of you and Maisie getting together.
Under the influence of alcohol, Huafeng Qianzi boldly revealed her ultimate goal.
If Maisie heard this, she would definitely be very angry.
After all, a trusted good sister without her consent betrayed her and hinted to Lingla to pursue her. It was truly excessive. However, Maisie was extremely drunk and in a bad mood, so she was already out cold. Lingla was genuinely moved. It was the first time he had encountered such a good wingman.
When they left the hotel,
there were dedicated staff at the hotel responsible for driving them back. After taking the car keys and driving Maise's car, Qianzi provided a location and delivered them to their destination in under 10 minutes. Ling Lu and Qianzi supported Maisie back to the apartment.
Ling Liken, don't say that sister didn't help you. Tonight you and Maisie will rest in this room.
I'm drunk, I don't know what I said or did.
I don't know anything, I need to rest. Qianzi was actually feeling a bit guilty, so she deliberately said this afterward to give her shameless behavior an excuse. Ling Lu remained silent, and after seeing Qianzi leave he couldn't wait to close the door.
This time Ling Lu was determined to take risks, his courage greater than ever. In the deep of night, Ling Lu woke up groggy and rushed to the restroom. When he returned still in a daze, he stumbled back to the room. In the darkness, feeling the temptation beside him again, Ling Lu couldn't help but stir things up once more. The next day Ling Lu felt very tired, his head aching, and he couldn't wake up at all. But he was suddenly startled awake by the sound of a door opening and an exclamation. He recognized the voice. It seemed to be Maise's voice. You. Ling Lu suddenly jolted awake, sitting up quickly, and saw Maisie encircled in a purple bath towel. She looked at him and Huafeng Qianzi beside him in disbelief. Ling Lu felt a thunderous sound echoing in his head.
Oh no, this is bad. Did I return to the wrong room last night?
At that moment Huafeng Qianzi rubbed her eyes, shaking her drowsy head, and suddenly saw Ling Lu beside her, startling her.
You, how are you in my bed?
Bang! Maisie felt very uncomfortable and walked out, but she didn't control the force well, so the sound was quite loud.
Huafeng Qianzi came back to her senses and realized that it was over. Maisie would definitely be heartbroken. Maisie, let me explain.
Huafeng Qianzi got up to chase after her but found herself still in disarray.
She felt utterly defeated. Oh my, what on earth happened last night?
But now was not the time to think about these things. She immediately got dressed and ran out to explain to Maisie.
But Maisie had already left the house first. Modified, but the original text and side story remain. Huafeng Qianzi sighed softly.
Memories of last night's experiences gradually surfaced in her mind, as if she truly had engaged in some illicit activities.
Yet throughout the entire night she believed it was merely a dream. Who would have thought that all of this was real?
At this moment Huafeng Qianzi's cheeks were flushed, not only beautifully rosy but also exuding an enchanting fragrance. Then she clenched her fists, her anger boiling as she stomped her jade feet and ran back to her room. She glanced at Ling Lu, her beautiful eyes showing a mix of anger and complexity. She was furious that Ling Lu had the audacity to sleep with her. Her original plan was merely to make Ling Lu and Maisie have a physical relationship. Unexpectedly she herself was led into the same trap. Huafeng Qianzi had always believed that a woman with such a healthy constitution as hers was surely fertile, as her relatives had never been.
Moreover, today was Thursday within her dangerous period.
The situation was complicated. She thought it was a dream, so last night under the influence of alcohol she responded very wildly, showing no resistance at all. It was evident how complicated her terrible mood had become. Even if it were a dream, she should not have engaged in such actions with Ling Lu. She felt she was partly at fault as well. Finally she took a deep breath. Now that the event had occurred, what could she do? After sitting down on the bed she hugged her rounded legs and calmly asked, "So Ling Lu, how did you end up in my room?" Ling Lu looked apologetic yet innocent as he replied, "I'm not quite sure either. It felt like I hit a wall. I remember getting up late at night to use the bathroom, then returning to my own room, but who would have thought that I would wake up in yours?"
"Humph, is that hitting a wall?
You clearly just slept through it and ended up in my room, mistaking me for Maisie and bullying me, do you know?" Huafeng Qianzi raised her beautiful eyes, looking somewhat resentful as she continued, "Now it's all your fault. Not only did you take my virtue, but you also made me feel like I betrayed Maisie. How am I supposed to face her in the future?"
Ling Lu appeared very apologetic on the surface. He indeed had entered the wrong room and even mistook Huafeng Qianzi for Aunt Maisie, not realizing the gravity of the situation at the time.
However, upon reflection there were indeed some strange feelings that he had back then, reminiscent of his first time bullying Aunt Maisie, though he hadn't thought much of it then. Had he pondered it more deeply at the time, he might have realized that the person he was toying with was not Maisie but Huafeng Qianzi.
Of course he might have found it even more exciting.
Nevertheless he felt quite exhilarated inside. He never expected that by chance he could engage in such a fortunate affair.
"Sister Qianzi, don't worry. I will explain everything to Aunt Maisie.
In the end it will all be my fault, I will never say it's yours."
"What? It absolutely isn't my fault. This was never my fault, it's all your fault, okay?" Huafeng Qianzi suddenly felt quite wronged.
Although she didn't want to take it out on Ling Lu, she needed to see his attitude.
Yes, it's all my fault. Sister Qianzi, please don't be angry.
If worse comes to worst, I will take responsibility for you." Ling Lu said this on purpose.
"Humph, it was indeed your fault,"
she said, "and how do you plan on taking responsibility for me?"
Do you intend to marry me? However, she merely asked casually, wanting to see Ling Le's reaction. After all, now that he had slept with her, even if it were unintentional, she would look down upon a man who was unwilling to take responsibility. Well, as long as you are willing, I will honestly inform Ling Susum that I wish to marry you. Ling Le said earnestly. He understood Huafeng Qianzi's thoughts. She merely wanted him to give her a satisfactory attitude. This request was quite easy for Ling Le to fulfill at this moment. Upon hearing Ling Le say, I wish to marry you with such seriousness, Huafeng Qianzi felt nervous inside. Especially after hearing Ling Le say he would inform Ling Susum, she became even more flustered and guilty. You little brat, what a beautiful thought. I don't want to be your wife. The one you truly like is Maisie. Our relationship was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. After thinking of this, Huafeng Qianzi felt much more at ease in her heart. She still sat on the bedding, hugged her legs and tilted her head to look at Ling Lu. Alright, at least you have the courage to take responsibility. However, I, your elder sister, do not need you to take responsibility. Also, you must not tell Ling Susum. If she finds out, I will definitely not forgive you, understood? Ling Lu felt a bit dejected. She had been bullied by him yet did not want him to take responsibility, making him feel as if his charm had been completely underestimated. Yet he knew that the root of the issue was not about taking responsibility but rather how Huafeng Qianzi would face Maisie if she truly married him. What about Maisie? Sister Qianzi, do you really not want me to take responsibility? Ling Le chose to ask seriously again. I don't want you to. It's just a misunderstanding between us, so stop overthinking it and don't feel sorry for me. If you really want to make it up to me, then just listen to me more in the future. Huafeng Qianzi appeared generous, kind and gentle, looking as if she truly enjoyed it. Alright, I understand. Ling Lu nodded. Indeed, he needed to focus on handling Aunt Maisie. Last night when he had bullied Aunt Maisie, she had developed feelings for him. Knowing he was the one bullying her, although she had not publicly confronted him, she still tolerated his indulgence in her heart. In fact, she had even very much catered to him. Ultimately, she had decided in her heart to try developing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him. But who would have thought that such an unexpected incident would occur last night, and early this morning she would happen to catch him red-handed. Perhaps it had even led Aunt Maisie to doubt whether he truly liked her or was merely interested in her current beauty. By the way, Ling Le, last night did you and Maisie also? Huafeng Qianzi suddenly remembered to ask. Yes, we communicated. Huafeng Qianzi blushed and continued, so did drunk Maisie know? Ling Lu nodded. After receiving the answer, Huafeng Qianzi said, see, I knew it. Maisie has also developed feelings for you, otherwise she wouldn't have given you any chance at all. So even if I deliberately got her drunk and let you stay at my house for the night, she never said a word of refusal. Now do you understand? Upon hearing this, Ling Le suddenly realized. Yet in her heart she felt even more pleased, as it turned out that Aunt May was also coveting her. Perhaps during the last drunken episode she had intentionally shown leniency towards Ling Lu. Ling Lu began to feel increasingly awkward. It was as if her little thoughts and tricks had long been seen through by Aunt May, yet she chose not to expose Ling Le publicly, instead continuing to play the role of a silly woman. I see, so what should I do next? How do I comfort Aunt May? Ling Le felt that she did not know Aunt May well enough, but Qianzi should understand May better than herself and Ms. Ling certainly knew her better as well. However, how could she have the nerve to ask Ms. Ling about Aunt May? For now she could only awkwardly seek information from Qianzi. Although this would continue to hurt Qianzi as she was being bullied and then had to help chase after another woman, it was a situation that could not be avoided. Let's take it in 2 steps. You go to school first, and after I'm done I will find May to explain. If she still cannot get over that hurdle, we can tease her a little, making her aware of your importance, letting her feel anxious and understand what it means to fear losing you. Understood. At that time you'll pretend to pursue me madly, right? How naive of you to think I would actually pursue you. All you need to do is appear despondent all day and I will take this opportunity to care for you, then you can act like you're falling for someone else. Qianzi confidently stated, after all, no one knows her better than I do. Once she likes someone, even if misunderstandings and hurts occur, it's hard for her to forget. Do you understand? Yes, understood. As expected of Sister Qianzi, your amazing. Ling Lu gave a thumbs up. Of course. Little Ling Lu, you should learn more from your sister in the future. Qianzi pretended to be carefree, but in reality she wanted to remind herself to be more open-minded. Even if Ling Lu, this rascal, bullied her, it was nothing, it was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Moreover, she felt so guilty towards Aunt May that she couldn't let Ling Lu and May see that she wanted Ling Lu to take responsibility. After hearing Qianzi's true thoughts, Ling Lu knew he had to work hard to hold on to both May and Qianzi tightly. He could like many women and even bully them, but after liking and bullying them he must take responsibility, then he could have a clear conscience. After all, his heart was soft. He could be a rascal, but he could not pretend not to know anything to them. Yes, I'll learn more from Sister Qianzi in the future. But Sister Qianzi, could you please stop calling me Little Ling Lu? Don't you know I'm not Little Ling Lu? Ling Lu suddenly grinned mischievously. Qianzi's face flushed, knowing what Ling Lu was hinting at, and she instantly became furious. Don't ever bring this up again or I will make you regret it. Ling Lu smirked slightly. It turned out this was the real Qianzi. Although there was a misunderstanding between them, it was indeed a beautiful one for both parties. However, one must mention that this woman was indeed speaking one way and thinking another. On the surface she seemed indifferent and unconcerned about responsibility, but deep down she couldn't help but wish for him to take responsibility. Don't worry, when the time comes, even if you don't say it, I will take responsibility for you. After all, you are already my— Thinking this in his heart, Ling Lu happily said, yes, I hear you. I won't mention it again, but I must clarify that I am not little Ling Lu. Xianzi immediately panicked, getting out of bed, her delicate feet touching the floor, grabbing the blanket and throwing it at Ling Lu. Ling Liqin, you really are a rascal. Hurry up and go to school. As Xianzi couldn't help but feel humiliated and angry now that Ling Lu kept emphasizing that he was not little Ling Lu, she couldn't help but recall what the real Ling Lu was like. In any case, the real Ling Lu was quite intimidating. Alright, once I return to my room and freshen up, I will go to school. Ling Lu wrapped himself in the sheets from Qianzi's bed and returned to the room where he had rested with Aunt May. The room was tidied up very neatly, clearly having been organized by Aunt May early in the morning. After freshening up, Ling Lu changed into the suit he had worn yesterday, but when leaving the room he noticed a large vibrant plum blossom pattern on the light beige sheet he had wrapped around himself. Without thinking much, this was the decorative piece that Xianzi had embroidered last night. Unexpectedly, it was quite a lot and even had a good artistic touch, looking quite beautiful. TSK Tisket said that most girls care about the plum blossoms they embroider for the first time. I wonder if Xianzi cares about it. Ling Lu decided to take it to her personally to prevent her from accidentally tossing it into the washing machine. By the way, this sheet has the plum blossoms you embroidered. Do you want to take a look? Plum blossoms. What plum blossoms? Xianzi was caught off guard as Ling Lu's words were somewhat too refined. Just wait and see when you open it, Ling Lu said with a smile, placing the sheet by the bed, and added, Sister Xianzi, let's grab some breakfast later to replenish your energy. Haha, I'm off now. Xianzi frowned, feeling confused. What energy do I need to replenish? Hearing the door close, she picked up the sheet and discovered the embroidered plum blossoms, instantly looking astonished. What the heck, did I really embroider such a large piece in just one night? I thought it hurt so much for some reason, now I get it. But how could he be so ruthless last night? Sigh, but what's the use? Just throw it away. Xianzi sighed with a flushed face. Although she said this, she first took out her phone to take a picture. This is not just for keepsake, it's my evidence. Ling Lu went downstairs, exited the apartment complex, hailed a taxi and returned to school in half an hour. In the morning there were two classes, both on finance. The class monitor Si Gong He Xiang notified all students in the group to bring their books to Multimedia Room 1 for class. Ling Lu entered through the back door and found a spot to sit down. The teacher didn't say anything. Perhaps this was the benefit of college as compared to high school. It was much freer since teachers wouldn't deliberately manage you. Ling Lu sat in his seat, not in the mood for class, as his mind was filled with the wild and wonderful events of the previous night. Sigh, I wonder what Aunt May is doing now. How should I interact with her when I return home tonight? Ling Lu's newly acquainted friends Takahashi Maju and Inoue Daikuma Akimoto Shota and Oda Izaburo immediately approached. Takahashi Maju, and while rubbing the bruises on his face, winced in pain and said, Lugu, you finally made it today. I have a small request. I hope you can help me seek justice. Actually, I didn't want to trouble you, but you're really amazing. You were only in there for a day and the female investigator from the inspection department came to our school to clear your name and release you. You must have some powerful connections behind you. Yes, I also think you're quite hidden, Lugu. The other three looked at Ling Lu with admiration. Ling Lu frowned. What happened? Did he get beaten? Akimoto Shota nodded vigorously. Of course. He went out to buy something last night and was surrounded and beaten by a group of people. If he hadn't run fast, he would probably be missing an arm or a leg right now. We weren't with Majuan at the time, but even if we were, we three would still have gotten a beating. Do you know who did it? Ling Lu looked at Takahashi Majuan with sympathetic eyes. Takahashi Majuan said pitifully, a few days ago we were drinking at a bar and ran into those two yellow-haired guys who had their eyes on classmate Kaixia. They gathered over a dozen thugs and suddenly surrounded me to beat me up. So it was those two damn yellow-haired guys. I should have dealt with them back then. But don't worry, they can't just get away with beating you. Thanks, Lugu. But those two yellow-haired guys are from the Black Cat Gang. I found some information online. The Black Cat Gang has over 500 members. So what if they have over 500? Anyone who dares to touch my brother, I won't let them off. Besides, last time it was me who took action. Now that you have trouble, I will definitely help you seek justice. You guys are too timid. I'll give you an opportunity. How about we start a gang? Do you want to join? Ling Lu knew mind reading and wasn't worried about them betraying him. If anyone had ulterior motives, he would directly subjugate them. A gang. Hearing this, Akimoto Shota and the others looked a bit flustered. What are you afraid of? We are just forming a gang for self-defense, not to cause trouble. Otherwise people will keep bothering us and that's annoying. Ling Lu spoke confidently and calmly. In prison he had subjugated many death row inmates, and later he could bring a few out to help him dominate the underground world of Sakura country. Perfect.
He could act from behind the scenes and be the boss of the underground world of Sakura country, which seemed quite nice.
Lu Gu am in. I understand now kind people get bullied.
I want to change myself and make those bastards fear me. Takahashi Majuan said excitedly, evidently after getting beaten his soft heart was guided and directly moved towards the dark side.
Very well, my gang shall be called the Lu God Society. Takahashi Majuan, you will be the first elder of my Lu God Society.
But if you betray me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Lu said seriously as he looked at him.
Lu Gu, don't worry, I will never betray the organization. If I do, I will commit seppuku.
Takahashi Majuan replied earnestly. Ling Lu nodded and then looked at the other three. Do you want to join the Lu God Society?
I can give you 3 days to think about it. Takahashi Majuan looked at the other three and said, is there any need to hesitate? Join us.
If you don't join and we are friends, once we get into trouble you won't be able to distance yourself either. But if we follow Lu Gu, we will definitely have a chance to become big figures in the underground world.
Who would dare to bully us then?
Plus we won't have to worry about not finding girlfriends, understand?
Akimoto Shota and the others' eyes lit up upon hearing the word girlfriend. That makes sense. Lu Gu, I want to join the Lu God Society.
I'll join too.
Good, after you join tonight I will send someone to take revenge for Majuan. At that time you can come along to expand your horizons and practice a bit.
Alright, sounds good. Takahashi Majuan and the others didn't expect to take revenge so soon. Although they felt excited, a sense of fear also arose in their hearts. After all, they had a new identity now as members of the underworld.
What are you all talking about?
Suddenly, like a light butterfly, Tsuchomi floated over her face full of curiosity, asking in a clear and pleasant voice. Today she wore a bowtie shirt and a plaid high-waisted skirt, looking like a model straight out of a fashion magazine, radiating charming allure.
Sister-in-law, hello.
Akimoto Shota, seeing the beautiful girl, became nervous and at a loss for words, then quickly called Tsuchomi sister-in-law. Everyone in the class knows that Tsuchomi is Ling Le's girlfriend. A few days ago in the cafeteria, Ling Le kissed Tsuchomi directly in front of everyone, but she didn't get angry, only feeling shy and restless. The other three came back to their senses and cooperatively called Tsuchomi sister-in-law.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Lu Gu sister-in-law is looking for you. We'll head back to our seats first.
Yes, sister-in-law, you chat with Lu Gu.
The four of them tactfully walked away. Tsuchomi's face turned crimson, feeling quite embarrassed.
This title is a bit too exaggerated.
I am just an ordinary couple with Ling Lu. He hasn't even asked me out on a date privately yet, and now his friends are calling me sister-in-law in front of me.
But if they want to call me that, so be it.
I'm not that petty, and instead when called sister-in-law I feel a bit delighted and satisfied inside.
It seems I really like Ling Lu. Perhaps this is fate.
Ling Lu, hearing her inner thoughts, smirked slightly and said, beautiful Sue, it feels like ages since we last met.
Have you missed me so much that you couldn't wait to see me?
Tsuchomi covered her flushed cheeks with her hands and said, of course I missed you, but I wasn't that impatient.
I came over to remind you to have lunch with me at noon. I know about lunch, so I didn't even bring any today.
Ling Lu said while reaching out, seemingly wanting to pull her closer.
What do you want to do? Tsuchomi asked nervously. What does he want to pull me for?
This is a public place. Of course, I hope you come sit with me and let me hold you, Ling Lu said with a grin, actually joking a bit. He suddenly remembered how in high school there were couples in class who would hug the girl on their lap, being all lovey-dovey, and now thinking back on it they must have felt quite awkward. Ling Lu also wanted to experience that feeling once to make up for the regrets of his youth.
You calm down.
Tsuchomi was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes dodging, reminding him, I am not an easy girl.
If you want to hug me, you need to ask me out privately. If it's romantic enough, maybe I'll let you hug me. Alright then, I won't say more. I'm going back to my seat now.
After Tsuchomi finished speaking, she covered her hot face with her hands, feeling that she had gained a lot of courage, perhaps because Ling Lu had kissed her strongly in the cafeteria before.
Okay, since you said that, I'll find a time to ask you out this weekend. Don't refuse me then.
At this moment Ling Lu retracted his gaze, but suddenly noticed that Akira Shizuka was staring at him from the front rows. When their eyes met, she quickly turned away as if nothing had happened. Could Shizuka be jealous? Ling Lu pondered, but even if she is, it doesn't matter. She knows him a scoundrel after all, and just dating several girls at the same time. Ling Lu also searched for the figures of Sakai, Midai, Shikami, Kyoka and Kaisia. It seemed they hadn't noticed him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Moments later Ling Lu stood up and approached Kaisia, saying, Kaisia, it's been a few days.
Have you missed me? Kaisia frowned.
So annoying, what is this irritating guy doing here? Today she wore a set of light pink conservative sportswear, looking very elegant, quite a change from her previous bold and spirited image.
If you don't want to talk, fine. I'm too lazy to ask, but you need to come out with me.
I need your help with something, Ling Lu said, seriously dropping his smile.
Kaisia's heart tightened. Are you going to make me go out with you again? This scoundrel, doesn't he want me to help him with certain needs again?
After Ling Lu said this, he walked towards the door. Kaisia saw this and chose to follow him out.
She knew Ling Lu was not simple, he was an existence she couldn't understand. Once outside on the balcony, Kaisia coldly asked, why did you want to see me?
Hey, don't be so cold.
We've had a deeper understanding before and we've reconciled.
You should show some enthusiasm during our chat.
I think it's better not to in case your girlfriend misunderstands.
Kaixia felt inexplicably indignant at that moment, so she couldn't help but say something quite suggestive.
Are you jealous? Have you secretly developed feelings for me? After all, I'm so impressive you can't possibly forget me, right?
Ling Lu said softly to her.
Kaixia's face instantly turned red, but she couldn't help but angrily retort, go to hell. Don't bother me if there's nothing. Hey, don't be mad.
I just couldn't resist joking with you. Ling Lu blocked her and continued, actually I called you out because I really need your help with something.
I don't want to help you, so can I leave now? You really are too heartless. Do you know Takahashi Majuan?
He's the classmate with bruises all over his face today. He helped me punish those two yellow-haired guys who were trying to bully you that day, and yesterday he was attacked by a group led by the yellow-haired guys.
What can I do to help?
You should take him to the police, Kaixia said as she stopped walking.
Report to the police.
What I need is an eye for an eye to make them pay double the price, understand? Ling Lu suddenly became ruthless and had no regard for reporting to the police. He knew the investigation needed to be done by the book and he could not take revenge in kind, but as someone mingling in the underworld he could do whatever he wanted as long as he could bear the consequences. Seeing Ling Lu suddenly turn cold, Kaixia couldn't help but feel fear.
She was truly afraid Ling Lu would completely lose his temper with her. At least she was afraid that Ling Li's anger would be vented on her. However, she didn't want to always be such a humble outlet for his anger. How do you want me to help you? Kaixia asked in a very indifferent tone. Do you know the Black Cat Gang? I know.
Kaixia certainly knew. Recently her mother arranged for personnel to come from Hokkaido to Tokyo to develop and open more than 20 bars.
However, the Black Cat Gang is a local gang arrogantly collected protection fees from them and made it clear that if they didn't pay they shouldn't expect their bars to continue operating.
Moreover, recently at their newly opened bars dozens of fights and brawls occurred daily, making the business extremely bleak. To solve this problem, her mother, following the rules of the underworld, scheduled a showdown with the other party tonight, with the winner taking over the other's territory.
That's good to know. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. After school, just tell me where their lair is.
Your mother has been in the underworld for many years. This should be a piece of cake for her, right?
What? Are you planning to single-handedly take down the entire Black Cat Gang?
Kaixia said helplessly, continuing, even if you are strong, the Black Cat Gang has over 500 members.
If you go recklessly, there's a high chance you won't come back. Haha, look at you, this woman who is all talk but no action. Aren't you worried about me? You just pretended to be so indifferent. Do you know that it's really boring?
Ling Lu chuckled lightly.
Kaixia, feeling guilty, quickly shook her head in denial. I'm not worried about you.
I'm just afraid you'll get into trouble and drag me down as you asked me to provide you with their lair's location. Tisk, what you said makes some sense. Ling Lu immediately changed the subject and asked, what brilliant plan do you have?
Well, then we have a deal. Understand? Got it.
I don't have anything else, so I'm going back to class, Kaixia said, pretending to be impatient.
Go on then. By the way, Aunt Maisie wants to invite you to her home. Let me know when you have time to go back with me.
Ling Lu said with a faint smile. I'll go when I have time, but I won't go with you, Kaixia declared seriously. In fact, she was secretly considering that Ling Lu asking her to Aunt Maise's home was actually his ulterior motive. But even knowing this, she still couldn't help but want to go. Because she had lacked care since childhood, but when Ling Lu bullied her last time, she unexpectedly felt a different kind of care. The wonderful feeling made her crave it now, hoping to be cared for by Ling Lu once again. Ling Lu pondered for a moment and decided to release 10 of his enslaved subordinates from the prison department to assist him. Through the method of mental control, he directly manipulated the prison warden Osaka Ueno, whom he had enslaved. He commanded him to release the class combatant Scarred Man Deji and the class combatant Mao Xiong-do, among others. These prisoners were all enslaved by Ling Lu and were completely loyal to him, serving as his death warriors. After these death warriors emerged, Ling Lu planned to give them new identities to serve as the public face of the Lu God Society, helping him manage all affairs of his territory. Establishing the Lu God Society in Tokyo certainly required a profitable way to earn money. First, it needed its own sphere of influence. This sphere could include bars, casinos, usury, debt collection departments, and muscle-free companies. All of these were lucrative industries with considerable profits. Naturally, Ling Lu wanted a share of the profits, establishing his own economic source. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chuan Mukiko from the police department. Of course, he sent it to her private number. Ling Lu informed her of the names of the 11 death row inmates he had arranged, asking her to delete all their files and create new identities for them. As for why there were 11 people, it was because Ling Lu intended to arrange for the coldly beautiful female assassin Kiki Rinko. He had promised her. As long as she chose to follow him, he would free her from the prison cage. After losing a challenge at that time, she nodded in agreement to follow him. Ling Lu could conveniently arrange for her release now. Although he could not directly see her combat power, she was born into a samurai family and trained as an assassin since childhood, so her power was at least a class or above. Soon Chuan Mukiko from the investigation department replied. Mr.
Ling Lu, if you ask me to do such things I will eventually be ruined by you. If I get caught by the higher-ups, what will happen to my daughter? Cut the nonsense. The fact that I am asking you to help me shows that I value you. Being tied to me is an honor for you. As long as you do well, I won't harm your daughter Jenny. Do you understand? At this moment, Juan Mukiko, working in the investigation department, sat in her own office looking at the messages on her phone. She fell into silence and inner turmoil. Finally, taking a deep breath, she began typing on her phone. Mr. Ling Lu, please do not target my daughter Jenny. I will cooperate with you completely and follow your orders. I promise that even if the higher-ups discover everything I have done, I will not reveal you as the one behind it. Ling Lu looked at the message from Juan Mukiko, a slight smile forming on his lips as he replied. Your current awareness brings me great satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will not let your efforts go to waste. Furthermore, as long as your daughter does not provoke me, I will not harm her. I understand, Mr. Ling Lu. I will reply to you once I have handled the matters you assigned. Juan Mukiko anxiously looked at her chat with Ling Lu. She knew she had fallen into darkness, but what could she do? There was no turning back, was there? Firstly, she could not compete against Ling Lu. The forces behind Ling Lu could dominate the entire Sakura country. As a mere head of the investigation department, what could she do to resist? It would be like striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, she had leverage in his hands and could be sent in at any moment. If her daughter Jenny lacked her protection, she would surely become Ling Lu's next victim. However, as long as she continued to help Ling Lu, she could not only achieve what she desired but also effectively protect her daughter Jenny. After considering these factors, Juan Mukiko, motivated by her selfishness and determination to better protect her daughter Jenny, resolutely chose to walk down the wrong path again. She entered the file password and deleted all records of those Ling Lu needed gone, simultaneously preparing new identity files for them. In fact, preparing new files was quite simple. Establishing a false identity only required permission encryption. No one in the department except for her had the authority to access it. After spending over an hour finalizing everything, Juan Mukiko, with the intention of taking credit, sent a message to Ling Lu. Mr. Ling Lu, I have completed everything you arranged. As long as the higher-ups do not trace it back to me, there will be no issues. Alright, I will visit your home later to hand over everything. One must sweeten the deal after a beating. Juan Mukiko would then willingly work for him. Of course, there was another reason. She had just received a letter from Hanbo Akiko asking him not to return home today, which would make Miko worry. Now Aunt Miko was at home, extremely angry, harder to comfort than she had imagined. Akiko decided not to comfort Miko and instead let her worry about Ling Lu, thus softening her heart. Ling Lu found Akiko's tactic acceptable and agreed to her plan. Later, Akiko arranged for him to stay at a hotel, not even allowing him to stay with her. Ling Lu found it boring and arranged his own accommodation for the night. After handling the matter with Ma Jun in the evening, he could conveniently go to Juan Mukiko to complete the handover, where he could acquire some new identity she had prepared to distribute to his ruthless subordinates. Ling Lu enslaved death row inmates. They all had multiple lives on their hands, some even dozens. Alright, Juan Mukiko respectfully replied. After class, Takahashi, Ma Jun and a few others invited Ling Lu to the cafeteria for lunch. In truth, the four of them were a bit reluctant to move outside, fearing retaliation from society. That group had just retaliated against Ma Jun, and since they had not yet been targeted, they feared that the other side would infiltrate the school to retaliate against them. Seeing through their concerns, Ling Lu reassured them. Don't worry, as long as you stay within campus, those guys won't dare come in to cause trouble. Don't forget, this is the National Tokyo University. Alright, I want to accompany you to the cafeteria for lunch. Su Chuwei is treating me today. Takahashi, Ma Jun and the others immediately nodded, having almost forgotten about it. Su Chuwei was in front, waving at Ling Lu. Coming. Ling Lu walked up quickly. Su Chuwei and Ling Lu chose to walk out of the classroom side by side. Upon seeing the two of them outside, Si Gong Hashan felt very envious. Because she also liked Ling Lu, but she had already hidden it in her heart and didn't express it. Today, Si Gong Hashan was dressed in her school uniform with a blue top, a white shirt underneath, and an amber plaid short skirt. In Ling Lu's perception, this kind of skirt was very contrary to Newton's laws. It looked like a short skirt, yet even if blown by a strong wind it wouldn't fly up. She had long, beautiful legs adorned with delicate black stockings, which added to her charm. Ling Lu, Chuwei wants to treat you to a welcome dinner. I want to join too. You won't mind my presence, will you? If you feel I'm disturbing you, you must tell me, because I can choose not to go with you and just eat at the cafeteria myself. Si Gong Hashan clasped her hands behind her back with a faint smile as she spoke. How could that be? Having two beautiful ladies accompany me for dinner makes me very happy. That's good then. After feeling reassured, Si Gong Hashan walked ahead and said, I'll wait for you outside the school gate. Yes, my sister Baozi has already come to pick us up. Su Chuwei was pleased that Si Gong Hashan was giving her and Ling Lu some space. Ling Lu asked, Sister Baozi is the one who sat next to you on the plane last time, right? Yes, she's my life assistant. Does she know about you and me now? Ling Lu inquired. Su Chuwei shook her head and chuckled. She doesn't know yet, but it doesn't matter whether she knows or not, since no one can interfere with our relationship. That's good. This is the ability a young lady from a wealthy family should have. Otherwise I find it very annoying when some assistants meddle in their master's affairs.
As Ling Lu spoke he reached out and took Su Chuwei's delicate little hand. Su Chuwei instantly felt nervous, her heart racing, but she didn't pull away. Instead she shyly glanced at Ling Lu with her lake-like bright eyes and said, "Ling Lu, have you held hands with other girls before?"
"I've grown up this much, of course I have."
"Oh, were they all very pretty?"
Su Chuwei felt a twinge of jealousy. "Pretty, but don't worry, none of them are as pretty as you."
Ling Lu thought it was just normal to hold hands with other girls. If Su Chuwei couldn't understand this little matter, she must be very petty. Such a girl must lead a very tiring life. However, Su Chuwei was clearly not that kind of petty person, and at this moment she was already smiling happily.
"Ling Lu, do you know why I like you so much?"
"Why?" "Because you always say what you mean directly, which makes me feel you're very brave. Secondly, you have a lot of confidence in yourself, you don't feel inferior in front of anyone.
And lastly, I find you very humorous,"
Su Chuwei said shyly. In fact, she was quite nervous, her palms were already sweaty, but she felt embarrassed to move since her hand was being held by Ling Lu.
"You can understand me so well, Su Chuwei, it seems only someone from Longwa can understand someone from Longwa. By the way, where are you from in Longwa?"
"I'm from Modu."
"And you?"
"I'm from Jiang City."
"I've never been to Jiang City before."
"That's good, next time you return to Longwa you should come back to Jiang City with me. Since you're my girlfriend I must take you home to meet our mom sooner or later," Ling Lu said with a smile. Su Chuwei's face instantly flushed and she said, "Isn't that a bit too fast?" "Not too fast, today we held hands. Who knows, by the next time we go back you might already be carrying my child," Ling Lu boldly said, wanting to test her tolerance level.
"Don't say things like that, we just held hands. If you want to go further with me it's not that easy,"
Su Chuwei said somewhat anxiously. Yet deep down she was incredibly happy, so this is what being in love feels like, her heart was racing so fast.
Moreover, liking someone is truly wonderful. She found herself able to tolerate Ling Lu saying such things to her.
If it were someone else daring to say such things to her she would have long given them a cold look and wouldn't show the shy expression of being caught.
Haha, you don't understand this, do you?
The relationship between a couple who fall in love at first sight develops much faster than that of a couple who take their time.
Humph, even so, don't regret it later.
Su Chuwei huffed lightly. In her heart she had no idea how to refuse, but she just liked Ling Lu's bold teasing. He said whatever came to mind without trying to flatter her, which made their conversations very comfortable.
While not feeling repulsed, she secretly enjoyed Ling Lu teasing her.
Perhaps it was because she had grown accustomed to hearing respectful words directed at her. Now hearing the person she liked speak provocatively made her feel that the other person was very special and unique. "I wouldn't regret a thing with such a beautiful wife. It's better to get things moving sooner rather than later." "Humph, your words are quite harsh, but I still say this, if you want to be like that then you must make me feel very moved or romantic."
"Who knows, maybe if I'm happy you'll grant your wish,"
Su Chuwei said with a blushing pout.
Upon hearing this, Ling Lu felt incredibly excited. Su Chuwei's thoughts were indeed extraordinary. It seemed she truly loved him or she wouldn't have said such things.
"Ling Lu, don't think him being lewd. I feel you're a straightforward guy. That's why when I talk to you I don't want to keep you guessing, so I choose to speak openly like you." Su Chuwei worried Ling Lu might misunderstand her and quickly explained.
"I know, so I like you even more now." Ling Lu indeed understood, as he could sense Su Chuwei's true feelings.
Su Chuwei sighed in relief, glad that Ling Lu didn't misunderstand. Instead, he liked her straightforwardness and it seemed they would get along very well in the future. "Thank you, but you need to think carefully because once you have me you can't go after other girls or it would be extremely unfair to me and I won't forgive you," Su Chuwei said seriously, like a pure girl making promises. Ling Lu felt a bit guilty under her gaze. However, thinking about how he was already a scoundrel, he just smiled.
"Don't worry, I'm someone who is very responsible. Alright, I'll keep a close eye on you."
Su Chuwei smiled brightly and together with Ling Lu they walked out of the school gate. Outside the school gate a black commercial vehicle was waiting with 2 bodyguards opening the door. Standing beside it was an all-uniformed beauty, which was the Bao sister Su Chuwei had always referred to.
"Miss Yu He."
Sister Baozi was surprised and puzzled to see Su Chuwei being held by Ling Lu. "Isn't this the scoundrel from the plane a while ago?" She was shocked to see them together, even causing her to have a nosebleed. How did this scoundrel become so close to their young lady? Was the young lady planning to take this guy out for dinner today?
"Sister Baozi, this is my boyfriend Ling Lu.
As for what happened before, I hope you won't hold it against him." Su Chuwei introduced him seriously, suddenly exuding a young lattice aura, speaking with an undeniable tone.
"Yes, miss." Sister Baozi nodded immediately. Since this was the decision of the young lady, she as an assistant would definitely not say anything more. But the master had given some instructions.
Therefore privately she would start investigating everything about Ling Lu, even keeping an eye on him.
Ling Lu sensed Sister Baozi's thoughts. "If you want to monitor me, fine, just wait and see how I deal with you."
"Thank you for your gifts and support. The struggling author continues to seek everything." 2 bodyguards sat in the front seats, one driving the other in the passenger seat. Ling Lu and Su Chuwei sat together while Siguang Haxiang and Balu's sister sat side by side. "Balu's sister, please instruct the staff to serve the meal precisely in 30 minutes.
"Understood, miss." Bao Lu's sister took out her phone and began drafting the message. Ling Lo asked, where are we dining? Surely you're not inviting me to your home. No, it's not my residence.
Today we'll dine at the Shangri-La Hotel in Tokyo, a property jointly invested in by our families and Hushyan's family.
Ling Lu paused, startled. Shangri-La Hotel. Wasn't that the very same hotel he'd dined at just yesterday? Any recommendations for something delicious? Ling Lu asked, feigning eager anticipation. How about French cuisine, would that suit you? Su Chuwei offered, seeking his approval. Anything you arrange is perfectly fine. Ling Lu hadn't expected such coincidence, French cuisine again.
Yet the flavors truly were exquisite, even repeated servings remained delightful. And since we only have one afternoon class, we could enjoy some red wine, Su Chuwei suggested warmly.
Do you both drink wine? Ling Lu glanced between Su Chuwei and Siguang Huxiang. Of course we do. But we rarely drink much, only a light taste. Chuwei and I feel the same way. That's excellent.
We'll share some red wine, just remember to pace yourselves. Had this been at home, Ling Lu might have entertained mischievous thoughts, perhaps even attempting to intoxicate them to seize an opportunity. But here in a public hotel such notions held no place. 30 minutes later, Ling Lu, Su Chuwei and Siguang Huxiang arrived at the Tokyo Shangri-La Hotel. Ling Lu found himself returning once more to the French restaurant floor. Today the restaurant had not cleared its guests in advance to accommodate his visit. Only now did Ling Lu realize how many people truly cherished French cuisine across the vast dining hall, spanning several thousand square meters. Every single table was occupied by diners savoring their meals. Isn't it lively here? Su Chuwei asked playfully, hands clasped behind her back as she stood before Ling Lu. It's completely full, of course it's lively. Exactly. And the flavors and ingredients are exceptional, I'm certain you'll love it too. After speaking, Su Chuwei gazed at Ling Lu with soft sweet eyes as if awaiting his praise. Ling Lu reached out and gently ruffled Su Chuwei's hair. Thank you, my girlfriend, for treating me to such a splendid French dinner. Su Chuwei's cheeks flushed rose-pink. Ling Lu had touched her head, as though she were still a little girl, and yet strangely it felt tender and right. Her heart fluttered wildly, she felt utterly cherished. Words like love-struck and overwhelmed with delight fell short of describing her emotions. Ahem, Chuwei. Ling Lu, please stop flaunting your affection. Let's get seated, we're starving. Siguang Huxiang stood awkwardly aside. She regretted coming, never imagining she'd become nothing more than an unwitting third wheel silently witnessing their intimacy. As a young heiress she carried innate pride, she refused to be mere background scenery. She would dine, yes, but she would not endure endless displays of affection between them, especially when the boy wasn't hers. Don't worry, the main hall may be fully booked, but I've reserved a private dining room in advance. Bao Lu's sister, please lead us to our reserved room. Yes, miss. This way, please. Bao Lu's sister led professionally ahead until Ling Lu passed table No. 8, where he froze stunned by the sight of a stunning young woman. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Qian Yudaisi, identical down to the finest detail. Were it not for Ling Li's certainty that Qian Yudaisi was still studying in Longwa, he would have mistaken her for her on the spot. Hey you! What are you staring at? Is my girlfriend beautiful or what? As Ling Li gazed intently at the girl who mirrored Qian Yudaisi, a blonde-haired young man seated opposite her bristled with jealousy and slammed his cutlery onto the table. Ling Lu frowned. What was this? His own mood had already soured, now encountering a girl identical to Qian Yudaisi only to learn she was his girlfriend. At those words Ling Lu felt as though a green cap had been thrust upon his head. Unable to suppress his fury, he struck, slap. A sharp stinging blow across the man's face. The resounding crack silenced the entire restaurant. Countless eyes turned toward Ling Lu. The blond man clutched his burning cheek, straightened up and stared at Ling Lu in disbelief. Fuck, you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Meanwhile the girl who resembled Qian Yudaisi showed no anger toward Ling Lu for striking her friend, only a furrowed brow and puzzled inquiry. Excuse me, do you know me? Both Siguang Huxiang and Su Chuwei stood stunned, utterly bewildered by Ling Li's sudden violent outburst. Bao Lu's sister recovered first, stepping forward with clear disapproval. Ling Lu, what is the meaning of this? Why did you strike someone without cause? Ling Lu scowled. A single slap had failed to subjugate the man, evidently more force was required. Without responding to the others, Ling Lu struck twice more, sharp brutal slaps that drew blood from the man's nose and left him reeling dazedly. Only then did Ling Lu successfully subjugate him. The man's status panel appeared before Ling Li's eyes. Name Yorkson. Identity son of a British tycoon. Status subjugated. After 3 resounding slaps, many diners around the hall wore expressions of barely contained outrage. Fury simmered. In a civilized society, how could such senseless violence occur? All the blonde man had done was snap, fuck, is my girlfriend beautiful or what? Yet he'd been struck, slapped across the face. Was there no law left in Tokyo? Ling Lu remained unfazed. How curious, when the one struck feels no grievance, why do you insist on playing righteous avenger? Simultaneously Ling Lu commanded Yorkson, through mental control, to confess publicly, it was my fault, I insulted him first. I deserved the beating. It has nothing to do with him. Please do not interfere.
Instantly Yorkson recited the statement aloud before the stunned crowd. On hearing it many thought, has this foreigner gone mad after being slapped? To utter such cowardly spineless words, he truly deserves the beating. Linglu, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike someone so recklessly? Bao's sister demanded coldly, her tone laced with disdain, convinced Linglu had gravely shamed her young mistress. Moreover, this hotel belonged jointly to the two young mistresses. Ling Li's public assault threatened to cast their establishment into scandal, placing them both in an impossible position. Linglu frowned. This woman truly is irritating, clearly in need of discipline. Damn it, I'll see to her proper training soon enough. Su Chuwei, offended by Bao's sister's reproach of her boyfriend, spoke firmly. Bao's sister, please attend to other matters. My boyfriend acted with reason, I trust his judgment entirely. You have no right to question or rebuke him, nor should you address him so freely again. Siguan Huxiang stood dumbfounded. She hadn't imagined Su Chuwei's devotion ran so deep that Linglu would choose her over herself. At this critical moment, Chuwei stood unconditionally beside Linglu, believing him, embracing him, supporting every choice he made. Siguan Huxiang believed Linglu had indeed gone too far. Striking another person was inherently wrong, let alone delivering 3 consecutive slaps. Yet one thing baffled her: why had the beaten man suddenly chosen to drop the matter? Had he truly been cowed into The abrupt shift felt deeply strange, as though hidden truths lay beneath. Bao's sister sighed inwardly. Sigh. What enchantment has Linglu woven over our young mistress? She's lost all sense of right and wrong, shielding him, indulging him, blinding herself to consequence. Yet her mistress's command was absolute. With another quiet sigh, she yielded. Fine, indulge him, miss. One day he'll soar so high he'll lord over you, even from the heavens. Chuwei, I'm touched by your unwavering trust. Rest assured I don't act without reason. I believe. To Su Chuwei, loving someone meant choosing belief first. Linglu was the boy she'd fallen for at first sight. He could never be anything less than extraordinary. By the way, miss, since I struck your boyfriend, are you upset? Or will you demand satisfaction on his behalf? Sir, you misunderstand, I'm not his girlfriend. He's merely a casual acquaintance. I recently came to Tokyo for leisure. He saw my post online and flew here overnight hoping to court me, but due to certain circumstances I haven't outright rejected him yet. I see. Now I can answer your question. Yes, I recognize you. You bear an exact likeness to my younger sister. Yet she resides in Longwa and couldn't possibly be in Tokyo. So you're not her, but you must be connected to her somehow. Lingla knew Qianyu Daisy had been legally adopted 18 years ago by Aunt Maisie from a hospital in Longwa and raised by her ever since. Now this identical young woman had appeared, strongly suggesting they were twin sisters born of the same mother. The girl, who mirrored Daisy, immediately tensed, her emotions surging. She seized Ling Li's hand, gripping it tightly. Sir, not sir, brother from now on. Please tell me, is it true? Does my sister truly look exactly like me? Her eyes glistened, brimming with joyful tears. Su Chuwei watched, a faint pang of jealousy stirring, but in this moment intervention felt inappropriate. If Ling Li's sister and this girl were indistinguishable, could she truly be his long-lost twin sister? They are indeed identical, though your hairstyles differ. I have her photograph here, take a look. Lingla pulled out his phone, opened his gallery, and revealed a breathtaking girl radiant as a princess. Both Siguan Huxiang and Su Chuwei stepped closer, glancing, and instantly affirmed in unison. Truly identical. It's miraculous, she must be his long-lost twin. Yes, only the hairstyle differs, yet both are equally lovely and charming. Lingli, you're extraordinarily fortunate, having not one but 2 twin sisters. Siguan Huxiang smiled softly, realizing she'd misjudged Linglu moments earlier. Indeed, I never imagined it myself. Without seeing her I wouldn't have known I had a twin sister. In this world 2 identical strangers cannot exist without kinship. There is only one possibility, they must be twins. Yes, brother, I am your twin sister. I came to Tokyo specifically to find my sister, lost to me for 18 years. The man you struck, Yorkson, told me he has extensive connections in Tokyo and could help locate her. But his condition was that I become his girlfriend. I've hesitated, keeping him at arm's length while negotiating. Truthfully, I dislike him, I even find him repulsive. He exploited my vulnerability, using it to pressure. Tears welled as she spoke. Nearby diners, overhearing, grew flustered, some even blushed with embarrassment. Who would have guessed this blonde man was such a despicable opportunist, preying upon such a beautiful young woman? Yet inwardly some admitted, if faced with such beauty and discovering her weakness, they too might succumb to similar temptation. Linglu felt a pang of uncomfortable self-recognition. Damn it, that bastard. Just thinking of him makes my blood boil, he dared threaten my sister. He struck Yorkson again, another sharp slap. This time no one attempted moral condemnation. Clearly the blonde man was no paragon of virtue. Brother, please spare him. After all, we were classmates once. And honestly, if he hadn't invited me here today I might never have had the fortune to meet you. Had I missed this chance, who knows how long it would take to reunite with my long-lost sister? Our parents will be overjoyed when they learn I found her. They've wept for years, haunted by the memory of losing one child. From childhood they told me I had a sister, lost in Tokyo.
So when I grew up I came here to search for her, to bring her home to reunite our family and to ease my parents' enduring guilt and sorrow.
You're a truly thoughtful, devoted daughter.
Ling Lu stroked her hair effortlessly naturally.
By the way, what's your name? I'm Yu Xiaoyu.
Yu Xiaoyu. Ling Lu mused, the name sounded gentle and endearing.
Yes, Xiaoyu as in rain.
Xiaoyu blushed. She found the name slightly childish, but it was her parents' gift and she wouldn't change it.
Don't worry, it's a lovely name.
By the way, my sister's name is Qian Yu Daisy.
Ling Lu Xiaoyu, let's go dine first. You can continue talking over the meal. Su Chuwei suggested suddenly.
All right Xiaoyu, come with me.
Yes, I'll follow brother and sister-in-law's lead.
The moment Yu Xiaoyu learned her sister was Ling Li's sibling, warmth flooded her, so genuine, so immediate. Calling him brother felt effortless, natural, no trace of awkwardness. Su Chuwei blushed deeply, being called sister-in-law again sent waves of quiet satisfaction through her.
Xiaoyu, I'll guide you.
Su Chuwei extended her hand warmly to Xiaoyu, and the four of them walked together toward the private dining room. As for Yorkson, now thoroughly subjugated, he was a veritable money tree. Ling Lu intended to exploit his value fully, first dispatching him back to his residence to await further instructions.
Next the four of them shared a leisurely hour-long lunch, enjoying themselves immensely.
After all, they had only just met, still knowing very little about one another, so their conversation remained guarded and restrained.
Seizing a lull in the meal, Yu Xiaoyu cautiously asked Ling Lu, could you tell me something about Chiyu Aiko?
For instance, where exactly does she live? Does she have any particular hobbies? Or perhaps, what kind of food does she especially enjoy?
Yu Xiaoyu asked several questions in quick succession, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation.
Yet Ling Lu seemed reluctant to delve deeply into the subject. He furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly, Xiaoyu, though Aiko Chiyu is my younger sister, she was legally adopted by my aunt. So many details about her remain confidential even to me. At these words a quiet disappointment flickered across Yu Xiaoyu's heart. She had hoped to learn more about Aiko through Ling Lu, only to receive such a reserved reply. Still she quickly composed herself and nodded in understanding. She knew this likely involved matters of privacy, delicate boundaries not to be crossed lightly. Softly she said, brother, I understand.
After all, Aiko is your aunt's adopted daughter, there must be certain protocols and limitations between you. Still, I truly wish to know Aiko better.
If possible, I'd be deeply grateful if you could kindly convey my sincerity to her. Ling Lu glanced at Yu Xiaoyu, hesitation flickering in his eyes. He recognized her as gentle, sincere, and deeply caring toward friends.
Yet he remained uncertain whether his aunt would welcome an outsider's approach to Aiko.
After a moment's reflection he spoke, all right Xiaoyu, I'll mention you to my aunt when I return and see how she feels.
But I can't promise she'll agree.
Yu Xiaoyu gazed at him gratefully and replied at once, thank you brother. I know this may be inconvenient, but I sincerely hope to meet Aiko. If your aunt consents, please let me know as soon as possible. I'll visit her in person to express my deepest gratitude. Her luminous clear eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, and Ling Lu found himself quietly moved.
He resolved inwardly to do what he could for this earnest young woman. No problem.
My aunt is profoundly kind-hearted and always fair-minded. Once she hears about you she'll surely wish to meet.
A warm sunlit smile softened Ling Li's features, gentle, approachable, and disarmingly amiable.
Yu Xiaoyu wore her hair in a high single ponytail cascading down her back, fresh, elegant, and radiant like a refined young lady from an ancient scholar's household. A faint twitch tugged at Ling Li's lips as he silently mused, a good person. That cliched compliment left him utterly speechless. He thought rather than flatter with hollow pleasantries, wouldn't it be more sincere if she offered something tangible instead?
Say, a lifelong vow.
Heck, of course I'm a good person, he chuckled aloud, then added with genuine concern, Xiaoyu, where are you staying now?
I'm temporarily at a nearby hotel, but I plan to move here.
Ling Lu nodded approvingly, that sounds sensible. If any difficulties arise later feel free to call me anytime.
Yu Xiaoyu responded warmly yes.
She was deeply touched, never imagining that upon arriving in Tokyo she'd encounter such a genuinely kind young man. It was a pity however that he already had a girlfriend, otherwise he would undoubtedly have become her ideal match. Ling Lu inwardly felt a quiet surge of satisfaction.
Once she fell for him, manipulating her would be effortless, especially since she bore an uncanny resemblance to Aiko. Thus mistaking her for Aiko, and treating her accordingly, would seem entirely plausible. Yet for now Ling Lu wasn't thinking so far ahead.
Meanwhile Su Chuwei, the elegant assistant in uniform, kept interjecting sharp mocking commentary in her mind, belittling him relentlessly.
It annoyed him deeply.
Each time Yu Xiaoyu praised him as a good person, Su Chuwei scoffed inwardly, humph.
What kind of good person is he? Sudden kindness always hides ill intent. This man is clearly a scoundrel, wild and unscrupulous beneath that polished veneer.
Alas, only girls as innocent as you could be deceived by his false charm. Likewise when Ling Lu asked where Yu Xiaoyu lived, Su Chuwei sneered inwardly, ah, there goes the fox's tail. Asking where she stays.
Clearly he's angling for something deeper.
In short, Su Chuwei held Ling Lu in extremely low regard, her intuition in fact bordering on uncanny.
Indeed, her instincts were terrifyingly acute.
She even cursed him inwardly as a lecherous rogue, a sugarcane man who sweet-talks his way into hearts only to shatter them utterly in the end.
Faced with such contempt, Ling Lu could only sigh inwardly. This woman refuses grace, so she'll have to learn respect the hard way. Ling Lu, shall we go for afternoon tea? Look, we only have one class this afternoon starting at 4. Such a long gap shouldn't go to waste. Su Chuwei beamed at him, launching enthusiastically into her plans. Ling Li's lips curved faintly upward. With quiet poise he replied, truth be told, I'm not accustomed to afternoon tea, I'd rather rest for a while. I see. Then rest well by all means. Su Chuwei nodded understandingly, her smile still sweet and serene. Just then Su Chuwei approached with effusive warmth, offering to prepare a comfortable room for Ling Li's nap. Su Chuwei added brightly, oh, and please arrange rooms for myself and Yan Emi too, Sister Bail. Also Yu Xiaoyu needs her own room, she'll be moving here from another hotel and staying with us for some time. As she spoke she gently drew Yu Xiaoyu forward, her gaze brimming with goodwill. Of course miss, please wait a moment while I arrange everything. With that Su Chuwei turned and went to instruct the staff below. Within minutes she returned and announced cheerfully, miss, all rooms are ready. Here are the key cards. As she handed 3 cards to Su Chuwei, the latter distributed them, one each to Ling Lu and Yu Xiaoyu. Yet upon seeing the room numbers Su Chuwei felt a quiet dissatisfaction. She'd hoped Ling Lu would be placed next door or directly across from her, but fate had other plans. She understood Su Chuwei held reservations about Ling Lu and had deliberately arranged things this way. Su Chuwei resolved inwardly to help Su Chuwei see Ling Lu more fairly. Next time she'd ensure her assistant grasped his true character. Su Chuwei's first impression of Ling Lu had formed aboard the plane, where she'd pegged him as a lecherous rogue. Ling Lu accepted the keycard and said casually, then I'll go rest now. Of course, rest well. I'll wake you before we head to school. Su Chuwei smiled. Ling Lu gave a slight nod and soon located his room. Yet he did not sleep. Instead he activated his transparent eye ability, beginning to observe Su Chuwei's every move. He believed firmly vengeance delayed is vengeance denied, and this woman required immediate retribution. Minutes passed slowly. Only after Su Chuwei and Yan Emi had returned to their rooms for their nap did Su Chuwei finally enter the room adjacent to Su Chuwei's. She kicked off her elegant yet constricting heels at the doorway, slipped into soft white slippers and ambled lazily toward the bedroom. Now utterly relaxed, her body seemed drained of energy, she sank onto the bed preparing for deep repose. Yet Ling Li's lips curled into a sly knowing smile. Activating his invisibility he slipped soundlessly out of his room and crept to Su Chuwei's door. He tapped lightly. Through the peephole Su Chuwei merely rolled over languidly, showing no intention of rising. So Ling Lu tapped again, this time more deliberately. Frowning in annoyance, Su Chuwei reluctantly rose, shuffled in her slippers and trudged toward the door. She opened the door only to find empty space. Her delicate willow brows knotted in confusion. She'd clearly heard the knock, yet no one stood there. Perhaps exhaustion had conjured an illusion. Dismissing the oddity she turned to close the door and resume her rest. Yet at the very instant the door began to shut, Ling Lu, still invisible, used his transparent eye to pinpoint the fatal acupoint at the base of her neck. Earlier that day during class he'd meticulously studied human anatomy on his phone, memorizing every vital pressure point. One precise point on the neck struck correctly induces instantaneous unconsciousness. Ordinary people struggle to locate such points, but Ling Li's transparent eye rendered them unmistakable. With lightning speed and surgical precision he struck, Su Chuwei collapsed without a sound. Ling Lu stepped forward, caught her gently, locked the door behind him and carried her into the bedroom. Once settled he took several photographs on his phone, intending to use them as leverage later. Having restored the scene to its original state he vanished silently, leaving her unharmed beyond the temporary incapacitation. Back in his room Ling Lu examined the photos, murmuring appreciatively, truly exceptional, skin like fresh snow, exquisite features, those long flawless legs. Such beauty stirred deep-seated desire and ambition within him. Half an hour later Su Chuwei stirred awake, blinking groggily. Her head throbbed, the world swam hazily before her eyes. She strained to recall what had happened, only fragmented impressions surfaced opening the door, or had it been a bizarre dream? Instinctively she rubbed her aching neck, sharp pain flared making her wince. She wondered dazedly, did I sleep wrong? But why does it feel so real? Meanwhile Ling Lu rested peacefully in his dormitory. Time flew, the clock neared 3:30 in the afternoon. A soft knock sounded at the door. Su Chuwei and Yan Emi had arrived to escort him back to school. Ling Lu gathered his things and joined them in the waiting car. The afternoon class was an art lesson, painting, in a spacious studio. The moment he entered his gaze was drawn to the instructor, a stunning young woman barely 24 or 25. Her hair was dyed a vivid sky blue, her flowing multicolored gown radiated artistic flair and modern elegance. She introduced herself as Ishikawa Keiko. When the bell rang she assigned the students a simple landscape painting, encouraging creative freedom. She asked everyone to sketch a landscape, freely drawing upon imagination and personal expression. Drawing is not currently Lin Le's strong suit, but considering his subject is a beautiful teacher he took great interest in painting a watercolor of a person holding the stars, proclaiming that there is none like him in the world. Whether the painting turned out well is unimportant, what matters is that he feels it carries meaning. It was a shining moment for Oda Izaburo and Kishimoto Shota as they showcased their remarkable talents in front of their classmates and teacher, earning praise from the beautiful teacher and many peers. After class Su Chuwei greeted Lin Lu before leaving the school with Shirgon Haika. Lin Liken, would you like to go back together?
My mother wants to invite you to our house for dinner. She wishes to thank you in person for protecting me at the hotel a few days ago. Linla smiled, reaching out to touch the face of Asuka Shinka, and said, "Why are you still blushing? Is talking to me really that nerve-wracking?" "Too, I'm not blushing." Asuka Shinka immediately defended herself, nervously glancing around to ensure no classmates would misunderstand. Linlu is currently Su Chuai's publicly acknowledged boyfriend, and if she openly displayed affection towards him, it might lead others to think she was trying to seduce him. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. However, I have something to do today, so maybe invite me over to your house next time." Linla had a major task to handle tonight. After dealing with the Black Cat Gang, he would begin asserting control over his territory. "Oh, okay." Asuka Shinka felt a bit disappointed, but she still managed a calm smile. "Then I'll head back first. You should go home early and not stay out too long." Ultimately, Asuka Shinka couldn't help but express her concern. Having developed a close relationship with Linla, she found herself genuinely fond of him. "Alright, you should head back." Asuka Shinka nodded, glancing at Linla once more before reluctantly leaving the classroom. "Leg, you're impressive. It looks like Shinka likes you." "Indeed, I noticed too." "That nervous gaze is something only someone who likes another would show when first facing them," said Takahashi Masan and Kishimoto Shota, smiling in succession. "Well, I currently live next to her, we're neighbors. Plus I helped her at the hotel a few days ago. It's only natural for her to develop feelings for me after such a heroic act." Linla casually strolled outside, hands in his pockets, appearing quite composed. Masan and the others followed behind, feeling increasingly anxious. Tonight they were set to retaliate against the Black Cat Gang, but it was a formidable organization and they were just 5 people, which made them extremely uncertain. Linla pulled out his phone and saw a message from Kai Xia telling him to meet at the abandoned factory in the West City at 8:30 tonight. "You all know about the abandoned factory in West City, right?" Linla asked Masan and the others. "Yes, we know, it's at the far edge of the West District. There's a large abandoned factory there," replied Inoue Daikyu. "Alright, tonight we will take our first step into the underground world here. If anyone regrets this decision, you can still opt out now, but once you withdraw there will be no chance to join again." Linlu reminded them once more. Masan and the others spotted over and said, "Leg, don't worry. Once we make a decision, we won't easily change it. Alright, follow me. I'll introduce you to some people." Linla led them out of the school. At the school gates, Daji and his group, freshly released from prison, stepped out in black suits from 2 black vans, walking in unison. They respectfully approached Linla, bowing and speaking in unison, "We greet the boss." At that moment, many students outside the school turned to look, showing great curiosity. The group following Linlu, including Takahashi Mashuan, were astonished, but once they regained their composure they felt a surge of excitement and a sense of grandeur. Clearly Leg had established the Lu God Society, and it wasn't just them, these people were also part of it. Moreover, they appeared to be formidable individuals, exuding a cold, deadly aura as if they had seen numerous battles. They looked like seasoned veterans of the underworld, perhaps even having blood on their hands. "Let's get in the car first," Linlu said without elaborating. "Yes, boss," Daji and the others respectfully replied as they followed him into the car. "Leg, are they all members of our gang?" "Yes, they are all our people. With them around you can just focus on your work in the future," Linlu assured. "Thank you, Leg. We promise we won't let you down." "That's right, we may be weak now, but one day we will become very strong and contribute to you and the Lu God Society." Takahashi Mashuan, Kishimoto Shota, Inoue Daikyu and Oda Izaburo expressed their surprise and excitement. From this moment on they felt a sense of honor and believed in the bright future of the Lu God Society. "Remember what you said, but I must remind you, if you betray me I will not let you go. I hope you always keep that in mind," Linlu emphasized again. "Leg, don't worry. Honestly, before we met you our lives felt predetermined by our families. But now with your help we want to create our own lives. From now on the Lu God Society will be our new home. Haha, you all look very motivated. Today I will give you status and opportunities. In the Lu God Society, aside from Kimi Rinko, you can command everyone else." Linlo was completely unconcerned that they would cause trouble with his people. After being subjugated by him they were in sync with him, so he would immediately know about anything they did. "Thank you, Leg. But Leg, do we have more members like them in the Lu God Society?" Kishimoto Shota couldn't help but ask eagerly. "Of course there are more. You will gradually find out. As for tonight, having them is enough. Naturally there is someone even more formidable named Kimi Rinko." "Daji, where is Rinko?" "Boss, Rinko has already gone home. We are now going to meet Miss Rinko." "What's the exact location?" "Returning to the boss, Miss Rinko lives at No. 220 in Shibuya District, which is not far from here. It takes about half an hour by car to reach there." "I see. Get me a spare phone." After Linla said this, Daji and the others, always well prepared, promptly produced a new phone with a new SIM card. Linlu opened the album and uploaded the beautiful photos of Bail to this phone, choosing to send these images to Bail. There were more than a dozen in total. He also edited a message. If she doesn't want these beautiful pictures to be exposed to the world, she should arrive at No. 220 in Shibuya District within an hour. After sending the message, Linlu waited 5 minutes as several messages came in asking who he was.
He did not respond and soon she called multiple times but Lin Le chose not to answer. He just instructed Da Ji and the others that if a beautiful girl appears at No. 220 in Shibuya district within an hour they should bring her in. Bail sitting in the backseat with Tsuchiwei appeared extremely anxious and frightened. She felt lost not knowing when these photos had been taken as she had no recollection of it. What's wrong, Bail? Did something happen? Tsuchiwei noticed Bao's sudden unease and her pale complexion and she asked in confusion. No, I just received a prank message. When I opened it a scary image suddenly popped up and startled me. Bail steadied her mind naturally not wanting more people to know about this matter as it concerned her reputation the fewer who knew the better. Alright. I've seen similar pranks online. Is it one of those scary ghosts that suddenly appear? Yes, Miss Bail replied, her mind heavy with thoughts. 20 minutes later. After dropping Tsuchiwei off at a large villa, Bail checked the time realizing there was less than 40 minutes left and ultimately decided to go see No. 220 in Shibuya district. Take me to 220 Shibuya immediately. Baolu instructed the two bodyguards who also served as her drivers. Sister Le, have you encountered some trouble? One of the bodyguards asked, showing a keen sense of awareness. No need to bring more people. Baolu replied, it's not a big deal, just a temporary meeting with someone I don't really want to. Wait for me nearby. If anything happens I will message you. Upon receiving my message you will act accordingly. If I'm not out in half an hour you can choose to call the police. Alright, Sister Lu. But Sister Lu, from what you're saying this seems quite dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to bring more brothers with you? No need. What I mentioned earlier is overly cautious. Baolu said, knowing that she had leverage in the opponent's hands she naturally didn't want it to be common knowledge. Moreover, the other party had obtained her beautiful photos without her knowledge. If they were indeed after her beauty they would have devoured her long ago. The other party initially did not act on it because she had not sensed anything unusual, clearly indicating that their threat was merely for money. For people like her who were not short on money, resolving issues with money was preferable to attracting unnecessary trouble abroad, and she certainly did not want to make this embarrassing matter public. As a pure and innocent girl she did not want to see her beautiful photos exposed all over the internet. Once those beautiful photos were leaked, not only would she be ruined but even the Su family group she belonged to would be affected in terms of image. Alright, Sister Lu, we are all quite clever. The bodyguard said confidently, clearly showing that professionals have some experience in dealing with such matters. Baolu took a deep breath. She possessed the aura of a strong woman and was not a soft character. Once she adjusted her state she appeared particularly dashing. After more than 30 minutes Baolu arrived at 220 Shibuya. Sister Le, that's 220 ahead, but it seems a bit dangerous. I just checked. I heard that a few years ago all the residents inside were killed overnight by their own people. No worries, it's just a ploy. I want to see what they want from me. Unfazed, Baolu stepped out of the car from a distance of several dozen meters and walked towards the 220 Shibuya Kazaki Manor. At the gate of the manor two men opened the door and let Baolu in, leading her to a mansion. Go in. Our boss is waiting for you inside. After taking a deep breath Baolu pushed the door open and entered. The two men immediately closed the door and stood guard outside. Baolu instinctively felt nervous. But she knew she could not allow the other party to find her weakness. In the open hall a tall figure stood with his back facing her, hands clasped behind him. Baolu furrowed her brows, sensing a feeling of déjà vu, but she couldn't recall just from the back alone. Speak. How can you guarantee the destruction of those photos? I'll only give you this chance once, otherwise we'll both perish together. Baolu said coldly, her demeanor forceful. Ling Le turned around wearing a devil mask and changed his voice. You do have some guts to actually come. Aren't you just after money? What is there to fear? You can name a figure, as long as it's within my acceptance range I can give you the money readily. Ling Le laughed. Want money? Haha, you're overthinking it. To tell you the truth, I'm not here for your money today but for your beauty. Baolu was astonished. Was it really not about money but rather about beauty? How could that be? Clearly she had been photographed while unconscious and had no idea when she had been drugged. If it were about money, wouldn't that have been an opportunity to drug her then? Why risk it today? Are you sure you're not joking? Only after beauty, not money. Baolu scoffed with a displeased expression, one hand in her pocket holding her phone. If the other party reiterated their desires for her beauty she would not hesitate to call the police. Ling Le teased, tsk from your tone it sounds like you want me to rob both your beauty and your money. Is that what you— Ling Li's perceptive eyes caught sight of the phone in Bo Li's pocket. The emergency number was already dialed, she just needed to press call. You'd better not think about calling for help. If you dare dial out I will immediately kill you and silence you. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, if you die without satisfying my demands I can only turn to your Miss Su for help. Of course you can rest assured now, because I am only interested in your beauty and figure. If you satisfy me I won't seek revenge on your Miss Su. Come on, let me see how you choose. Or should I call you Su Baolu, the half-sister of Su Chu-wei, right? Ling Le's shocking words came from reading Bao Le's mind just moments ago. A flash of panic crossed Bo Li's beautiful eyes, but she remained calm on the surface. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I can choose not to call for help, only that the conditions need to be discussed further.
If you let me go, I can give you a large sum of money.
Alright, since you don't know what I'm saying, I will threaten your mother.
What do you think?
You wretch, if you dare threaten my mother, I shall cast you into the abyss where you will suffer eternal damnation. Bao Li's delicate eyebrows arched in fury, her lustrous eyes widened, and her normally serene jade-like countenance flushed crimson with rage. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly as though she longed to tear Ling Lu limb from limb. Clearly her mother was her deepest vulnerability, her most sacred inviolable taboo.
Beneath his demonic mask, Ling Li's lips curled faintly.
Unfazed, he strode forward and stood before her, then raised a hand without hesitation, lifting her pale delicate chin with cool audacity. My dear, no need for such fury. I won't threaten your mother, unless you compel me to. Ling Lu gazed intently at Bao Li's exquisite face mere inches away. She was a woman of flawless porcelain smooth skin and breathtaking beauty, her refined features charming and alluring, her raven black hair cascading like a silken waterfall over her shoulders and down her back. Clad in her uniform, her figure exuded an irresistible sensual allure. Especially those slender, perfectly proportioned legs, sheathed in impossibly smooth black stockings, so arresting that even a single glance sent one's soul reeling.
A quiet triumph bloomed within Ling Lu.
He knew full well that a woman like her could never be subdued by conventional means. Her pride ran deep, her standards unbending, and having formed a poor first impression of him, he saw no point in playing noble. Better to be ruthless, even despicable, force her compliance through direct threat. Her feelings were irrelevant, his sole purpose was retribution. Meanwhile Bao Lu trembled inwardly, revulsion churning in her chest at this masked man who dared lay his filthy hands upon her. Had she not been ensnared by damning evidence and coercion, no one would ever have dared treat her so brazenly. Watching her seethe, Ling Lu only chuckled softly.
Oh. So furious, and yet you hold your temper. It seems your decision is already made.
Rest assured, I'll honor my word so long as you obey.
Bao Lu, overcome with terror, burst into tears.
Yet instinct whispered that Ling Lu had come here solely to exact revenge upon her. Just then her phone rang, sharp, intrusive, shattering the silence. Bao Lu jolted awake from her daze. Seeing Su Chui's name flash on the screen, her heart lurched, fearful that her sister might somehow sense her present humiliation. Still, after enduring such violation, sorrow welled up fiercely within her. A fragile heart inevitably grows tender, sensitive, prone to melancholy. Unbidden, she found herself envying Su Chui, born of the same mother yet constantly shielded and cherished, while what did she have? Fortunately Bao Li's heart remained profoundly kind. Even now her envy was fleeting, a mere whisper of resentment, never twisting her spirit or driving her to lash out at friends or family because of her own suffering. She held fast to one truth: she was Su Chui's elder sister. Whether Su Chui knew it or not mattered less, what mattered was that she knew it, and that was enough. And Su Chui truly treated her as a sister, not merely as her assistant. Though Bao Lu served her, Su Chui never regarded her as an outsider, her affection was genuine, unfeigned. The sole moment Bao Lu sensed a shift in Su Chui was when she voiced her aversion to Ling Lu. Suddenly her sister's tone turned stern, cold, commanding, like a superior reprimanding a subordinate. Yet apart from that, Su Chui always treated her as family. Yet now at the mere thought of Ling Lu, Bao Li's heart began pounding wildly. Without warning, a sudden flash of intuition struck her: this masked tormentor was Ling Lu. The more she dwelled on it, the more plausible it seemed, her pulse racing, breath shallow. From the moment he entered, his silhouette had stirred a vague familiarity, yet she'd been unable to place it. Now with Ling Li's image surfacing in her mind, the resemblance sharpened, the height, the posture, the build, all aligned. Only the voice differed. But voices could be altered. With even rudimentary vocal training, reshaping one's timbre was effortless. Her thoughts spiraled, yet without irrefutable proof certainty remained beyond her grasp. Wiping hastily at her tears, Bao Lu drew a steadying breath, composed herself and forced a smile.
Miss, is there something you need? Nothing urgent, just that I returned home and couldn't find you. Did something take you out? Still, it's growing late and nights here are far less safe than in Longhua. Please come back soon. Su Chui spoke with gentle concern. They had shared 6 years, since Bao Lu 18 became her assistant at age 12. Wherever Su Chui went, Bao Lu followed steadfast as a shadow. Yet tonight Bao Lu had been absent from dinner and offered no prior word. A quiet unease settled over Su Chui. Warmth flooded Bao Li's chest, touched, she smiled instinctively. Yes, I've finished. I'll be back in half an hour. Oh Bao Jia, have you eaten dinner? I have. She had no appetite, only the desperate urge to flee back home. Alright then, I'll wait for you to return before we rest. That's all, I'll hang up now. Su Chui ended the call cheerfully. The warmth faded. Gazing at the hollow nightmare-like emptiness around her, Bao Lu bolted, heedless, frantic, unstoppable. Outside the estate her bodyguards and driver waited patiently. Before Ling Li's assault, Bao Lu had discreetly called them, asking only that they remain outside until she emerged and intervene in nothing. Why hasn't Bao Jia come out yet? Could something have happened? There she is, look, she's emerging from the estate. The anxious guards spotted her at once, but instantly noted the unnatural stiffness in her gait. Bao Jia, did you twist your ankle? Flustered, she feigned calm. No, blame it on the locals here. They insist on kneeling while eating or speaking. My legs have gone completely numb. Ah yes, some high-ranking figures here do favor such customs. Feels rather archaic, doesn't it?
The guards untroubled exchanged light complaints before driving her home. Ajam, from today onward keep close watch on everyone entering or leaving this estate. If you spot Mrs. Boyfriend inside, notify me immediately.
Understood, Bao Jia. We know who Mrs. Boyfriend is, he's quite handsome and clearly trained in martial arts.
A formidable fighter, no doubt. Bao Lu fell silent.
On the way, Kai Xia sent a message to Ling Lu asking if he had arrived and where he was now. On the way, are both sides already starting to fight? Ling Lu replied with a text. Not yet, they are currently negotiating, but it seems the negotiations won't go well. It won't be long before both sides start fighting. What about you? You aren't at the scene, are you?
A young girl who has just grown up should pay attention to safety, staying away from danger and just watch from a distance.
Did you hear that? Ling Lu couldn't help but remind her.
After all, Kai Xia was a woman he had been with and she was his woman.
He would not allow anyone, not even her mother, to bully or harm her. This was one of Ling Le's principles as a rogue.
Although he was a rogue when it came to them, he was very soft-hearted and kind after achieving his goals.
Who are you to care? I'm not anyone to you. Besides, I really dislike you, you know.
So put away your false sincerity and hypocrisy.
Kai Xia was not at the scene. She was hiding behind an obstacle watching her mother lead about 100 people as they conversed and confronted over 200 members of the Black Cat Gang.
At that moment, seeing the concerned words Ling Le sent, she unconsciously revealed a hint of happiness on her face. However, when she thought of Ling Le's relationship with Su Chuwei, her anger surged.
What a rogue.
You had a girlfriend at that time and still bullied me.
If you didn't have a girlfriend, perhaps I wouldn't be angry right now. At least after you bullied me, you still thought of teasing me. I could also strive to make you take responsibility for me. But how can I make you responsible now?
In her view, Ling Le was clearly a heartless man, now entirely focused on Su Chuwei and wouldn't think to cherish her. Because he had already bullied her, all the satisfaction and vanity he sought had been fulfilled with her. Moreover, having been sullied by him, her current allure couldn't compare to the pure and unblemished Su Chuwei. Even a fool knows that Su Chuwei, who is not yet fully claimed, is the most enticing. So this little bit of charity from him Kai Xia certainly would not cherish. She wanted to be a proud woman. Thus, in a fit of anger, she replied to his message. After Ling Le read the message from Kai Xia, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, the words are filled with a proud aura. When I sincerely care for you, you don't know how to cherish it and instead you act proud. I tell you, if you continue like this, you will lose me sooner or later. Be careful, there may not be a place for you in my harem. Ling Lu replied half-jokingly.
A harem? Do you think you are an ancient king? Can you really have 3,000 beauties in your harem? If you want me to be your mistress, just say it, but I won't tolerate such humiliation. I've already been bullied by you several times. You actually think you can bully me for a lifetime? I'm not that foolish. I, Kai Xia, also have my pride.
Although I admit you are quite impressive and I find myself thinking of you at night, I will never compromise with you. Kai Xia mumbled angrily to herself, unable to help but feel a little blush creeping onto her face as she recalled Ling Le's prowess. She felt quite happy at that time, but she did not take it to heart because she was very angry back then. However, after calming down slightly, she began to feel that being bullied crazily by Ling Le was something she couldn't forget. Of course, Kai Xia only dared to mumble this thought to herself and did not want Ling Le to know. She was a girl who cared about her image and didn't want him to know how easily she could be affected. So she just typed a reply. Who would care? Don't forget how you treated me, it was pure coercion. How could I possibly like you? I have always disliked you, that much is true. Looking at the message, Ling Lu didn't reply immediately. Kai Xia gradually began to feel a bit anxious. Bastard, it's been so long and you still haven't replied. Are you not paying attention when talking to me? It can't be that what I just said was too harsh. So you want to cultivate me into your underground lover and now you're just giving up. Kai Xia stomped her foot in anger. After thinking it through, she was still worried that what she had said was too cruel or excessive, so she took a few quick breaths and ultimately took a deep breath. Feeling utterly at the mercy of Ling Le's silence, she could only muster her courage and unwillingly reply again. You rogue, since you helped me at the bar last time, I will give you a chance. As long as you can make me forgive you, I can consider a friendly relationship with you. After sending the message, Kai Xia's heart raced with nervousness and she began to regret sending such a message to him. Wasn't this just making herself look cheap? Clearly she had been bullied by him and yet she thought about having a friendly relationship with him. Just as she was thinking of quickly retracting her message, Ling Le's response came through. Haha, look at you. If you had stated these demands from the beginning, our relationship would have been much friendlier by now. But it's not too late now. We have plenty of time to communicate properly. Once you understand me well enough, you will surely know how good I am. By the way, share your location. I'm almost there. As Kai Xia read Ling Le's message, she felt her face flush and pouted angrily. These words are filled with vulgarity. This rogue only thinks of dirty things. Can't he find another way to earn my forgiveness? Anger aside, she still immediately sent her location to Ling Lu.
5 minutes later Ling Lu and his group arrived at Kai Xia's hiding place.
Kai Xia, you contradictory woman, I must say I suddenly miss you a lot. Ling Lu spread his arms indicating for Kai Xia to give him a hug. In front of the woman he had been with, being a bit thick-skinned was nothing. Moreover, this was just his usual behavior. Kai Xia rolled her eyes at Ling Lu with her hands raised defensively and said, "You can forget it, who is contradictory. Also, I am not familiar with you." Ling Lu smiled nonchalantly and immediately stepped forward to embrace Kai Xia tightly. Kai Xia was in a daze. This rogue was truly too much. Did he really think that after having his way with her she was now his woman? Now in front of so many people including several classmates he was hugging her like this. She truly felt like she had lost all her innocence. They would surely think that she had already been with Ling Lu, right? Kai Xia felt guilty and immediately struggled free, her gaze cast down.
"What are you doing? Men and women should keep their distance. How can you treat me like this? If you keep this up I will tell Aunt Maisie that you are a rogue."
Kai Xia thought this would scare Ling Lu. But he just smiled even brighter and said,
"Let's not involve Aunt Maisie in this. It's just like not letting your mother know, it's the same logic."
But in his heart he thought,
"I've already bullied Aunt Maisie thoroughly.
Even when she found out she didn't resist.
If it weren't for my business with Qianzi I would have enjoyed the night with Aunt Maisie long ago. However, now that Aunt Maisie hasn't called him to ask why he hasn't returned home, it seems she doesn't know how to face Ling Lu.
Perhaps she doesn't understand whether Ling Lu likes her or if it is just a momentary desire."
Kai Xia felt Ling Lu made sense.
She didn't want to continue this topic. Glancing at the unfamiliar group behind Ling Lu, she asked,
"Are they the ones you brought?"
"Yes, I brought them, but to be precise they are all members of my Lishan association."
"You established a gang?"
"Yes, I established it this morning. I thought if I didn't have my own force I'd be at the mercy of others and I would have no status at all."
"How about it? Do you want to join my Lishan association?"
"If you join now you'll be one of the founding members. It won't be long before you are the big sister above all." Just then the people on both sides directly charged at each other, and in just a few moments chaos erupted with scenes too brutal to behold.
Although no firearms were used, basically everyone had a machete.
In this world it isn't about how many people you have to scare others, it mainly depends on who fights better and who strikes harder. Ma Jun and the others, seeing the brutal scene in front of them, felt their scalps go numb and their legs began to go weak. Ling Lu on the other hand was very excited, eagerly anticipating them to harm each other so he could recruit them all afterwards. "Otherwise those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish.
Thank you for your gifts and support."
The struggling author seeks everything as the data has been terrible these days. Is the long-haired woman in a red jacket and a purple tight-fitting skirt your esteemed mother? Kai Xia's esteemed mother Aiko Kobe caught Ling Lu's attention immediately. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a striking woman whose impressive figure and fierce aura made her stand out.
In fact, he couldn't help but admire and praise this woman in his heart.
Undoubtedly Ling Lu was increasingly realizing that he preferred women who were slightly older. "Yes, she is my esteemed mother, a very strong and powerful woman." Kai Xia nodded, her complex gaze filled with concern and worry for her mother. Her worry stemmed from the fact that her mother was aware of Ling Lu's existence. Last time her mother had arranged for someone to teach Ling Lu a lesson, but it had not succeeded. At that time her mother had even planned to use more people to trouble Ling Lu, but it all ended after they had a quarrel over the matter. However, when Ling Lu appeared before her, she wondered if her mother would take the opportunity to create trouble for him. Ling Lu was not a person to be trifled with. He possessed an incomprehensible power. If they were to clash, her mother would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. She certainly did not want her mother to be bullied by Ling Lu. Yet she also did not wish for the relationship between Ling Lu and her mother to be poor, so she hoped for a harmonious relationship between them, resolving conflicts peacefully. This way, being caught between the two would not be difficult for her. Ling Lu, having heard Kai Xia's thoughts, couldn't help but smirk slightly. It seemed that Kai Xia truly couldn't help but fall for him, though she stubbornly refused to admit it. Ling Lu was certainly pleased with his own advantages, including his handsome appearance. At this moment Rin Koizumi gazed at Ling Lu with calm, watery eyes, her lips parting slightly to speak.
"Master, shall I take action now?" "Wait a bit longer, the timing for us to act hasn't arrived yet."
Understood." Rin Koizumi nodded lightly, her demeanor cold, resembling a lifeless automaton. Yet someone like her was undoubtedly a born killer. At this moment Kai Xia couldn't help but glance at Rin Koizumi, her intuition warning her that this woman felt dangerously threatening.
But she truly couldn't comprehend where Ling Lu garnered such charm with women. The beauties around him were all of different types, gentle, cute, pure, and even icy. Considering Ling Lu's past bizarre actions towards herself, it was clear he was a super scoundrel. Now it seemed this icy beauty had also fallen victim to his mischief. "Ling Lu, you don't plan on confronting the members of the Black Cat Gang with just these few people, do you?" Kai Xia suddenly asked.
"Though there are few of us, my people are all elites. Moreover, after the Black Cat Gang battles your esteemed mother, they will surely be severely weakened.
At that time it will be quite simple for me to take my people out to teach them a lesson and avenge Ma Jun,"
Ling Lu said casually, arms crossed. "That may be so, but you Dragon Kingdom people have a saying, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even if they are weakened, they still have hundreds of members while you only have a dozen.
Be careful not to be counterattacked by them. Kai Xia couldn't help but remind him. Ling Le chuckled lightly, reaching out to caress Kai Xia's face. Thank you, I'll take that as your concern for me. But don't worry, you know my capabilities. If I target someone, it doesn't matter how many there are. However, you must not let anyone else know my secret, otherwise I might have to bully you severely. Ling Le said playfully. Kai Xia took a step back, avoiding Ling Le's continued caress on her cheek, pouting angrily. Scoundrel, you are threatening me again. Kai Xia's thoughts were still relatively simple, without suspecting the deeper meanings behind Ling Le's words. But if Kai Xia knew Ling Le's true thought, she would not be pouting or shy. Instead, she would be furious. She would immediately explode in anger, cursing Ling Lu as not just a scoundrel but also a despicable person, not only bullying her but also wanting to bully the woman she cared for and respected the most. Alright, I was just joking. Given our relationship, I know you well. If you ever expose my secret, you've already done so, right? And do you know what I'm most pleased about regarding you? It's that you know my secret but have never used it to threaten me. Kai Xia's face flushed slightly as she thought about their relationship. What relationship? They had none. She was merely bullied and they did not have a formal relationship. As for why she didn't threaten him with his secret, she thought to herself, if she dared to, she would have been bullied by him long ago, didn't she? Ling Lu, having heard Kai Xia's thoughts, smiled knowingly, realizing that she was so afraid of him. However, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones, knowing to be afraid is the right thing. I'm not like you, who resorts to underhanded tactics to threaten others. Kai Xia huffed. Yes, but you might not know that if you weren't beautiful you probably wouldn't be worth my time to threaten, understand? Ling Lu said with a mischievous smile. Alright, don't be angry anymore. Watch me dominate the battlefield now. Ling Lu gazed upon the chaotic skirmish ahead, now nearing its end. The two sides gradually drew apart and ceased fighting. Perhaps this was a halftime pause, or perhaps both parties were preparing for a second round of negotiations. Ling Lu, however, had no intention of wasting the entire night on such tedious affairs. He still had urgent business to attend to tonight at Haruki Kashiko's residence. Rinzi, it's time to begin. If anyone disobeys, later execute a few as an example, to instill fear across the entire field. Yes, master. Kasami Rinzi, clad in a sleek black mamiankan, unsheathed her katana and strode forward beside Ling Le toward the battlefield. Daji and the others followed with unshakable authority. Behind them, Takahashi Masaru Kishimoto, Shota Inoue, Daishion and Odajirai Izaburo exchanged uneasy glances, hearts gripped by dread. Execute a few disobedient ones to intimidate the crowd. Heavens, was he already resorting to murder? Was his ruthlessness truly so absolute? And once blood was spilled, would he not descend irrevocably into moral darkness? Could he truly bear such a burden? In that moment, all four felt Ling Lu had become utterly alien to them. Ayaka too suddenly found him unfamiliar and terrifying. That casual offhand mention of killing, it slipped from his lips as if speaking of the weather. It was as though he regarded the people of Sakura Nation as less than human, as mere livestock disposable at will. Ling Lu bore no such psychological burden so long as he remained loyal to his homeland. These Sakura Nation scum could perish by the hundreds, and it would mean nothing. Moreover, who among those entrenched in the underworld could truly claim innocence or clean hands? Masaru, you and the rest hurry and follow. Having chosen this path, you must understand mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself. This world operates on absolute predation. The weak are devoured. If you spare them, they will kill you. If you aren't fiercer than they are, they'll only see you as easy prey. Understood. Ling Le turned back, his voice low and grave as he addressed them sternly. Masaru and the other three felt crushed beneath Ling Li's overwhelming aura, so much so that even regret or refusal dared not surface. No words like "we won't go" or "we withdraw our vengeance" crossed their lips. They now stood truly trapped, unable to retreat, forced only to nod in trembling acquiescence, hearts pounding with terror as they fell into step behind. Ling Li, can please don't act rashly. If someone dies, it will cause immense complications. No need to worry. Everything remains firmly under my control. Know this: the Rakishan Association shall become the largest power in Sakura Nation. As for you, consider carefully whether to join us. I repeat, if you commit now within the Rakishan Association, you shall stand second only to me above all others. That is my solemn vow to you. Of course, if you decline, consider this conversation never occurred. And should you refuse, I shall simply bestow this honor upon those waiting in line behind you. Ling Le spoke with serene nonchalance, exuding unwavering confidence. Even Ayaka at that very moment believed he truly could accomplish it all. I'm done worrying about you. Ayaka remained defiantly aloof, giving no immediate answer, yet refusing outright to decline. With that, she turned and walked toward her mother's faction. At that instant, Ling Li's entourage arrived, radiating relentless momentum and an aura thick with lethal intent. Both the Black Cat Gang and Ayaka's mother's faction instinctively turned their gazes toward Ling Li's group. Seeing only a dozen figures approaching, they felt no particular pressure, only mounting disdain for Ling Li's party. During a formal gang confrontation, the intrusion of a third party, presuming itself the hidden hawk, was the gravest taboo. Thus both the Black Cat Gang and Ayaka's mother's faction instantly halted their tense standoff and collectively fixed hostile, suspicious stares upon Ling Li's group. Ayaka, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come? And who are they? Ayaka's mother Kobayayako possessed elegant willow leaf brows and mesmerizing slanted phoenix eyes.
Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression darkened with displeasure as she confronted Ayaka. After hesitating, Ayaka chose to return to her mother's side before speaking further. A blonde underling standing beside Ayako's mother immediately recognized Ling Lu and whispered softly.
Big Sis, the tall man leading them is Ayaka's classmate.
They clashed recently, and after learning he's from Longwa, you ordered me to teach him a lesson.
It's him. I see.
He certainly looks presentable, but men from Longwa are all silver-tongued deceivers, quick to discard loyalty once their desires are sated.
Listen while I forbid Ayaka from growing close to him.
From now on you're to monitor both him and Ayaka closely.
Understood, Big Sis, we'll handle it flawlessly.
At that moment Ayaka approached her mother Kobayayako and murmured timidly.
Mother. So you still remember I'm your mother. Wait until we get home, I'll deal with you then. Ah Huang, you keep watch over her.
Yes, Big Sis. With commanding poise Ayako issued her orders, and several subordinates immediately surrounded Ayaka, ostensibly for protection but in truth to restrict her freedom for what lay ahead. Mother, please, the young man at the front is my classmate. He is extraordinarily formidable. Do not antagonize him merely because he hails from Longwa, such arrogance will only invite grave trouble upon yourself. Ayaka felt compelled to warn her mother immediately. She knew well her mother's deep-seated animosity toward Longwa men and rightly anticipated that Ayako would seize this opportunity to humiliate Ling Lu and his companions.
Ayako dismissed the warning with indifference.
To her this was Sakura Nation, her own stronghold.
Why should she fear some foreigner?
Besides, Kobayayako had reigned over the underworld for over a decade, especially in Hokkaido's Shadow Realm where her word was law. Who then could possibly threaten her? Indeed, she commanded influence across both lawful and illicit domains. Ling Lu paid no heed to Ayako's faction. For Ayaka's sake he would not strike her mother lightly, for now. But should Ayako prove foolishly obstinate, he would have no qualms deploying his most ruthless methods to deliver a crushing rebuke.
Who are you people? The hell you think you're doing? Can't you see the Black Cat Gang is conducting official business?
A bald, heavily tattooed man from the Black Cat Gang, though not especially large, dragged a cleaver and erupted into furious curses radiating brazen arrogance.
Ling Lu remained silent. Then Kasami Rinzi suddenly surged forward, katana drawn, her movements lithe and precise. Daring to speak insolently before my master. You deserve death. Damn it, a woman, and she's got the nerve. Think I'm some tame house cat?
The tattooed bald man charged recklessly, cleaver raised.
Brotherhead, leave one alive. She's damn hot, I want to have fun with her later. Yeah, Brotherhead, go easy. At least leave her whole for the final show. Ha ha.
A few lecherous members of the Black Cat Gang grinned lasciviously until in the blink of an eye Kasami Rinzi closed the distance. Her blade descended in a single fluid stroke, not only severing the bald man's cleaver in two but bisecting his body cleanly down the center. The spectacle was horrifying. From a combat perspective the two sides existed on entirely different planes.
Kasami Rinzi moved with the effortless grace of slicing through a watermelon.
Good heavens, head brother is dead. The members of the Haimeo gang recoiled when they saw the bald man's body split cleanly from head to toe. A chill ran through them, their scalps tingling with dread. There was no doubt in their minds the beautiful woman before them was a consummate killer, perhaps a fearsome assassin in her own right. But what of it if she were formidable?
Could she possibly defy fate before hundreds of them? Fine, very fine, splendid, they sneered. If a slaying must be settled this way, it does evoke a measure of my old prowess.
Yet you have also stirred my bloodlust. Brothers charge, make them pay with their lives.
The man leading the Haimeo gang was large and imposing, wearing a black cap.
He flung away an unfinished cigar and spoke with palpable murderous intent. Yes, kill them, avenge head brother, send them down to join him.
Damn it, if I don't see blood today, will you think I've lost the nerve to swing a blade?
A swarm of Haimeo gang men armed with cleavers and long katana-like blades surged forward. Watching the spectacle, Shinhu Kaizi folded her arms, narrowed her striking brows and sneered coldly.
It seems I needn't bother teaching that fellow a lesson, the Haimeo gang will sort them out soon enough.
That female killer is impressive, I cannot help but admire such talent. Shinhu Kaizi regarded Chime Rinzi with interest and then said suddenly, beauty, you have thoroughly enraged them. You will find it difficult to survive what comes next.
But if you join my banner I can guarantee you will not die.
Chime Rinzi paid her no heed. As a highly skilled killer she feared neither combat nor death, however many foes there was no one she could not fell with her blade.
Mother, please do not say such things.
Ling Lu is my classmate, I beg you to help them this once, not stand by and let them die. So mother, am begging you, help them, Saisha pleaded. She had only just recovered from the shock of having killed a man and seeing the situation unfold hurriedly implored Kaizi for mercy.
Kaiza's brows knitted.
My dear daughter, have you taken a fancy to that boy from Longwa?
Mother, no.
I only want to help because last time they helped me in a bar, Saisha stammered defensively.
She explained hastily, uneasy while inwardly wondering whether she truly liked Ling Lu.
Perhaps she did, after all he had treated her that way, to deny any feeling would be a lie.
Spare me the excuses.
In your mother, do you think I cannot see your thoughts?
But know this, I will never allow you to suffer the fate I endured. Abandon that hope. Today I will not help your classmates. If you persist in pleading, I will not hesitate to join the Haimeo gang in dealing with them. Shinhu Kaizi warned sharply. Saisha felt helpless and terribly worried for Lingle's safety. She had no choice but to continue pleading, cheeks flushed with shame. Mother, I'm begging you just this once, please. Shinhu Kaizi only hissed angrily, "Humph, you are hopelessly infatuated with him. I cannot fathom how foolish you've become." After speaking, she turned away from Saisha and ordered her subordinates to escort her out. She would not allow her daughter to witness what followed. Meanwhile, Chime Rinzi alone held off more than half of the Haimeo gang. Her movements were lithe and her blade work merciless. After only a few exchanges she had slain several and left a dozen more wounded. Another group broke past Chime Rinzi, weapons raised, and charged toward Ling Lu. Gao Qiao, Majuan and the others felt their scalps crawl with fear, faces ashen and voices trembling as they spoke. "Lu, big brother Lu, they're coming. There are so many of them we may not be able to hold them." Yet Ling Lu remained unnaturally composed. "Majuan, keep your eyes sharp. Find out who struck you and well, make them pay properly." Yes, big brother Lu," Majuan replied, regaining his composure. Majuan shook himself from panic. He truly could not read Ling Lu. Why, when so many ruthless men charged, did Ling Lu show not an ounce of fear but rather the calm of someone who had the enemy in his grasp? "Rinzi's killing aura is a touch intense today. It's about time she stopped. Daji, you and your people bring the situation under control." Having spoken, Ling Lu walked step by step toward Chime Rinzi in the fray. Those who had rushed forward to hack at them suddenly froze in terror and dared not move. Daji and his companions produced rifles from their bags, each leveling one at the assailants. The Haimeo gang members felt their scalps prickle. No matter how arrogant everyone fears bullets, and rifles with their dreadful lethality could shred them in an instant. What the? This is a Type 20 automatic rifle. Big brother Lu is unbelievable to have procured such a killing instrument. My God, we're utterly mad today. Indeed, insane. Yet strangely I feel a newfound sense of security. Majuan and the others were first stunned and then considerably reassured. With such weaponry in friendly hands, no number of foes could threaten them. There was little left to fear. Shinhu Kaizi and the onlookers were also stunned, inwardly alarmed and looking for an escape. They had not expected Ling Lu and his people to possess automatic rifles. Such armament was monstrously audacious. Oof. Your side had better not think of fleeing, or don't blame my guns for lacking discretion. Ling Le's face turned cold as he fixed Shinhu Kaizi and the others with his gaze. Originally he had no intent to trouble Shinhu Kaizi, but she not only watched the spectacle, she also tried to claim Chime Rinzi. Even being Keixia's mother did not spare her. Ling Lu decided she deserved a lesson. And as a rogue, one must have the resolve to be ruthless. If she fancied taking advantage of Chime Rinzi's beauty, so be it. After Ling Lu spoke, 3 of his men trained their rifles on Shinhu Kaizi and her companions. Shinhu Kaizi felt both humiliated and miscalculated, yet utterly helpless. Confronted with Ling Le's warning, she dared not act rashly. In her eyes, Ling Le's group were people of decisive violence. Facing such ruthless men, she knew there was no room for wishful thinking or dancing on the edge of death. Ling Lu strode into the midst of the battle and, seeing Chime Rinzi still cutting down foes, said, "Rinzi, stand down." "Yes, master," she replied. Chime Rinzi immediately sheathed her blade and showed him profound respect. She understood that Ling Lu was the strongest presence. If there were anyone in the world she could not fell, it would be him. "Maju, and you and the others come here. Handle these men as you see fit, but I want to see your resolve to join the underworld from this day forth." "Yes, big brother Lu." Majuan and the others, flattered and elated, hurried forward. Now secure and unflustered, they savored the grand sensation of being strong. It was intoxicating. "Big brother Lu, could we choose not to kill them?" Wei Tian Wangsalang asked with an honest, guileless smile. "We're simply not mentally prepared for that. I understand, practice yourselves gradually." After saying this, Ling Lu asked, "Which of you is the leader of the Haimeo?" "I am." A tall burly man raised his hand and said. "Very well, come here." Ling Lu sneered coldly, deciding to reduce him to servitude. "Haha, brother, from now on you're my true elder brother. What just happened was merely a misunderstanding. Please show mercy to us." The man stepped forward, offering his apology with cautious humility. "Rest assured, we are no bloodthirsty killers." "Very well then, I shall grant you one chance. If you defeat me in combat, I will release every one of you unharmed. But should you fail, all members of the Black Cat Gang shall henceforth swear fealty to the Lushan Association, and your territory shall belong to us alone. What do you say? Will you seize this opportunity, or let it slip away?" The man grew visibly tense, beads of cold sweat breaking across his brow as he swallowed hard, his heart pounding with restless anticipation. He held firm confidence in his martial prowess, otherwise he would never have risen to lead the Black Cat Gang. "Brother, do your words carry weight?" "Humph, naturally they do." "Very well, brother. Forgive me for what comes next, watch yourself." With that he lunged forward and threw a fierce punch straight at Ling Lu. Ling Lu activated his divine eye technique, immediately perceiving every nuance of the man's movement. With effortless grace he evaded the strike, then delivered a devastating kick squarely into his groin. Clutching himself in agony, the man collapsed to the ground, writhing and shrieking in unbearable pain. Those nearby instinctively recoiled, their own bodies flinching in sympathetic torment. Surely such a blow would leave irreversible ruin.
With that single strike Lingla successfully subjugated him, his consciousness now linked revealing the man's profile name H1 Emo age 38 height 185 cm combat rank class B subjugation status permanent.
A class B combatant matching Deji's own strength.
Another capable fighter albeit barely so now sworn to his command. Lingla silently issued his first mental command to Emo lead the Black Cat Gang without hesitation into the Lushin Association.
As he did so he calmly approached Kobayashi Ayako.
Her attendants tensed instantly, hands hovering near concealed weapons.
You are Kobayashi Ayako, Aunt Ayako, am I right?
Lingla rested his chin upon one hand appraising her figure with a wry-knowing smile. Your physique is truly magnificent, voluptuous and commanding.
Ayako's expression darkened. How dare this junior provoke her so brazenly?
His audacity was nothing short of infuriating.
Humph, what exactly do you intend? If your aim is to humiliate me you'll be sorely disappointed. I don't yield to such cheap theatrics. Aunt Ayako, no need to bristle. After all I'm classmates with your daughter Ayaka.
So rest easy, I won't harm you not while she remains dear to me. And if you choose submission your underlings need not meet untimely ends.
Am I correct?
Linglu gazed at her with an enigmatic half-smile.
Humph, just state your terms plainly. What do you demand? Ayako simmered with impatience. This insolent youth dared threaten her, and worse his gaze betrayed unmistakable leering intent. How utterly contemptible.
Ahem, too many eyes here.
Come Aunt Ayako, let's speak privately over there.
With that Lingla turned and strode toward the spot where he'd earlier met Ayaka.
Ayako's brows knotted, sharply clenched fists betrayed her fury.
She needed no guesswork, her daughter's classmate clearly harbored designs far beyond mere allegiance.
Is he truly expecting formal submission, or planning something far more degrading? Big sis, don't go.
We fear no death, we'll fight them to the last breath.
A fiercely loyal subordinate cried out, indignant and resolute. All understood the unspoken implication that if she walked with him she'd face unspeakable indignity.
After all, their leader was a woman of breathtaking beauty and striking poise. Any man who saw her would be spellbound. Clearly he coveted her allure, yet his youth belied such ruthless ambition. A despicable scoundrel indeed.
Silence. Haven't you seen their rifles?
Or do you truly believe they'd hesitate to fire? Ayako snapped, then teeth gritted followed Lingla without another word. Inside she scoffed bitterly. So he wishes to speak alone. Then don't blame me when I seize the moment and walk free with my people. Once secluded, Ayako struck suddenly, but Lingla was no easy mark. His diamond body immortality granted not only invincible physical defense but ever-growing strength. Within moments she found herself pinned firmly in his arms.
You wretch, let me go.
Ayako seethed, mortified by his blatant unmasked intentions. Lingla smiled, a sly intoxicating curve of the lips. Aunt Ayako, let me be frank, I abhor suppressed desires. To those who treat me with goodwill I respond in kind, with respect and courtesy.
But to enemies,
I deal in cunning, ruthless retribution. So tell me, Aunt Ayako, do you wish your followers to die here tonight? And would you risk Ayaka's safety, her humiliation, her suffering, because you dared cross me? Linglu reveled in the thrill, the intoxicating certainty that at last she was truly subdued.
You monster, you've gone too far. Ayako's spirit shattered. She hadn't imagined herself so utterly outmatched, nor reduced to trembling under his. Time grows short.
Choose wisely, unless you wish me to unleash lethal force upon your people.
Jaw clenched, Ayako dared not resist, she submitted helplessly to his will. Seconds dragged like hours. Ayako bit down hard on her lower lip, fists locked tight, cursing him inwardly, a vile, unforgivable wretch.
Yet her curses soon dissolved into feverish babble, her thoughts unraveling beyond control, until Lingla suddenly said, hand me a cigarette.
I need a moment to cool my head.
Ayako reluctantly produced a slender women's cigarette, voice laced with venom. Don't mistake this for surrender. Mark my words, if fate ever places you in my hands I'll make you beg for death.
Heck, he who courts doom shall surely find it.
But this grudge ends here, for now.
Phew, I'm off. Should fortune grant us another meeting we'll spar again.
Linglu exhaled a slow, satisfied plume of smoke. Though a flicker of guilt stirred at the thought of Ayaka, it was swiftly eclipsed by exhilaration. The wild, intoxicating rush of life lived at its most reckless edge. Even deeper still he craved more chaos, more danger, more uncharted thrills.
Ayako felt profound shame, but as Linglu walked away her gaze lingered, complex, conflicted, unreadable. His audacity was staggering, his will ironclad. He sought dominion even over her.
And yet, just for an instant, she'd felt an undeniable, unsettling sense of safety in his presence. Back at the scene, Lingla suddenly noticed that among the members of the Black Cat Gang there were a few bruised individuals with blood dripping from their mouths, and astonishingly personal information appeared on them. Brother Lu, these are the dozen or so people who beat me up off campus yesterday, said Takahashi Masakatsu, stepping forward as soon as he saw Linglu return. So have you retaliated even harder?
Linglu asked casually. At first I didn't hit them hard, but after your subordinate demonstrated I understood what it meant to be ruthless.
Brother Lu, look, the injuries on these 10 people were all inflicted by the 4 of us. Takahashi Masakatsu began proudly. Brother Lu, our first time getting tough was not bad, right? It was just average. Linglu smiled slightly and stepped forward, delivering 10 fierce slaps to these 10 individuals. 4 of them were knocked unconscious, 3 had a few teeth knocked out and 2 were bleeding from the mouth and nose.
Did you learn? This is how you become a ruthless person. After finishing, Ling Lu took the tissue offered by Chi Meilin and elegantly wiped the blood off his hands.
Yes, I've learned. Takahashi Masakatsu and the others felt pain just watching, yet in their hearts they knew they were still not ruthless enough compared to Ling Lu. Ling Lu looked at the dozen individuals he had easily dominated and felt that he needed to enslave all of them to feel truly at ease.
He turned to the leader of the Black Cat Gang, Yimao. I have a task for you.
Before they join my Lu God Association, make sure to teach them a good lesson, at least until they are convinced.
Having already become Ling Le's servant, Yimao nodded respectfully, pledging his loyalty. Don't worry, boss.
I will definitely teach them a good lesson, making them understand that the Black Cat Gang no longer exists and that the rules of the Lu God Association now apply. Ling Lu chose Yimao to deal with this group mainly because he did not want to dirty his own hands. If he was not mistaken, anyone defeated by his servant would also become his permanent servant.
After giving the orders, Ling Lu left with Chi Meilin.
Takahashi Masakatsu and the others also did not linger and left the shabby site, each returning home with an unsettled heart. Half an hour later, Ling Lu sat in the passenger seat looking at a panel visible only to him.
Just now the system had completed some sort of update. The panel displayed some new information. Name Ling Lu. Influence Lu God Association. Controlled assets 20 bars, 1 debt collection agency, 1 bouncer company, 1 loan shark company. Net worth 10 million. Number of enslaved individuals 789.
Ling Lu smiled slightly, realizing that Yimao had completed his task and successfully enslaved over 200 people for him. As for the rest of the enslaved individuals, they were naturally some formidable prisoners he had enslaved in the past while in prison.
Since my servants can defeat male targets, they can also enslave them for me, becoming my servants in turn. This way I won't need to frequently take action myself to expand my servant army in the future. I just need to let these servants fight outside and I can continuously gain more servants. At that time, easily controlling 1,000, 10,000 or even 100,000 servants will pose no difficulty at all. Ling Lu thought with delight, but as he contemplated further his ambitions grew larger. If he could enslave all the men in Tokyo, it would be truly extraordinary.
As for the assets displayed on the panel, Ling Lu knew without a doubt that it was due to his annexation of the Black Cat Gang.
The industries under the Black Cat Gang now directly belonged to him.
However, it was evident that these assets were not very wealthy. It seemed like a lot, but in reality it only raised his net worth to 10 million.
Master, we have arrived at the location you provided, said Chi Meilin, who was driving calmly. You can get out too. Let's have a meal before you go back. I still have some things to give you later. Okay, Chi Meilin nodded. She opened the car door and got out first, then walked around to open the door for Ling Lu. In the separate courtyard, Haruki Yoshiko was dressed in light home attire, looking very alluring as she opened the door to welcome Ling Lu into her home. Yoshiko, is it okay if I bring an assistant over to have a meal together? Haruki Yoshiko smiled, thinking that since she had chosen to conspire with Ling Lu there was no need to put on a displeased expression. Don't worry, mister. Ling Lu, I have prepared plenty for dinner tonight, Haruki Yoshiko assured him.
Ling Lu was quite satisfied. Alright, lead us inside, he said.
Yes, mister.
Ling Lu, please follow me, and this young lady as well, come on in. Haruki Yoshiko's attitude was very friendly, clearly understanding the importance of being adaptable. Ling Lu was also happy to utilize her.
After changing into clean slippers, Haruki Yoshiko invited Ling Lu and the others to the dining table. Mister.
Ling Lu, tonight I prepared just a simple meal, so please don't mind if it's not satisfactory. If you feel unsatisfied, I will prepare more carefully next time, Haruki Yoshiko said apologetically as she set the tableware for Ling Lu and Chi Meilin.
Don't worry, you've done well enough. The dishes are quite abundant, Ling Lu reassured her. I'm glad to hear that, as long as Mr. Ling Lu is satisfied. Haruki Yoshiko blushed.
She thought to herself that she had indeed put effort into preparing this dinner, treating him as her man. How could she not take it to heart?
Ling Lu noticed Haruki Yoshiko's inner thoughts and smiled subtly.
It seemed Yoshiko had been lonely for too long after receiving his comfort once she had fallen head over heels for him. She had already sincerely regarded him as her man.
By the way, where is your daughter? Isn't she back yet?
Ling Lu glanced around the room but did not see a fourth person. He genuinely wanted to see if her daughter was as beautiful as her.
After all, Haruki Yoshiko was stunning, so he was naturally curious about her daughter's beauty. Yoshiko's heart tightened.
She was worried that Ling Lu would have designs on her daughter Rue. She thought Ling Lu was a lecherous rogue. If he saw her daughter who was so beautiful, he would surely lose control and start coveting Rui's beauty. Hearing Yoshiko's concerns, Ling Lu looked at her with a half-smile. Yoshiko composed herself and calmly said, to be honest, Rue went abroad to have some fun and I don't know when she'll be back.
Oh, that's a bit of a pity.
I was hoping to see if your daughter was as beautiful as you, Ling Lu said lightly. Ling Lu placed a braised meatball on his fork and began to savor it as Yoshiko smiled beautifully, pouring a suitable amount of red wine into his glass while saying, that child Rue does not resemble me at all. She looks like her late father, who was very ugly.
Yoshiko knew that such deliberately stated remarks would not fool Ling Lu, but even so she wanted to dispel his thoughts about her daughter. Haha, you're really heartless to say your daughter is ugly.
If she were here she would definitely be in tears from what you said. Ling Lu laughed heartily.
Mr.
Lingla, let's not talk about my family matters, let's drink together and also with your beautiful assistant, Yoshiko said with a smile, changing the subject.
Right, let's drink. Lingla had no intention of making things difficult for Yoshiko. After all, he still planned to bully her tonight.
The three of them ate and drank until after several rounds of wine and dishes. Suddenly Yoshiko stood up and said, Mr. Linglu, I'll go get something so I don't forget the important matter you entrusted to me when I get drunk later. Lingla nodded and Yoshiko, slightly tipsy, walked towards the bedroom.
Meanwhile, Chi-Chi Meilin was still enjoying her meal.
Lingla looked at her and suddenly felt that although she was cold, there was something endearing about her when she ate.
Is the food good? Linglu asked gently.
Yes, it's delicious, Meilin nodded. If it's good, eat more, but don't rush, it's all yours now. Thank you, Master. Chi-Chi Meilin suddenly looked up at Lingla with a very touched expression, feeling no tension or pressure, and said,
Master, I feel like you treat me especially well. Of course you are mine.
If I don't treat you well, who will? Lingla said solemnly. In truth, treating her well was just a means to further his intentions and deepen their relationship. He not only wanted to be her master but also her only man.
I remember that.
But don't worry, Master, you treat me well and I will always be loyal to you, working for you and killing more people for you. Chi-Chi Meilin said seriously. She was a little afraid that Lingla might abandon her, but as long as Lingla treated her well, she was very touched and eager for him to continue being good to her. Lingla felt that Chi-Chi Meilin's request was very simple. She was a pure-hearted girl who was easily satisfied. Yet because of this he began to feel deep sympathy for her past life. Born into a family of assassins, she was indoctrinated with how to kill and her family was extremely strict with her. No one ever cared for her. Later, for reasons unknown, she seemed to have awakened her thoughts and killed all her family members overnight. Afterward she didn't resist at all and was easily captured and imprisoned, remaining silent for several years. Now, after being brought out of prison by Lingla, she could finally manage to speak a word or two. At least she would definitely respond when asked. Lingla knew that Chi-Chi Meilin must have suffered from a severe lack of love, making her thoughts pure. However, pure-hearted individuals, especially women, could become extremely dangerous when they were driven by their emotions. Lingla gently stroked Chi-Chi Meilin's head and said, Don't worry, I will always treat you well.
Thank you, Master. At this moment Yoshiko came out holding a leather bag and said, Mr.
Lingla, this bag contains the new identities you asked me to arrange, including passports and IDs that have all been taken care of.
Lingla took it and looked at it, finding no issues, and was quite satisfied. Well done, efficient. It seems I can fully trust you in the future with these matters. Mr.
Linglu, you can definitely rest assured in this regard. Since I chose to cooperate with you, I will wholeheartedly do my job. After all, if I am careless, you still have a way out, but I wouldn't have my life anymore, would I?
Haha, don't worry. As long as you listen to me, even if you get exposed later, I will ensure your safety. Mr.
Linglu, you can rest assured.
I will listen to you.
Yoshiko's cheeks flushed. In her view, listening meant obediently cooperating with Linglu and being bullied by him in various ways. After the bullying in the past few days, she had already mentally compromised. Therefore, without Lingla's explicit reminders, she already knew how to act when he needed her. Moreover, she had long been mentally prepared and was even somewhat looking forward to it. Lingla felt quite pleased. It turned out Yoshiko had already been thinking for herself. He then handed the new identity documents and passport to Chi-Chi Meilin. Meilin, this document is your new identity. With this, traveling will be much easier for you in the future. And these ID documents, please give them to Deji and the others when you return.
Okay, I understand, Master.
Thank you for preparing a new identity for me as well. Chi-Chi Meilin was once again touched, a hint of a smile appearing on her originally cold face. However, since she was not good at smiling, when she smiled at this moment it appeared somewhat comical and charming.
So have you eaten enough? I'm full. I'm planning to head back. Do you want to come with me, Master? I have some matters to attend to. You can go back by yourself. Alright, then I'll head back first. Chi-Chi Meilin stood up. She hadn't had too many drinks, so there was no concern about her being too drunk to drive.
After sending Chi-Chi Meilin off, Linglu and Haruki Yoshiko returned home, where Linglu wrapped his arms around her soft waist and said, Since you performed so well today, I must reward you properly. Haruki Yoshiko blushed deeply but looked very charming as she said then.
I'll rely on you, Mr. Linglu.
During this time, Lingla's phone rang several times. Linglu ignored it, thinking it was Aunt Maisie or Sister Qianzi calling. At the same time, there were also text notifications, but they were from Ayaka. She wanted to confirm if he was alright and whether he had threatened her mother. Not long ago, after Linglu left the scene, Kobe Ayaka also left with her subordinates. When Kobe Ayaka returned home, the temporarily restrained Ayaka, unable to leave, hurriedly asked her mother when she saw her.
Mother, what happened to my classmates? Are they alright? What did the Black Cat gang do to them? Kobe Ayaka expressed dissatisfaction with her mother's lack of care for her.
As her own daughter, she did not inquire about her mother's well-being first, but was instead concerned about that outsider classmate. It felt a bit like she had been raised for nothing.
After all this time, she was the victim, having been bullied by that bastard classmate. Feeling unhappy, Kobe Ayaka shot a cold glance at Ayaka. It seems you really have developed feelings for that bastard. But I warn you again, you will never have a future with him, so give up that thought quickly. Kobe Ayaka had to speak more seriously. Given how much of a bastard Ling Lo was, she had experienced it firsthand and would not allow her daughter to be harmed by him. Moreover, after that bastard did such things to her, her daughter could no longer like him, otherwise it would be a mess. If you really don't want to listen to me, then from now on you are no longer my daughter and don't call me mother anymore. Ayaka felt very wronged. But she had always relied on her mother since childhood, so she naturally couldn't bear to lose her mother, nor did she want her mother to abandon her. Thus she could only escape in grievance, not wanting to continue arguing with her mother, and ran out alone. Sigh, what a foolish child. Mother is only doing this for your own good. If you knew what that bastard did to me, would you still want to like him? After taking a deep breath, Kobe Ayaka picked up the phone and called someone she trusted to keep an eye on Ayaka. She went to the bathroom to wash up, but while washing, images of being bullied by Ling Lo kept flashing through her mind. Though it was detestable and infuriating, there was an unprecedented thrill at the time. After Ayaka went out, two girls followed her to keep an eye on her. Ayaka asked them, "Mika Mia, what happened to my classmates?" "Miss, don't worry, they are quite formidable. This time it was us who were almost taken down by your classmates. If it weren't for the big sister, our end might have been quite tragic." "Eh? What do you mean by that?" Ayaka suddenly felt confused. It's just that your classmates had rifles and we were all threatened." "Then why did you say that if it weren't for my mother? What does that mean?" The next day, Ling Lo woke up at 8 o'clock sharp. After washing up, he enjoyed the delicious breakfast prepared by Yoshiko at 8:30. Thus it is said that women should be cherished. However, men must be formidable, only then can they be blessed. Now that Yoshiko is happy, Ling Lo has also started to feel happiness. Someone had carefully prepared breakfast for him early in the morning, which not only included cherry blossom pastries but also sea cucumber soup. Ling Li can drink more of the sea cucumber soup, its effects are quite remarkable, you know. Yoshiko Chuanmu had not experienced the company of a man for over a decade. Now with Ling Lo pampering her, she felt immensely happy and fulfilled in her heart. Her care and dedication towards Ling Lo came from genuine sincerity, and it was she who took the initiative. You should drink more too." Ling Lo smiled slightly, accepting without refusal. Today Yoshiko, still possessing her charm, looked even more radiant and beautiful than before. Her face slightly flushed, the beauty she exhibited was striking. Yoshiko shyly said, I heard that sea cucumber soup has dual benefits, it's very nourishing for both of us." After finishing breakfast together, Yoshiko had no time to clean up the dishes and said, "Ling Li can wait for me a moment, I'll go upstairs to change clothes and then come down to take you to school. As for the dishes, I'll clean them up later." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Ling Lu was not being polite. A few minutes later, Yoshiko changed into a police uniform, though it was an OL style, with a tight-fitting skirt and delicate black stockings hugging her shapely leg. "Ling Li, am ready, we can drive to school now." Yoshiko Chuanmu stood gracefully in front of Ling Lu, speaking, "Let's go." Ling Lu gave a charming smile, getting up and touching her round and supple hips. Yoshiko was already accustomed to Ling Lu's actions, showing no signs of displeasure but instead enjoying it with a happy smile on her face. After stepping out, Yoshiko drove a police car, a Toyota Hiace, and brought Ling Lu to the entrance of Tokyo University. As Ling Lu prepared to get out of the car, Yoshiko looked at him with reluctance and said, "Ling Li, when can we be as close as we were last night again?" "Well." Ling Lu thought for a moment and replied, "I will contact you in advance when the time comes." "Oh." Yoshiko responded, slightly disappointed. However, she knew that Ling Lu was surrounded by many beautiful young women. Last time when Ling Lu was targeted and sent to prison, even the young lady from the Shirgong family and another young lady from a major corporation came to the department wanting to bail him out. Clearly their relationship with Ling Lu was likely not that of ordinary friends, perhaps they had some unclear and ambiguous relationship with him. In this way she knew she had no right to be unhappy or jealous. She could only hope and strive for Ling Lu's affection towards her to be a little more frequent. She felt satisfied. In her heart, Ling Lu seemed like the boyfriend she had just fallen in love with, and thus she appeared very eager and reliant on his affection. "Ling Li, here, this key is for you. It will be much more convenient for you to come to my house in the future," Yoshiko said shyly. Although she was already a 40-year-old lady, she had maintained her figure very well, being round and supple with curves in all the right places. Even many beauties in their teens or 20s could not compare to the feminine charm she possessed. "Alright, I'll accept your key." Ling Lu smiled lightly, glancing at her with satisfaction before continuing. "Madam Yoshiko, you look even more radiant today than yesterday." Yoshiko felt flattered by this. Ling Li actually called her madam, as if acknowledging her as a woman, making her feel both touched and awkward in her heart. "Thank you very much for recognizing me, Ling Li. However, my enhanced beauty today is entirely due to your devoted care, you know." "Ha ha. Alright, I'm off to school now. You head back safely." Ling Lu laughed heartily. He opened the car door, dropped a caring remark, and walked towards the school. Yoshiko gazed through the car window, her beautiful eyes infatuatedly watching Ling Lu's figure gradually fade away. It wasn't until she could no longer see him that she sighed. "Ling Li is indeed an exceptionally charming man. It's just a pity that I am much older, he probably won't genuinely like me." Perhaps after feeling a little interest in me a few more times he will completely abandon me.
Sigh, I wish I could be 17 or 18 years younger, then I could be inseparable with Ling Lekin every day.
Remembering Ling Le's capabilities, Yoshiko felt very happy.
However, it was precisely because she was so happy that she didn't want to lose him and greedily wished to possess him forever.
At this moment Yoshiko's phone rang.
It was a call from her daughter Jeannie.
Kazan, I had a dream last night where you were bullied by bad people. I suddenly became very worried about you and I want to come back to the country. Jeannie said sweetly over the phone. Yoshiko felt very guilty.
She thought, is this the bond between a mother and child? Indeed, she was bullied by Ling Lo for a long time last night, but Ling Lo was not a bad person, he was just a bit more of a rascal than others. However, she still liked this rascal Ling Lo quite a bit, as he was the one who made her feel like a woman again.
But why was Jeannie coming back now? Jeannie, don't worry. I've already resolved the last incident. Moreover, dreams are often the opposite.
Besides, my work has been going smoothly these days and I've experienced some happy things. Hearing her mother speak in a cheerful tone made Jeannie feel pleasantly surprised and curious.
Kazan, is that true?
But the thing that makes Kazan happy wouldn't be that Kazan is finally preparing to find me a new old man, would it?
Jeannie asked in surprise and excitement.
She actually agreed with her mother finding someone new because for so many years Kazan had been alone for the family. She often saw how hard it was for her mother. But if there was a husband to accompany her, it would definitely be much easier than now. There's a saying that rings true: when a man and woman work together, it's not tiring. In the past she had also urged her mother to find someone, but Kazan always said she hadn't found the right one. After all, finding someone good to Kazan and good to her daughter was a standard that was generally hard to meet.
Sai, you really are like a worm in Kazan's stomach, there's nothing you can hide from me.
Hee, of course I was born from Kazan after 10 months. Even if I grow up, I'm still a piece of flesh from you.
Jeannie said happily. By the way, Kazan, is that uncle handsome? What does he do for a living?
He must be handsome. As for his job, I'm not quite sure yet.
Kazan doesn't even know what he does for a living. Sai, Kazan needs to pay more attention. I know.
I have to go to work now, let's chat later.
Alright. Jeannie finally hung up the phone. Yoshiko couldn't help but sigh again. If only he were my husband.
But I am not worthy of him. Besides, he is still studying and I can't talk about these things with Jeannie at all. Forget it, I'll just let nature take its course. At least Ling Li's nature isn't bad. It seems that as long as he has touched a woman, he will treat the other party much better. Like me, he just cared for me.
Yoshiko drove sentimentally.
Today she planned to take a day off for herself to go home and rest well.
Last night was exhausting.
Though she had not experienced such sweet moments for a long time, after reaching a certain age coupled with the busy morning of preparing breakfast, she hadn't had the chance to rest properly. Now she felt utterly fatigued in both body and mind. Indeed, after reaching a certain age one could no longer withstand such prolonged exertion. This morning there was an economics class in the designated multimedia classroom.
Ling Li took out his phone to check the group message sent by the class monitor Shigong Haxiang.
There was also a message from Su Chuwei.
Ling Lu, good morning. I've saved a spot for you in the classroom. How long until you get to school?
You'll be there soon, just wait for me, I'm on my way. Remembering Su Chuwei's beautiful fairy-like face and her sweet smile, he temporarily cast aside the happiness of last night spent with Yoshiko. A man like Ling Lu excels at one thing: when he is with someone he truly engages with that person, and is definitely not the kind of person whose body is in one place while his heart is elsewhere.
However, just as Ling Lu was walking toward the designated multimedia classroom, his phone rang.
Seeing that it was Aunt Maisie calling, Ling Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness.